Chapter 1, Laying the Dead to Rest. Chapter 1, Laying the Dead to Rest. Mehehehe. I chuckle as I gleefully observe my small skeleton army march through the forest, the ivory bones gently reflecting the moonlight as they silently advance towards our objective. It has taken me 3 whole months of grinding to get this far. 3 whole months of carefully avoiding players as I slaughtered beasts deep inside the forest to milk them dry of all the experience points they had to offer. It has been a long and tedious process, and finally, I'm going to reap the benefits. It's been one hell of a long road. I'm probably one of the highest-level necromancers in the whole of Ascendance Unlimited at the moment. Not that I have much competition anymore, though. There aren't many people who bother going down the necromancer route anymore. It's just too damn punishing. Playing a villain class is brutal. Far too brutal. It's like playing the game on hard mode while blindfolded and missing both your arms. Don't get me wrong, the villain classes are the strongest classes there are. Their strength and growth potential are just plain outright staggering. What makes it hard, however, is that the game puts such massive restrictions upon you that the odds are always stacked heavily against you. I may have a massive boost to my stats and amazing strength through my summoned minions, but I lack flexibility and security. All safe zones are off-limits to me. I'm not allowed to party up with other people. There's a constant bounty on my head, and unlike other players, I lose all my accumulated loot and gold if I'm killed. So what the hell is the point? The rewards, of course. Unlike the rest of the population, villain classes have a nearly unlimited potential for accumulating wealth. I have the option of robbing the world blind while selling off stolen goods for gold. Since my class is already hated by default, I don't have to worry about such petty things as in-game laws and punishments. I don't have to care if the world's NPCs won't give me quests as I can't accept them anyway. I don't care if I can't enter safe zones, as my class grants me other options. I don't care if stolen goods can only be sold for a fraction of the value compared to regular goods. I have other means. Being the villain allows me to do so much more. Looting and pillaging is the best way to get rich. Sure, there are some moral issues to the path I have chosen to walk, but it's just a game, really. The possibility of trading in-game gold for real-world currency makes it just a tad too tempting. Killing for money isn't frowned upon if it's just a simulation after all. Which, coincidentally, is what tonight is all about. My target is a small village on the outskirts of the Imperia Empire. I estimate the population to be around 80 people, farmers mostly. Not the richest of targets, but they should have enough wealth among them to pay my rent for a couple of months. I could have chosen a more lucrative target, but I'm not willing to take the risk quite yet. I need to avoid other players at all costs, as I'm not confident I can defeat a well-organized group quite yet. I'm only level 38, with a small army of 59 skeletons, skeleton archers, and skeleton warriors. With these numbers, and with the cover of night, I'm certain I'll be able to kill them all with acceptable losses. I can already feel the taste of all the money and experience I'll gain tonight. Just a few more moments to go. My small army finally reaches the edge of the forest. Walking ahead, I crouch near some bushes, taking a view of the open plains ahead. The dim moonlight reveals a small village built on an open plain between 2 large forests. The open ground is littered by tilled soil, and a thin dirt road runs right through the small cluster of hovels. Some smoke rises from the village blacksmith, signaling that at least someone is still awake down there. Not that it will do much for them. Grinning in anticipation, I send a mental command for my skeletons to start marching towards the village. My minions respond instantly, starting their silent approach across the field. Walking safely at the back of my army, I start buffing my skeletons. Being a necromancer, I'm basically just a summoner with a large repertoire of support magic. The class only offered me a few offensive abilities, but they are far too weak compared to the rest of my arsenal. Death's vitality, I mutter, watching the bones of my skeletons glow with a soft, dark shade. Fangs of blight, their weapons emit a sickly green fog. Fear the Reaper, the blue glow in their eye sockets turns crimson red. Cull the living, their bones seem to float above the trodden dirt beneath them, increasing the speed of their march. My head starts throbbing as the last points of my already depleted mana pool ebbs out. It's the most annoying part of being a spellcaster in this game, as a headache builds up as I drain my mana. A natural symptom I personally would prefer they left out of the game. It doesn't matter too much, though. It's uncomfortable but not unbearable. A small price to pay for ensuring the success of my raid. We reach the edge of the village without being spotted. Unable to keep the grin off my face, I order half my skeletons to group up in squads of 5, going house to house and kill as many of the villagers as they can. With no hesitation, the skeletons split into 6 large groups and head for the closest 4 hovels. It takes a few pinpoint mental gymnastics to do it, but I manage to make the skeletons kick the doors in simultaneously. Soon after, the skeletons rush into the homes. I hear a few shrieks of surprise before the sounds are abruptly cut short. No doubt due to my skeletons carrying out their grim orders. I feel a small stab of guilt in my chest, which I quickly shrug off with a shake of my head. Damn it, Ryan, focus. It's just a game. Who goes there? A voice cuts through the still evening air. Turning my head, I spot a farmer holding a torch who just appeared between 2 hovels roughly 30 meters to my side. It's a disheveled-looking old man, wearing dirty linen clothes, most likely stained from tending to the fields all day. "Reveal yourselves," he shouts as he squints into the dark night, the light of the torch doing nothing to improve his sight. Cursing beneath my breath at this sudden interruption, I order my skeleton archers to quickly open fire on the man. My skeletons obey, as nearly a dozen arrows quickly loosen towards the poor farmer. Sadly, because of the low level of my archers and the distance towards the man, most of the arrows fly wide. An arrow hits the man in the shoulder, while another in the thigh. His eyes widen in shock as he stumbles backwards. "I intruders, call the alarm," he screams as he falls out of sight. "God fucking damn it," I curse, and things were going so well. Fuck. There goes the element of surprise. I order my nearby skeleton warriors to charge towards the village square. If I can't slaughter the farmers in their beds, then I need to take control of the natural gathering point. My main objective is now to make sure the farmers can't rally a force to oppose me. My skeletons quickly find their way deeper into the village as more and more panicked shouts echoes across the village. It doesn't take long until their confusion turns to fear, until they eventually turn to painful shrieks cutting through the night. "Skeletons, run for your lives. Where are the guards? Robert, where you ga? Help us. N-O-O-O-O-A-H-H." The panic spreads further as more of the farmers become aware of the situation. The shouting is soon mixed in with the sound of metal striking metal as some of the farmers try to fight back. It doesn't take long until they are overwhelmed by the horde of undead. I finally make my way over to the village square, carefully peeking around the corner of the village tavern. A sight of carnage greets my eyes. My skeletons are systematically mowing down the farmers. The poor villagers were caught completely unaware, disorganized, and wielding nothing but farming tools to fight back the numerous skeletons. Things are going better than I expected. I grin as I open up my status page to watch the experience points pour in. "There's too many of them. Flee," a woman screams from the other side of town. "Flee where? They're everywhere," a man shouts back. "There is nowhere to go." "Everyone, rally at the blacksmith. We can fight them off if we stay together." A rough voice cuts through the panicked yells. My eyes flicker over to watch a burly man wearing a leather apron and wielding a massive two-handed hammer trying to draw the villagers towards him. He takes a massive swing with his hammer, completely shattering the ribcage of one of my skeletons. That must be the village blacksmith. Several of the nearby farmers regain a hopeful look in their eyes as they try to push themselves towards the large man. "Not if I can help it," I mutter as I order my archers to launch a volley of arrows towards the blacksmith. Taking their time to aim properly, the arrows soar through the sky before they impact the man high in his chest. The large man falls to his knees as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. His hand grasps at the shaft of an arrow, too weak to get a proper grip. His arm falls limp as his body slouches together. His head drops while his body topples sideways to the ground. "N-O-O, Robert, you bastards!" a woman shrieks, her voice breaking. "Someone help us!" she pleads, the energy quickly draining from her body. "Too late to save you now," I shake my head as I order my skeletons to slaughter the broken villagers. I take no pleasure in executing the apathetic peasants, but I do what I need to. It should be over in a few minutes. Consecrate! A pillar of light descends through the air, striking the center of the village square, right on top of my skeleton archers. The archers are sent flying backwards, two of them shattering against the stone well in the middle of the square. The surrounding skeletons are all staggered from the sudden blast of holy energy. What who the fuck? I stutter, my eyes going wide in surprise. Bring it, you pansy toothpicks. Shield slam! A deep voice bellows as a skeleton at the far side of the square is sent flying backwards, its bones scattering across the ground. My eyes quickly find the owner of the voice, and I can feel my stomach twist. Why the hell are there players all the way out here? There shouldn't be a reason for them. By the power of Lumina, smite! A female voice yells as one of my skeleton warriors disintegrates in front of me in a blinding golden light. Fuck, my mind races as I try to collect myself. I need to. Arcane shot! A massive blue arrow cuts through my forces, slamming into one of my remaining archers. That's a whole lot of undead guys. What are they doing all the way out here? Who cares? They're free exp. Boars charge. A heavily armored dwarf charges shield first through my front rank of skeletons, knocking several off their feet. Focus on their ranged units. Smite! Another golden light vaporizes an archer. These bastards, how dare they ruin my plan? Not on my watch. Warriors, ignore the dwarf, find and kill the cleric and the ranger. My skeletons quickly disengage from the warrior and charges towards the location the two previous voices came from. Oi, what the fuck, Mark? How the hell are you losing aggro on these low-level mobs? The cleric shouts. What, how? Well, I'll be taunt, the dwarf bellows. That's right, come at me, ye buggers. My skeletons hesitate for a moment, some of them turning to face the warrior once more. Fuck that. Stay on target. I mentally order my skeletons to once more ignore the dwarf and attack his two party members. Mark, what the fuck? They're still coming, the cleric yells. What? Why isn't it working? The dwarf shouts. Guys, something's off about the skeletons. Their swords are blighted. Low-level skeletons aren't supposed to have blighted weapons. The ranger says, his solemn voice carrying across the battlefield. So what? The cleric shouts, her voice starting to show signs of panic. I don't know, it makes no sense. It's almost as if they have magic support, but there shouldn't be any liches this close to the border. For fuck's sake, Paul, I don't give a shit. Help get these fuckers off me, the woman yells. Listening to their arguing ignites the hope in my chest. I might be able to win this after all. Keeping an eye on my mana bar, I make a quick mental calculation of what spells I can pull off with what little I have left. Luckily, due to me dropping almost every single one of my stat points into wisdom to increase my number of skeletons, I have been able to regenerate a little over half my mana. That's enough to use the ace up my sleeve. Raise dead, I shout as a dark vortex of magic coalesces around my body. The death magic spins wildly around my arms until it shoots off into the square, gathering around the fallen villagers. Their dead bodies start twitching for a moment before the villagers come to life for the second time today. What the actual bloody fuck is going on? The dwarf yells as he plants his axe into the skull of the zombie blacksmith. It's a necromancer, the ranger shouts. We need to kill him quickly. I haven't seen such a high-level necromancer before. He must be worth a damn fortune in renown points. What, a necromancer here? I thought they were all low-level scrubs that all quit the game already. The dwarf laughs. Sounds like heading all the way out here wasn't a waste after all. Daniel, he is all yours. T.S., so they figured me out. Not that it's going to help them much. My undead will tear them apart piece by piece long before they find me over here. It's only a matter of tea. I freeze, wait a moment. Who the fuck is Daniel? I turn my head around just in time to spot a leather-clad human running straight at me, wielding two long daggers in each hand. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding. You take 226 piercing damage, critical hit, from player Shadow Striker 6945. You are stunned for 5 seconds. You take 174 piercing damage from player Shadow Striker 69, 45. You take 212 piercing damage, critical hit, from player Shadow Striker 69, 45. You take 163 piercing damage from player Shadow Striker 69, 45. You have died. You will respawn in 0 minutes, 59 seconds. Chapter 2 Restart. Chapter 2 Restart. A dark vortex of death mana forms above a decrepit altar, deep inside the Moregal forest. The chaotic energy spins wildly for a few moments, until a pale, completely naked dark elf drops from it, landing flat on his ass on top of the cold stone altar. Son of a fucking bitch, I scream as I jump to my feet and roughly massage my buttocks. I can't believe they kept a fucking rogue hidden for that fucking long. I curse as I start pacing aimlessly around the altar. Fuck! With a final yell, I drop to my knees and bury my face in my hands. After all that hard work, 3 whole months of grinding, gone in an instant. I mutter, pinching the bridge of my nose as I clench my eyes shut. Fuck. Fearing the worst, I open up my inventory, already dreading what I will find. What? Nothing, those bastards took everything. All my gold, items, and carefully collected materials needed to resurrect my minions. Even my fucking starter robes. Why the fuck would they do that? They're only worth like 5 coppers. Fuck, I punch the air with all my might. This stupid, fucking, hard-ass game. I punctuate every word with a punch. It's fucking impossible. I sigh as I let my body fall backwards, the withered grass doing little to soften my fall. You take 1 falling damage. Yeah, fuck you too. With a final disappointed sigh, I open up the menu and log out. I open my eyes to complete darkness. A low mechanical humming sound lessens in my ear as my gaming capsule shuts down. Taking the helmet and cuirass off, I open the plastic door and step out. My muscles are cramping from lack of use, which almost causes me to trip head over heels. TSSK, I suppose I spent too long logged in again. I mutter to no one in particular as I perform a few light exercises to get the blood flow going. Staying connected to the game for 20 hours per day is starting to take a toll on my body, as the lack of exercise is slowly making my muscles degrade to only a shell of their former self. The game company only recommends a maximum of 12 hours of playtime per day, but as any self-respecting gamer out there, I blatantly ignore the health warnings in favor of more game time. I've been waiting my whole life for full-dive VR MMOs, and I sure as hell ain't going to let a few cautionary doctors tell me how to live my life. My eyes wander over towards the capsule stowed away in the corner of my one-room studio apartment. It's a marvelous piece of technology, really, able to synergize the human mind with virtual reality, allowing for the mind to experience any physical or psychological stimuli possible, just like in real life. It's the technological marvel every gaming nerd has been waiting for a century. We use it for pretty much anything these days. We can go to work, entertain ourselves, and even have physical contact with other human beings without ever needing to leave our apartments. With the development of high-grade artificial intelligence, creating content for this virtual reality became easy, and it didn't take long for the first VR MMO game to be released only 3 months ago. A day I had been anticipating since I was 6 years old. They didn't quite manage to create time dilation technology yet, but staying connected at least manages to artificially mimic sleeping, which completely eliminates the need for sleep in its entirety. I only need to log out for about 4 hours per day to take care of my bodily needs and go for a run so I don't end up in an early grave because of my new lifestyle. Ah, yes, my new lifestyle. My father would throw a fit if he knew what I am doing. 3 months ago, when the game first released, I quit my decently paid job as an office clerk, canceled the lease on my downtown apartment, bought the best long-term capsule on the market, and rented a crappy one-room studio apartment in one of the shadier parts of town, just so I could follow my long-time dream of gaming for a living. A dream that might as well have been shattered 15 minutes ago. I had one shot at being one of the top earners in Ascendance Unlimited, and I blew it, big time. I could have been one of the top-level rankers in the game, attempting to race to the top of the leaderboards and be among the first to sell high-level equipment and crafting materials for an absurd amount of money until the main gaming population caught up. That option is long gone by now. Even if I re-rolled a new character, I would never be able to catch up to the current top-ranking players. They have a 3-month lead on me after all. No, in my hubris, I attempted to pursue a much riskier path. The fun and unique aspect of Ascendance Unlimited is that it caters to several different playstyles. You can take on life as an adventurer, a soldier, a craftsman, a merchant, or even an evil villain. Anything is possible. The hardest path of them all is to play the role of a villain. The path offers one of the most unique and rewarding styles of gaming I could ever have imagined, but also the most punishing of them all. Their characters are pretty much overpowered, and should be able to easily defeat up to 8 or 10 other players of similar levels on their own. The difference from regular players, however, is that you are pretty much fair game to every other player out there. Unlike other players who only lose about 20% of their gold if they are killed, the villains lose everything. Every single piece of gold and item in your inventory is lootable by your murderer, and it's not like you can store your valuables in a bank like ordinary players. No. You have to lug your crap around everywhere you go or store them in hiding places accessible by anyone who can find it. You can't even group up with other players, forever destined to be a loner. To add insult to injury, villain classes have a constant bounty on their heads. Anyone who kills you or contribute to killing you will gain a hefty amount of renown points, which unlocks more rare quests and connections with the NPCs of the world. The hunt for villainous players has become a sort of a sport for regular players, mercilessly hunting us down wherever we go. The game only allows us to have a single playable character at a time, so there's no way for us to store our valuables on alternative characters. We could technically try to conceal our identities, as there are skills and items out there that hide our classes, but there is one loophole. There is no way for us to change our gaming ID. So as soon as a player discovers that we play as a villainous character, our gaming ID is posted online on special websites to prevent us from ever being able to hide from a player again. It makes things way harder, as a single slip-up will alert your existence to every bounty hunter in the game. Which is probably what just happened to my necromancer just now. There is no way this bastard Daniel didn't note down my gaming ID and are currently hanging it out to dry in some gaming forum somewhere. Fuck it. I should have never rolled a necromancer character. It's the most powerful of all the villainous classes, but it's also the harshest of them all. I may be able to deal with a huge amount of similar-leveled players at once, but it comes at a price. Resurrecting and training up my undead minions is a long and tedious process, and the class has no access to stealth abilities and hardly any defensive skills. One single stray arrow or sneaky rogue is all it takes to end my miserable existence, which is exactly what just happened. If only my raid had succeeded, I would only have needed to perform a couple of those raids to soar up in levels and items. I would have become a mighty existence within the game, but that dream is fading every passing day. It would take me close to a month to train up a new batch of skeletons. A month would take too long. By then, the general gaming population will have reached level 40, which would put me too far behind them all. There would just be no way for me to efficiently sack even the weakest of villages without risking total annihilation by some random player, which would set me back even further. Fuck it. I gently pinched the bridge of my nose. I should never have allowed myself to play as a necromancer. The temptation just grew too big. Necromancers are just so freaking awesome. What do I have to show for it? For my hubris, I won't be able to make enough money to pay for rent anymore. Hell, I only have enough in my bank account to live on for one more month. Are you aware of how fucked I am? There is no way to bounce back from this. I will just end up being a weak forest magician forever, stuck in an eternal loop of grinding levels deep in some god-awful forest. It's too late for me to become a regular top ranker. It would take me years to catch up, assuming I ever could. I sigh, what other paths are there? I suppose I could always try my luck as a crafter, spending the remainder of my savings to purchase materials and grind skill levels day in and day out, hoping for some high-level guild to recruit me and sponsor my development, earning me a steady salary in exchange for exclusive access to my goods. That's probably my best option to make a living off this game, but it would also be the worst way for me to enjoy it. It would be boring as shit, really. What sort of fun and adventure would a crafter have? I would never really have a challenge other than trying to perfect my art, and that would quickly grow boring for someone like me. I like to have options and perform magnificent feats. More magnificent than laboring for 20 hours a day, trying to hammer together some legendary grade item 3 years down the road. Which really only narrows it down to either keep playing on my necromancer or reroll a different villain character with better earning potential and hope for the best. But could I do that, though? I spent 20 hours a day for 3 months on my necromancer. Could I really just give that up to create an equally fucked up character? What if it fails? It would just set me back even further than I already am. If that fails, I would have to give up on my dream and get a new job. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but a shattered dream can do more damage to one's soul than swallowing one's pride. I want this more than anything. But in the meantime, am I willing to risk my dream to walk this path once again? Will my dream die if I have to give up and beg to get my job back? I don't know. It shouldn't, but it just feels like it will. As if I let myself down. I want to stand at the top, to be the best. I don't think I could ever be satisfied being just a regular player, unable and incapable of catching up to the top rankers. I don't want to be a player who tried and failed, and then proceeds to just be a nobody like everyone else. Hell fucking no, I can't. I will be the best, no matter the cost. But first of all, I need to take care of the essentials. I grab my phone and notice there's a text message from my father. I chuckle lightly. Who bothers sending text messages anymore? He may be old school, but he does so with class. He's asking me if it went well at work last night. A sharp jolt of pain pushes against my chest as I grit my teeth. I hate lying to him, but it's for the best. He wouldn't approve of what I'm doing. With a deep sigh, I text him a quick reply telling him it went like usual, and that I might be up for a raise soon because I have worked so hard. It's not a big lie, but it's big enough for him not to inquire too much into my life situation. I take a little moment to collect myself. I may need to tell him the truth soon, but first, I have a lot of work to do. Like most great things in life, it starts in the bathroom. Walking in, I open up a browser and start reading up on all the other villain characters in the game while I shake hands with the president and deliver a statement to Congress for about half an hour. If you know what I mean. There is a wide variety of villainous characters available to play, each and every one of them subject to the in-game purge. Reading up on the class statistics, it actually doesn't seem like a single villainous character has managed to pass level 41 yet. Hell, it seems like I'm actually among the top 30 villainous players in the entire game so far, which goes to show how brutal the game is. The top rankers in the game have already started pushing into the late 50s, which means it's most likely impossible for us bad guys to ever hope to challenge the top guilds on our own. The level disparity is just too big, but what if there was a way? My eyes scan a list of the available villain characters. What I need is a class with adaptability and decent stealth abilities. Something to counter the obvious weakness of my previous failure highlighted. I also need to find a way to make money and level up while staying relatively incognito. Sacking villages as a power-tripping mage with an army of undead in tow isn't exactly what I would call subtle. I obviously rule out the necromancer class, as well as the warlock class. The warlock class is basically the same as a necromancer, except they use demons instead of the undead. I'm not sure why they bothered to add such similar classes, and I only chose to play as a necromancer because undead is way cooler than demons. Witch Doctor and Plague Bringer are also out of the question. They may be flashy characters with a lot of potentials to cause mayhem, but they also severely lack subtlety. I would stand out like a sore thumb if I was ever discovered by any players. These two classes are actually among the less popular villain characters, as their rate of survivability is pitifully low. I also discard a few other hopeless classes until I'm left with only one viable choice: the Thief Lord. While sharing some similarities with the Necromancer, it is also a vastly different class. The class is based upon recruiting and maintaining a criminal gang, performing petty crime, and carve their way to the top among the dark back alleys of a city. The Thief Lord is actually the individually weakest of all the villainous characters when it comes to combat. unable to stand up to even a single party of players in a straight-up battle. What makes up for it, though, is a great set of abilities for concealment and stealth, as well as powerful short-time buffs. Played right, the Thief Lord can be incredibly strong, but it takes a lot of preparation and planning to fully utilize its strength. The Thief Lord is actually the second most popular of all the villainous characters, only slightly behind the Necromancer. It is also the most hunted of all the villains, as a Thief Lord is forced to set up shop much closer to home. It would be a disaster for the leading guilds if they had to take away valuable manpower away from the front lines to hunt down Thief Lords who constantly raid and pillage their crafters and resource gatherers at the heart of their operations. Since they are the only villainous class that is limited to play within the confines of a city, the Thief Lord is considered public enemy number 1. They are the sole reason players with a high perception attribute periodically patrol every major city hub, trying to root out any concealed Thief Lords out there. If any Thief Lords are discovered, they are hunted down without remorse. You would be a fool to keep playing one if you were ever discovered. I guess I'm that fool. Chapter 3, Character Recreation. Chapter 3, Character Recreation. I ended up spending 6 hours researching the Thief Lord class. 6 whole hours. It's the longest amount of time I've spent outside of the game for 3 months. It's necessary, though. I needed to thoroughly analyze and develop a basic strategy moving forward. This included looking into the unique mechanics of the Thief Lord class itself, as well as its stats, growth directions, abilities, and suitable combat tactics. That wasn't eating up too much of my time, though. What really bit into my precious game time was comparing them to every single general skill available to all classes, be it physical, magical, or crafter related. That's a really huge deal, considering there are several hundred potential skills and development paths out there. I also made a rough analysis of which race my character should be, and in what location I would have the most optimal chance of long-term survival, while also providing decent ground for actually developing the character. Seriously, I even made graphs and spreadsheets. Okay, maybe I copied a bunch of them off the internet, but that's beside the point. It took a whole lot of creative thinking, a couple of tough calls, and a few surprising discoveries to finally land on a decent character build. It's actually kind of outrageous, if I may say so myself. The only thing left to do is actually putting this potentially disastrous class to use. There is only one obstacle left in my path, though. The one thing I have dreaded since this whole venture began, deleting my Necromancer. Which is why I've spent the last 10 minutes staring intently on my gaming capsule while clutching a cheap bottle of beer that slowly turns lukewarm in my grip. This is a big deal for me. I feel like a father trying to come to terms with letting his child move away to go to college. Except in my case, I won't ever see the kid again. I put my entire soul into that character, as I've spent the better part of 3 months developing it from scratch. A part of me still tells me to just say, fuck it, and try to keep playing on it, but I know this is the correct call. If I have to choose between the character and my foolish childhood dream, then I have to give my dream a shot. Stealing my resolve, I chug the remainder of my beer and access my gaming profile remotely on my tablet. I show no hesitation in pressing the character delete button, but my finger twitches when the game asks me to confirm my choice. My eyes close before I tap the confirm button with a little more force than necessary. A small shiver of regret passes through my chest as my character page goes blank, ready to accept the creation of a new character. Oh God, what am I doing? I sigh as I gently shake my head. I'm either the dumbest person alive or the most reckless one. I'm not sure either choice is particularly flattering. There is no turning back now, I guess. I sigh. I have 1 month to do this. 1 month to make this work. I only hope I didn't just shoot myself in the foot. I discard my tablet and step into my capsule. With the helmet and cuirass safely attached to my body, I close the plastic lid and let my body sink into the soft fabrics. With the push of a button, my vision goes dark. The game's soundtrack blasts into my ears as Ascendance Unlimited's theme intro movie starts running, showing me the grandeur of the game in all its might as it promises untold riches and adventure for anyone daring enough to grasp it. Well, I'm not going to watch through it for the umpteenth time, so I quickly dismiss it and move on to the character creation page. There is no reason to burn any more precious game time than I already have after all. I'm soon greeted by a menu I didn't think I'd ever see again just half a day earlier. Welcome to Ascendance Unlimited, Traveler. Ascendance Unlimited has a lot to offer anyone bold enough to reach for the top. Will you choose the path of an adventurer, one destined to challenge the mightiest of beasts and brave the darkest of dungeons? Or maybe you will follow the path of a craftsman, creating items of legendary power that will spread your name to the very edges of the world. Or perhaps you will choose the path of darkness and crime, forever an outcast. Beware, traveler. The path of a villain always leads to ruin. Do you have what it takes to reach ascendancy? Choose your path, traveler. Path of the adventurer, path of the craftsman, path of the villain. I snort at the dramatic-sounding text. It's a bit over the top, but I suppose it's the standard for games these days. There are probably loads of people getting a kick out of it. I didn't think about it last time, but the text seems to push people in the direction of playing as an adventurer. And what's up with the grim message at the end? The path of a villain always leads to ruin. Is that some way to say that there is no way for villains to thrive? Or does it mean that I will either ruin myself or my enemies? Regardless, I'll make sure it's the latter if that's the case. Selecting the path of the villain, I receive a prompt asking me to confirm my choice. Or perhaps it's a warning. You have chosen the path of the villain. The path of the villain is the hardest path to travel, and many will falter on their way to the top. Succeed, and you will have power and riches beyond your wildest imagination. Fail, and be forever hunted for your crimes. The path of the villain offers the following traits. Life of crime. Villains lose 5 level upon death, and all accumulated gold and items in their inventory can be looted by enemies. No deposits. Villains cannot store valuables in banks. Marked. Players attacking a villain suffer no penalties from the authorities, even in safe zones. Outcast. Villains cannot use the party function or join a guild. Entrepreneur. Villains have access to special NPCs to sell their stolen goods. Unhelpful. Villains cannot take on ordinary quests. Deep pockets. Inventory size for villains is doubled. Are you certain you want to follow this path, traveler? Yep, that's a pretty clear warning if I ever saw one. Hell, just showing the path-related traits should be enough to deter most players from even considering playing as a villain. Almost every single one of them is terrible. Especially the first one. Life of crime. Ordinary players only lose roughly 20% of their gold if they die, while the villains lose everything. They even lose 5 levels if they end up biting the apple. It's horrifying, really, and makes the game feel like I'm playing on Iron Man mode. The only solace we have is that we have a slight edge when it comes to strength. The other traits are all equally horrible, except the entrepreneur trait, which can only be considered a mediocre boon, and the deep pockets trait which is helpful but not critically necessary. It almost makes me want to reconsider playing as a villain already, the keyword being almost. Next up, a list of available villain classes appears in front of me. My eyes linger for a moment on the necromancer, a small knot tying in my stomach as I force my eyes to move past it. I make my way down the short list of about 20 different classes until I find what I'm looking for at the very bottom. Thief Lord. Selecting it, a new list of class-specific traits appear. You have selected the Thief Lord class. The Thief Lord thrives in the bellies of the underworld. This is a class that operates in the shadows, commanding the dredges of society to steal from and murder anyone who stands in their way. You will find no morals walking down this path. The Thief Lord class offers the following unique traits. Incognito. You can conceal your class with a different chosen class. Recruit underlings. You can recruit underlings, gold for blood. You can resurrect underlings for coin. Fence. You can sell stolen items for 50% of the original item's value. Requires you to recruit a fence, information broker. You can use special NPCs to gather otherwise inaccessible information. Jobs. Your underlings can perform jobs like heists, muggings, arson, assassination, and spying. Boss-sized. Transfer 75% of your charisma attribute into a chosen non-core attribute. Transfer 75% of your luck attribute into a chosen non-core attribute. Choices are final. Hideout. can establish hideouts for NPCs to gather, rest, and be assigned jobs. Do you have what it takes to be a thief lord? Oh hell yes, this is what I'm talking about. The general villain traits may be horrible, but the class-specific ones are what really draws me in. These are all fantastic, or at least they would be if they weren't coupled with the villain traits. But whatever. Challenges like this are what makes this path fun and what keeps my competition at bay. On paper, the Thief Lord looks really strong. The traits are actually overall more powerful than the other villain classes, especially the boss-sized trait, which effectively increases my basic stats by a whole lot. All villain classes gain some sort of bonus, and this is among the largest. The downsides, however, is that the two core attributes for the Thief Lord are charisma and luck. Effectively the two most useless combat-related attributes there are. The boss-sized perk is just there to give me at least some semblance of a chance for survival. The real strength of the Thief Lord class lies in its sense of subterfuge and strategy. The Thief Lord is, similar to the Necromancer, all about using minions to achieve their goals. The difference is that the Thief Lord and his underlings can blend into society, making them able to operate inside of a city. The Thief Lord's underlings are overall stronger than the undead, but it falls short when it comes to the sheer quantity of minions. It's a challenging class to play, but I think it's the best option I have to achieve my goals. Moving on, I have to choose which race I want to play. Ascendance Unlimited, like most other fantasy games, allows you to choose which race you want to play from a wide selection of fantasy creatures. They all have unique traits, which allows them to excel in different roles. For example, I played as a dark elf when I was a necromancer because it gave me a nice boost to death and dark magic, as well as the racial skill dark vision. It was perfect for my needs as a necromancer. The benefits aren't too large, but neither are they negligible. I spent some time choosing my race, weighing several options up against one another. In the end, it all came down to 3 different races. Human, the most common race in all of Ascendance Unlimited. Humans are an all-around adaptable race with no apparent weaknesses. They have a thirst for knowledge that only gnomes can match and a willingness to do anything to obtain it. 5% to 2 chosen attributes, 5% to 2 chosen attributes plus 5% to any skill gain. Halfling, one of the youngest of all the races. Being a social and outgoing race, you often find halflings at the center of attention despite their short stature. Halflings are skilled entertainers and shrewd merchants, often underestimated by the other races. 10% to charisma, and luck 10% to strength, and agility plus 5% profit from any transaction. Wood elves are an isolationist race who preside deep inside the Tulmalar forest. While they tend to shy away from other races, they are in no way disliked. Wood elves are among the best assassins in Ascendance Unlimited, favored by the other races to solve internal disputes quickly and efficiently. If the price is right, 10% experience gain to any agility-based skills, 10% experience gain to any strength-based skills, 5% increase in quest rewards. This was a really tough choice for me. The easiest choice would be to play as a human, as I could tailor the race to suit my own playstyle. It doesn't hurt that the 5% bonus to skill gain would be most welcome. It's definitely a viable race to play in the long term, which is why the human race is still the most popular race to play for most players. The halfling is also really interesting. Most players who want to play as either a bard or a merchant choose to play as these short little buggers. What really caught my eye about this race was the large bonus to charisma and luck. That's huge for the Thief Lord, whose core abilities are reliant on those 2 attributes. The race would be perfect for the class, if not because of the penalties to agility. Thief Lords are heavily dependent on staying out of sight of other players, and the stealth skill requires a high level of agility to function properly. It's almost as if the game developers created this class just to taunt us. The third race is the best race to stay hidden. Wood elves are naturally stealthy, and they come with a good boost to leveling agility skills. It's a perfect race to play for survivability, and the only downside I can see is the useless bonus to increase quest rewards, and the fact that it doesn't offer a bonus to my core attributes. Close to 80% of the Thief Lords out there chose to play as one of these 3 races, with the majority of them opting to choose to play either as a human or a wood elf. My strategy from the start is to focus on stealth and survivability, so one would assume I'd choose to play as a wood elf. It may not be the most efficient class to choose to maximize my attribute points, but I cannot deny the strength of the bonus to agility skill gain. Well, going against everyone's assumptions, I decided to play as a halfling. Why would I do that, though? Not because I'm an idiot, far from it. I chose to play as a halfling because the game offers a little-known alternative to going down the agility stealth route. What is it, you may ask? Well, magic, baby. It may be difficult to start out as a thief lord initially, but I've decided to pursue the path of an illusionist. Yep, a mage that specializes in illusion magic. Illusion magic is probably the least chosen school of magic in the game because it offers little practical utility for the traditional mage. It would just be an unnecessary drain on their precious skill points. It's neither a viable path that any rogue player would ever attempt doing, as they couldn't afford to waste valuable attribute points by putting them into intelligence. But what about a person who just wants to hide and manipulate? It's perfect. In my opinion, thief lords were never meant to just be a common assassin with a bunch of minions following him. I'm not supposed to be the one right in the thick of it, fighting off the enemies with my own two hands. My strength lies in buffing my minions and stay as far away from combat as humanly possible. The path of an illusionist offers me much more utility than an agility build ever could. I can't believe no one ever thought of it, really. Wasting the majority of my attributes into agility just because of a single beneficial skill is ludicrous. Content with my choice of race, I grin and give myself a mental pat on the shoulder for what could potentially be the single smartest thing I've ever done before. Next up is choosing the appearance for my halfling. The game forces me to play as a male character, denying the players the option to choose freely after a series of very gender-demeaning videos were posted online by a bunch of prepubescent teenagers who did. Well, you can imagine. In front of me is a nearly naked halfling character who shares several features similar to my real-life appearance. The character is about 1.30 meters tall, with short dark blonde hair, pointy ears, and bright green eyes. I'd say he looks quite handsome, but I suppose I'm rather biased. The halflings look just like a regular super short human would, except with a bit more body girth, as is customary for the race. Well, I suppose there is no reason to not make a few adjustments. I open up a menu and makes a few alterations to my character. I shorten some of the fat off the stomach and increase my height to roughly 1.40 meters, the highest I can go. I also give the little guy some well-defined abs and a nice lean muscular build. There is no reason I shouldn't look as visually pleasing as possible given the option no. Satisfied with my adjustments, I move on to the last stage of the character creation. Please choose a starting location, Thief Lord. A map of the game world takes up the majority of my vision. The world of Ascendance Unlimited is huge, spanning hundreds of kilometers in any direction. There are multiple viable starting locations spread across the world, and you can choose to play almost wherever you want. The game world is divided into 3 continents, each one offering a distinct variety of playable races and environments. The Western continent, which I played on earlier, is a continent consisting of mostly forests, lush green fields, and mountains. It's sort of similar to Northern Europe or Canada back in reality. The races inhabiting this continent are mostly the human-looking races, like humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and the like. The Southern continent offers vast deserts and jungles, and are inhabited by monstrous races like orcs, goblins, cyclops, and ogres. The Eastern continent is a bit more exotic, and offers vast plains, tundras, and snowy mountains, and is inhabited by a melting pot of different races, like beastmen, demons, the undead, and mermen. I quickly find the human-dominated Imperia Empire in the Western continent, where I initially started playing as a necromancer. Allowing my eyes to find the small village I tried to annihilate a few hours ago. Culman Village sits isolated deep in the wilderness between the forests of Talshaug and Talcriel. The village is connected between the city of Drenaries and the town of Carlries, who hosts a population of 5,000 and 3,000 NPCs, respectively. I thought about it for quite some time, but I decided to have my character start in the city of Drenaries. I mostly wanted to start in this area because I'm already familiar with the layout of the surrounding forests, but also because I have a hidden stash of gold and crafting materials stashed deep inside the Talshaug forest. Since villains are unable to store their valuables in banks, we have to hide our loot in special storage crates that we can move around wherever we want. These crates are lootable by just about anyone, so the trick is to hide them carefully, far away from any prying eyes. With all that taken care of, I'm only left with deciding what to name my character. I really wanted to use my regular gaming tag, but since my cover was blown on my necromancer, I don't want to risk anyone making some sort of odd connection if they see the same marked name reappear close to the same place my necromancer was last spotted. So I need to come up with a new name. Something incognito, but also something that is fitting a thief lord, but also vague enough to make sure no one instantly suspects me of playing as a thief lord. That would all be great, but I really suck at naming things. Therefore, my character shall from here on be known as Sir Rhinorn Stabberton, first of his name. What? Okay, maybe just Rhinorn Stabberton. I'm not sure I could take the grief if I actually someday do become famous. Finally wrapping up the character creation process, I confirm all of my choices. I can almost feel goosebumps form on my skin as I anticipate delving into Ascendance Unlimited for the second time. A bright flash of white light signals the confirmation of my choices, and a final notification appears in front of me. Congratulations on creating your character, Thief Lord. You will be transferred to your chosen starting location, Dreneries, shortly. Good luck on your journey, Thief Lord. Chapter 4, The Plotting Begins. Chapter 4, The Plotting Begins. The bright light lessens as I find myself with solid ground beneath my feet once more. A cool ocean breeze rustles through my hair as I take a deep breath. Damn, I already missed this feeling, and it hasn't even been 8 hours since I was last in game. I think I might be developing some sort of addiction to virtual reality. Looking around, I notice that I spawned in an alley in what I can only guess is a residential area. I can't see much from here, but I notice I'm fairly close to the city walls. So this is Dreneries, huh? I mutter to no one in particular. This is actually the first time I've stepped inside a city in Ascendance Unlimited since my necromancer had certain occupational limitations when it came to sightseeing. It feels nice. I didn't read too much up on Dreneries aside from getting a rough estimate of its population, but my first impression of the city is quite favorable. Being a small city on the southeastern shore of the Imperia Empire, Dreneries is an important trade hub connecting the empire to the kingdoms south of the Great Sea. I chose to start in the city because it's just large enough for me to be able to operate in while still keeping a low profile, while also being just small enough that there won't be too many hardcore players loitering around. This might actually work out. I grin as I find a clean patch of cobblestone to sit on hidden behind a few crates. I'd really like to have a look around, but it would be pretty stupid to walk around without first hiding my class. I open up my status page for the very first time. Status name: Rhinorn Stabberton class, Thief Lord race, Halfling level, 1 health, 50 mana, 50 experience, 0-100 renown, NA. Attribute strength, 5-10%. Endurance, 5 agility, 5-10% dexterity, 5 perception, 5 intelligence, 5 wisdom, 5 charisma, 6, 5 plus 10%. Luck, 6, 5 plus 10% unassigned attribute points, 15. Equipment plus status effects, plus Thief Lord basic abilities, plus class skills, plus general combat skills, plus general social skills, plus lesser magic schools, plus profession, plus unassigned skill points, 3 unassigned profession, 1. Well, that's pretty much exactly what I expected my stats to be. I already know from experience that the status page can go on forever and ever, so I opted not to show most of the status list to avoid clutter. The good thing is that everything seems to be in order already. I have the customary 15 free attribute points ready to be assigned, as well as 3 unassigned skill points and an unassigned profession. Every class has the same starting points, except for the profession slot. Regular adventurers are not allowed to have a profession, while craftsmen can have up to 4. Since us villains already have enough problems as it is, The developers were kind enough to grant each of us the ability to select a single profession. Not that it does us much good since the actual tradecraft skills still use up our precious skill points, but that's grief for another day. There never seems to be enough skill points. It's been a long time since you could go into the world and discover skills on your own, or find some sort of trainer to teach you skills. Each and every skill in the game must be purchased with a skill point, and every time you want to increase the skill cap at skill level 20, 40, and so forth, you have to spend another skill point to raise the cap. That's what makes the game challenging, and also rewarding as it forces you to plan ahead and build a unique skill set tailored to your playstyle. I'm not 100% sure yet on which skills to prioritize, but I have made some pretty decent speculations on the subject. Continuing through my status page, I open up the Equipment tab to confirm the meager possessions I have. Equipment. Weapon NA offhand, NA helmet, NA neck, NA shoulder, NA chest, rough linen tunic. Common, plus 3% physical resistance hands, NA ring 1, NA ring 2, NA legs, rough linen pants. Common, plus 2% physical resistance feet, sandals. Common, plus 2% movement speed special, villain's mask, class unique, soulbound. While wearing, conceals your name but reveals your true name upon death. The Equipment tab is just what I expected, as I'm outfitted with only minimal clothes and sandals. The real reason I wanted to have a look, however, is because of the unique class item, the villain's mask. Every villain character has access to it, as it would otherwise be nigh impossible to perform combat versus other players without revealing your identity. It allows me to hide my gamerid as long as I don't die, but it also hides my true class, which would otherwise be an open invitation for any adventurer to try and kill me on sight. Being a necromancer, I had the item toggled on at all times, as I then couldn't hide among players like the Thief Lord does. Which reminds me, I should probably keep this thing off for the time being. Next up, I open up my status effects list. This list shows all the currently active effects on my character, as well as traits and abilities which grant me permanent attribute and skill boosts. Status effects. Halfling 10% increase to Charisma and Luck attribute, minus 10% to Strength and Agility attribute, 5% profit to any transaction. Incognito, class concealed to none boss-sized, stat increase, 75% of Charisma to not selected, 75% of Luck to not selected, deep pockets, inventory size doubled. I mumble as I scratch my head. I'm about to make what is probably my two most difficult decisions going forward. I put a lot of thought into which class to masquerade as, and I believe I found the best choice. My main concern was finding a class that people wouldn't have a reason to suspect, someone they would have no reason to try and party up with or invite into their guild, as well as someone who wouldn't raise any eyebrows if they never left the city. Naturally, I figured I needed to masquerade as a crafter class. The problem being which one? I would prefer to not choose a profession at all, but it's the perfect cover for later. What sort of crafter wouldn't be able to create anything after all? Crafting professions are the perfect alias. Since I needed to find a profession to have anyway, why shouldn't I pick one that could complement my playstyle, while also benefiting from one or two of my heightened attributes? After a good while of reading, I found the perfect profession, Trap Maker. I know, right? Trap Maker is a profession where you can produce, place, and dismantle traps. It requires high dexterity and luck to function, which suits me fine. Since my core attributes are Charisma and Luck, and I have the glorious ability to boost two of my non-core attributes by 75% of my two core attributes, I can freely decide on which direction to take my character. I have already decided to use one of the boosts on Intelligence, as high intelligence is required to effectively use illusion spells. This leaves me with one free attribute to boost. Most people would consider boosting Wisdom to increase mana regeneration, but I don't believe it would be necessary in my case. I don't plan on staying in fights for a prolonged amount of time, and neither am I planning on using that many spells per fight to begin with. Increased mana regeneration would just be a waste on me. I don't have access to any offensive magic schools, as those are all exclusive to the mage-type characters, and even if I could use spells, I never would. Nothing screams, "Hey, come kill me," like a back row fireball dispenser. is what made me decide to throw my last boost into dexterity. Not only is it a requirement for pretty much every crafting profession, but it is also the key attribute to increasing ranged damage. As a backline fighter, I could really use a way to attack my enemies. The best and most subtle way of doing just that would be with either a bow or a crossbow. Choosing dexterity as one of my main attributes gives me both attacking power and a decent alias. It's a win-win situation for me, really. Thinking through it all, I still can't come to terms with what a silly character I'm building. I'm a freaking thief lord slash illusionist slash trap maker slash archer, with my main attributes being charisma, luck, intelligence, and dexterity. I don't know if I should cry or laugh. The whole thing is just too absurd. I end up selecting Trap Maker as my fake class and assign the 75% boost from my charisma to intelligence while assigning the boost from luck into dexterity. Confirming my choices, I release a deep breath I didn't know I was holding in. I just made a really important decision, one that will determine everything that happens to me from here on out. I'm moving in uncharted territory here, and I can only hope these decisions will pay off in the future. I decide to forego opening the profession and skill tabs. Why bother, considering they are as empty as a school at night? The final page I do need to look through for now is the one I have been anticipating for the longest, the list of basic Thief Lord abilities. Thief Lord basic abilities. Incognito, conceal your class with a different chosen class. Effectiveness against perception checks, 5 charisma plus 5 luck. Current chosen class, Trap Maker, gold for blood, resurrect underlings for coin. Tier 1 underlings, 5 copper. Tier 2 underlings, 1 gold. Tier 3 underlings, 10 gold. Tier 4 underlings, 20 gold. Tier 5 underlings, 30 gold. Tier 6 underlings, 50 gold. Tier 7 underlings, 70 gold. Underlings lose 5 levels upon resurrection. Cannot go lower than level 10. Resurrection is only available inside taverns. Recruit underlings able to recruit underlings. Only possible inside taverns. 1 underling per 5 charisma. Promote lieutenant. Upgrade an underling to a lieutenant. You may upgrade 1 lieutenant per 50 charisma. Establish hideout establishes a hideout where your underlings gather, rest, and are assigned jobs. Boss size, transfer 75% of your charisma attribute into a chosen non-core attribute. Transfer 75% of your luck attribute into a chosen non-core attribute. Choices are final. Current choices: charisma, intelligence, luck, dexterity. Ah yes, the inherent abilities unique to the Thief Lord. Only villains have inherent abilities like this, and each class has a unique set of abilities. It's what defines the classes, really, and the abilities are what makes the Thief Lord such a fearsome force to be reckoned with. The best thing about them is that they are abilities and not skills. That means I don't have to spend precious skill points to unlock them, and I don't need to grind skill levels. They are just there to be used at my leisure. Finally done looking through my status page, I make one final adjustment. I dump all 15 of my free attribute points into charisma. My single most important objective, for now, is to make certain nobody discovers that I'm a Thief Lord, and the only way to do that is to make sure my disguise is nigh impregnable. My incognito skill becomes more powerful the higher my charisma and luck stat get, which means that I need to keep my incognito ability higher than my enemy's perception score. I'm also highly reliant on minions, and if I am to make an impact at these early levels, I need as many underlings as I can get my hands on. Charisma is the way to go in that regard. After making the changes, I once again open my attribute page. Attribute strength, 5-10%. Endurance, 5 agility, 5-10% dexterity, 5 plus 6/75%, perception, 5 intelligence, 5 plus 22/75%, wisdom, 5 charisma, 20 plus 10%, luck, 5 plus 10% unassigned attribute points, 0. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. My charisma and intelligence attributes have shot through the roof by only adding 15 points into charisma. Since the incognito skill is as efficient as 50% of my charisma and 50% of my luck stat added together, that means my incognito ability can block a perception skill up to level 14. Not quite the amount I was hoping for, but it should keep the prying eyes of most low-level players out of my business. It's an overall strong ability against players around my own level, as it's doubtful anyone but those severely invested in a perception build will have a chance at discovering me. But since the villain classes will always be underleveled compared to most adventurers, the ability isn't quite as powerful as I'd like. Well, enough is enough. There is no reason for me to waste time looking through my statistics any further. I have a lot of things I want to get done today, and I'm burning daylight. Sparing a glance at my clock, I notice it's already 9 p.m. Ever since they released the VR capsules, people have been flocking to the devices for one reason. You can both stay hooked up to it and work, entertain yourself, or play games, all the while your real body is fast asleep. This means that people can technically be fully awake for 24 hours per day as long as at least some of the hours are spent hooked up into the capsule. This means there is no need for such trivialities as a proper in-game day and night cycle, as many players only log in and play during nighttime. Since so many players wouldn't find it interesting to play Ascendance Unlimited if it was always dark outside when they were playing, the developers had to do something about the in-game clock. To find a decent balance between night and day players, the developers moved nighttime to occur between 3 a.m. and 10 a.m. That way, the night players can enjoy 4 hours of daylight, while the day players can enjoy a few hours of nighttime during the morning. It's a nice feature, but not really one that applies to someone like me who tries to spend as much time as possible online. I jump to my feet and brush some dirt off my pants. My buttocks feel a little sore after spending so much time sitting on the hard cobblestone, but it's a small price to pay to be able to prepare myself for the road ahead. I still have my 3 skill points unassigned, and I'd rather hold off on using them until I figure out where to go from here. Regardless, my first priority is to get an overview of my surroundings and find a tavern to start recruiting some underlings. It's time to get this crime train rolling. Choo-choo. Chapter 5, No Escape. Chapter 5, No Escape. I take a careful stroll through the neighborhood, making sure I peek around corners and stay away from the most populated streets. I try not to look suspicious, but it's not easy when I know a single failed encounter can spell the death of me. I try to walk near the city wall, trying to find an elevated position to get my bearings. I cross path with a few low-level players, but none of them really stop to have a chat with me. Since I probably spawned in some starter zone in the city, I assume most people are trying to grind some experience points and gold to purchase a weapon to go adventuring or something. At least I know that's what I would do if I just started playing this game for the first time. Hell, that's exactly what I did the first week after I started my necromancer. The good thing about enthusiastic new players is that they don't really have a reason to look for villains like myself. Some of these players might actually have a high perception skill, but none of them are bothering to check if there is anyone suspicious among them. Because why would they? They shouldn't care about this stuff until they either get involved with the larger guilds or they realize how much killing us is worth. In other words, the current situation suits me just fine. After a few minutes, I find myself at the edge of the residential area, which borders a large open plot of land filled with players wielding wooden weapons, hammering away at straw targets, while a drill sergeant yells profanities and instructions at them. I have most likely found the starting combat tutorial area. A small part of me wants to go join them, but I suppose there is no need to. They are most likely performing some basic quest that I won't be able to receive thanks to my status as a villain. It doesn't matter much, though, as I have other ways to level. There's a small church next to the sparring area where a lot of players that seem to be priests and paladins congregates. That's likely where their local class quests start out. Well, since none of those classes specialize in perception, I make my way over to them, eager to try and get some information. Walking up behind what seems to be a couple of paladins arguing, I gently lean against the church wall and pretend to check my status. Jesus Christ, Coos, what's up with these quests? Pray for 4 wounded citizens in the church infirmary. I know I wanted to play a paladin, but holy crap, at least let me smite a few skeletons or something. A tall and lanky human man wielding a large wooden club says. It's just the tutorial, man. It will get better when we get out of the city. Every game starts out with a few easy social quests. Let's just rush through them and get to the good shit. A gray-haired dwarf wielding a wooden buckler and a club shrugs. If we hurry, we can probably get out of town in a few hours. The human shakes his head. Yeah, I suppose. It just sucks that the game forces me to do these things. We're already far enough behind the general gaming population as it is, and if we don't hurry up, we probably won't get a chance to join the Dark Pegasus Guild. The Dark Pegasus Guild? Do you mean the guys who took control of this city? I didn't know you wanted to join them, the dwarf says. Of course I want to join them. The human raises his hands. Why wouldn't I? Don't you know that they actually pay their officers to play the game? If I managed to strike it big, I would be set for life. Really, Greg, you should try and join them too. Greg chuckles. You think you have a shot at becoming an officer in a 1,000-man-strong guild? Come on, Kevin, get real. You won't have a chance to make the cut as a level 3 paladin. The only shot you have is to reroll as a blacksmith and hope for the best. He shakes his head while grinning wide. Kevin snorts. As if there isn't enough money in the world to make me want to play as a freaking crafter. He turns away and starts walking off. Let's just hurry up. The sooner I get out of this noob area and out into the wild, the better. He waves for Greg to follow, which he does, all the while chuckling at his friend's antics. You're too serious, Kevin. Interesting. So it seems this entire city is controlled by one large guild. I didn't know that. This might explain why there were a bunch of high-level players near Coleman Village when I decided to raid it. I wonder if they were part of the Dark Pegasus Guild too. I make my way into the church and find the ladder to climb up into the church's spire. It doesn't take long, and I'm soon sitting up top, looking out over the city. The sight that greets me is not what I expected. The noob area I find myself in is located on a tiny peninsula located high up on some steep cliffs to the south of the city. There's only a single path connecting the peninsula to the main city, and it seems like I have to depart through a gated checkpoint of some sort. I wonder if I need some sort of special permission to leave. Looking around, I believe the noob area is where the local garrison and their families live. There's a small keep at the edge of the peninsula, with a small residential area, a market and the sparring area completing this small part of the city. I can spot several dozen low-level players milling about, most of them sparring below, while some seem to be transporting crates or delivering letters between the different market stalls and houses. If I had to guess, I would say this is one of the wealthier parts of the city, since the houses are quite large and spacious. The streets are clean, and the NPCs look well-fed and happy. It's a good way to introduce the city to new players, but the area is less than ideal for me. This place is way too cramped, as there are too many players walking around, and there is only a bare minimum of alleyways for me to hide my underlings in. If I want to start grinding out some levels, I need to get access to the main city as fast as possible. Descending the church spire, I enter the streets and make my way towards the gatehouse I spotted at the northeastern part of the peninsula. As I near, I notice a few yells erupting from the area around the gate. Slowing my approach, I decide to trail a couple of other players who seem to be drawn towards the commotion. A small crowd quickly gathers around the gatehouse. I don't dare to step too close, so I sneak around the corner of a nearby house and find a box to stand on. Peeking around the corner, I lay my eyes on an orc player wearing a full set of mail armor standing over a dead player on the ground. The orc seems to be really angry for some reason while brandishing his deadly-looking two-handed axe threateningly at the gathered crowd. Further behind, I spot an elf in fine leather armor with an expensive-looking bow tightly held in his hands. The elf gives me the creeps as I watch his eyes scan the gathered crowd of gawkers, no doubt using his high perception stat to look for any hidden villains. Whoa, I'm really glad I decided to hang back here. Listen up, newbies, the orc shouts. This dead trash right here decided to try his luck playing as a villain character, and let me tell you, that shit won't fly in this city. The Dark Pegasus Guild has declared the city a villain-free city, which means that we won't allow these vermin to walk around freely. He stops to glare at the dead player for a moment. This gate, as well as every city gate, will be manned by high-level players from our guild at all times. Any villain discovered will be put down like the dogs they are. He shouts, staring holes into any and all of the players gathered before him. If there are any more of you filth out there, know that your only option is to delete your character and try your luck in a different city, far away from here. If you are stupid enough to try your luck, feel free to step forward right now to save me some time. Alternatively, you could always check if your character can fly by throwing yourself off the cliffs. That's your choice. But know this, there is no escape from this noob district. We cover the only exit. He ends his speech by crossing his arms, taking up an intimidating pose while glaring at the gathered crowd. Ah shit, I jump off my box and start heading in the opposite direction as quickly as I can. Damn it, I curse as my short legs carry me towards the market segment of the noob district. Why didn't I do some proper research on this city? I can't believe such a silly thing like a weird starting position can ruin my chances to make it as a thief lord. What are the odds of me starting on a freaking peninsula with a 50-meter drop into certain death in all directions, with only one way out that is constantly covered by high-level players? This has to be some sort of sick joke. I can't even just re-roll my character into a new city, as there isn't any city in the vicinity that is large enough for me to play as a thief lord in without me abandoning the stash of resources I hid in the forest. There's just no way I'm this unlucky. I gently rub the bridge of my nose. There has to be a way, there always is. I just need to find it. I look around, suddenly realizing I had just kept walking while being deep in my own thoughts. The familiar sound of metal striking metal draws my attention towards a nearby smithy. A few players run back and forth from the building, hauling boxes filled with raw iron ore and coal into the smithy from a nearby wagon. Perhaps I can somehow sneak onto one of these wagons when they depart through the gate. Now there's a thought. Inspecting the wagon closer, I quickly dismiss the idea. While the principle of trying to stow away on a departing wagon is a sound idea, I just can't consider it feasible when the wagon is basically just a flat piece of wood connected to 4 wheels. There is no way to hide a grown man on the wagon, at least not in a way that wouldn't draw attention. Not ideal for sneaking past a bunch of players with a vendetta against villains. I sigh, maybe there's a bigger wagon somewhere. Walking on, I soon come upon a 3-story wooden building with a large sign, depicting a mug of ale in the mouth of a gaping pig. The building looks withered by time, and a few of the glass windows show signs of cracking after years of weathering the salty ocean air. So this is the local tavern, huh? I mutter to myself, sparing a thought to consider that I've developed a nasty habit of talking to myself during these past 3 months. I guess that was inevitable when I only play solo. Perhaps I should find some friends to talk to? I didn't have many chances of finding decent conversation partners when my only company for the last 3 months has been walking skeletons. Pushing open the door, I squint my eyes trying to adjust to the dark interior. The tavern is almost void of people, with only a scruffy-looking barkeep standing behind the counter, half-heartedly trying to wipe an empty mug clean. A couple of young merchants sit by themselves in a corner, quietly whispering among themselves. The barkeep throws me a sideways glance for a moment until he deems me unworthy of his attention and keeps trying to wipe the mug that I'm not certain is getting any cleaner. If you don't have any coin, then go somewhere else to spend your time. This ain't no charity. The barkeep grunts, his eyes still locked onto the dirty mug. I start, unsure of what to say. The barkeep raises his eyes, staring daggers at my hesitant form. Get lost! A chill runs down my back as his eyes radiate an unsettling feeling of imminent danger. Wait, I'm waiting for someone. They'll be here any second now. They have money. I blurt out the first thing that comes to my mind. I'm obviously lying, but he doesn't need to know that. I only need a few minutes of peace to recruit a few underlings. Grunting, the barkeep diverts his eyes again. If they ain't here in 10 minutes, I'm throwing you out. And believe me, kid, you don't want me to throw you out. Understand? Yes, sir, I say while quickly scampering towards a corner table at the back of the tavern. I throw a sideways glance at the barkeep, noticing a nasty scowl has formed on his face. I'm fairly certain that barkeep is far more dangerous than I gave him credit for. That unsettling feeling from earlier could only have come from a skill, and a powerful one at that. I think it's a high-level warrior skill of some sort, but I'm not sure which. The guy gives me the creeps, but if there is a high-level NPC here, then my eyes go wide. Oh shit, if he is high-level, then he should at the very least have a perception score higher than 14. Halfway out of my seat, the tavern door slams open. A couple of high-level players enter, a human man and an elven woman, both level 44. The woman is drop-dead gorgeous, with long blonde hair stretching halfway down her back. She wears a dark gray robe and a copper tiara, signaling that she is a mage or priest of some sort. Her bright green eyes light up the room as she throws a wide smile at the scruffy barkeep. "Morning, Joe. How are you today?" the woman asks as she quickly makes her way towards the counter, only receiving a low grunt in reply. "Oh, don't be like that, Joe. Is that the proper way to greet paying customers?" She beams at the old man. "HRMPF, if you don't like it, go somewhere else." He grunts, returning to his futile mug cleaning. The woman starts pouting. "Leave him alone, Anna. I don't think the old man has any secret quests for you, no matter how long you pester him." The tall human man, wearing a full set of leather and chainmail armor, says, "Why don't you give up already? We've been coming here every day for 2 weeks." He shakes his head. "TSSK?" she pouts. "I know he has something good stored in there. There is no way such a high-level NPC doesn't have any secret quest of some sort. I'm not giving up." She grins, clearly not ready to give in. The human male only shakes his head solemnly. "Well, while we are already here, why don't we grab a drink?" Anna smiles. I can't help but wonder where she gets all that positive energy from. The man sighs. "Fine, but you're paying." "That is exactly why you are still single, Brian." She laughs, pointing her tongue at the man. Brian turns away from the chipper girl, trying to hide his reddening cheeks. Anna may not have noticed, but I sure do. "Hey, Joe, can I have 3 of your finest mugs of ale, pretty please?" She turns back to the barkeep, exaggeratedly battering her eyelids. The old man only grunts in reply as he starts filling the mugs. 3 mugs?" Brian asks, looking confused. "Yeah, I figured that poor guy over there wanted some company. He looks lonely." She turns in my direction, showing me a brilliant smile. My lungs deflate. Oh shit. Chapter 6, Ale, Lies, and Secrets. Chapter 6, Ale, Lies, and Secrets. "Hey, little guy, mind if we sit here?" Anna smiles as she slides into the seat opposite me, not even bothering to wait for my reply. Sure, go ahead, miss." I nod, slightly flustered by being put on the spot so suddenly. "Pardon the intrusion," Brian says solemnly as he sits down next to Anna. "I apologize on behalf of my friend here. She isn't really that good with social cues." "Shut up, Brian, I'm doing just fine. Look, he doesn't look angry, are you?" She directs the last question at me. No. "You see, Brian, it's all good. You should relax a little. If you twist the stick too much, you are going to get hemorrhoids." She smirks at Brian. "Oh, pardon my French, little guy." She smiles. "You'll get used to it. I'm Anna, and this party pooper over here is Brian." She extends her hand in greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan." I shake their hands in turn. "So what's your story, Ryan?" Brian asks, no doubt cutting in before Anna says anything else that could be interpreted weirdly. "Right, shit. You've practiced for this, Ryan. Just use one of Dad's famous one-liners." Giving Anna a questioning gaze, I turn to face Brian. Nothing much really. I just logged into the game for the first time a few hours ago and had a look around. I stepped in here to buy a drink, but the barkeep didn't accept my visa." I shrug. "Your visa?" Anna blinks twice before she starts roaring in laughter. "You actually tried to pay with a credit card? That's hilarious," she guffaws. "Please tell me you're joking." She wipes a tear from her eye. Dad joke, success. Trying to hide a grin of his own, Brian tries to collect himself. "Excuse me, sir. Is this perhaps the first time you've tried to play an online game?" he asks, struggling to keep his voice even. Anna, on the other hand, is flying off her hinges. "That worked better than I thought it would. Can I go for a double here? Why not? What's the worst that could happen?" I stare directly into Brian's eyes, steadying my breathing as I slowly raise an eyebrow. "Whatever do you mean? A visa should be a perfectly valid transaction method even across international." "Nah, I'm just doing this for shits and giggles." I grin as I watch Brian's face go from utter confusion to a wide grin of his own. "Oh snap, Brian, he got us good." Anna chuckles, gently punching Brian in the arm. "I love this guy." Still grinning, Brian buries his face in his hands. Ah, damn it, Ryan, you've done it now. It will take hours for Anna to come down from this. Do you really want me to suffer this badly? Lighten up, Brian, you could learn a thing or two from our short friend here. She laughs as her eyes meet mine. Now I definitely need to know your story. Her eyes squint at me. Trap maker, you're a crafter. Nice. I don't see many of your types these days. The few people that even bother playing as a craftsman always choose to play as one of the standardized production classes like a blacksmith or an enchanter. Not many bother spending their time on making traps. What's up with that? Wow, is her perception score really this low? Not surprising for a mage-type character, but still. Well, I recently went through some stuff in real life, and I thought I'd try out one of these games you kids are all talking about these days. Since I have to do something while I'm sleeping in this coffin, I mean capsule, I might as well try doing something with my hands. I have always had an interest in making traps. Huh, how old are you? Anna cuts in. Anna, you can't just... Nah, it's quite fine, young man. She reminds me of my little sister. I'm currently 53 years, I mean real-life level 53. I smile at the pair. Anna chuckles. Level 53, I love it. I would never have guessed. Your character looks like he is in his mid-20s. Wow, impersonating Dad really pays off. I give her a meaningful glance. I may have tweaked the settings just a little bit. Can you blame an old man for trying to regain his youthful looks? No, sir, no, I can't. She grins, a tear of joy running down her chin. I sit still for a moment and smile while Brian admonishes Anna for her lack of manners. For the record, I'm obviously lying about my age. I really am in my mid-20s, but I figured masquerading as an older man would make it easier for me to sell the story of just playing the game to pass time. It feels kind of weird lying to these perfectly nice people, but it's not like it really matters when we're online, though. I will eventually just turn into a distant memory as soon as they leave the tavern and head out to do adventure somewhere. That's the beauty of the anonymous internet. I'm a little surprised I'm this good at lying, though. It's definitely a breath of fresh air to see someone from the older generation take an interest in VR MMOs. Brian smiles as he takes a sip from his mug. Yeah, you're good people, Anna giggles. We should try to get him into our guild. The Dark Pegasus is always looking for good crafters. What do you say, old man? Interested? I nearly choke on my ale as the question catches me off guard. I cough violently for a few moments until I manage to clear my airways enough to shake my head. Sorry about that. It went down the wrong pipe. I appreciate the offer, young lady, but I only play this game to relax and see things that I haven't seen before. I probably won't stay online much, and I don't think I will ever keep up with you young people. I say, trying to turn her down in the nicest possible way. Ah, come on, old man. It would be fun. I'll vouch for you. You don't have to do much, she says, leaning in closer while touching my arm. Lay off it, Anna. The guild doesn't take in anyone below level 20, level 10 if they're a craftsman. Ryan seems like a nice guy, but if what he says is true, then I don't think he can level up fast enough until the requirements rise. Even if the guild leader is your sister, I don't think we can justify picking up just about anyone, Brian says evenly. No offense, Ryan. None taken. I smile, internally celebrating as this could have turned real weird real fast. TSSK, she pouts. We could team up and I could boost you to level 10 if you want, she asks me hopefully. Anna, that would take days. You would fall too far behind the rest of our party. Brian shakes his head. Don't worry about me. I can catch up. Please, you two, don't fight over me. I'm happy the way I am. I try to calm the situation. What the hell is wrong with these people? Who goes to such lengths for a level 1 player they met for the first time just 10 minutes ago? Still pouting, Anna glares at me. Fine, but I'll still add you to my friends list. High Elf Aeromancer, Annel Windrider wants to add you to her friends list. Thanks. I smile, accepting her invitation. Luckily, the villain class doesn't block friend requests for some reason. I probably shouldn't accept it, but I think that would just bring more trouble than it's worth. I could always just delete her later, but that could be bad if I ever run into her again. I can always change my privacy settings to appear offline during the daytime. So what's your plan going forward, Ryan? Brian asks. Oh, I was planning on doing a few quests and make enough money to try my hands at making some of these traps. I'm really looking forward to trying some of these designs. I say, glad to finally have a change of topic. Ooh, I can help with that. Here, take some of this. I have plenty. Anna perks up as she places a few coins on the table. My eyes widen as I realize she just put 20 gold coins and a small stack of silver and copper coins on the table. A small fortune for a player just starting out at level 1. 1 gold coin is worth €1, while 10 silvers are worth a gold coin and 10 copper coins are worth a silver. I can't possibly accept. I start, too shocked at her gesture. It's fine, my sister has plenty. You're a good man, Ryan. I'm only happy to help. She beams at me. Normally, I'd be happy to rob other players of their hard-earned money. When someone hands it over to me willingly, however, on top of me lying my ass off to them just makes me feel outright bad about it. I need to repay you somehow. I mutter, my eyes still fixated on the small pile of gold. Then keep playing the game and make a great trap for me. She grins, taking a large swig from her mug of ale. I just smile at her antics. I feel even worse for lying to her now, but I really appreciate how pure she is. I don't think I would ever just hand away money like that to anyone for such a trivial reason, but it certainly warms my heart when I get to meet people with such pure intentions. I will someday, I say while downing the rest of my ale. So what are you two up to? Brian sighs. We are heading out to meet the rest of our party. We should have been playing with them this morning, but someone, he glares at Anna, decided to rather try and fish some secret quest out of a barkeep in the middle of the noob district. TSS gay, I had to try, didn't I? It's not like it's putting us too far behind, she shrugs. You are aware that this stupid trip cost us a large chunk of renown, right? His jaw clenches. What, you mean that necromancer business? Don't sweat it. There will be more necromancers for us to kill. She shrugs while yawning exaggeratedly. I'm pretty certain I can see that Brian is about to pop a virtual blood vessel. Wait a second, what's that about necromancer business? That was a freaking level 38 necromancer. Are you aware of how rare they are? There's only like 20 of them who passed level 35, and this game has millions of players. Where the hell would we even find one that's worth enough renown to bother hunting down? His voice strains as he is trying to keep his cool. Anna returns his glare with a scowl. Deciding to intervene before things get out of hand, or God forbid, we draw any more attention, I clear my throat. I'm sorry, but is this necromancer thing important enough to argue over? I say calmly. Little do they know I'm trying to stay calm the situation for my own sake and not theirs. Breaking eye contact with Anna, Brian is the first to meet my gaze. I notice a glint of anger in his eyes until he finally realizes how silly they must look. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he finally seems to calm himself down. You're right, Ryan, I'm sorry about that. His cheeks turn crimson before he quickly turns his head away. Anyway, it was nice meeting you kids. I think I'm going to check out the neighborhood before morning and maybe try my hand at some quests. I smile as I get up on my feet and do a few light stretches. Idle hands make an idle mind. I'm not going to admit that the real reason I want to get out of here is that I don't want them to notice me venting my frustrations in a very unfitting manner for an older gentleman. The necromancer subject is still a bit too sore. Yeah, I think you're right, Brian says, following my example of getting up. Or we could grab another mug of ale, Anna grins. Haha, maybe another time, I smile at her. Anna starts pouting, but her frown quickly turns into a mischievous grin as she leans towards me. Hey, we're not really supposed to tell anyone outside of the guild, but what the hell? I like you, Ryan, she whispers, her grin growing wider. I raise my eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? Anna, what are you? Brian starts, but is quickly waved off by Anna. Oh, shut up, Brian, it's not that big of a deal. She gives him an angry glare. Brian looks like he wants to protest, but his shoulders soon slump together in defeat against Anna's steely gaze. With a snort, Anna turns back towards me. Right, this has to stay between us, so please don't tell anyone, promise. My eyebrows rise in surprise at this sudden development. I have no idea what's going on, but color me intrigued. I give her a quick nod before I lean towards her. She smiles, Right, behind the tavern here and a few other places scattered around town is an old entrance to the sewers. There's a bunch of level 1 to 3 rats down there that don't put up much of a fight. I think it's the only place in the entire noob district where you can do some actual combat. If you collect their tails, you can turn them in at the church for some easy coin and experience. It's the best way to level up quickly. She winks. This needs to stay between us, though. My eyes brighten at her words. There's a secret area that no one knows about. Could this be the way to escape the district? Holy shit, when did I become this lucky? That sounds very interesting. Thank you, Anna. I promise not to break your trust in me. I nod sincerely. Well, sincere as in that I won't tell anyone, since the entire trust aspect of our relationship went straight out of the window the first time I opened my mouth. She smiles. Thank you again, Ryan. I had a blast meeting you. Yeah, me too, Brian mumbles, still red in embarrassment after Anna chastised him. Human Templar Bronze Silverguard wants to add you to his friends list. Quickly accepting his request, the three of us head for the door. See you tomorrow, Joe? Anna laughs as we exit the tavern, the sour old barkeep grunting menacingly in return. I think the old coot is warming up to me. As we step outside, I wince as the sun threatens to momentarily blind me. Damn, I think we spent a bit too much time in that gloomy tavern. We should do this again, Anna smiles. Send me a message whenever, all right. I will, thanks for everything, you guys. Next time the ale is on me, I laugh. It's a date, Anna waves as the pair start walking off. I stand back for a little while, just looking at their departing forms. They eventually turn around a corner and disappear from view. My hand immediately clenches, and I slam it into the tavern wall, eliciting a creaking noise from the old wood. So it was their party, huh? Good to know. I mutter as I turn around and walk back into the tavern. Chapter 7, The Silver Saints. Chapter 7, The Silver Saints. I quickly enter the tavern and return to the secluded table at the far back. Joe gives me an angry scowl but says nothing. Giving the room a once-over look to determine that there are no players nearby, I finally activate the bread and butter ability of my class. Recruit Underling. A bright menu quickly fills my vision. You have entered a tavern located in a naval city. You will be able to recruit underlings to bolster your ranks. Please select one of the following underling types. Recruit a fighter type, underling recruit a rogue type, underling recruit a ranged type, underling recruit an agent type, underling recruit a specialist type underling. Make your choice, Thief Lord. Ah, now we are getting somewhere. The Thief Lord is a very versatile class, with far more underling development paths than the other minion-oriented classes offer. It's actually one of the game's gimmicks. Unlike a necromancer who can spawn a wide variety of mindless undead to do his bidding, the Thief Lord functions a little differently. Since the Thief Lord's underlings have the advantage of being autonomous sentient beings and are specialized in hiding, they are limited by certain realistic restrictions and, believe it or not, benefits. Most criminals in a medieval setting live their life in one specific way, perfecting the only craft they know. This makes them especially good at their specializations, but there are certain paths not available to them. Due to criminals usually coming from the lower castes of society, they usually cannot afford to go down the route of magic. For an NPC, being educated in magic is an expensive affair, not readily accessible by the dregs of society. It's not too bad, though. No one is more deadly than a thief who has lived his entire life by the blade. Since the Thief Lord excels at stealth and subterfuge, the game seems to add a certain kind of balance to the game to both enhance and restrict the utility of their underlings. A Thief Lord and his underlings are considered city criminals, which means they excel within a densely packed city. It's technically the only life these types of criminals have ever known, according to the game's lore. This is all well and good, but we might find ourselves at a loss if we suddenly one day have to depart on a ship to raid merchants' vessels, or are forced into a forest to live in the wild while raiding trade caravans and smaller villages. The game pretty much limits the Thief Lord to stay within the confines of their designated environment specializations, but they are not completely restricted. A Thief Lord's underling will gain a 10% increase to their combat efficiency while inside a city or densely populated area, and likewise, lose 10% efficiency if they are forced out of their preferred stomping grounds like at sea or out in the wilderness. I actually quite enjoy this sort of specialization, as I plan on focusing entirely on staying in a city for the foreseeable future anyway. A 10% boost to efficiency can be considered a godsend for someone in my situation. Regardless of the environmental restrictions, the underlings come in 5 different types of units, each with their own specialization and evolution path. Yep, you heard me. My minions can evolve, or maybe it's more apt to say that they can be promoted into a higher-ranked criminal. Whatever the case, my underlings have an exponential growth curve. The higher-tiered criminals are stronger than their predecessors, with better skill sets and abilities. A common street thug will never be able to stand up to an assassin after all, and you can't expect said thug to fight evenly with one of the Emperor's palace guards. Criminals need hierarchies just like the rest of us. The specialists are a bit different, though. Unlike the 4 other types, they are the only underlings that can't evolve. That's because they are really just the support staff. These units include special units like a fence, a poisoner, an enchanter, or a tinkerer. They may not be the most helpful units to have in a fight, but they offer several benefits to my other units, as well as a way for me to more efficiently generate more wealth. Anyway, I'm burning valuable time thinking about this stuff. Since I currently have 22 points in charisma, and I'm restricted to only recruit 1 underling per 5 charisma points, that means I can currently recruit 4 minions. More will follow in time as I level up and get some better gear. I decide to recruit 1 fighter, 1 rogue, 1 ranged, and an agent. It's nice to start with some variation to test out which type works best for my setup, but each of the different types is important for my development path going forward. Confirming my choice, I sit patiently in my seat. I'm not quite sure what happens now, but I'm certain something will. My thoughts are interrupted as the tavern door swings open. 4 scruffy-looking men of mixed races enter. They are all rather poorly dressed, and 3 of them are armed. 1 wields a rusty dagger, 1 a spiked wooden club, and the last wear a makeshift linen bandolier filled with several throwing knives. The bulkier of the men, a human, take a long look around the room and spots me sitting by myself in a corner. He gives me a brief nod before he leads the other 3 over and sits down at my table. None of them say anything, but the lead bandit gives me a respectful nod, while the other 2 armed men scan the room for what I can only assume are threats. I focus my eyes on each of their name tags. Human Hoodlum 1, Underling, T1 Fighter, HP 100-100, Infamy Tier 1. Human Cutpurse 1, Underling, T1 Rogue, HP 70-70, Infamy Tier 1. Wood Elf Spotter 1, Underling, T1 Ranged, HP 50-50, Infamy Tier 1. Dwarf Beggar 1, Underling, T1 Agent, HP 50-50, Infamy Tier 0. Excellent, I rub my hands as I inspect the 4 more closely. The hoodlum is the bulkier of the 4, wielding a spiked wooden club. His skills are related to close-ranged fighting, as his type is supposed to be my front-line fighters. The Cutpurse has a leaner build, but he is in no way weak. Wielding a rusty dagger, he excels at sneaking around and striking at enemies from their blind spots. The Spotter sits straighter than the others, and he appears more vigilant. Being an elf, he is naturally taller than the 2 humans, and he has 2 long, pointy ears sticking out on either side of a ponytail. Wielding a set of throwing knives, the Spotter excels at supporting his companions from afar. The final underling is the frailest of them all. With barely any meat on his body, he gives off a pitiful impression. Even for a dwarf, he is unarmed, but that doesn't matter as he isn't supposed to participate in combat. The beggar is an agent type, which means they excel at gathering information. Since villains can't take on quests like normal players, each of the different villain classes have a unique way of acquiring quest-like things to do. As a necromancer, I gained quests by summoning restless spirits which guided me in the direction of locations like graveyards or tombs, where I could gather crafting reagents, rare items, or raise corpses. The Thief Lord, on the other hand, relies on building an information-based network. The more agent-type units I have, The more sources of information I get to find lucrative places to steal from or assassination contracts from less reputable sources. The agents work autonomously and will seek me out whenever they find any juicy intelligence in the area they are working. The last piece of information on their character sheet is their infamy tier. There are 3 different tiers of infamy, which means what sort of stance players and other NPCs will take against them. This is a mechanic every NPC has, which is what allows for players to figure out which NPCs are okay to kill, and which of them they'd better leave alone. The infamy tiers are a bit misleading when it comes to my underlings, but it only speaks about how my underlings are perceived by others. Like my beggar, most NPCs have an infamy tier at 0. That means that they are considered as a low-threat individual with no nefarious purposes. Sure, the players could still kill my beggar without suffering repercussions, but how would they differentiate my beggar from the hundreds of non-underling beggars in the city? They can't. Not even with a super high level of perception. The only way to spot a beggar working for a thief lord is to physically see them hand off information, which is unlikely to happen. That doesn't mean it isn't possible, though, as many players make a habit out of trailing suspicious-looking beggars. Infamy Tier 1 marks suspicious-looking characters. Regular NPCs won't attack them on sight, but most players will as they are fair game. Players suffer no repercussions killing units with Infamy Tier 1 as they are technically still a mob. Luckily, every city has plenty of regular hoodlum and cut-purse NPCs, which means if someone spots one of my underlings, they won't immediately know that a thief lord is loose. If that was true, it would make things a tad too difficult for me to effectively play this game. The last level, Infamy Tier 2, means that the mob should be killed on sight, be it by an NPC or a player. Almost every monster has this classification, and they more than live up to their rank. Creatures with this infamy tier are either incredibly hostile, which means they will attack anything in sight, or they are deemed incredibly dangerous by society and must be put down. The assassins I can evolve my rogue-type underlings into, for example, are one of the latter cases. After thoroughly inspecting my underlings for a while, I quickly remember how bad it would look if a player just walked in. To avoid this scenario, I quickly order the beggar to head out into town and try to gather some information, while I order my 3 combat underlings to head out the back door and go hide in the sewer. I really want to follow them and start grinding some levels, but I need to make a few preparations first. First of all, it's time to assign my skill points. Reading through and comparing hundreds of different skill combinations were probably what ate up the majority of the time I spent researching my class. I have already made a rough decision on which skills to get and in which order, and I finally have enough information to commit to my choices. I have 3 skill points to assign, and I have already made a short list of what I should prioritize. First of all, I need to find a way to conceal myself while also finding a proper use for the 22 attributes points I have in intelligence. I already decided to go down the illusion route, but there is a slight problem with this path. It really eats into my skill points. Not only do I have to use a skill point just to unlock the illusion school of magic, but I also have to spend a skill point for every spell I want to learn. It isn't really unreasonable, but when I only have 3 skill points and will gain 1 skill point per level from here on out, I need to sacrifice a lot of utility early. The Thief Lord has a lot of exciting and powerful class skills, which I'm really looking forward to biting into. It took a lot of time for me to swallow the sour apple, but I eventually managed to convince myself of a short detour. Concealing myself will have to take priority number 1. I bite my lips together as I open up the skill menu and scroll down until I find what I'm looking for. You have unlocked the lesser magic school, Illusion. It takes a special kind of mage to see past the flashier sides of magic and choose a more subtle path. It is not unwise, however. Altering someone's perception can sometimes be more formidable than striking them down with fire and ice. The Illusion School has 2 diverging branches, Mind and Vision. Spells available. Charm Illusion Mind Spell. Tricks a target NPC into trusting you completely, momentarily turning him into your lackey. Chance of success. 5 int plus 2 asterisk skill level, target's perception. Duration, 5 int plus 2 skill level seconds. Cost, 100 mana 5 skill level. Frenzy Illusion Mind spell. Empower the natural anger of the target NPC. Increases the infamy tier of all nearby creatures by 2 chance of success. Int plus 2 asterisk skill level target's perception. Duration 5 int plus 2 skill level seconds. Cost 100 mana 5 skill level. Calm Illusion Mind spell. Soothes the target NPC's mind. Decreases the infamy tier of all friendly targets by 1. Chance of success int plus 2 asterisk skill level target perception. Duration 5 int plus 2 skill level seconds. Cost 100 mana 5 skill level. Chameleon Illusion Vision spell. Cloaks your body in a static illusion, greatly reducing your visibility when immobile. Effectiveness 15 int plus 2 asterisk skill level enemies perception. Cost 100 mana 5 skill level. I grin widely as I read through the spell list available to me. These spells are perfect for my class. I waste no time in acquiring the Chameleon spell as it's an insanely powerful tool for hiding. It scales great with my intelligence stat, and when I reach skill level 100 in with it, I'll be practically invisible to even the players who heavily invest in a perception-based build. The other 3 skills are a bit less flashy, as they all revolve around altering people's state of mind. This is the main reason most people don't bother investing in the illusion school, as the majority of spells are only effective on NPCs. Sure, the skills are powerful, but the inability to alter player minds to act a different way just doesn't make it as appealing. While it would be awesome if it was possible to alter players' perception of things, it would also be really freaking illegal. Real-world illegal. So instead of walking into that hornet's nest of potential abuse, the developers amped up the power of the spells and turned most of them into NPC-only spells. That didn't really make it any more appealing to players, though, as mages are already hard-pressed on spending their precious skill points on other, more vital spells. Luckily, I'm not really a mage, but a support kind of player with a lot of underlings who could benefit from these kinds of spells on a whole different level than regular players. That's why, in addition to the Chameleon spell, I also pick up Calm, as the spell will be invaluable if my minions need to lose heat if something goes wrong while performing a heist. It's the perfect crime tool. The best part of my 2 choices in spells is that they are both from different branches of the illusion school. This will open up more development options later on. Similar to most things in this game, the magic system is also tiered, meaning that to unlock higher-tiered spells, I need to level up a spell from a lower-tiered spell from within the same branch of magic to at least level 20. Since my entire character build hinges on illusion spells, it's beneficial for me to keep as many of my options open as possible. Sooner or later, I will require higher-tiered spells from both branches of the illusion school. It's better to start sooner rather than later. With all 3 of my skill points spent, I'm starting to feel sufficiently ready to tear some shit up. I feel sort of naked with not a single offensive ability or any weapons at hand, but it should be fine as I have a trio of combat-capable underlings to do the heavy lifting for me. I briefly consider heading to the marketplace and outfit myself in some decent gear and maybe a weapon or 2, but I figure it would just be a waste of my money. The first 5 levels are really easy to gain, so buying gear that fits a level 1 character is just a waste of money. As I get up and prepare to head out the back, I crack my knuckles. Time to tear shit up. I grin as I take my first step. Where do you think you are going, thief lord? Joe, the barkeep, grunts. Freezing, I slowly turn around, finding myself only centimeters away from the grumpy old man. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. I stammer, feeling my stomach drop. My heart starts racing as I look into the ice-cold stare of the high-level NPC in front of me. You just what exactly? He growls. My eyes widen as I feel the panic build. What do I do here? Try to fight him? Ridiculous. He is a much higher level than me, and I neither have a weapon nor do I have any combat-related skills. I take a step back as my head darts to the side, trying desperately to find a path to escape. His arm reaches out and grabs my arm tightly, securing me in place. It's been a long time since I met a thief lord who seems to know what he's doing, he mutters, his eyes appraising my body. What? I ask, my eyes wide in confusion. You heard what I said, boy. If you didn't, then that's your problem, not mine. He growls, his eyes hardening as his glare intensifies. I liked how you handled those two annoying adventurers earlier. Not many thief lords could keep their cool like that. You even managed to convince them to actually give you money. Almost made me want to smack them across the head for their stupidity. He snorts, clearly amused. What the hell is up with this guy? I scream in my mind. Is he fucking with me? Is he stalling for the garrison to arrive? Stop looking like a daft half-wit. He snaps at me. I immediately close my mouth, which I didn't even know was hanging open. He sighs, figures, I may have overestimated you. He shakes his head. But there might be hope for you yet. What do you mean? I finally manage to splutter out some words. Joe bursts into a toothy grin. A really, really scary and creepy-looking grin. I notice a shiny silver tooth reflecting the dim light in the room. Well, I'll be your benefactor, of course, he says while flipping a small piece of metal at me. Surprised by the sudden movement, I react slowly and fumble while trying to catch the object. I manage to grab it before it hits the ground, but it didn't look very graceful. Raising the object in front of my eyes, I notice it's a silver coin. Not just a regular silver coin, though, as it's easily twice the size of a regular coin. Instead of the normal imprint of the emperor's face, the coin has a set of twin daggers crossed beneath a skull imprinted across the smooth surface. I try to inspect its properties. Ominous silver token, class unique, soulbound. What is this? I mutter in disbelief. That boy is a thief's token. If you show that to anyone connected to the criminal underworld, they will know they can trust you, well, at least enough to do business with you. Don't throw it away, as it's enchanted to disintegrate if it ever leaves your possession. Look for any merchant or tavern keeper with a silver tooth, and you know they are one of us. But what? Figure it out yourself. I expect great things from you, boy. Don't disappoint me. He growls while starting to shoo me out the back door. Befuddled, I start walking, throwing a glance backwards at the now scowling old barkeep. I soon find myself outside in a small, dark alley. I turn around and look at Joe's departing back as he heads back into the tavern. He turns to shut the door, but not before he gives me one final glare. TSSK? He spits on the ground. I can't believe they fucking make me say this. He clears his throat. The Silver Saints appreciates your continued support. Fail us and suffer the consequences. Then he slams the door in my face. Thanks. Chapter 8, Pug. Chapter 8, Pug. Well, I guess I found the secret quest Anna was looking for, I mutter, still dazed from the unexpected encounter. What the fuck? I'm inclined to head back inside and try to haul a few answers out of the old man until I realize that I have very little to actually threaten him with. Not to mention this Silver Saints. Thing he is part of might not be the best kind of people to piss off. It's weird, though. I haven't read anything about any underground NPC networks on any forums yet. Is this a unique event? Probably not. If the game has secret NPC factions, then I doubt they only added a single faction in a single town in the middle of nowhere. For all I know, this might be nothing, or it could be something. If this is something, though, then I can only assume there is a certain set of conditions you have to meet to be able to get a foot in the door. Hell, I might not be the first person to even discover these organizations, and the others may keep it a secret for as long as possible to try to get an edge over everyone else. Just like the Dark Pegasus Guild did with these sewers. I know I would do that exact thing if the opportunity arose. Speaking of which, I should probably start doing something. I look around and quickly locate a rusty metal lid hidden neatly between some crates in the shadows of the tavern. Opening the hatch, I stare into a dark hole in the ground. A small breeze of moist air washes over my face as my nose wrinkles due to the abhorrent stench. Of course it has to smell, I mutter as I start descending down a dirty ladder. Reaching the bottom, I find myself in a small sewer tunnel stretching beneath the streets above. My 3 underlings wait idly nearby, throwing me eager looks as they fiddle with their weapons. I don't know where it comes from, but there seems to be a subtle light radiating from some unknown place, illuminating the tunnel at strategic intervals. Not enough to see clearly, but enough for us to be able to navigate without using spells or torches. You gotta love gaming logic, am I right? Well, don't look at me, guys. Let's get a move on. I shrug as my mute henchmen turn around and start walking slowly down the tunnel. My underlings are all seated with a special kind of artificial intelligence where they don't really have free will or any sort of personality at all, to be honest. It makes them more efficient tools to use, but it also feels a little odd to order them around like a cat following a laser pen. There are some theories on the internet that the underlings all act as if they are lobotomized so that the thief lords who grow attached to their personalities won't suffer unnecessary traumas after sending them into certain death, which they will. A lot. It feels a bit unnecessary to me, but I can't argue with the results. They feel and act incredibly loyal. The tunnel we are moving down is wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side while still having room to spare. There's a small stream of raw sewage running in the middle of the corridor, though, so I don't envy the guy who has to walk in the middle. My underlings take up a formation where the hoodlum walks directly in front of me on the left side of the tunnel, while the cutpurse is trailed by the spotter on the other side. We walk at a slow pace as I am uncertain as to how dangerous these rats are. They're probably incredibly weak, but I'd rather not have all my underlings afflicted by some nasty diseases that I will have to cure with expensive potions later. I may have some money now, but I've never been a fan of frivolous spending. We only walk for about 20 seconds until some high-pitched chittering noises echo down the tunnel. Slowing our pace, I have my minions prepare a defensive stance. It only takes us a few more steps to come upon the creatures we have been looking for. Sewer Rat 1 HP. Sewer Rat 2 HP. The name tags are flashing bright red, signaling that the rats will attack us on sight. The name tags aren't as detailed as my underlings, but that's most likely because my perception attribute sucks. The rats are much larger than ordinary rats, where the smaller one's body is roughly 30 centimeters long, excluding the tail. Their furs are matted gray with several dirty stains covering their bodies. Their beady red eyes lock onto us, showing the unbound hatred contained within. Kill the weaker rat first, I order my underlings as they charge the 2 rats. My hoodlum is the first to reach them, swinging his club wide and misses. The club goes right over the level 1 rat's head and smashes into the wall, causing a few splinters to fly off the club. The rat responds in kind, jumping at my hoodlum and sink its jagged teeth into his thigh. My spotter is throwing his knives with reckless abandon as he struggles to keep the larger of the rats at bay. He doesn't hit it, but his randomly flying knives keep the rat away as it struggles to dodge the flying projectiles. Meanwhile, my cutpurse slides up behind the weaker rat and starts slicing at its exposed backside. The weaker rat squeals in pain as the rusty dagger connects, taking several points off its health pool. While it's distracted, the hoodlum grabs it violently and yanks it off his leg. Pinning the rat to the ground, my 2 melee underlings work together to quickly finish it off. In the meanwhile, the spotter is quickly running out of knives. The larger rat took a glancing blow from one of the knives and is missing the tip of its tail. It doesn't matter, though, as my other 2 underlings quickly surround and start battering the large rat to a pulp. It only takes half a minute, but my first fight ends quickly and efficiently, albeit a bit messy. Much like the first night with my ex-girlfriend. You have slain Sewer Rat 1, gain 5 experience. You have slain Sewer Rat 2, gain 8 experience. The double notification signals the end of the fight. I'm a little surprised at how efficiently my underlings worked together. It wasn't at all how my skeletons worked, as none of those brainless piles of bones would ever strategically position themselves to surround an enemy or even physically restrain their movements while mercilessly murdering them. What my underlings just did felt much smarter, but also much more gruesome than I expected. Now I know why my underlings are so much more expensive to recruit than mindless undead, though. I certainly get a good bang for my buck. More importantly, though, I gained 13 experience points. That's more than 1/10 of what I need to level up. Anna was right. Leveling down here is way more efficient than doing social quests outside. It would probably take me 15 minutes of lifting crates to even gain 10 experience points. That is if I could even pick up and social quests to begin with. These sewers hold great value for someone trying to speed up their leveling. I wonder if there are more of these secret areas in different parts of town, maybe even higher-level ones. It certainly makes locating these places a much higher priority. Who knows what kind of treasures I might find? That's a problem for later, though. I still have a sewer to explore. Our little group of lightly armed homeless people makes good headway exploring the vast sewer network located beneath the Noob district. There are a bunch of twists and turns, but I'm starting to get an understanding of the general layout of the area. The sewer system has a central room that functions as a hub for all the connecting tunnels. The tunnels expand like a web away from the central chamber, and it's fairly easy to navigate as the tunnels always tilt slightly downwards towards the central hub. Finding my way around is no longer an issue, but I find it increasingly difficult to find another exit. That's a problem for later, though. During my explorations, we managed to slay a dozen more rats, earning me another 72 experience points. I'm getting closer to level 2 by the minute, and I haven't even cleared out a fraction of the tunnels I've found so far. Grinding rats will have to take a backseat for now, though, as I need to try and figure out if there's a way out of this place, preferably outside of the noob zone. Sewers usually end up in the ocean, don't they? My best bet is to try and find a tunnel that slopes further downwards from the central chamber, and I think I know a location where such an exit may exist. My ragtag band of misfits has seen better days. The hoodlum and cutpurse are both littered by tiny bite marks, and the spotter is drenched by sewage water after he tripped into the deep cesspool in the center chamber. They are all still kicking, though, and their health points are steadily regenerating every minute. I even started practicing my chameleon and calm spells as I figured I had a lot of mana and nothing better to do with it. It's a bit disappointing that it will take a long time to gain skill levels with spells, and especially spells of a higher tier, since I can't unlock them early. The magic system is rather unique in that regard, since it's the only type of skill that requires unlocks. It's kind of obvious why, though. Spells are flashy skills where the power is very objectively quantifiable. Normal skills are more subtle in their use and more naturally evolve from a low skill level into something more powerful later on. I'm not sure why the game developers wanted it to be this way, but I can understand how they wouldn't want level 1 players to throw around a meteor shower right off the bat. I don't see it as too much of a problem that it takes more effort for mages to level their skills, though. It's sort of fair in some sense. In the grand scheme of things, since mages rely completely on using spells in every single scenario, while physically oriented players often have to improvise, mages have a natural advantage when it comes to steadily grind skill levels, since they are more dependent on using their magic for every little thing they do. It may take some time, but luckily I don't have anything else to do but start my spell grind. After a few moments of looking into a few oddly placed tunnels and killing another level 1 rat, we finally find what we are looking for. There's a tunnel entrance that looks slightly out of place compared to the rest of the network, and there's a pair of particularly nasty level 3 rats loitering around the entrance. The level 3 rats are slightly different from their smaller cousins, as they are the only ones of the critters that have skills. The little buggers have some sort of leaping ability, making them able to easily jump 2 meters from a still position. My spotter had a bad time the first time I encountered them. The little bastards aren't the only ones with abilities, though. I didn't really check my underlings' skills earlier, but they all have a couple of class-related skills. I noticed it in my first battle when my hoodlum grabbed a rat and pinned it to the ground and had it stabbed to death. That was actually a skill called grapple, which pretty much does what it says it does. It allows him to tackle and grab a weaker or smaller enemy, immobilizing it for a short moment. It's not the most graceful of skills, but it certainly is effective at killing rats. Another useful skill which both my hoodlum and cutpurse share is the evasion skill. It's the same one as players have, and it works brilliantly. Since the game has no feasible way to increase someone's physique or reaction time to make them better at evading swords and arrows, the game adds a cool little feature. Instead of doing fancy acrobatics, the game sort of tugs the enemy's weapon to veer off course. Sort of like the effect when 2 repelling magnets are being forcefully connected. They just don't want to connect without an appropriate amount of force being applied, and even then, they just don't want to stay together. My underlings also have a few other fancy abilities which are pretty standard, like the cut purse, stealth and backstab skill, the hoodlum's power strike, or the spotter crippling shot skill. There's one final intriguing skill though. The spotter has a marked target skill which basically allows him to feed information to the rest of us. When he activates it, it allows the rest of us to see the enemies he sees, even if they are outside of our field of view. It's pretty neat. It highlights the enemies with a bright red outlining, which only disappears if my spotter loses sight of the target. My underlings have fallen into a common routine. My hoodlum charges in and immediately grapples the first rat, pinning it to the ground. He then proceeds to mercilessly beat it to a pulp. Gloating over how efficient the grapple skill is, I almost miss how my cut purse fluently evades the other rat's leaping skill, causing it to smash headfirst into the wall. Momentarily stunned, the spotter quickly places 2 throwing daggers into its body while the cut purse rushes in for the kill. When the last of the rats stop twitching, I'm greeted by the long-awaited systems window. Congratulations! You have reached level 2. You have gained 3 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Finally, I grin as I quickly dump my 3 attribute points into luck, watching my dexterity attribute rise with it. I don't really have an immediate need for either luck or dexterity at this point, but I figure I might prepare for the future. Those points are going to come in handy rather soon. The same thing applies to my skill point. I already have a skill in mind, but I still open up the list of class-specific skills. Available Thief Lord class skills. Fight Dirty, gain attack damage equal to luck plus 5 skill level for 1 minute plus 1 second per skill level. Cooldown, 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Fight Smart increases evasion by 2 luck plus 2 skill level for 1 minute plus 1 second per skill level. Cooldown, 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Cheap Shot gives underlings a damage bonus to their first attack in a fight equal to luck plus skill level for 5 minutes plus 5 seconds per skill level, or until the first attack has been made. Cooldown, 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Gang Up gain increased damage when fighting 3-1 by 5 luck plus 5 skill level. Bail, all troops escape and evade. Evasion increases by skill level. Movement speed moving away from enemies increases by 2 skill level %. Duration 30 seconds plus 5 seconds per skill level. Cooldown 60 min, 15 seconds per skill level. Mentor increases underling experience gains by 5 skill level %. Doppelganger instantaneously switch position with an underling. Range 1 meter plus 2 skill level. Cooldown 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Rush increases movement speed by 2 luck plus 2 skill level % for 30 seconds plus 5 seconds per skill level. Cooldown 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Disarm makes underlings disarm an opponent. Chance of success 5 luck plus 2 skill level per underling. Stackable per underling. Cooldown 5 minutes 5 seconds per skill level. Bountiful increases yield of successful jobs by 5 luck plus 5 skill level %. Incite Crowd causes nearby NPCs to actively distract and obstruct enemies for 1 charisma seconds plus 1 seconds per skill level. Cooldown 60 minutes, 15 seconds per skill level. Cheat death upon taking fatal damage. Clear all status effects and turn invulnerable for 1 seconds per 5 luck and instantly heal for luck plus 5 N skill level. Cooldown 24 hours, 5 minutes per skill level. There are so many options. So many sweet options. This is what I love about the game. Every skill is available for purchase at the start, and I get to choose which skills to focus on, thus being able to tailor my skill set to my preferred play style. Granted, I eventually want to have every single one of these skills. I really need to prioritize a select few to focus on for a while. The skill I decide to go for this time around, though, is probably the least flashy, but also the one that gives me the most amount of long-term value. Therefore, I select and purchase the Mentor skill. It almost feels like a sin, but I already know how reliant I am on my underlings. Having them level up as fast as possible is vital for my late-game success. The skill allows my underlings to gain 5% extra experience per skill level I have in it. At skill level 100, my underlings will gain experience 500% faster. While the underlings can never have a higher level than me, it's still perfect for leveling up minions at the later stages of the game when they might die, or I need to recruit fresh ones. It's a skill I can't ignore if I am to ever have a realistic goal of becoming the best at the game and make it stay that way. Closing my status, I look upon the tunnel entrance the rats were guarding. It's a slightly wider tunnel than the others, and it's sloping downwards while still connected to the central chamber. I'm fairly certain 4 grown men could walk beside each other. But there's also a much wider stream of sewage water running down the middle, which makes it more difficult for the people walking on either side of the stream to assist one another. My anticipation level rises as I can figuratively smell an exit at the end of this path. We keep heading down the path for a while. The path takes a few twists and turns, but it still heads deeper into the ground with no branching tunnels connected to it. There are no rats down here, though, which makes me feel extremely suspicious that something weird is going on. No monster-infested tunnels have ever, in the history of video games, become easier the deeper you go. It just doesn't happen, which makes me suspect I will eventually fight a giant mutated level 10 rat or something that shoots bolts of acid from its tail. Which would suck. The tunnel keeps stretching on, and I guess I must be getting closer to the ocean. I can actually hear the sounds of waves crashing against rocks from where I am, but the exit still eludes me. After walking through another turn in the tunnel, we suddenly find ourselves outside a large room, nearly half the size of the huge center chamber upstairs. The room is filled with rotten barrels and other pieces of wooden equipment, but I pay them no mind. At the opposite side of the room, I can spot a streak of light hitting the side of the tunnels. An exit. I hurry across the room, my eyes locked onto the small glint of light across the room. I can't believe it. It was this easy. I chuckle. The room is filled by broken crates, trash, and filthy pieces of fabric strewn about. In my hurry, I jump over a half-broken crate on the floor, elegantly landing on top of a moth-ridden sack of fabrics on the other side. Grumph, a coarse grunt, echoes around the room, as a combat notification flashes in the corner of my eyes. You have dealt 1 blunt damage to unknown enemy. What the fuck? I yelp in surprise while turning around, scanning the room for where that noise came from. My eyes find nothing, staring into the dimly lit room. It is only too late I sense movement from below. Pug! Something screams as a force slams into my belly, causing me to stumble backwards, falling over and crushing a rotten barrel beneath my weight. Panicking slightly, I roll over and look towards the area I was occupying just seconds before. The moth-ridden sack I landed on earlier is somehow much larger, and it sprouted 2 arms and 2 legs, and what appears to be a head covered in nothing but dirty hair. I squint as a name tag appears. Human Elite Brawler Pug the Pugilist 3, HP. Oh crap. Chapter 9 Knucklejabbers. Chapter 9 Knucklejabbers. You hit, Pug. You die, little man. The creature screams as it lounges itself towards me. I immediately raise my arms to protect my head, but a swinging club intercepts the incoming monstrosity. Sensing the club, the creature deftly sidesteps but isn't quick enough to completely evade the strike. A small spray of blood flies through the air as the creature quickly jumps backwards, clutching its bleeding arm. With some distance between us, I finally get a good look at my opponent. From what I first thought was a horribly dirty and mutated monster, I now see a nearly naked human man with an unkempt full beard and long scruffy hair, wearing nothing but a dirty linen sack covering his torso and lower body. His feet and arms are bare, and his skin is nearly completely covered by filth. His hands are covered by several strips of leather braided together, with small metal spikes protruding between each knuckle. He raises his mean-looking gloves threateningly in my direction. Who the fuck are you? I shout as I quickly get back up on my feet, stepping back and behind my hoodlum. Me, Pug, he bellows as he launches himself forward. You little man, you die. The spotter throws one of his knives directly in Pug's path, but he swirls to the side. Seeing the hobo getting uncomfortably close, the hoodlum steps forward and strikes in a wide arc, trying to keep the hobo away. Pug quickly backsteps, snarling viciously. You coward! Pug kill little coward! He bellows, spittle flying everywhere. This guy is giving me the serious creeps. I take a few more steps back, making my way over towards the entrance where it should be safe. Pug is an elite mob, which means he is several times stronger than an average monster. He may be outnumbered, but I fear he still might be stronger than all my underlings put together. It doesn't help that he is also level 3, while my underlings just reached level 2 alongside me. Damn, I mutter. If only I decided to get a combat-related skill instead of the blasted mentor skill, I might be able to turn this battle around. Right now, I'm pretty much useless. I find a good corner to sit in as I cast Chameleon, covering myself in a thick illusion. I look back at the fight just in time to watch my cutpurse appear behind Pug, driving his rusty dagger into his back. Pug roars in pain as he swings around, catching the cutpurse with a backhanded slap which sends the rogue flying into a stack of crates. Caught in a moment of respite, the spotter manages to land a crippling shot in the crazy hobo's leg, causing him to recoil in pain. The hoodlum sees the opportunity and charges towards Pug, intent on taking him down with a tackle. The pugilist sees this, however, and takes advantage of his high evasion skill to lean away from the flailing arms of the hoodlum. As the hoodlum loses his footing, Pug strikes the falling underling in the side of his ribs, the spikes on his gloves sinking deep into the soft flesh. With both of my melee fighters on the ground, my spotter starts to panic. He takes a few steps backwards, wildly throwing a knife with each step. Pug effortlessly dodges the first 2 knives, but his rapid maneuvers put too much strain on his crippled leg, causing him to stagger. Unable to move, Pug raises his arms just in time to stop a 3rd knife from impaling his throat, the knife sinking deep into his forearm. "Pug will enjoy punching you, pretty elf," he roars as he starts stumbling towards my spotter. Seeing the approaching lunatic, the wood elf quickly backsteps and throws another knife at Pug. With minimal effort, Pug deflects the knife with a flick of his wrist, listening to the knife bounce harmlessly off the floor behind him. "Pug will catch you. You die." With rage-filled eyes, Pug stomps towards the spotter who has been driven into a corner. He raises his fists in a threatening manner, intent on striking down my knife-throwing underling. "Pug says bye-bye," he laughs maniacally as he takes a final step. His laughter is cut short as the cutpurse appears behind him, stabbing his dagger into the side of his neck. He turns around, glaring at the rogue with hatred. He opens his mouth to scream, but only blood sputters out as his hand reaches for the large wound on his neck. He throws a wide swing towards the cutpurse, who quickly backpedals, unwilling to repeat their last encounter. Heavily injured, Pug is unable to keep up the pace with my nimble rogue. Realizing he might go down, he decides to make one final push towards my spotter, taking him down with him in a blaze of rage. Turning around, his eyes go wide as a throwing knife buries itself in his chest, right next to his heart. The sudden impact causes the scruffy pugilist to stagger, dropping to one knee. His breath turns heavier as he struggles to breathe. "Pug, kill, die." He coughs up some blood, wiping it away with his shoulder. He tries to regain his footing when my hoodlum tackles him from the side, bringing them both to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Swinging his arms around wildly, Pug manages to shave off a few health points from the wrestling fighter, but my bulky henchman isn't taking it lying down. Activating his grapple skill, he locks Pug's torso in a vice-like grip, restraining both of their movements. He can't hold out for long, but it gives my cutpurse ample time to throw himself over the pair, driving his dagger deep under Pug's chin, cutting into his brain stem. With a final gurgle, Pug's body goes limp. You have slain human elite brawler Pug the Pugilist. 3. Gain 50 experience. Chameleon has leveled up to Novice 2. "Oh my God," I gasp, staring wide-eyed at the brutal scene, my heart slamming against my chest. That was fucking amazing. I had heard some fights could be especially brutal and visually pleasing, but I had never thought I'd see it for myself. This is nothing like the fights I had with my necromancer, where my skeletons just swarmed over their enemies and struck with the weapons until either they or their enemy fell. What I just witnessed. Holy crap, that was some real savage shit. I could almost feel the desperation in Pug's eyes when the cutpurse stabbed him in the neck, and the determination on my underlings' faces as they worked together to bring down the much stronger foe. The amount of coordination and trust between them would amaze anyone, and their teamwork is hard to believe considering these guys are supposed to be egoistic criminals. Is this how most fights go? I admit I haven't spent much time watching videos of other people's gameplay over these last 3 months, as I've dedicated all my time to leveling my necromancer. If this is the norm, though, could I sell the footage of this online? Are people already doing it? How much money could I earn if they knew the video came from a thief lord, the most hunted villain class there is? I shudder at the thought. The potential for fame and money is immense. Could this be a shortcut to reach my goal of becoming rich? Or could posting videos online give away my strategy and location, and thus be a hindrance to me in the long run? I shake my head and try to clear my thoughts. This is not a decision I should take lightly, and certainly not on a whim. The footage isn't going anywhere, and I have more pressing concerns. Walking over towards the corpse of Pug, a glint of greed flashes across my eyes. Having died more than 5 minutes ago, his corpse has already disappeared, leaving a small pile of items on the ground. Loot. Bending over, I snatch up the largest object and inspect it. Pug's spiked knucklejabbers. Rare. +10 piercing damage to unarmed combat, +1% physical resistance, +1 agility, +1 dexterity. Requires level 2. Whoa, my eyes widen. An enchanted piece of gear with not one but 3 different bonuses at level 2. That's unheard of. Usually the only enchanted gear you can find under level 5 only has a single bonus to a single stat. The fact that these gloves have 3 bonuses is absolutely mind-blowing, and I wouldn't hesitate to declare them as overpowered if it hadn't been because of the useless unarmed combat bonus. They aren't that useful to me, but I still won't hesitate to use them though, as I more than welcome the free attribute points. Pug also dropped 2 silver and 6 copper coins. It's not the highest of rewards, but it's plenty for a lone player. A mob like Pug would usually require at least 2 skilled level 3 players to take down. The fact that I did it with 3 ungeared level 2 NPCs just goes to show how powerful my class can be. Satisfied with my decent haul, I have a look at my ragged underlings. They are pretty beaten up, but they seem to be in high spirits after a battle well fought. Well, as motivated as a bunch of brainwashed puppets can be, I suppose. They all sport a few cuts and bruises, and the hoodlum is bleeding heavily from the rather nasty wound Pug inflicted when his spikes penetrated his ribcage. Even now, I can see the wounds starting to close up, and the color is returning to the hoodlum's face. I let them rest for a moment while I take a quick look around the room. I don't really expect to find any treasure around, but I can't help but abide by the gamer's code of conduct, which is to leave no stone unturned and no corpse unpilfered. I spend a few minutes rummaging through the crates and barrels. I'm not too thorough, as a lot of it is really nasty. I don't neglect to check them, though, but I admit a few of the piles of filthy rags only get a quick glance and a short nudge by the tip of my toe to satisfy my curiosity. My efforts aren't completely wasted, as I do find 5 more copper coins and a painting with the number 15 etched in the corner, which is really just a vanity item for collectors. It's a pretty common item, but I still stash it in my inventory. Waste not, want not, and all that. Finally satisfied with thoroughly checking the place out and my underlings back at full health, I start heading towards the exit. I must admit, Pug was a tough enemy, and I'm not sure if other thief lords could beat him unless they dumped all their points into charisma at the start as I did. Still, leaving just Pug to guard the only exit seems a bit reckless of the Dark Pegasus Guild. I freeze, oh crap. Of course they wouldn't do something that stupid, even if they might think they are the only ones who know about these sewers. Why wouldn't they have some sort of security measure here? Perhaps another perception-based guard. An uncomfortable knot ties in my stomach as a trickle of sweat run down my forehead. Shaking my head to clear it, I immediately find a secluded corner in the room and recast Chameleon. I proceed to have both my hoodlum and cutpurse head back to the entrance of the room and prepare to escape if there is indeed a guard at the exit. I proceed to send my spotter ahead to scout out the area. My plan here is to try and identify any potential opponents while using my other underlings as a diversion in case something goes bad. My chameleon skill isn't exactly top-notch, but it is incredibly powerful even against perception-based players at a higher level than me. I hope that any pursuing players will chase after my melee minions, neglecting to thoroughly check the room for anyone hiding. Who knows? Maybe I can slip past them in the confusion. Watching as my spotter moves forward to execute my impromptu plan, a small wave of nervousness crawls down my spine. Fighting the rats and pug was difficult, but nothing is more nerve-wracking than when there are other players involved. Not only do I have to make certain I win, but I also have to make certain I don't fuck up and reveal my identity. Speaking of revealing myself, I had completely forgotten about putting the villain's mask back on. It won't do much if there really is a high-level player here, but at the slight off chance they do see me and I manage to escape, they will at least not be able to register my gamer ID. I waste little time in putting the piece of fabric on. The villain's mask is a cool-looking item, by the way. It's a special item that can alter its appearance by buying cosmetic upgrades with in-game gold. It isn't necessary to do so, as it doesn't alter the item's function in any way, but I won't mind changing it down the road when I have some spare gold. Currently, the mask is nothing but a simple black scarf, tied in a way so that it covers the lower half of my face, sort of like the bandits in old Western movies. I gotta say, it's not a bad look for me, not at all. The spotter reaches the other side of the room and turns around a corner, moving out of view. The seconds trail on as the room turns deathly quiet. At least I don't hear any sounds of combat, and I don't see the red outlining of any potential enemies. After what feels like an eternity, the wood elf reappears from around the corner. Sighing in relief, I undo my spell and head over towards the exit. Making my way over, I start heading down a short tunnel. I can clearly hear the sounds of the ocean, and the natural light is stretching alongside the wall. Turning around the final corner, I almost walk face first into a thick steel grate barring my path. What the fuck is this? I exasperate, letting my shoulders drop. Why the hell is this here? The steel grate is several centimeters thick and covers the entire exit. The metal seems new as there is not a single speck of rust on it. I take a step back, scratching my head. Who put that here? Okay, stupid question. Why did the Dark Pegasus Guild put this here? Are they out of their minds? This thing must have cost a fortune to install. A custom project like this must go for 1,000 gold at the minimum. All this to keep fresh thief lords from getting into the city. It seems so. Excessive. Sighing in defeat, I slump to the ground and lean against the wall. I feel my energy quickly draining from my body as I massage the bridge of my nose. I should have known it wouldn't be this easy. Glancing at the clock, I notice that it's already 2 a.m. with just an hour left until virtual night time. I shake my head in disappointment. Perhaps I should revisit the wagon idea again? I mutter to no one in particular. I sit still for a few minutes, just letting random thoughts flow through my mind. If there was ever a time to get an epiphany, now would be it. I stare intently at the grate, hoping to stare my way through. I'm just about to give up when a small chime rings in my ear. Annal Windrider writes, "Hey Ryan, how's it going? Did you go into the sewers yet?" My eyes widen in surprise as a direct message from Anna pops up in front of me. I had completely forgotten about this feature since I haven't really ever bothered to add friends while playing the game before, for obvious reasons. Slightly bewildered, I quickly write out a reply. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Hello Anna, I am doing fine, thank you for asking. I am indeed down in the sewers. Is something wrong?" It only takes seconds for her to reply. Annal Windrider writes, "Oh good, I was afraid I was too late. We sort of forgot to tell you, but don't descend to the lower levels. There's a rare enemy there that is too tough for a level 1 player to handle on his own. So be careful." I frown, she could have told me that earlier. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "You mean Pug the Pugilist? I just fought the guy. It was a tough fight, but I managed to beat him. I'm currently looting his body." Annal Windrider writes, "What? Really? Wow, that's amazing, Ryan. How did you do it? Weren't you a crafter?" I hesitate for a moment, trying to come up with a plausible way for a low-level craftsman to defeat such a strong opponent. Crap. Did I just say too much? Reinorn Stabberton writes, "A gentleman needs to have a few secrets." Annal Windrider writes, "That's mean powderface asterisk, but I get it. Just a heads up though, there's a metal grate further down the corridor from where you are. Whatever you do, don't touch the grate, okay?" Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Oh, okay. May I ask why?" Annal Windrider writes, "My paranoid sister put a powerful self-charging trap on the grate. Anyone who touches it dies, and let me tell you it's not a good way to go, so stay safe. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know, I gotta go, see ya, Zozo. What? I glance over at the large metal grate looming above me, just a few centimeters away from my hand. I quickly scoot away, trying my damnedest not to touch anything. What the hell? It's booba-trapped? Jesus. I can't believe I didn't touch it. I always touch things. I'm not sure if I'm the luckiest or the comically unluckiest guy alive. Putting a couple more meters between the grate and me, I once again slump to the ground. I take a moment to calm down, collecting my thoughts. After sitting still for half a minute, I acknowledge the fact that I'm achieving nothing here. I shake my head while sighing loudly. A small alert is blinking in the corner of my vision, signaling that it's been a while since I last ate. Might as well, I mumble as I log out. Chapter 10, A Widow's Grief. Chapter 10, A Widow's Grief. I exit the capsule in a sour mood. I really don't like it when my plan falls together like that. I was so close. Entering the kitchen, I open my fridge and grab a box at random, opening it and chucking it into the microwave. While I wait for it to finish, I take a quick trip to the bathroom. As I unleash the waterfall, a calming sensation travels down my spine, allowing me to lower my shoulders and letting my tense muscles relax. Going to the bathroom does wonders for my psyche. It has always been like that, and some of my best epiphanies have come to me while sitting on this fantastic ceramic bowl. So what's my next step here? Currently, I have two different plans to escape the noob district. Hiding as a stowaway on a departing wagon might be my best bet, but I don't like my chances. If the Dark Pegasus Guild is paranoid enough to invest €1,000 into making a thick steel grate in a hidden sewer, they probably won't be stupid enough not to carefully inspect every wagon departing through the gate. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with that idea. The sewer escape seems impossible now, but a small voice at the back of my head isn't quite yet willing to let it go. The grate has to have some sort of weakness, right? I frown as I grab my tablet and pull up a screenshot I took off the grate earlier. It's a solid steel grate, which must have taken half a ton of steel bars just to have it cover the entire sewer exit. Not only is it heavy and requires a whole lot of manpower just to move, but you would also need to have a fortune of in-game gold and connections just to get anything done. I don't think player blacksmiths are a high enough level to make a custom project like that yet, which means the guild must have hired expensive NPC blacksmiths for the job. Which begs the question, why go through all this trouble? Is it really worth €1,000 just to keep a few thief lords out of the city? Why would they care? The only explanation I can think of is that the Dark Pegasus Guild is somehow going to annex the entire city under their rule. There have been some speculations on the forums that players can indeed capture cities, but such an endeavor would be ambitious at best. Only the most hardcore guilds would try to make a power play this early in the game. I didn't expect the Dark Pegasus Guild to be one of them. Have I got myself tangled up into something I should? The amount of money they are investing in this game only confirms my speculations. I shake my head. Power play or not, it's none of my business. It could actually work in my favor. If they believe they have completely isolated the noob district, it would only mean I'd have an easier time leveling up if I managed to escape into the city. The problem, however, is to actually pull it off. The main problem is the trap Anna spoke of. As with everything the Dark Pegasus Guild does, it seems incredibly excessive. Maybe if I find a way to break the trap, could I then use my minions to tear it down? Can I be absolutely certain the trap is even real? I don't think Anna would lie, but it might all be a bluff. But then again, why bluff when no one knows about the trap anyway? I need to learn more about it. I gobble down my food as quickly as I can while I peruse the skill lists for the umpteenth time, trying to find out if there is some sort of skill that can save the day. Perhaps a skill that negates fall damage. I wonder how long it would take to level it up enough to survive a 50-meter drop onto rocky cliffs. Probably a lot. Re-entering the game, I find my avatar sitting just where I left him, on his ass surrounded by 3 suspicious-looking homeless people. Not sketchy-looking at all, nope. The fun thing about this game is that your character never disappears from the game world. It's an interesting feature that allows player characters to have a greater impact on the world. I really like the feature. In the earlier days of gaming, too many players could abuse the system and disappear and reappear at critical moments. It would be an incompatible system with this game, though. If villains could just log out and disappear every time something got dicey, then it wouldn't be so hard to hide from all the players hunting me. When my character is constantly present in the game, it makes it that much more important to have a series of hiding places. Regular players would just rent a room at a tavern or a guild house, but it's not that easy for villains. Well, I could also technically hide in a tavern, and I most likely will, but it won't help me hide all my underlings. Someone would definitely notice if a small army of criminals enters and leave my room at all hours of the day. Playing as a villain is definitely like playing the game on hard mode. Luckily for me, at least my underlings can defend me while my character stands idly around. It will always be a risk factor, though, one that I will have to work hard to avoid. But enough about that. What am I supposed to do about this darn grate? A small part of me just wants to give it a solid kick, but that'd be a stupid thing to do. I start by inspecting it thoroughly, seeing if there's any weakness I can try to exploit. Sadly, since game logic is a thing, those efforts are wasted. The only semi-successful thing I do is putting a strain on my neck, trying to get a peek beyond the grate. I only see the final stretch of the tunnel leading outwards and a small puddle of seawater at the bend in the corridor. I suppose that means I'm at the sea level, all the good that will do me. The next part of my expert plan is to head back up into the sewers to find a willing test subject for the super deadly trap that is supposed to be placed on the grate. Naturally, there are plenty of rats still left alive to fulfill that job. Wiping out another pack, my hoodlum grapples a level 1 sewer rat which we bring back down to the grate. Unceremoniously chucking it at the big lump of metal, we get front row seats to watch the poor critter get electrocuted by what appears to be a miniature lightning bolt. So much for Plan B, I mutter, watching the still smoking corpse of the rat. The game's not giving me much to work with here. I start pacing around the small tunnel, looking around while my mind wanders. I don't see anything that's useful. There are a bunch of rotten barrels and crates which wouldn't even be usable as a makeshift battering ram. There's a bunch of filthy rags, equally useless. The only other things around here are my underlings, and it's not like they can do anything to the grate. Or maybe. Now I give up. With a dejected sigh, I leave the grate and start heading towards the surface. It should be nighttime soon, so I figure I should try to get some shopping done before all the stores close for the night. Players may not need to sleep, but NPCs still do. This is why the developers had to skew the in-game nighttime so much, since the player density is the highest when people are asleep in the real world, and they can't do any shopping if the shops are always closed. This also means that in-game nighttime is all about performing kill quests or go dungeon diving. Coincidentally, that's also the best time for a thief lord to operate, since players don't skulk around the shops too much. Removing my villain's mask, I order my underlings to stay in the sewers and guard the entrance. It should be the safest place for them, since hardly anyone is supposed to know about it. Exiting the sewers, my lungs inhale as if they never tasted fresh air before, replacing the musky sewer air with fresh salt air. "Oh God, that smells nice," I mutter while grinning like an idiot. I've never been a fan of nasty smells, which is why I never bothered raising zombies when I was playing as a necromancer. I stand still in the shadows of the tavern, smelling freshly cooked meat drift through the kitchen window. The sensual stimulation in this game is just so. The sound of rapid footsteps approaching breaks me out of my trance and causes me to spin around, staring horrified at the nearby alley. As my heart is about to escape through my mouth, a familiar-looking dwarf appears around the tavern corner. "Oh, you little bastard," I sigh while clutching my chest. "You scared me half to death." Staring at me with a serious expression, the mute beggar nods once before a blue window appears before my eyes. "Your agent, dwarf beggar, too, has uncovered a secret. A widow's grief. Job type heist. Difficulty medium. Deadline 21 days. Rewards 150 experience unknown. 2 fortnights ago, Sergeant Joseph Davins of the Town Guards was killed on duty. Stricken by grief, his wife has found solace at the bottom of a bottle. Rumors have it that Sergeant Davins truly adored his wife, spending his meager paychecks on spoiling her with luxurious gifts and jewelry. Their two-story house stands empty and should be ripe for a plucking. Do you wish to accept this job? A thief lord exclusive job? I grin like a maniac as I read through the job specifics. Oh, my smile falters. I had similar sorts of quests when I was playing as a necromancer, and I still find it slightly creepy what they ask of me. I didn't have much problem stomaching it when I had to plunder tombs or desecrating holy places, but robbing the widow of an honest man who died making the city a safer place. They may be virtual, but it's a tough moral pill to swallow for me when my dad is a retired police officer. It's not that I won't do it, though. Morals or not, it's still just a game. No matter how you look at or rationalize it, it's not real. Some people may call it a morally gray area, but in reality, I don't see it as a question of morality at all. The NPCs are fake, designed to be targets for my entertainment. The players all know what they are getting into, be it as the victim or the perpetrator. If you don't like it, then don't play. Robbing this grieving widow blind isn't, in reality, a bad thing to do as it has no consequences and it doesn't hurt anyone. It would in real life, but here it doesn't. Making these choices while being aware of the consequences and repercussions doesn't make me a psychopath or even a bad person. I'm exploring other avenues of morality in itself. I would say it's a good thing. Healthy, even. Losing myself in internal philosophical debates is a bad habit of mine, I'm afraid, causing me to miss the fact that I've been standing face to face with a hobo in the middle of an alley for almost 5 minutes straight. I dismiss the beggar to go out and keep doing his thing, but not before I tell him to report to me every 3 hours. Keeping a tight leash on my underlings is important to me during these early levels since I don't have that many of them, and I never know when I might need them. It would do me no good if the beggar got lost for days on end looking for jobs that might not even be here. Departing in the opposite direction of my beggar, I hurry towards the marketplace. I'm quickly burning daylight, and I really need to get some upgrades to my underlings, or my own gear if I want to increase the success chance of my new job. You never know when things go sideways on a job, and that goes double when you have everything to lose. The Noob District's marketplace is not far from the tavern, as they are both located in the same quadrant of the district. It hardly qualifies to be called a marketplace, though, as it's pretty much only 4 small stores placed around a small cul-de-sac at the northern part of the peninsula. Jingling my full sack of coins, I grin as I walk into the most popular store, Alf's Weaponsnarmer. The store is managed by a burly dwarf named Alf. Big surprise there. The store is pretty much what one would expect from a medieval weapons shop, as rows upon rows of weapons and armor are mounted on racks lining the walls around us. The most expensive-looking wares are hung on a rack safely behind the counter, while the cheap stuff is closer to the exit. The store is starting to empty this late in the day, and there are only 2 other players in the store as I enter, both haggling ferociously with the stout dwarf behind the counter. Waiting for my turn, I start perusing some wares around the shop while I subtly eavesdrop on the haggling trio. The 2 players looking oddly familiar for some reason. "These prices are way too steep, sir," a human paladin wielding a 2-handed mace says. "It costs as much as 2 days' work peddling crates. It just doesn't seem fair." "Fair," Alf snorts. "It took me 2 days thaw craft thaw beauty. Don't come air sellin' me thaw load of horse crap, boy." He glares at the human player. I'm slightly surprised the little dwarf isn't speaking with a Scottish accent as the common fantasy trope dictates. I'm not sure what the hell sort of dialect he is talking, but it's surprisingly fetching. "But you're just an NPC," the human frowns. "Don't bother, Kevin. If you piss him off any further, he might just double the prices." The other player chuckles. I notice he's a short dwarven paladin wielding a copper mace and a dented wooden buckler. "Just pay the man so we can head out and do some combat quests." "But he's ripping me off," Kevin sulks, glaring back at Alf. "Yeah, but that's life for you. If you want better prices, I suggest you spend one of your skill points on the haggling skill. You're not getting anywhere like this. Now hurry up, the store closes soon and you won't find another store to sell you anything until the morning," the dwarven player says, gently nudging towards the door. But Kevin starts but is quickly cut off by the dwarf. If we don't hurry, we won't have a hope in hell of joining the Dark Pegasus Guild. The dwarf crosses his arms, tapping his foot impatiently. Sighing deeply, Kevin relents. Fine, have it your way. Take my damn money, you old bastard. I hope you choke on it. Kevin grits his teeth while handing over 2 gold coins to the shopkeeper. Pleasure doing business with ya, boy. Alf grins while swiping the coins out of Kevin's hand. Now piss off. I have work thaw do. He scowls at the players. Glaring at the merchant, the 2 players exit the store while Kevin curses heavily under his breath. Right before the door closes, I hear Greg's chuckling voice. Calm down, Kevin. I'll buy you a pint of ale in the tavern before we head out. As the 2 players exit, Alf turns his attention towards me. Now, little halfling, what can I help you with? He shows a toothy grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth with a lone silver tooth catching my eye. I smile back at the dwarf. I'm glad you ask. Chapter 11, Thieves Come Prepared. Chapter 11, Thieves Come Prepared. Alf's eyebrows rise as he sees the silver token in my hand. Wasting no time, he jumps off the small box he is standing on and hurries past me. With efficient movements, he locks the front door, bolting it tight. Turning back towards me, he smiles. Now how may thaw silver saints assist ye, little halfling? He smiles as he calmly walks back to his counter. I have all sorts of wares. What is your profession? Slightly taken back by the changing atmosphere, I hesitate for a moment. I'm a fresh thief lord, and I need some equipment for both me and my underlings. I say, slightly skeptical of the obviously criminal shopkeeper. A thief lord, you say? I have just thaw thing for ye. He says while crouching behind his counter, shuffling some unseen boxes around. I lean forward, trying to get a glimpse of what the dwarf is doing. Alf quickly stands back up, though, holding a set of basic leather armor in his hands. Shadowed leather armor set. Common, plus 25% physical resistance per level gain. Agility plus 1 perception plus 1 dexterity, constitution, strength. Requires NPC rogue classification. Wow, that's what I'm talking about. I grin as I read the item description. What I'm looking at is an item set, which is a little different than the gear normal players can wear. Villains aren't the only class types that can recruit minions. In fact, everyone can. Normal players and guilds can recruit NPCs to function as personal servants, guards, or even form an entire NPC army. All these NPCs need to be individually equipped, though, and since it would be an incredibly tiresome ordeal to buy, craft, or steal individual gear pieces like helmets, chest pieces, and gloves, the developers added NPC set items. These set items grant bonuses to the character as a whole while taking up every inventory slot. They scale with every level the NPCs gain, which makes it unnecessary to change them often. The sets can be upgraded, though, and their appearances can be changed to include guild symbols, colors, or even style. Customization options are always nice. To clarify, while any player can recruit NPCs to do their bidding, they will never be comparable to the minions of a villain. Normal players, for example, do not have access to the same sort of powerful buffing abilities that villains do, and they also have to pay regular upkeep to keep them employed. They are also required to feed their NPCs and give them a proper, secure area to rest. This is why most players won't ever bother recruiting NPCs, but guilds can hire and utilize them to do menial tasks. I'm certain that the Dark Pegasus Guild, for example, will eventually replace their player guards at the city entrances with perception-based NPC minions at some point. That's what I'm hoping for, though, as it would make my illusion spells a much more powerful asset. I'll take it, I grin. Do you have more? I'll buy as many as I can. Alf returns my grin, rubbing his hands together. I do, little halfling. Thaw right there is just a taste of what the Silver Saints can offer. He walks into a back room and starts rummaging around. I can hear the sounds of boxes bumping into one another and the crashing sound as a glass jar breaks against the floor. Cursing like a sailor, Alf quickly returns from the back carrying a heavy wooden crate. He lifts it onto the counter, giving me a glance of what is in there. Heavy leather armor set. Common plus 30% physical resistance per level gain. Strength, endurance plus 1 agility plus 0.5 dexterity. Requires NPC fighter classification. Light leather armor set. Common. Plus 20% physical resistance per level gain, plus 15 dexterity, plus 1 agility, plus 1 perception, constitution, strength. Requires NPC ranged classification. My eyes go wide as I reveal a toothy grin. This is excellent. I'll take one of each. How much is it? 7 gold each normally. He takes a moment to scratch his chin. But with a special membership discount, I'll let you have them for 5 gold and 2 silvers apiece. The air deflates from my lungs when I hear about the steep price. Even with the discount, that's one hell of a price to pay to gear up a couple of level 2 underlings. For that price, I can actually only barely equip 4 underlings, not counting their weapons. Checking my inventory, I count my meager possessions. 20 gold, 8 silver, 9 copper coins, and a painting. It's not a bad haul, but it still stings to lose this much money this shortly after earning them. Oh well, easy come, easy go. I didn't really work for most of this gold anyway. Yeah, only one of each, I confirm. I would also like a short sword, a dagger, a set of throwing knives, and a crossbow, the best I can get for. I do a few quick mental calculations. 5 gold, 2 silvers, and 9 coppers, please. Smiling, Alf once more enters the back room, rummaging around. The sounds of crates being knocked over and the occasional curse from Alf breaks through the silence once in a while. After a short moment, he returns to the counter and dumps the items in front of me. Blunted iron short sword. Uncommon. 5/8 slashing damage plus 1 strength plus 1 agility. Requires strength 10 level 2. Blunted iron dagger. Uncommon. 6/7 piercing damage plus 2 agility. Requires agility 10 level 2. Chipped iron throwing knives. Uncommon. 5/6 piercing damage plus 2 dexterity. Requires dexterity 10 level 2. Aged small crossbow. Uncommon. 9/10 piercing damage plus 2 dexterity. Requires dexterity 10 level 2. They may not be the most awe-inspiring weapons, but they are all of uncommon rarity, which means they are a step above most weapons available to players below level 5. Actually, I'm surprised he brought out these weapons, as I would have assumed they would be worth at least 8 gold. Even with the discount, I doubt I'll have enough. You look troubled, little halfling. Something thaw matter. These weapons air are thaw best you can get. Don, try any of thaw haggling with me. Alf scowls. I raise my eyebrows in surprise. Really, I get everything. How much? I ask a tad too quickly. 5 gold, 2 silvers, and 9 coppers. He shrugs. What? Well, that's probably the most suspicious-sounding pricing I've ever heard. Am I being scammed here? Something is definitely wrong. No self-respecting criminal would ever give discounts this large, no matter the client. Why the low prices? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Customer discount? He repeats with a deadpan voice. Bullshit, why are they really this cheap? I frown. Eyeing me suspiciously, he leans in closer. I involuntarily flinch, not too eager to get an ugly dwarf this close to my face. Let's just say thaw items didn't come air through thaw regular channels, okay? He says in hushed tones. Oh, my cheeks redden. Now it makes sense. The bastard is a fence. These items are all contraband. No wonder he kept them hidden. What a scam. If anyone with a semi-decent analyze skill inspects these items, they'll be notified that the items are stolen, which can be reported to the authorities and will lead to me being penalized. Luckily, it won't matter much to me since I'm toast if I'm found out anyway. But I have to make sure I don't flaunt this stuff when I'm walking around as Rhinorn Stabberton, crafter extraordinaire. Now that I look closer, I notice there's a small asterisk at the end of all of the items' names. Focusing on one of the symbols, the item's status gets a small addition. Aged small crossbow, uncommon. 9/10 piercing damage plus 2 dexterity. Requires dexterity 10 level 2, contraband. Son of a, there it is. Damn, I should have seen it earlier. I never really ran into this problem as a necromancer as I didn't really get many chances to kill and loot lawful NPCs. Not that I wouldn't do it if given the chance, but there really just aren't that many of them around deep inside the Talshaug forest. I'll take them, I mutter, handing over all my money. Pleasure doing business with ye, little halfling. Alf chuckles as he shoos me out the door. Thaw, silver saints appreciate ye patronage. A door slams shut behind me for the second time today, the same amount of times I've encountered the silver saints. Who the hell are these people? Merchants? Fences? Are they supposed to be a secret organization catering to villains' needs? How hasn't this gone public yet? Questions race through my mind as I can't make heads or tails of them. What the hell, though? This game is much deeper than I thought. When I played as a necromancer, I never met anyone. And the ones I did meet, I murdered to gain crafting reagents for my undead. I wonder what else this game has in store for me as I progress. One of my main concerns when I started playing as a villain was the lack of endgame content. Thinking more carefully about it now, I assume there has to be something. Could this be it? Doubtful, but it does seem like an interesting feature. I can't wait to explore them as I go. With a renewed sense of purpose, I hurry back towards the sewers where my underlings are waiting idly by. Night has truly fallen, and the streets are emptier than earlier. Since most of the NPCs have already gone to bed, there are no quests for the new players to partake in. Several people have already departed the noob district to go hunt outside of the city, while the remaining casual players have retreated inside the tavern and are currently busy spending their hard-earned money on whatever brew Joe is serving. There is a surprising amount of casual players hanging around in the noob district, probably because so many people only need a place to stay while their real-life bodies are sleeping. Reaching the sewers, I carefully slip in and soon find myself in the same musky tunnels from earlier. Noticing my approach, my 3 combat underlings step out of the shadows, giving me respectful nods while they await my command. Handing out the armor and weapons, my underlings waste no time equipping it. My underlings aren't supposed to be very talkative, but it still makes my eye twitch that they couldn't even bother to thank me or at least make some sort of appreciative gesture or whatever. Inwardly sulking, I still shrug it off. At least it technically wasn't my money that paid for their stuff. Grabbing the crossbow I bought for myself, I carefully inspect it. It's a solid piece of construction where the wooden stock is slightly cracked but is still able to withstand the pressure from the 2 limbs and string. The small metal hook that holds the string back is slightly rusted, but its overall function hasn't deteriorated. It's solid craftsmanship, and the damage rating is high. During my exploration of the sewers earlier, I found out that there are actually 3 entrances to the place. One is located behind the tavern to the northwest of the district, one at the outskirts of the residential area to the east, and one behind the church at the training grounds at the center of the district. Since the Davin's household is in the residential area, I see no reason not to use the closest exit. Making our way through the sewers, we come across a couple more packs of sewer rats, wasting no time murdering them for the experience. I have to say, the combat capabilities of my underlings skyrocketed after gaining the new gear. I'm fairly certain they are at least at the same level as any regular player at the moment. Adding in our numerical superiority, I don't envy whichever poor bastard we run across. This actually annoys me a little. When I played as a necromancer, I never really had the option of acquiring weapons and armor of this quality for my skeletons. Apart from a few sets of gear I got from doing some of the class-unique missions for necromancers, the majority of my skeletons were practically naked. It makes me think, did I overlook some sort of way to buy fenced goods as a necromancer? Or maybe there was some other hidden way to get some decent equipment. As it stands now, my thief lord underlings are vastly superior to any number of equivalently geared skeletons. Could I have prevailed against Anna's party if I had the same option of gearing my minions? I'm not above using pay-to-win methods to get ahead, especially since winning makes me rich. Ah, damn it. I guess I shouldn't think about it too much. Going down that particular rabbit hole won't do me any favors. Reaching the sewer exit near the residential area, I decide to exit first. I'm not too afraid of being discovered, as I doubt any player would realize I'm not who I say I am. But it wouldn't be much of a stretch for people to connect the dots if a player suddenly emerges from a hole in the ground with a bunch of NPC criminals in tow. As I once again taste the fresh evening air, I have a look around, finding nothing of interest. The residential area is all but deserted since the NPCs should already be fast asleep. I open the sewers and signal for my underlings to follow, and the four of us are soon cowering in the shadows of a two-story house. I don't yet dare put the villain's mask on, as we still have a short way to go, so I order my underlings to keep a fair distance to me as to not raise any suspicions. It's not far, and the trek goes smoothly without encountering anyone. We soon find ourselves in a denser part of the residential area, with several houses almost built on top of one another, hugging the exterior stone wall of the keep. I click my tongue as the architect of this place should be jailed for completely ignoring any and all fire safety regulations. The Davins household is located in the middle of a row of the buildings, with the only accessible entrance being a door and two windows at the very front. I was hoping I could slip in unnoticed from a back alley, but I guess this is the reason the job difficulty rating was rated at medium. The street is deserted enough, so I guess it won't matter. I'm not comfortable with it, though, so I need to take certain precautions. Since the house should be empty, then I doubt I need to bring everyone in with me. Not only is there probably not that much room inside, but if a fight were to break out, then I doubt our superior numbers would give us a big advantage. Therefore, I need to select a minion to be a lookout, and who's better at such a task than my spotter. Looking around, I spot a small one-story house across the street that has a good vantage point of the Davins household. I have my hoodlum help my spotter climb on top of it, which should give him a decent view of both the house and the street up front. With his height, as well as using his mark target skill, he should be able to give us a timely warning if anyone approaches, while still keeping him hidden on top of the dark roof. Content with the placement of my underlings, I take a deep breath. I don't think there is any reason to postpone this heist, and the longer we linger out here, the greater the risk of being discovered. I can't say that I'm completely comfortable with this, but this is something that I need to get used to. What sort of self-respecting thief lord is afraid of stealing things? This is what I signed up for, and I won't back out now. This is necessary if I am to ever accomplish my dream. Stealing my resolve, I order the cut purse to take point. The rogue is the only one with a lockpicking skill, making him essential if this plan is to stay covert. He soundlessly makes his way across the street and starts working on the lock. My skin starts to crawl as the anticipation is getting to me. My eyes dart from side to side, trying to spot any guards which I subconsciously know isn't there. It feels like forever until my cut purse finally gives the all-clear signal, gesturing for the hoodlum and me to follow. Slipping the mask on, we quickly cross the street. The adrenaline is finally kicking in. Let's do this shit. Chapter 12, The Heist. Chapter 12, The Heist. My hoodlum takes point as he enters the house. My cut purse and I follow suit as we fan out, flanking the hoodlum who stands prepared for combat. As expected, the house seems to be deserted. We are currently located in what I assume to be the house's living room. There are two chairs and a table taking up the prominent position at the center of the room, with a small fireplace placed neatly in a corner. A small staircase leads to the second floor, while a single open door at the back leads into what I can glimpse is a kitchen. The room is quite dark, but there is enough ambient light coming from gods know where to make us able to not stumble around in complete darkness. You just gotta love game logic. The house isn't really that big, but it is bigger than what I can see. Houses like this usually have a larder and a basement, so I assume these must be accessible from the kitchen at the back. Since the job description mentioned that the riches in this house are mainly jewelry, then the most likely location for these are in the bedroom upstairs. It would be stupid to only check the bedroom, though, so I order my hoodlum to start checking around for any valuables downstairs, while the cut purse and I start clearing out the second floor. The most important part of stealing is to always secure the most valuable possessions first in case something goes wrong and we have to bail. Making our way up the stairs, my heart skips a beat as the wood creaks with every step. I doubt anyone can hear it, but it could have been catastrophic if the wife was still at home, sleeping upstairs. Perhaps I should invest some skill points into a fleet-footed skill or something, or maybe I just shouldn't personally participate in heists like this in the future. Ah, who am I kidding? Of course I will participate. This is exhilarating. Reaching the top, we find ourselves in a small hallway with 3 closed doors spaced evenly alongside it. There's one large double door to the right of the hallway. which is most likely leading to the master bedroom overlooking the main street. To maximize our efficiency, I have my cut purse start looting the 2 rooms on the left side of the hallway while I open the door to the master bedroom and slip in. My assumptions were correct as I find myself in a lavishly decorated bedroom with a fancy king-sized bed taking up the majority of the room. The sheets seem to be made of silk, which is ridiculously expensive in this time era. I wonder if it's lootable. Glancing over the rest of the room, I quickly locate what I'm looking for. There's a small jewelry box resting on top of one of the nightstands, beckoning at my eyes to take a closer look. It's a fancy-looking box, hand-carved from polished oak with a colored glass handle and several engraved wooden roses carved into the exterior of the box. Damn, I'm definitely taking the box as well. It must be worth 10 gold at the very least. I inspect the box. Small adorned jewelry box. Rare, container, 10 slots, permanent item, * contraband. It's a permanent item, and a rare one at that. Permanent items will never disappear from the game world even if they are removed from your possession. Most items in the game that have been generated by the system for the players, like loot, will always disappear from the game if it's left lying around the game world for a few hours. It's a cleanup feature to remove unwanted items no one bothers to pick up to avoid cluttering areas and suck up an unnecessary amount of the game's processing power. There are of course exceptions to this, like if you put them up for auction at an auction house, in a bank, or place them in permanent storage containers like this jewelry box. These items are vital for villainous players as we are unable to use banks to store our possessions. We need to store our items in a storage container and instead hide them away somewhere. These boxes can be looted by anyone, so it's important to take precautions and spread your loot around so other players won't stumble upon it too easily. But anyway, why am I standing around here thinking about boxes when there are treasures inside? Grinning like a fat kid in a candy store, I open the box, gazing at the treasures inside. I am not disappointed. Engraved silver ring. Uncommon, +2 charisma, requires level 3, contraband. Amber necklace, rare, +4 charisma, requires level 3, contraband. Dealer's signet, rare, +2 luck, +1 dexterity, requires level 3, contraband. My eyes go wide with surprise. These items are all insane. What gives? It's just from a medium, low-ranked job. These rewards are way better than what I got from the necromancer missions. Is it because the thief lord is more reliant on funding? Perhaps, when I think about it, I may not have gotten too many personal items playing as a necromancer, but I did get a lot of free weapons and crafting materials for my undead. Those things should actually have been worth a fortune to a normal player too. Is this the difference between a thief lord and a necromancer? It sort of feels like a scam, like this could easily be exploited by someone. Who says someone isn't already? Since these jobs are class-specific, I will most likely almost only get items that are usable by my class. There aren't too many classes out there that are reliant on charisma and luck, but there are some. It probably also doesn't speak well for me that all of these items have been automatically marked as contraband, meaning if any regular player would use it and it was discovered, they would receive a hefty punishment to their renown, and their items would automatically get dropped at death, regardless if you are a villain or a regular player. You can't even sell them or auction them off, as no auctioneer would accept stolen goods. The items are essentially almost worthless unless you actually use them and don't die. Maybe this is why the items are more powerful than whatever I gained as a necromancer. It certainly is riskier to operate within the bounds of a city. Could it be that the higher risk gives me better rewards? I need to do some research on this. Assuming my hypothesis is correct, then I guess it's not really that exploitable after all. I sigh, and here I am getting riled up over nothing. The items are still good though, and the ring and necklace alone should be enough for me to recruit another underling. I just need to reach level 3 first. For now, though, let's see what else I can steal. Immediately moving over to the bed, I try to see if I can swipe the bedsheets. Placing my hand upon it, I receive a prompt. This item cannot be looted. Damn. Shaking my head in disappointment, I start going through their dressers. There are a lot of clothes here, and not all of them are lootable. I come across 2 different item sets that show great promise. Embroidered formal dress set. Uncommon. Per level gain +2 charisma. Disguise hides class and reduces infamy level to 0. Requires female NPC. Contraband. Embroidered formal suit set. Uncommon. Per level gain +2 charisma. Disguise hides class and reduces infamy level to 0. Requires male NPC. Contraband. Whoa, these are nice. I've heard of these types of items, and they are perfect for my underlings. They don't offer much in a combat scenario, but the disguise function makes them perfect for moving my NPCs around. The disguises are far from foolproof, and they are quite susceptible to perception checks, but they are making it easier for my underlings to move among other NPCs nonetheless. I still shouldn't have my underlings follow me while wearing it, since that will look ultra-suspicious, but it might make it easier for them to hide around town. I spend a good 10 minutes going over the room, and I find a small pouch of coins tucked away at the back of a sock drawer. Opening the bag, I count 1 gold coin, 6 silver, and 8 copper. Not a bad haul at all, considering I already stashed the jewelry and the box in my inventory. I don't think there's anything left in the room, and I don't have enough perception points to look for any hidden compartments. I should probably have my cut purse go through the room more thoroughly afterwards. I'm just about to head back into the hallway when I notice something red at the corner of my eye. Turning around quickly, I realize it's the red outlining of 3 humanoid shapes approaching the house from the outside. My stomach drops as I hurry over towards the window, gluing my eyes to the translucent glass. My gaze quickly moves over towards the 3 shapes, and I can just barely make out their features. A stumbling woman is escorted by 2 armed and armored men. It looks like she is flat out drunk, and 2 guardsmen are escorting her home. Shit, could that be the wife? My stomach twists itself as I hold my breath. The 3 shapes are nearing our building. As they get closer, I can catch glimpses of their conversation. "You just had to get us involved in another social quest, didn't you, Greg?" a man complains. "And it had to be the slowest moving escort quest in the entirety of the Noob District. Really?" The other, shorter man is supporting the unsteady woman. "What can I say, Kevin? I'm a sucker for easy experience. Sue me. It's not like it's that far. We probably make more exp in this short amount of time than we would be killing rabbits outside the city gates." Easy experience? That tavern keeper was more stingy on the exp rewards than he was at tapping ale. "I'd rather tell that old bastard to shove the quest up his." Kevin starts before Greg cuts him off. "Stop trying to piss off all the NPCs, Kevin. One of these days, your renown points will end up in the negatives if this keeps up." The shorter man snaps at him. Kevin clicks his tongue but says nothing. The odd trio walks on in silence for a few more meters until they come to a stop. And of course it is right outside this place. "Madam, ma'am, Mrs. Davins, is this your home?" Greg asks the shambling NPC woman. "Huh, who's there? Is that you, pumpkin? Are you back? How dare you? It's not funny," the woman says incomprehensibly, losing her footing as she halfway falls over the shorter man. Kevin snorts. "Of course, this is the house marked on the map. Let's just ditch her here and go collect our reward already." "1 second, I'm just gonna make sure she gets in all right." Greg steps forward and grabs the door. "Oh hey, it's open. That's one hell of an easy quest. All right, Mrs. Davins, are you sure you can get to bed on your own?" I freeze as I realize what kind of shit I'm in. Those 2 are players. If they find out I'm in here, then I'm fucked. Ignoring the rest of the conversation, I hurry out into the hallway, quickly making my way downstairs to intercept the woman. By the time I reach the top of the stairs, a female shriek fills the evening air. "Fuck," I mutter as I leap halfway down the stairs. What greets me is Mrs. Davins standing in the door, clutching the door frame as she screams her lungs out. The room has been thoroughly tossed, no doubt by my hoodlum who just appeared in the kitchen door. "What's the matter?" I hear Greg's voice shout from the outside, all the while Mrs. Davins is screaming as if her life depended on it. "Crap," I hastily cast calm upon her, just to try and shut her up before she attracts any more players or guards. "What's going oh shit?" Greg exclaims as a thin gray mist surrounds Mrs. Davins' head. "A mage!" he yells as he grabs Mrs. Davins, pulling her out the door. "Fuck," I hiss as I equip my crossbow and rush down the last steps of the staircase. I can hear my cut purse following behind me, and my hoodlum is already charging headfirst at the door. Crap, shit, fuck. This situation just spectacularly went to shit. The hoodlum breaks through the door, eliciting yelps of surprise from the two players outside. Mobs, one of them yells before I hear the sound of metal striking metal. Don't let them get through the door, Aegis, he yells, stopping my hoodlum dead in his tracks. Power SDR, ouch, fuck, someone threw a knife at me, the other voice yells in a panicked voice. I finally reach the door, clutching the door frame as I look outside. I feel a brush as the cut purse pushes past me, joining the fray. There's more of them. We need to find cover, Greg yells as he blocks an overhand strike from my hoodlum. Why the fuck are there so many mobs here in the noob district? I don't fucking know. Help me with this bastard, Kevin shrieks as he struggles to avoid my lunging cut purse. There's too many of them. Greg stands his ground as the hoodlum tries to find an opening in the dwarven paladin's guard. Calm down, Kev. They're only level 2. We can wear them down. Just keep an eye out for the mage, he shouts as he takes a step back, expertly dodging a flying knife coming from behind. Oh fuck, Kevin yells, his wide eyes locking onto me. That's a thief lord. Run, fucking run, damn it. The human paladin screams as he turns around and starts bolting down the street. What, where the fuck are you? Come back here, Greg shouts at Kevin, who is already long gone. He blocks another strike from the hoodlum and takes a step back to avoid my cut purse from flanking him. You fucking asshole, he yells as he too turns around and starts running. No fucking way you are. I raise my crossbow and take a shot at the departing dwarf's back. It's a clumsy shot, but with the short distance and the wide shoulders of the dwarf, it doesn't take much for the shot to connect. Greg stumbles forwards, momentarily dazed by the sudden impact from the bolt slamming into his back. Capitalizing on the situation, my hoodlum tackles the dwarf. The two crash into the ground as my cut purse joins the fray. With Greg pinned to the ground, it doesn't take long until his long string of curses is cut short by the combined efforts of my underlings. You have slain Dwarven Paladin Gregorius Ironguard, 3. Crap, I shout as I look around. Between the scream and the ensuing combat, several of the nearby houses are starting to come to life. I can hear several surprised shouts coming from somewhere down the street, and I can see candlelight appearing in nearby windows. Let's get the fuck out of here, I shout as I start running back towards the sewer's entrance, my underlings following suit. My heart is racing as the surge of adrenaline is moving me forward. An alarm bell is chiming in the distance as more and more of the residential area is starting to stir. Players should be starting to flock around en masse soon, and I need to reach the sewers before that happens. Luckily, since the noob district is so ridiculously small, we reach the sewers in only a little over a minute. Diving headfirst down the hatch, I soon find myself gasping for air as the remainder of my underlings climb down after me. Fuck, I wheeze as I'm trying to regain my breath. What the fuck do I do now? Chapter 13, Guild Master. Chapter 13, Guild Master. The sounds of a quill scratching against parchment are the only thing that disturbs the still evening air. The Guild Master of the Dark Pegasus Guild is making the final adjustments on their plans for turning Drenaries into the richest city in the Imperia Empire, and even the entire continent as a whole. It isn't the largest city, but its prime location is what makes it ripe for a long-term investment. Arya prides herself on her strategic capabilities, and it's what made her able to climb the corporate ladder even though she has barely reached her mid-30s. Being on the board of a large pharmaceutical company, her life has already been set for a century to come. It's not good enough for her, though. What good are power and money if you can't enjoy what you're doing? Why settle for something good when the best is within reach? That's why Arya decided to change her pastures, so to speak. When Ascendance Unlimited was first revealed, she didn't think much of it. Not until her younger sister Anna showed up unannounced in her office one day and started blabbering about them needing to spend some quality time together. While she has always had a soft spot for her little sister, she was about to throw her out when something Anna said caught her attention. When she heard Ascendance Unlimited was funded by several of the most influential technology companies in the world, she knew she had to investigate. Increased automatization and digitalization have rendered several professions obsolete during the last 2 decades, which has caused the unemployment rate to skyrocket. Society needed to adapt, and that called for a need to find alternative ways to keep the obsolete parts of the workforce occupied. No one knows who came up with the idea to create a self-sustaining economy in a virtual world, but it doesn't matter anymore. The virtual economy of Ascendance Unlimited may not target the poorer members of society, but if the rich and adventurous find something more fun to do, it opens up opportunities for the rest. Society always finds a way to adapt and balance itself after all. Like Aria, powerful companies around the world have flocked to the game, investing millions of euros to take control over this virtual economy. It's kind of amusing, really. The rich and powerful will always flock around any and all economic avenues that have the potential to make money, even something as surrealistic as an economy based on a virtual game. Everything must be controlled. Some people wonder if things are going too far when politics and money can corrupt something as simple as a video game. No matter the reason, it will still happen. It's the natural order of human society. People will do anything to get an edge, and Arya isn't denying she's one of them. She just needs to do it better than everyone else. Which is why she has spent 3 months fortifying herself in Dreneries. She has over 1,000 guild members at her command, and she has a large administrative supporting structure to manage and build the local economy and infrastructure. She has invested hundreds of thousands into this game, and everything needs to be perfect. She won't settle for anything less. So why then is there an alarm bell going off in the middle of the night? She shifts in her seat as she gazes through her office window. Something doesn't feel right. "Benjamin, get in here," she calls for her aide. Her office door opens as a small human male with a potbelly enters. He has short black hair, brown eyes, and a plump face. He may look harmless, but he is a very attentive and intelligent man. Some may wonder why anyone would bother creating a character that looks so less than average, but that's Benjamin for you. Benjamin has been Arya's aide since she attained a middle management position at the pharmaceutical company. There is no one she trusts more. Benjamin has never been much of a gamer, which is why his character is still stuck at level 1. His character's appearance is near identical to his real-life appearance. Why he would even want that is because he feels comfortable with his own looks. Yeah, he's kinda weird that way. "You called, madam?" he asks, his face showing no hints of emotion. That is something Arya has always respected about him. "Why is there an alarm going off in the noob district? Are we under attack?" she asks sternly, trying to imitate Benjamin's emotionless tone. Benjamin's eyes go blank for a moment as his hands move around in the air in front of his face, no doubt checking the guild chat log. The night shift at the gate reports that a thief lord has been spotted. There are 2 witnesses. Both of them are being escorted here as we speak post-haste. They should be here within 10 minutes. Arya's fists clench. Thief lord. She can't stand that annoying class. The general population may not have realized the power that a cursed class holds, but she is painfully aware. The individual power, the high stealth capabilities, and the ability to cause major damage to a booming economy may be the greatest threat to her new trade empire. She cannot let those pests run loose in her city, which is why she has ordered a quarantine of all the nearby spawn points. Both Dreneries, Karlries, and 3 lesser towns are all being guarded by perception-spexed players under her employ. Have every guild member in the city with a perception attribute of at least 30 gather at the gate of the noob district, she says through gritted teeth. "Everyone, I don't think our members will appreciate taking time off leveling their characters to look for a freshly spawned thief lord," Benjamin says calmly. Arya frowns. She knows it's not the most efficient use of her resources, but she hates loose ends. "Tell them we pay them 20 gold per hour. That should mollify them for a bit." 20, Benjamin raises his eyebrows. "Don't you think that's a bit much?" She frowns. "Just do it. We need to make an example of what happens to villains in our territory. Now go find those witnesses." Benjamin nods once before he turns around and exits the room, closing the door carefully behind him. As the door slides shut, she releases a deep breath. Those damn villains, the worst thing about this game. Just yesterday, a level 38 necromancer was killed right outside the city walls. It was a small miracle that Paul's team managed to kill him before he razed an entire village. She dreads to think about what would happen if the attack had succeeded. How many more of those vermins are scattered about? What if a level 38 thief lord is scurrying around right under her nose? Cursed beings. She will root them all out. She starts pacing around the room. Pacing around aimlessly is a bad habit of hers when she receives bad news. It helps her think, but it also makes her appear weak to her peers. There is nothing she despises more than weakness. She comes to a stop next to the large office window, and she lets her gaze linger at the Noob District peninsula in the distance. After a short few minutes, there's a knock on the door. "Enter," she says calmly but loud enough to be heard, still staring out the window. Benjamin opens the door and enters. Two low-level players follow him, a human and a dwarf, both paladins. The two lobies look nervous as they both shift their weight from one foot to another. These two gentlemen are nicknamed Gregorius Ironguard and Kenwin Smiteman, both level 3 paladins who just started playing Ascendance Unlimited. Benjamin introduces the two players. Arya turns around, giving the two players an ice-cold glare. Pleasure to meet you, Guild Master. You can call me Kevin." The human male stutters while bowing. "Oh, pleased to meet you, miss. Just call me Greg." The dwarf follows suit. Arya sighs. She doesn't like it when people suck up to her. She doesn't want them to act informally, though, but if they could just grow a spine and some balls, that'd be great. "Tell me about the thief lord. Leave no details out," she says sharply. The two players hesitate for a moment until Greg speaks up. I didn't see the thief lord. That was Kevin. All I can say is that he used some sort of spell and he had at least 3 minions at level 2. They were well geared in basic armor, and I believe their weapons were enchanted too," the dwarf says. "How do you know their gear was upgraded if you just started playing the game today?" Benjamin cuts in. Flustered, Greg's cheeks redden. I have watched a lot of videos online before I could afford to buy the game," he mutters. Arya frowns. Basic armor and enchanted weapons for 3 level 2 minions. That's impossible for a thief lord at that level. Nothing in the Noob District can generate that amount of money. At least not if the thief lord is only level 2, possibly 3. There is also no way they would have access to that amount of gold without visiting the exchange office in the market district in the main city. There is no feasible way for a thief lord to get out there, get that sort of money, and then come back again. Not without having a secure entrance and exit point or outside help. She already knows there are no exits she hasn't covered. She made damn sure to map out every single possibility of leaving the Noob District. Is this an infiltration attempt from a rival guild? Is it sabotage? Treason? She can't know. What she does know, though, is that rooting out this thief lord as fast as possible just became a top priority. She noted one thing, though. "Are you certain you saw a spell? What kind?" "Yes, we were on an escort quest, and just as we dropped the NPC off at her home, she started screaming. When I followed her into her home, I noticed someone cast a spell on her. I'm not sure what kind of spell it was, but the NPC immediately stopped screaming. It might have been a silence spell of some sort. I immediately pulled her out, and that was when the minions swarmed us," Greg says, his back standing straighter. Good. At least this guy isn't completely incompetent. The thief lord must be a mage type then. It's not a common choice since it's not the stealthiest option for the class, but it's not unheard of. Since none of the thief lord underlings can use spells, then it must have been the thief lord himself who cast them. That's good though, as a focus on spells means they will not have the ability to specialize in stealth skills. This might not be a smart thief lord after all. Still, she refuses to underestimate her opponent. "Kevin, tell me about the thief lord," she says through gritted teeth. "Leave no details out." With his body trembling, Kevin swallows once. I didn't get a too good look at her," he stammers, visibly uncomfortable with talking to her. Arya sighs. What a spineless wimp. "Her, are you certain it's a her?" she asks. "Oh, positive." His cheeks redden. "Her face was covered by a mask, but I know a female dwarf character when I see one. It's definitely a her," he says a bit more confidently. "A dwarf thief lord? Really? That makes no sense. The dwarves gain bonuses to endurance skills as well as earth and holy magic. None of those skills are applicable for a thief lord mage. Is this a ruse? Are you sure it wasn't a halfling or a fae? She asks the dimwit, Kevin. Positive, he nods eagerly. 100%, I have always prided myself in my good eyesight, he grins. Do you have a recording that can verify this? She asks, not quite trusting the guy. Keeping the in-game recording feature of your gameplay on at all times is a necessity for all serious gamers, as you never know when you need to get some sort of proof of your claims. A video to analyze and learn from a mistake or tough fight, or a video of a great battle to post online to gain fame and money. He hesitates. No, sorry, I didn't think to turn it on yet. His smile falters, looking slightly ashamed. Arya sighs, this incompetent fool. A dwarf thief lord with a mage speciality, really? It's a terrible match, horrible in fact. No sane player would ever play it like this. Assuming it's a sane player, who knows? It might be a terrible noob, or maybe it's a player that is too clever for her own good. Playing something stupid as a dwarf thief lord with a mage specialization is so ridiculous, no one would suspect you of being one. Could it be so stupid it's actually genius? What about you? She directs her attention towards the dwarf. The dwarf perks up. I have the footage. I didn't get a look at the thief lord, but you can clearly see the minions I fought. He says, good. At least there is some small hope for these idiots. Thank you. Benjamin will give you an email address where you can send your recording. Is that all? She asks the two players. That's all we think, the dwarf answers. Good, she closes her eyes to collect herself. Now what do you want as rewards? Gold, gear. This time Kevin doesn't hesitate to answer. We would like to join your guild, he blurts out, his face turning beet red. If you would be so kind, miss. His gaze moves to the ground in front of her feet. Please, he adds weakly. Joining her guild, these two Muppets. Granted, the dwarf looks semi-competent, but Kevin, she already despises him. Our guild has a minimum level set at level 20, Benjamin says curtly, coming to her aid. She appreciates it, but she needs to look at the bigger picture here. It's fine, she says. I reward loyalty. You may join, but we have certain demands of you in return. Benjamin will inform you of the specifics afterwards. Please go down and wait in the lobby. I must speak to Benjamin in private. Thank you. The duo bows and hurries out the doors, not even bothering to close it behind them. Arya's lips curl into a sneer. Revolting. She snorts as she steps back to her desk, leaning against it. Benjamin hurries to close the door shut before he turns back to Arya. What are your orders? She frowns. Are the perception players in position? They will be shortly. One moment, please, Benjamin says as his eyes once more go blank. We have gathered 60 players, all with a perception attribute above 30. Your sister and her team are also present. Good, have them start a purge of the noob district. Have them double-check any female dwarven players and knock on the door of every NPC residence to find out where they are hiding. Have some of our rogues break into some of them if they suspect them of hiding there, she says. Oh, and also keep an eye out for any halfling or fae player. She adds as an afterthought, not quite trusting Kevin's eyesight. It will be done, he nods. What about the sewers? The sewers, They probably should be checked too, but only as a last resort. She doesn't want the sewers to become common knowledge just yet, as it holds great strategic value. Only her upper leadership, as well as her sister and her group, know about it as of yet, and she trusts them all completely. She doubts the thief lord could have found her way into it, as the entrances are very inconspicuous and well hidden, but you never know. Her countermeasures aren't fully completed down there yet, but it should be enough on the off chance the thief lord stumbled upon it. Hold off on checking the sewers until the sweep of the noob district is complete. If you don't find anything, have Anna's team head down there and clear it. As you will, madam, Benjamin says as he turns around to exit. He halts in his steps. What if we can't find the thief lord? He asks. Arya frowns, letting her gaze move towards the window, looking towards the noob district in the distance. Then you look again. Chapter 14, Hail Mary. Chapter 14, Hail Mary. I slump down next to the tunnel wall, pinching the bridge of my nose as I try to collect my thoughts. I screwed that one up royally. I can't believe those players just happened to receive an escort quest that just happened to be about bringing the widow back to her home at that exact time. What are the odds? I was only in there for like 10 minutes. 15 more, and I would have been long gone. Was this the reason the difficulty rating was higher than most tutorial quests? Did the quest have some sort of invisible timer? I sigh, whining about things I can do nothing about won't help me. I need to analyze what good came of it, and how I can rectify it in the future. First of all, I need to be more wary about unforeseen consequences. If the target returns back home in the middle of the heist, then I need to take some precautions. Perhaps next time I shouldn't toss the living room first, and instead have a few rogues hidden in the shadows to quickly and efficiently eliminate anyone who stumbles upon us. What just happened was sloppy, and I should know better. When the players arrived, I was unprepared. I should have had a larger secondary force outside, ready to assault them in a surprise, two-pronged attack. My spotter did an amazing job breaking up their blockade of the door, but I didn't manage to successfully intercept and kill them before they discovered I was a thief lord. Ah, yeah, I shouldn't have revealed myself. While I'm certain my cover remains intact thanks to my villain's mask, that doesn't mean the players couldn't gain other information from seeing me. While the villain's mask does hide my identity, it doesn't change my general appearance or clothes. If I'm going to be this reckless in the future, then I might as well just pack up my shit and give up now. I sigh as I get back onto my feet. The alarm bell is still ringing outside, so I figure I have to lay low for a while. I need to figure out what my next move is. The smartest option would probably be to hide my underlings down here while I head up into the tavern and rent a room for the night. The problem with this plan, however, is that the other players should be on high alert. There is no way for me to know if any perception-based players aren't already swarming the streets above. I could, of course, stay down here and kill rats for a few hours, but the Dark Pegasus Guild knows about these sewers. If they are truly on high alert, then what is stopping them from coming down here and look for me? It would be impossible for me to hide, and I doubt I could put up much of a fight against a bunch of high-level players. I frown as I try to come up with a better option, but I get nothing. They are both risky choices, so I figure I should just do what gives me the best short-term reward. Killing rats for a few hours and level up. Content with my choice, I get to my feet with a smile on my face. I'm about to order my underlings to start hunting when a familiar chime rings in my head. Annal Windrider writes, "Hey Ryan, where are you at?" I furrow my brows. That's an odd coincidence. I need to tread carefully here. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Hello, Anna. I'm currently sightseeing in the city. What's the matter?" I have learned from my previous mistake, and I have given a lot of thought into possible responses and lies I can tell that won't raise any suspicions of where I am, who I am, or what I'm doing. Actually, I have created an entirely fictive persona about the enigma that is Reinorn Stabberton. Since I have already sort of stumbled into being portrayed as a 53-year-old man, I decided to just roll with it. If anyone asks, I am Raymond Wells, an office clerk from Manchester, England. I have a deep fascination with contraptions and the art of engineering, and I am currently obsessed with developing in-game traps. I have a grown daughter studying medicine in London, and my late wife died of cancer last year. Due to my grief, I prefer not to talk about my real life. It's simple, relatable, and it hopefully won't raise any eyebrows. Nothing is as boring as a middle-aged man going through a late midlife crisis after all. At least, that's what Dad usually says. Annal Windrider writes, "Oh, so you haven't heard. A lot is going down in the Noob district at the moment. The whole guild is riled up about it." Oh no, that doesn't sound good. I can feel a knot starting to tie in my chest. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Yes, I can hear the bells. Is it something bad?" Annal Windrider writes, "Yeah, it seems like someone spotted a thief lord, and I wondered if you had seen anything suspicious. My whole party is on our way to try and root them out." Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "They are sending a single party of high-level players to kill a player in the Noob district. That sounds a little like overkill, doesn't it?" Annal Windrider writes, "Oh, it's not just us. My sister brought in over 60 people to do a full purge of the entire Noob district." What? Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Oh, all right. It sounds like you kids have your hands full. Is there anything I can do to help? Anil Windrider writes, "Thanks, Ryan. The guild chatter says the Thief Lord is a female dwarven mage. You wouldn't happen to have seen anyone who matches that description, have you?" A female dwarf? What the? I frown as I scratch my head. Are they really looking for me? Who the hell would play as a dwarven thief lord? Are they idiots? Reinorn Stabberton writes, "No, I can't say that I have." I hesitate for a moment until a quick idea springs in my mind. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Actually, I did see a female dwarf when I went sightseeing. I met her near a small stone balcony overlooking the ocean to the south, next to the keep. I had a lovely conversation with her about rock climbing. Lovely lady. Could she be the one you are looking for?" Anil Windrider writes, "Oh, that might be it. Thanks a lot, Ryan. If I find her, I'll be sure to split the reward with you. I gotta go, T-Tile 3. Oh shit, was lying like that a mistake? What happens when they don't find a dwarven female? No matter. I have bigger fish to fry. No, actually, I have an entire whale, 3 sharks, and a dozen goldfish to fry. If over 60 players are looking for me, then I doubt they will give up easily. That sort of manpower means they are serious. I need to get out of the noob district as fast as I possibly can. But how will I do that? The wagon idea is a complete bust. There is no way they won't be triple-checking anything that goes through that gate tonight. Finding some sort of jump or rock climbing skill is also far too unrealistic, as I neither have the time nor the patience to grind such a boring skill, and the steel grate is as solid and impenetrable as ever. How else can I get past? By force? Ridiculous. I would be torn apart before even making it near the gate. Then what else is there? I start massaging my temples as I run a bunch of scenarios through my head, each one riskier than the other. Each and every one of them ending in my bloody death. If only there was some sort of skill, I mutter as I feel a headache starting to build. Something that could hide my identity for just long enough for me to be able to walk past the guards, something like what my beggar has. I frown, feeling the stress get to me. If I could just trade places with my beggar for a few minutes, all my problems would be solved. But that idea is riddy. Hold on one moment. I squint as my mind races. Wasn't there a skill for this? I quickly open up my Thief Lord skill list, scrolling down until I find the skill I am looking for. Doppelganger instantaneously switch position with an underling. Range, 1 meter plus 2 skill level. Cooldown, 10 minutes 5 seconds per skill level. That's it, that's the Hail Mary I've been looking for. I grin as I quickly come up with a plan. My beggar should easily be able to just walk straight past the guards at the entrance. If he could then make his way down to the shoreline and find the sewer's exit, then walk up to the grate from the other side, then I can just use this skill and switch places with him. I already know the sewer exit is near the ocean because of the puddle of seawater I saw in the tunnel earlier. It should also be accessible from the outside, since someone should have actually been able to construct the sewers in the first place. Also, the skill description says nothing about being unable to switch places through solid objects. It's perfect. This can actually work. Or maybe it's too simple. Damn, the Dark Pegasus Guild has already invested considerable resources into all this. Could they have predicted this all along? Possibly. The doppelganger skill has a severe distance limitation, which makes it pretty much useless as a means to escape anywhere else than past the grate. I wouldn't be able to use it to manually make my way down the steep cliffs surrounding the peninsula. Neither would I be able to sneak past the guards near the district's only exit. Surely, using doppelganger to get past the grate must have crossed their minds, but what if it doesn't matter? I already know that they think the sewers are a secret to no one but a select few in their guild. I also know that it's hard to predict that a thief lord figured out how to get past it, even if they knew about the sewers to begin with. There are dozens of villain classes to account for, and I don't recall any other class has the means for short-range teleportation. How can they know if I'm even able to get someone on the other side of the grate to actually swap places with? There are too many variables for them to be able to account for everything. I think this could work. Worst-case scenario. The Dark Pegasus Guild installed a second grate further back, making it impossible for me to sneak an underling past to begin with. They could also have placed a guard on the other side, but that seems highly unlikely. Hiring players to guard a secret entrance must be ridiculously expensive. And that's not even considering it would make it harder to keep the sewers a secret for long. Setting up a second grate must also be expensive, at least until their player blacksmiths are of a high enough level to make grates of their own. The city is huge, with lots of entrances to the city from both land and sea. Freshly spawned villains is the least of their concern. Their resources must be spread thin all across the city. I also bet that in the future, when the sewers do become common knowledge, the player population down in the sewers would be dense enough for it to be impossible for a villain to fight through them all without getting spotted. There is no better alarm system than people after all. I snort. I think this might work. What do I have to lose by trying? Nothing. If this plan is to work, then I have a lot to do. First of all, I need to hurry up and reach level 3, and I need to get hold of my beggar. I could almost kiss myself for ordering my beggar to report to me every 3 hours, which by now means that he should arrive in about an hour or so. Hopefully, I can stay hidden for long enough. Completing the heist also gave me a large chunk of experience going towards level 3, and it shouldn't take too many rat kills for me to reach it. Which reminds me, I should probably check the quest notification. The job, A Widow's Grief, is successful. Subtle as a cat or violent as a thug, thief lords can do either. You managed to secure your objective without killing the wife. While combat was inevitable, you did not handle it with grace, and the streets of Dreneries run red with the blood of travelers this night. Rewards: 150 experience, 7 pieces of equipment, 13 crafting reagents, 2 miscellaneous items, 2 gold, 8 silver, 8 copper. Mentor has leveled up to Novice 3. Com has leveled up to Novice 2. That's better than I expected. I frown. How did I gain so many rewards? I look over towards my underlings, sort of expecting the mute men to respond. Almost as if on cue, the 3 underlings pull several items out of their own inventories. With a befuddled expression, I inspect the items. Officer Guardsman's Shortsword. Uncommon. 810 slashing damage plus 2 strength plus 2 agility. Requires level 4. Contraband. Officer Guardsman's Chainmail Set. Uncommon. Plus 45% physical resistance per level gain, plus 2 endurance, plus 1 strength, plus 1 perception, agility, dexterity, charisma. Requires NPC fighter class. Contraband. Painting novelty item. 21 contraband. 6x flour, common cooking ingredient. 3x egg, common cooking ingredient. 4x pork, common cooking ingredient. 1 gold coin, 2 silver. What the loot, I forgot they could steal things on their own as well. I grin. This is fantastic. It seems like my cut purse found the late guardsman's weapon and armor in one of the side rooms, while the hoodlum raided the kitchen for ingredients and swiped a painting from the living room. They both found a few coins as well. If I wasn't currently stuck in a serious situation, I would be thrilled. Who knew heists could be this lucrative? I stash the items in my inventory and order my underlings to get moving. I can sort all these items out later, but now I have things to do. As we move further down the tunnel, I decide to open up the basic information from my status page. Status: name, Reinorn Staberton class, Thief Lord Trap Maker race, Halfling level, 2 health, 50 mana, 220 experience, 260-300 renown, NA. After completing the quest, I'm not far from leveling up. I only have 40 exp to go, which should only amount to killing 6 or 7 rats. That should only take me about 20 to 25 minutes. That leaves me half an hour to wait for my beggar to reappear. I'm not sure how much time I have left until the Dark Pegasus Guild finds me down here, but I know I have to make it snappy. We pick up the pace, as the low-level sewer rats hardly put up a fight against my well-armed underlings. It's more like a massacre than a fight, really, as the rats were never supposed to be strong monsters in the first place. It only takes us a little less than 20 minutes to jog through the majority of the sewers, slaughtering over half a dozen rats. Congratulations! You have reached level 3. You have gained 3 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The familiar blue window appears as expected, and I waste no time in putting my new skill point into acquiring Doppelganger, as well as placing 2 attribute points into luck and 1 into charisma. Since I am finally able to equip the jewelry from the heist, with another point into charisma, I'll have 30 points in total. This both increases my attributes by leaps and bounds and will allow me to recruit 2 new underlings as soon as I can find another tavern in the city somewhere. I open up my attributes page, confirming my sudden spike in power. Attributes strength, 5-10%. Endurance, 5 agility, 5 plus 1-10% dexterity, 19 plus 4 plus 13/75%. Perception, 5 intelligence, 28 5 plus 30/75%. Wisdom, 5 charisma, 30 21 plus 6 plus 10%. Luck, 13 10 plus 2 plus 10%. Unassigned attribute points, 0. My character is starting to shape up nicely. As much I would love to just stay down here and grind rats for the remainder of the night, I need to start making preparations for meeting my beggar. I refuse to be caught with my pants around my ankles again, and I need to come up with a proper plan. I make my way over towards the exit behind the tavern. This is the place I ordered my beggar to show up near, and it's also the exit I'm most familiar with. If I am ever going to be able to pull off this act of desperation I'm calling a plan, then I need this meeting to go smoothly. I can already taste victory. Only a little over half an hour to go. What could go wrong? Chapter 15, Escape. Chapter 15, Escape. Sticking my head out of the hatch, I observed the surrounding area. There are quite a few hiding places around here, and my thoughts are interrupted as I hear rapid footsteps approach from the short alleyway connecting the sewer entrance with the main street. It's far too early for it to be the beggar. Quickly closing the lid, I put my ear as close as I can to a small crack between the hatch and the surrounding cobblestone, trying to figure out who just appeared. The footsteps come closer and I can hear a couple of people talking. "Oh, gee, no one here either. What a surprise," a female voice whines. "Danny, can't we just head into the tavern and grab a few ales while the rest of these suckers look for this Loby scum?" "For the last time, quit your whining, Rachel. If the guild leader ever found out you were slacking, then you can kiss your paycheck goodbye. Let's just hurry and get this over with. We have 5 more alleys to check." A muffled male voice responds. "Gee, spoilsport." The woman snorts as the 2 voices gradually disappear back down the alleyway. I wait for a few moments to make sure they are truly gone before I peek my head back up, once more looking around the alley. By my estimation, the beggar could return any time between 10 and 30 minutes from now. Since this alley has already been checked recently, and I assume the Dark Pegasus Guild is professional and organized enough to search in a grid pattern, then there isn't any reason to believe anyone will come by any time soon. I climb up into the alley, quickly followed by my underlings. We decide to take up a defensive position, covering the only angle of approach. Finding the ideal location for my underlings, I move my spotter behind a few crates where he gets a good view of the alleyway. My hoodlum takes up position around the corner of the tavern, ready to intercept any would-be attackers as they appear. My cutpurse hides in the shadows on the other side of the alley, neatly tucked away in a dark spot between 2 neighboring houses. I briefly consider using the disguise items for a moment, but decide against it. With all these high-level players moving around, it would serve no purpose. We sit and wait idly for what feels like the longest time. I constantly check my in-game clock, counting each and every minute. The longer we wait, the harder my heart beats. After 20 minutes, when I think I'm about ready to get a heart attack, my beggar comes strolling down the alleyway. Releasing a deep breath, I undo my chameleon spell and head up to greet him. The little dwarf doesn't have any new missions to report, but I couldn't care less at the moment. I quickly lay out my orders to have him walk past the gate and locate the sewer exit that should be somewhere on the eastern side of the peninsula. I tell him to find the grate and sit tight beside it. And for good measure, I tell him not to touch the grate by all means. I'm not willing to see my plans go down the drain because of some tragic mistake like that. Nodding to confirm my orders, the beggar turns around and heads down the alleyway. I wait until he makes the turn around the corner, vanishing from view. Good. Hopefully, he will reach the grate in 10 to 15 minutes or so. It seems like I'll be able to make a clean exit. No sooner have I thought those accursed words before the tavern's back door swings open, and 2 men steps through. My heart threatens to jump up and through my mouth as I instinctively cast Chameleon on myself once more. Chameleon has leveled up to Novice 3. Jesus Christ, Chris, why the hell are we sneaking out the back? One of the men, an elf, says in hushed tones. The other man, a human male wearing brown linen clothes, snorts. Because I don't want those bastards to see me leave before they realize I nicked their oi. Who goes there? The human man shouts as he notices movement in the corner of his eye. His eyes soon widen in surprise as he catches my hoodlum mid-swing, aiming for his companion's throat. The elf hardly has time to react as he realizes the danger too late, the sword connecting with his exposed throat. He reaches for the large gash on his throat with a shocked expression, unable to utter a single word before the hoodlum follows up by impaling him on his sword, ending his life in an instant. The human male takes a step back, dazed by the sudden death of his friend. He fumbles as he tries to grab his sword, his arms not really responding to his commands. When he finally manages to get a grip on the hilt, he yelps in pain as a throwing dagger embeds itself in his shoulder. "Help!" he screams as he stumbles backwards. That is all he manages to do, though, as my cut purse finally reaches him, slitting his throat in one efficient stroke. "You have slain wood elf rogue Sneaky Petey, too. You have slain human fencer Dullabullaby, too." "Fuck!" I curse as their bodies disappear. I don't know if anyone heard the man scream, but it doesn't matter. It won't be long until they respawn and call me out. Then the high-level vultures will swarm this place. Shit, I need a diversion. Thinking quickly, I only manage to come up with one solution. I have my underlings unequip their weapons and armor and hand it over to me. I give them back their starter weapons and order them to take up their old positions covering the alleyway. It makes my stomach twist that I have to do this, but I don't think there is another way. I have to sacrifice their lives to stall for time. I climb back down into the sewers and start jogging down the dark tunnels. Time is not on my side, and I'm a sitting duck without any underlings to assist me. I only make it about 100 meters down the tunnel before 3 windows appear before my eyes. Your underling, Human Hoodlum 3, has been slain by up yours 45. Your underling, Human Cutpurse 3, has been slain by Roland's Hood 45. Your underling, Wood Elf Spotter 3, has been slain by Roland's Hood 45. Shit, that was fast. I curse as I pick up my pace. I jog as fast as the slippery sewer tunnels allow. I stumble upon a pack of level 2 sewer rats after half a minute who immediately turn their blood-red eyes in my direction. Fuck, I don't have time for this. I mutter as I equip my crossbow. Raising it to my chin, I loose a bolt at the nearest rat, but the small target nimbly dodges by jumping to the side. Shit, I curse as the other rat charges at me. I deliver a kick in its direction which hits it square in the face, sending the little critter flying. Not one to idle on my success, I quickly turn back towards the first rat which is already charging at me. In a rushed motion, I try to punt it away using my crossbow as a makeshift golf club, watching as it connects and slams the poor rat into the tunnel wall on the other side. Holy crap, I didn't think that would work. I gape at the stunned rat. Distracted by the sudden turn of events, I fail to notice the second rat who has already recovered from the kick. Bursting forward, it climbs my foot and sinks its fangs deeply into my thigh. Your right leg has been crippled. Decreases movement speed by 30% for 5 minutes. Ow, fuck, that hurts! I yell as I grab the rat, forcefully yanking it off my thigh and chucking it as far as I can down the tunnel behind me. Before the rats can re-engage, I hobble down the tunnel, clutching my injured leg. Spread out, he must be in here. Their shouts echo down the tunnel behind me, signaling that the players have managed to find the sewer entrance. Cursing with every step I take, I increase the speed of my hobbling. Luckily, I don't run into any more rats, but I can hear the shouts of my pursuers grow ever closer. Reaching the central chamber, I quickly enter the tunnel leading further down to the lower level. It feels like I'm only running on the fumes from the constant adrenaline rush I've had for these last few hours, and my mind starts to blur from the exhaustion that threatens to knock me out cold. It takes longer than I am comfortable with to reach the bottom, and I slow my pace as I peek into the large room. I have no idea if Pug the pugilist has respawned already, and now would be a really bad time for me to accidentally trip over him again. The room is still littered with broken boxes and random piles of rags everywhere. I don't see anything that stands out, but I hesitate in trying to decide what to do. Should I take my time, meticulously making my way around the edges of the room, or should I charge across, crossing my fingers and hope for the best? I'm not comfortable with either choice, and my chaotic state of mind does nothing to help with my decision-making ability. The voices behind intensify in volume as they seem to make the decision for me. Gritting my teeth, I hobble forward, straight towards the exit corridor where the steel grate awaits me. My heart slams against my chest as I hold my breath, quietly expecting one of the piles of rags to rise to its feet and start attacking me at any moment. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, I reach the other side of the chamber, finally allowing me to release my breath in joy as I'm still in one piece. Praising my lucky stars, I hobble down the tunnel and around the final corner. The beggar isn't here. My body freezes as my mind struggles to comprehend the situation. I'm too early. What do I do now? I lean against the wall, my knees finally giving in as I slide down the wall. Shit. Is this it? Do I really fail right in front of the finishing line? I sit still and stare down the tunnel behind me. The shouting is growing ever closer, and I can almost pick up short glimpses of what they are saying. In one final desperate push, I activate Chameleon and close my eyes, waiting for my executioners to arrive. The elite mob is dead. Someone has been here recently. Search the corners, a strangely familiar voice shouts. My pursuers have finally caught up with me. Dare I hope they won't bother looking too closely at this damp wall next to the steel grate. I snort. Honestly, I don't know what to make of my luck anymore. That doesn't mean anything, Paul. Ryan was down here a few hours ago. The mob probably hasn't respawned yet. A female voice responds. Wait a moment. Is that Anna? What are the odds? I smile as I release a defeated sigh. Really? How poetic it is for it to be her that kills me. I snort as I can't help but chuckle at the irony. Who's Ryan? Another female voice asks. Is it your new boyfriend? I can hear her snickering from all the way over here. Another familiar voice. Could this be those guys? And no, he is just a fresh player, Brian, and I met up in the tavern a few hours ago. He's nobody. Anna answers, her voice sounding strangely high-pitched and stuttery. What, isn't Brian good enough for you? The other woman teases. What, no, Anna yells. I mean. Ooh, did you just get rejected, Brian? The woman laughs. That's harsh even for you, Anna. Knock it off, Rachel. Stay alert. The thief lord could be hiding here somewhere. The voice, which I assume is belonging to Paul, admonishes Rachel. Yeah, whatever. This kinda feels dull after killing that trash necromancer last night, she chuckles. At least that guy was able to put up a slight fight. What is this level 3 thief lord supposed to do to us, huh? Throw bad intentions at us? I mean, come on, really. Why are we wasting our time with this? It's not worth the price. Rachel complains. Little does she know that the thief lord she is talking about is sitting 15 meters away from her, channeling every single ounce of killing intent he can muster at her. That little bitch. I'll kill her someday, I swear. Paul sighs loudly. Mark, take the lead, would ya? Aye, lad, I'll be charging ahead for ye, a voice responds. Knock it off, Mark, you're French, not Scottish, Paul snaps. Just fucking go already. It's called role-playing. Ever heard of it, ye stumped twig? Mark grumbles as he starts to move. His metal boots slamming against the hard stone floor of the sewers, causing the echoes to spread far in every direction. I sigh. I suppose this is it. It was a nice try, all things considered. Perhaps I'll try and re-roll as a thief lord in another city. It's not like I lost more than a few hours here. I hear the orc dominions on the southern continent has a few cool options in the desert. That sounds like fun. I open my eyes, ready to face my pursuers face to face. As I'm ready to accept my fate, a small sound of a pebble rolling over the stone floor catches my attention. Immediately snapping my head to the side, I see a frail dwarf dressed in dirty rags walking down the tunnel on the other side of the grate, his posture signaling that he doesn't have a care in the world. Holy shit, he made it. I quickly beckon for the beggar to hurry the fuck up as the sound of Mark's steel boots approaches closer every second. The dwarf quickly closes the gap, and I waste no time activating Doppelganger. My vision goes dark for a split second as a vortex of shadowy magic completely envelops my body. When it finishes, I blink my eyes twice in confusion as I suddenly find myself a meter to my side, safely on the other side of the steel grate. I look at the grate, seeing my beggar standing idle on the other side. It worked. I nearly yell in glee as I remember that I'm out of time. Rapidly hobbling down the tunnel, I slip around a corner just in time before Mark appears around the final bend. "Gotcha, ye little a beggar, what are you doing here?" he says, befuddled. "Did you find her?" Anna's voice appears shortly after. Is that a beggar? I didn't know they wandered into the sewers." I don't know. It sorta makes sense though, doesn't it?" The dwarven warrior shrugs. "I suppose," Anna hesitates. Against my better judgment, I once more activate Chameleon just as I slowly peek around the corner. I see the pair of high-level adventurers surrounding my beggar. Mark is keeping him firmly in place with the tip of his weapon. Anna carefully stares at my underling, apparently deep in thought. Her eyes move up, settling on the grate for a few moments, inspecting it carefully. "The trap is still in effect. No one could have gotten past it," she mutters, more to herself than anyone else. "I wonder whose tracks Paul picked up, though. I didn't think his tracking skill picked up NPCs," she muses, stroking her chin. She stands completely still for a moment, apparently deep in thoughts. "What are you guys waiting for? If she ain't there, then let's keep searching. We're burning daylight, people," Paul bellows from far behind. "Ease up, Paul, we're not burning anything. It's nighttime, remember?" Rachel laughs. And I was sure we'd find her down here," Mark mutters as he turns around. "I told you this was a waste of time," Anna shrugs. "I told you Ryan killed Pug on his own. It must have been his tracks we saw," she says as they walk away, their banter soon fading away in the distance, allowing me to finally release my breath. I made it. Chapter 16, Dream. Chapter 16, Dream. "That was one hell of a tough session," I mutter as I push the lid on my capsule open. "I could use a vacation." I get up on my feet and start performing some light stretches. My body is incredibly sore but well rested after staying hooked up for so long. Even though my physical body shows no signs of fatigue, my mind sure as hell does. It feels a little like my brain has become the regular practice grounds for every heavy metal band within a 3-kilometer radius. I couldn't come up with a semi-decent thought, even if my life was hanging on the line. I suppose the technical definition of my current state is that I'm a potato. Yup, it's that bad. Mental exhaustion is a common problem for most people who stay hooked up to the capsule for longer than the recommended amount of time. Your thoughts become erratic, and you are more prone to make mistakes. And that is something I can't afford to do. It's why I've made a habit of taking several breaks during a day and spread them out over a sensible length of time. Since my character should be in a relatively safe location at the moment, I figure it's about time for me to take my daily 1-hour run. It does wonders for clearing up my mental fatigue, and it helps keep my body from deteriorating too much while staying hooked up to the capsule. As I put on running shorts and an old, well-worn t-shirt, I find myself looking into a mirror. I've been trying to keep track of the state of my body for these last 3 months, and I'm really starting to notice the changes. While I used to be a man on the lower end of the heavy side, I'm now closer to what one would describe as average, maybe even slightly thinner. I've been trying to put my body on a healthy diet when I am hooked up to the capsule since I don't really feel the same cravings for sweets and fats as I used to. It's amazing how my mind can completely shut out one desire while it's actively indulging in another. Who would ever have thought I would one day claim that video games are the reason for me losing weight? Looking at myself like this, I gotta say I actually look pretty good. Handsome, even. Perhaps I should try and pick up girls now and not in a few months when I probably end up looking like a ghoul? Nah, the game has to come before all else. All ready to go, I grab my keys and some earbuds. Hopefully, the run will clear my mind once more. The morning sun peeks over the horizon as I step outside. It's kind of chilly, but not as bad as one might expect this late in the summer. It's far too early in the morning for even the early risers to go to work, but there is still a decent amount of traffic outside. A side effect of releasing technology that eliminates the need for sleep, I suppose. Shaking my head, I start jogging down the street while I let my mind tune out as I submerge myself in my favorite music. I jog for about 15 minutes or so when my phone rings, abruptly cutting off the music. Stopping in my tracks, I fish my phone out of my pocket and check who the crazy bastard who calls someone at 5 in the morning is. Well, of course, it's my father. "Hey, what's up, Dad? You're up early," I say in a chipper tone. A gruff voice replies from the other side. "Hey, son, sorry about that. Did I wake you?" he asks. He sounds a little worried about something. "Nah, I got up a little while ago. I'm out for a run. Is something wrong?" I ask hesitantly. He clears his throat before he speaks. Yeah, something came up. Can we meet somewhere for breakfast? It's my treat." Okay, this is weird. I get a bad feeling. The last time he acted like this was right before he told me Mom, no. I close my eyes, not going there. I take a deep breath before I wipe the thought from my mind. I quickly gather myself while I try to regain my chipper tone. "Sure, Dad, is it something serious?" "Nothing that can't be fixed. I'd rather discuss this face to face. Meet up at Jimmy's Diner in 15 minutes, he asks. Yeah, see you there," I reply before he cuts the connection. Okay, now I really got a bad feeling about this. Did he find out I quit my job? How could he? We don't know anyone in common who knows what I did. At least I don't think so. Did he stop by my job yesterday without telling me? Questions race through my mind as I start to worry. It's not that Dad is such a scary character, but I would just hate for him to find out this way. I wanted to tell him myself. Ideally, sometime after I struck it big. Does he really know, though? It might be something else entirely. But why did he then ask to see me at Jimmy's Diner? That place is too far away from both my old apartment, his house, and either one of our jobs. It's actually ideally located near where I currently live. Oh fuck, he knows. I wince as a cold shiver runs down my spine. This is bad. My muscles tenses as I start pacing up and down the street. What do I tell him? What can I tell him? I'm not ready for this yet. I need more time. I keep pacing while I draw a few deep breaths. It's not too late to back out, but I think that would just make the situation that much worse. I sigh. I suppose there's no way around it, I mutter while shaking my head. Might as well just get it over with. Turning around, I start jogging back the way I came. From where I am, it should only take me about 10 minutes to reach Jimmy's Diner. It's a much tougher run than it should be, mostly because my body doesn't seem to want to cooperate with my head. Eventually, though, I spot the diner in the distance. Jimmy's Diner is a testament to times long forgotten. There aren't many places left that still serve customers on location since people most prefer to order food directly to their homes. Jimmy's Diner has withstood the test of time, mostly because of a stubborn clientele like my father who refuses to adapt to modern society. "You can't make bacon this good at home, son," my father used to say. He might be right, but mostly because normal households can't supply the amount of grease these diners have spent years collecting. I prefer not to think about it. Entering the diner, I quickly look around. I spot my father already sitting in a booth by the window. He waves me over, but I notice he lacks the smile he usually shows whenever he sees me. I take a few slow steps towards him, trying to keep my nerves in check as much as I can. I slip into a seat opposite him, his narrow gray eyes locking onto me. "Good morning, Ryan," he says curtly, not breaking his stare. "Morning, Dad," I say while smiling weakly. I take a deep breath. "Listen. I took the liberty of ordering you some pancakes." He cuts me off, all the while maintaining eye contact. "I hope you don't mind." No, that's fine," I mutter. "I see you have lost some weight." He keeps his voice even. It kind of freaks me out that he hasn't even blinked yet. Yeah, I've been cutting down on." "And you starting exercising?" He interrupts me once more, gesturing at my sweat-stained t-shirt. "Yeah, as I said." "And you quit your job?" His voice strains as a deep furrow are uncovered on his forehead. The blood vein on his temple is starting to throb. I sigh, yes. "Why?" he asks. I pinch the bridge of my nose, because I wanted to follow. "Are you in some sort of trouble?" He cuts in once more, his eyes staring daggers at me. I slam my fist into the table. "Will you just let me explain?" I yell at him, causing the other customers in the diner to look our way. "What is there to explain?" he shouts back at me. You quit your job and moved into a bad neighborhood. What possible kind of reason could there be other than something bad has happened to you? Are you using drugs? What? I blurt, stunned. No, I yell. Then are you dealing? He screams at me, his face turning red. I didn't raise my son to become a criminal piece of shit. Will you just fucking listen to me? I rise to my feet. I'm not in any trouble. I'm following my dream of becoming a professional gamer. I shout before I get to filter my words. He slumps back in his seat, frowning. What? I breathe heavily, resting my arms on the table. My face is turning betrayed. I'm following my dream of becoming a professional gamer full-time. I want to make enough money off of it to live on, I say, struggling to keep my voice from breaking. That dream from when you were a kid? He asks, raising his eyebrows. Are you serious? Dead serious, I say, glaring at him. My heart is slamming against my chest and my tinnitus flares up, the constant ringing sound canceling out the sounds from the traffic outside. Dad is just staring at me with an uncomprehending look on his face. We just sit there, staring at each other for a while. My dad with a look of confusion, me with a determination made of iron. We don't say anything, but I know we are currently fighting a battle of wills. If I flinch now, then he won't hesitate to break me. Are you out of your mind? He eventually says. All this for a stupid game. It's not a stupid game. It's a way to make ends meet while doing what I love to do, I reply. It's my turn to keep my unwavering gaze at him. This is happening, Dad. I won't quit until I've exhausted all my possibilities. He takes a deep breath. You are aware that you are not a kid anymore, correct? He asks, sounding 10 years older. I know this isn't about that. It's what I want to do, Dad. I say, the energy draining from my body as I speak. Your mother wouldn't have approved. No, she wouldn't, not at first at least. I sigh, shaking my head. A knot ties in my chest as I struggle for words. I don't do this for her. She would have come around eventually. My shoulders slump as my eyes drops, fixating on the salt shaker on the table in front of me of all things. Our conversation halts as a nervous-looking waitress walks over with our food. She gives us both an uncertain glance before she wordlessly drops the plates off, before she scurries off to tend to the other customers. It's not until that moment I realize how deathly quiet the diner is. It seems like we made a scene, Dad grunts with a smirk. It seems so, I grin. At least it isn't worse than the time Aunt Alice mistook the wasabi for being guacamole. Dad bursts into laughter. That's right, how could I forget about it? I didn't know that prickly old hag even knew that many swear words. He grins. I hear you. I learned a lot of new things that day that I never could have imagined was possible. I snicker at the thought. The tension leaves my body as things seem to finally return to normal. My dad is actually a kind of cool guy, if not a stubborn, quick-tempered cow from time to time. But who among us doesn't have a few flaws? The atmosphere cools down for a while as we consume our breakfast. We catch up on the latest happenings within the family and trade a few jabs back and forth. My dad has always been a rough kind of guy and hasn't really ever felt the need to hold back his opinion on anything. A trait some say was passed down on me. I personally don't see it, but that might just be my father's genetics talking. It isn't until we finish eating until my father grows tense once more. Crossing his arms, he gives me a worried look. Ryan, I need to know where you are heading with this. How long are you going to follow this dream of yours, and what are you going to do if it doesn't work out? I sigh. I have enough savings to keep going until the end of the month without any income. If I don't make it by then I will go beg to get my job back. I say. I can feel my throat getting dry just by the thought of abandoning my dream. And if that doesn't work, he inquires, giving me a stern look. Then I'll take on any job I'm qualified for. I'm not picky. For now, though, I just want to see where this dream takes me. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath. And there is nothing I can say or do to sway your mind. Nothing. He sighs. Well, you are a grown man, and I suppose you have to make your own mistakes. Just promise me you'll quit before it goes too far, he says, giving me a warm smile. Thanks, Dad. That means a lot to me. Chapter 17, Shanty Town. Chapter 17, Shanty Town. We grab a cup of coffee and chat for a little while until I leave the diner. It's great catching up with Dad, especially since we haven't had much time to talk lately. I feel like a weight has been lifted from my body as well. Not in my wildest imagination could I picture that talk go as well as it did. Perhaps I should have known, though. Dad will always be Dad after all. Smiling, I decide to walk back home while checking up on some things on my phone. First of all, since I've finally managed to reach the city proper, I decide to find some maps and read up on some forums about what I can expect from Dreneries. It doesn't hurt to have a general map at hand, as well as some data on where the best place to set up shop would be. The more interesting part is to find out more about the Dark Pegasus Guild. They have really been a thorn in my side, and I need to know my enemy if I am ever going to pay them back. Pulling up their guild's webpage, I find it surprisingly well made. It's filled with links to player feeds, images, ads, and a large recruitment post. My eyes are drawn to it, and I can't help but read through it. The Dark Pegasus is a large guild who aims to become the most powerful faction in Ascendance Unlimited. We number over 1,000 strong, and we welcome any skilled player who seeks fame and fortune. In our guild, you will find either. If you think you are worthy of joining our ranks, know that we offer a salary if you prove yourself dedicated enough to the guild's cause. Send an email to one of our recruitment officers today, and have a chance to stand at the center stage when we shape the future of Ascendance Unlimited. Well, I won't say they aren't ambitious at the very least. Those are bold claims right there. It doesn't say much about them, but I have no doubt in my mind that they must have some serious financial backing to be able to offer a salary to a large number of people at this early stage of the game. Is it really that important to get ahead in this game? It seems like an awfully big risk to me, but that's their choice. I have my own plans for them. The risk factor may be high, but I won't ignore the fact that a really fat goose is roosting on a Faberge egg right under my nose. A smirk is spreading across my lips. I'm going to look forward to this. Logging back in, I find my character sitting just where I left him. Looking around to get my bearings, I notice that my beggar has caught up to me and is now idling by my side. It probably looks a little suspicious, especially since I've already taken my villain's mask off, but I assume no one would bother showing up here anyway. Getting on my feet, I'm finally ready to psyche myself up enough to venture into the city proper. It feels like ages since I started up this character, and it's weird to think that it hasn't even been a full day yet. How weird is that? Heading along the coastline, I review the information I gathered after I came back from my run. The main body of Dreneries makes up around 95% of the city. The rest of the city is the noob zone and the peddler's market right outside the city's gate. Dreneries is built in a crescent shape around a small bay, divided into 7 different districts. The market district is the central-most area of the city, and it functions as the major hub for player activity. It's where you find everything you could possibly need, really. All the markets, the auction house, the arena, the bank, the real-life money exchange station, and tons of other buildings. In fact, you will hardly ever see a player outside of this district, the only exception being crafters, people with personal homes like a guild house, or people doing social quests. Well, and villains, of course, which is what I'm really looking forward to. It should be easier to move around here than it was in the noob district. The last 5 districts are the nobles district to the far east, the general residential area to the west and north, the harbor to the south and southeast, the crafters district to the northeast, and the shanty town in the southwest, connecting to the noob district. I did spend about an hour studying a map of the city, as well as watch a few recordings of players walking around the place. My goal is to find an area to settle down in and stay out of the way from other players, as well as have a decent enough terrain to both hide and attack with my underlings. The nobles district and the marketplace are obviously ruled out of this, and so is the noob district. The residential district is by far the largest district and the easiest to hide in, but the problem is that the buildings are packed so tightly together, there are hardly any alleys for me to utilize. The crafters district, the harbor, and the shanty town are my best bets, and I've decided to try and set up shop in the shanty town. I had to make some careful calculations to land on this choice. The downsides with this district are the lack of commerce, and thus quality-grade jobs for me to perform. On the other side, the shanty town is created like a maze of shacks and oddly placed warehouses. There are so many places to hide and get lost in that I can be virtually invisible. The major selling point for me, though, is that it's the district with the most sewage drains in the entire city. If my guess is correct, the sewers should be pretty similar, if not more complex than the sewer system in the Noob district. It could be a potential goldmine of experience points, hiding places, and logistics. It's exactly what I need to kickstart my Thief Lord career. Luckily, I don't have to travel far to reach the shantytown. I soon find myself treading away from the rocky shore of the Noob district's peninsula over to the half-rotten planks that make up the dockside of the shantytown. While technically still part of the harbor district, the shantytown docks are the remnant of the golden era of Drenaries. Once upon a time, Drenaries was a beacon for the Imperia Empire, being the central trade hub connecting the 3 different continents together. As the Imperia Empire fell on hard times, so did Drenaries. The area used to be a collection of old warehouses, factories, 2 dry docks, and a shipyard, but now it's a place where the poor and crippled gather. The city guards have all but given up on the place, and player activity is close to nil. Can you imagine a better starting area for me? It's infinitely better than the Noob district. Honestly, this place should be called the tutorial area for villains, not the other way around. Speaking of which, I wonder how the search concluded. I open up my friends list and write up a quick message for Anna. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Hello. Did you kids find what you were looking for?" I wait for a few minutes, eagerly waiting for her reply. Annel Windrider writes, "Oh hey Ryan, why do you ask?" Reinorn Stabberton writes, "No reason. It just sounded like it was a big deal. I was worried something bad happened." Annel Windrider writes, "Aw, that sweet winkaface asterisk. It's not much to tell, though. We thought we tracked her into the sewers, but there wasn't anyone there. I was so sure about it, too. It makes no sense. It's like she was there for one moment and then poof, completely disappeared without a trace. Can you believe that?" Reinorn Stabberton writes, I guess it sounds rough. So you came up with empty hands. Is there a villain loose in our midst?" Annel Windrider writes, "Nah, I don't think so. We did check out your tip around where you saw the female dwarf, but we found nothing. The going theory is that she tried to climb down the cliffs, fell down, and died. That might have been enough for her to delete her character in disappointment. Anyway, I've had enough of that entire ordeal. What are you up to? Managed to make me that trap yet? LOL. I grin. It sounds like everything worked out for the best. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "I have made some progress, but nothing that's worth your time yet. I think I'll need a few more weeks and levels first. I was thinking about walking around town for a bit and see if any of these nice people need my help." Annel Windrider writes, "LOL. Are you just going to do social quests for all eternity? My offer to boost you to level 10 still stands asterisk winkaface asterisk." Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Haha, thanks, but no thanks. An old man likes to take his time and do things his own way." Annel Windrider writes, Worth a shot though, Powderface. Wanna meet up for a drink or two?" Reinorn Stabberton writes, "No, sorry, I will have to take a rain check. It's already morning and I'm late for work." Annel Windrider writes, Rejected asterisk crying. We'll definitely talk later. Have a nice day. Zo. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Have a lovely day, dear." Wow, pretending to be an old guy is actually really tiresome. What's up with this girl, though? Does she have a thing for old men, or is it just the way she is? Whatever the reason, she sure is a fountain of information. I'm starting to feel a little bad for using her this way, but it's still a game, right? As a villain, I am sort of expected to deceive her. It just feels like I'm crossing some sort of line I shouldn't. Perhaps I should stop using her like this. I shake my head. It may feel wrong, and I will probably try to limit my abuse of our friendship, but I don't think there's a way for me not to gain valuable information by just being near her. She isn't the most secretive type, and she seems to take and do everything with a light touch. Who knows? She might not even care that I know these things. She probably wouldn't be too happy about being lied to, though, but it's too late for that now. I open up my friends list and put my online status to appear as offline to everyone. Now that I've committed to the story that I'm a fully fledged adult who is new to the game, then I can't have Anna or Brian figure out that I'm actually online all the time. It's not the easiest explanation to have, but I figure it's easier to explain my odd behavior by being old and eccentric rather than young and stupid. With all that out of the way, it's time for me to take the first step on my road to conquering this city. And to do that, I need to find a tavern somewhere. I make my way through a small cluster of shacks by the ocean side. There is only one street that can be considered proper, and it cuts from the Noob District straight through the shanty town and into the market square. That leaves the majority of the shanty town as a myriad of makeshift wooden sheds and shacks, the worst of which is closer to the ocean. It takes a good while for me to find my way around. I end up walking into 3 dead ends, 2 brothels, and a random mugging. Luckily, I wasn't the victim in that last one and managed to slither away before the thugs realized I was even there. I eventually come upon an area that seems to be more proper than the other places. It's probably the only area in the entire district that has several 2-story buildings. This place used to be the headquarters of a local trading guild while the city was still thriving. Now, the houses remain abandoned, and the dregs and squatters of society have claimed it as their own. I am about to enter what I believe was the old administrative building of the guild, which some entrepreneurs decided to rebuild into a tavern, but not before I send my beggar off to scrounge up some jobs in the neighborhood. I don't need him for this next part, and I don't like to keep my underlings idle. The tavern is the only 3-story building in the district, and it's located in front of a series of empty and abandoned warehouses. The tavern has only a handful of customers this early in the morning, but luckily, none of them are players. I give a curt nod to the tavern keeper before I find myself a secluded booth in a dark corner. Giving the room another once-over, I activate one of the Thief Lord class core abilities. Gold for blood. The life of a villain is filled with violence. Many will perish, be it your friend or your foe. Life is precious. But like everything in life, it has a price. You may pay for the blood with gold. Tier 1 underlings costs 5 copper per underling human hoodlum, 3 fighter human cutpurse, 3 roguewood elf spotter, 3 ranged. The cost of resurrecting is negligible, which is why I waste no time resurrecting my 3 fallen underlings. I could have decided to instead train 3 fresh recruits, but for only 5 coppers per life, I'd rather just pay the price than spend hours trying to grind the underlings up to an appropriate level. It may be cheaper now, but the price and penalties get steeper the higher level my underlings get. When my underlings reach tier 6 or 7, then I might have to consider if I will actually bother resurrecting them at all if they end up dead. That's how harsh it can be. Playing as a villain is no joke. It takes a few moments until the front door of the tavern opens, and my 3 freshly risen underlings step in. I get a déjà vu moment when they all survey the room with great care until they spot me and head over, nodding respectfully to me as they sit down. I smirk at the absurdity of it all. Not one to waste time on tearful reunions, I open up my inventory and hand each and every one of them back their weapons and gear. The underlings have the same penalties as the villain do when they die, so I need to take special care not to waste both their lives and their gear if I end up having to sacrifice them. Equipping their gear, the trio immediately returns to scanning the room for threats. It still irks me that they never bother to thank me, but I suppose I can forgive them since I actually did get them killed to save my own ass just a few hours ago. Regardless, resurrecting my underlings isn't the only thing I came here for. It's about time I expanded my roster, and I have a few great candidates in mind. A budding thief lord can't do whatever he wants without a bunch of loyal henchmen, can he? Chapter 18, Investing in Lethality. Chapter 18, Investing in Lethality. Grinning, I rub my hands together with great anticipation. This is the part I have truly been looking forward to, the most meaningful part of being a summoner type class. Since I have finally gotten around to getting my charisma attribute to 30, I am now able to recruit 2 more underlings. With a final manic smile, I utter my 2 favorite words. Recruit underling. You have entered a tavern located in a naval city. You will be able to recruit underlings to bolster your ranks. Please select one of the following underling types. Recruit a fighter type, underling recruit a rogue type, underling recruit a ranged type, underling recruit an agent type, underling recruit a specialist type, underling. Make your choice, Thief Lord. Ah, the familiar recruitment window. I have put a lot of thought into what kind of underlings I need, and I believe I have decided on the most efficient option. I need a specialist. They are the backbone of any criminal organization, and it's what differentiates the Thief Lords from most of the other summoner classes. The utility it offers is just staggering, but they also require a lot of time and energy to reach their full potential, not to mention a buttload of gold. I select the specialist option. Available specialists. Tinkerer. Every thief has problems keeping their fingers to themselves. The Tinkerer turns it into an art form. They can craft anything from simple lockpicks to hidden compartments. You need it, the Tinkerer provides. Enchanter. A thief requires a certain set of skills they may need to get augmented. An enchanter can provide magical services most enchanters can't or won't do. Poisoner. The life of a criminal is filled with strife. Sometimes you need a little extra to tip the scales in your favor. A poisoner can brew that extra something. Fence. Are your pockets full of unwanted goods? Allow the fence to lighten your load. Only gold is a suitable replacement. I burst into a wide smile. These options are great. Basically, they are 3 different types of NPC crafters who can make and provide goods that I can't buy or steal, as well as someone to dump some of my workload off on. I really love the flexibility they offer, but they have certain downsides. A specialist won't level up in the normal way my underlings do, and they don't learn new things on their own. I have to provide everything for them, be it recipes, crafting materials, or tools to perform their trade. The upsides are that once I have the required resources, they will be able to produce it, no matter what. The only limiting factor is that they cannot craft anything that is beyond my own current level. Yeah, it's weird, but that's game logic for you. I have to admit that it would be odd if the poisoner could create a poison capable of killing a level 100 player in one hit when I am below level 5 myself, just because I had deep enough pockets. Games don't work like that, sadly. Or should I say luckily. Regardless, the options are tough to choose from. I only think I should get one specialist at a time, since I can't really afford to supply 2 crafters this early in the game. I will have to prioritize the one that gives me the best short-term benefits. The fence is out of the question since I don't really have anything to sell just yet, a fact I am planning on rectifying shortly. I've thought a lot about it, and I think the only logical option is the poisoner since it provides a raw boost to my underlings, unlike the tinkerer and enchanter who only provide utility. I need to increase the lethality of my troops, and the poisoner seems like the most reasonable investment for the job. I select the poisoner, which only leaves one slot open for a new underling. No matter how much I'd like to get another specialist, they won't matter if I don't have a sufficient combat force. Therefore, I decide to add another hoodlum to the lineup. I noticed in my fights earlier how strong the grapple skill is. The ability to immobilize and pin down enemies is invaluable in a fight where the many fight the few. It's also a fact that I need more high-level meat shields on the front of my combat line. The cutpurse and the spotter are both valuable members of any outfit I have, but they are reliant on a frontliner who can give them room to act. After a short while, my 2 new underlings appear through the door. Much like my other men, these 2 survey the room carefully before they come to sit by my table. To my surprise, both of my new underlings are female. Not that it matters. This game doesn't differentiate between genders, like it should be. Both of them are geared the same way my other 4 underlings were when they first spawned in. The female hoodlum has the same spiked club my male hoodlum had, and her dirty rags have seen better days. My poisoner is slightly different, though. Unlike the rest of my units, the poisoner doesn't have the same physique. The woman looks quite frail, even for an elf. With a noticeable hunchback, a hawk nose, and eyes that threaten to pop out of her skull, she almost looks like some sort of caricature of a witch from Greek mythology. I suppose it's fitting, considering her profession. I inspect them for good measure. Dwarf Hoodlum 1, Underling, Fighter, HP 100-100, Infamy Tier 1. Dark Elf Poisoner Underling, Specialist, HP 60-60, Infamy Tier 1. With my little gang up to full numbers, I decide it should be time to get a move on. I won't be the best if I just sit around admiring my minions all day. I take charge and head out of the tavern, getting a good view of the surrounding area. Ordering my units to take up a defensive perimeter around my poisoner and walk a fair distance behind me, I start moving closer to the southern edge of the shoreline. My goal for this little excursion is to see if I can find an entrance to the sewers that I assume is here somewhere, as that seems to be a prime location for me to grind some experience in relative safety from any encroaching players. We spend the better part of an hour walking from alley to alley, lifting crates, and scouring the ground for any accessible hatch, but we come up empty. I'm almost ready to throw a fit of rage when I suddenly find myself at the southern tip of the shanty town, finding a major sewage outlet that appears to lead beneath the harbor. I'm slightly surprised the entrance was this huge, but when I think about it, it's in a really secluded area. The only people who would bother exploring this far into the shanty town most likely wouldn't look twice at a possible sewer entrance. Who the hell would want to willing enter a sewer anyway, even if it's virtual? Whatever, their loss is my gain. I'm eager to finally grind some much-needed exp, and it should be much more comfortable when I don't need to look over my shoulder every minute. I have my two hoodlums take point, supported by my spotter. The cutpurse is taking up the rear as the poisoner, and I walk in relative safety at the center of the formation. We pick up a slow pace as I'm uncertain what level the creatures in here are, if there even are any. It could be anything, and I'd be really pissed if I end up getting butchered by a bunch of mutated level 20 ratmen or something. The sewers here are pretty similar to the sewers in the Noob district, only slightly larger. My underlings can walk 4 men across with little room to spare, which is enough for us to be able to overwhelm any opponent if they show up. We walk on for about 50 meters until my front line suddenly comes to a halt. Looking over my spotter's shoulder, I keep my eyes peeled for any hostiles. I stare down the dark tunnels for a few moments, spotting absolutely nothing. What's the holdup? I ask, not really expecting an answer. The spotter grunts once as he points to the ground in front of my hoodlums. Slightly confused, I squint towards the spot he is pointing at. It only takes me half a moment until a red outlining appears around a thin length of rope, stretching from one end of the tunnel to the other. Shit, is that a trap? I ask, only receiving a mute nod in return. Man, I really need to get myself some real conversation partners. This mute stuff is getting old. I crouch near the length of rope, inspecting it closely. I follow the length of the rope to a small hook which seems to connect to a spiked wooden flail attached to the roof. It's a really crude and simple trap that couldn't possibly function in the real world, but it's a trap nonetheless. I'm almost a little proud of my deduction until I realize I'm masquerading as a trap maker, which means that I almost walked straight into the first trap I ever came across. I'm not sure if I could live up to the shame if I got done in by a trap when I'm supposed to be an expert on such things. I think the reason I couldn't spot it is because my perception attribute is pathetically low. The trap looks like a really low-leveled one, and I still couldn't spot it. Luckily for me, I don't really require any perception. I'm not a front-line fighter, and I'm constantly using my underlings for everything. Since both my spotter and my cutpurse have reasonably high perception scores, they can do all the spotting for me. Even with a low perception attribute, it's not like my underlings can't point things out for me like this. It's actually sort of a godsend, since I won't have to bother investing a single point into perception going forwards. So what the hell do I do with this trap? Do I intentionally spring it? None of my underlings have learned a disarm trap skill yet, and I'm not sure if I want to leave it up in case I stumble upon it on my way back. Then again, as long as I remember it's there, then it shouldn't be a problem avoiding it. But that might be hard considering the next time we walk through here, we might have a horde of high-level monsters chasing us. Ordering my underlings to take a step back, I crouch and position myself to avoid the reach of the wooden flail. Poking the rope with the tip of my crossbow, I watch how the flail falls from the roof, swinging wide in the direction of where my head should have been. I get back on my feet and order my underlings to keep moving. That trap could have been really effective given the right circumstances, and I need to put some serious considerations into actually investing in a few trap maker skills. Maybe I should do it sooner rather than later. I'm abruptly drawn out of my thoughts as a few loud screeching noises echo down the tunnel. Immediately halting in our tracks, my underlings grasp their weapons tightly and start walking slowly towards the noises. We only take a few steps until we come upon a small group of monsters. Sewer Rat 5 HP. Sewer Rat 4 HP. Sewer Rat 5 HP. My jaw drops as the name tags appear. Level 4 and 5 monsters. And it's 3 of them. This might be hard. The rats have already spotted us, and 3 sets of crimson eyes turn in our direction. Move up, focus on the level 4 rat. Try to cripple one of the larger rats and tackle the other one. I shout as I grab my crossbow. My 2 hoodlums charge forwards to meet the incoming rats. My high-level hoodlum grunts in pain as one of the level 5 rats lunges at his chest, toppling them both over. I loose my bolt towards the level 4 rat, barely missing as the bolt slams into the ground in front of it. This causes the rat to stagger, however, allowing my spotter to cripple its leg with a well-aimed knife. Sensing an opening, the female hoodlum lunges at the level 4 rat, activating grapple as she goes. That leaves the remaining level 5 rat squaring off against my cutpurse. The rat recklessly charges at my cutpurse, who nimbly dodges at every opportunity. He doesn't get any openings to counterattack, but at least he keeps the high-level rat occupied as we try to finish off the remaining rats. I quickly scurry and attempt to reload my crossbow as the sounds of combat intensifies around me. I already know my underlings are severely underleveled, but the enemies are still rats. If I can take out just one of them, my superior numbers should be able to sway the battle in my favor. I finish reloading and raise my eyes once more to survey the battlefield. It's absolute chaos. My dwarven hoodlum failed at grappling the level 4 rat, and the 2 combatants are busy biting and hammering at one another. The dwarf might have already fallen if it hadn't been because the spotter managed to embed 2 more throwing knives into the soft belly of the rat. The cutpurse seems to struggle against his opponent, as I see he has 2 fresh bite marks bleeding profusely from his wrist and left foot. He is still standing, though, drawing out his fight against the higher-level rat. I frantically look around for my high-level hoodlum, but I can't see him. Last I saw them, they were both rolling down the tunnel further ahead. Fuck, what do I do? I wheeze as I grit my teeth. If I let this continue, all my underlings will die. I raise my crossbow, taking aim at the level 4 rat. My finger moves towards the trigger when I suddenly hesitate. Fuck, I suck with the crossbow. I've hardly hit anything with it so far, and its purpose has only been to momentarily distract the opponent in every fight I've had. I can't afford to miss another shot. My eyes flicker towards the cutpurse, who fails to dodge a lunge from the high-level rat, allowing the rat to ram into his chest, knocking them both over. Fuck! I curse as I run towards my downed cutpurse. The rat is crawling up his chest, aiming for his exposed throat. Its fangs are about to descend when my foot mercilessly connect with its head, sending it tumbling backwards. The rat shakes its head in confusion once before its eyes lock onto me. I didn't spend my time idle, though, as I charged towards its prone body, aiming my crossbow at its face from point-blank range. Eat this, I sneer as I loose the bolt, watching it impale the rat's skull. You have dealt 23 piercing damage, critical hit, to Sewer Rat 5. The rat slumps forwards, stunned by the critical hit. Before it can regain its senses, I slam the stock of my crossbow on top of its skull, shifting the bolt, causing massive damage. The rat rolls over on its back, reeling in pain from my onslaught. Movement appears at my side as my cutpurse slips past me, sinking his dagger deep into the throat of the dazed rat. Trusting in the advantage my cutpurse should now have, I turn around and charge back towards the place my dwarf and spotter struggles against the level 4 rat. The rat has already taken massive damage, and its body looks like a pincushion from the 5 daggers sticking out of its body. My dwarven hoodlum doesn't fare any better, though, and I can't understand how the little woman is still standing. Wasting little time on worrying about such things, I charge ahead, swinging my crossbow wide as I once more punt the weakened rat over. It tumbles backwards, rolling twice before it comes to a halt. Raising its head to glare at its attacker, its eyes widen as a final throwing knife penetrates its left eye, ending the rat's life in an instant. Snapping my head back towards the tunnel ahead, I listen carefully for sounds of combat. I rush forward, keeping my eye out for my missing level 3 hoodlum. I run for about 10 meters when I find a bend in the tunnel. Looking around it, I bear witness to a mortal struggle between my hoodlum and the final level 5 rat. My hoodlum is littered with scratches and bite marks, and a part of his ear is missing. The rat has lost its tail, and there are 2 deep gashes along its brown hide. The hoodlum is currently pinning the rat to the ground, while the rat has sunk its fangs deep into the fighter's forearm. Both of them look like they could keel over at any moment. I only give them a brief glance before I spring to action. Raising my crossbow above my head, I take careful aim before I slam it downwards, putting the full force of the nearly 4-kilo heavy weapon behind the swing. The crossbow impacts the rat on its belly, causing a large snapping sound to echo against the tunnel walls as the spine snaps in two. Gasping in pain, the rat loosens its hold on the hoodlum, pulling its head back to screech loudly. My hoodlum sees this and quickly thrusts his sword at the rat, impaling its throat. With a wet squelching sound, the rat's body goes limp as the energy drains from its body. "Holy fuck," I mutter as I bend forwards, resting my arms on my knees. "I can't believe we did it," I say as I let my body slump to the ground. I take a deep breath as I calm myself. That was terrible. Chapter 19, Grind. Chapter 19, Grind. You have slain Sewer Rat 4. Gain 25 experience. You have slain Sewer Rat 5. Gain 45 experience. You have slain Sewer Rat 5. Gain 45 experience. I shake my head as I get back on my feet. Blood is dripping from my gauntlets, and I have blood splatter all over my linen pants. That fight was brutal. I can't believe I had to storm the front line swinging a crossbow around like a sledge. I look down towards the bloodied crossbow in my hands. Fuck, this thing is a pretty half-decent bat, I mumble as I raise the weapon in front of my eyes, inspecting it carefully. The string has become soggy from absorbing the blood, and the old crack in the stock seems to have become slightly wider. I'm unsure how long it will last until it's rendered unusable. One thing's for certain, though, it's not supposed to be used this way. I shrug as I turn my head around and take a look at my surroundings. My level 3 hoodlum is resting on the ground beside me, tending to his many wounds. The sounds of combat from the tunnel behind me has ceased, and since I didn't receive a notification that one of my underlings died, then there is no need for me to rush back. One thing is perfectly clear, though. I need to find a better way of fighting. My tactic has more holes in it than Swiss cheese. I can't just run up and hammer away at my enemy as if I am a regular adventurer. I need to fight smarter, not harder. But what changes can I make? I sigh as I pinch the bridge of my nose. If I'm careful, I should be able to fight these monsters up close like this, but I can't keep an efficient pace since I don't have access to any healing magic or a versatile group composition. I mainly just have a bunch of bloodthirsty NPCs, but that won't help me if I have to face a group of skilled players. I think I need to change my character development path, and I need to do it sooner rather than later. I frown as a ton of ideas and potential solutions filter through my mind. It's not a decision I should take lightly, and I can't rush into anything. At least I don't have to make a decision until I actually gain more skill points, so my main concern should be to try and level up as soon as possible. I hear the sounds of the rest of my underlings approach behind me. I turn around just in time to see my unit stroll around the corner, their bodies littered with wounds. I wince as I see it, and a short stab of guilt presses against my chest. I'm starting to understand why the game developers decided to make these bandits into puppets rather than seed them with a proper artificial intelligence unit. I'm not sure I could handle being responsible for sending my loyal henchmen into the grinder every 15 minutes if they showed more signs of sentience. I inspect my underlings, trying to get an overview of how badly the fight went. Human Hoodlum 3, Underling, Fighter, HP 36-140. Infamy Tier 1 status conditions, bleeding X3, weak crippling disease. Human Cutpurse 3, Underling, Rogue, HP 4290, Infamy Tier 1, status conditions, bleeding X2, weak crippling disease. Wood Elf Spotter 3, Underling, ranged, HP 7070, Infamy Tier 1. Dwarf Hoodlum 3, Underling, Fighter, HP 24-120, Infamy Tier 1, status conditions, bleeding X4. Whoa, my underlings took a much more severe beating than I thought. I know I had to fight rats once again, but the low-level ones I fought back in the noob district wasn't quite this lethal. First of all, the noob district rats couldn't inflict bleeding or diseases, and they weren't nearly this tough. The difficulty levels skyrocketed, but I must admit that I am severely underleveled for this. The good thing that came from this, though, is that I got a hefty bonus to my experience gains since I defeated much stronger foes. A few more fights like this, and it won't be long until I reach level 4. It's amazing that my newest hoodlum managed to level up in this fight as well, no doubt because of the timely experience boom we received. It's a good thing, too, since it looks like she was about to keel over before she leveled up as her health points are nearly depleted. She is just lucky that leveling up increased her health points by 20. She might have been dead by now without it. As my underlings slump to the ground and start tending to their wounds, my eyes catch the attention of the poisoner. Being a non-combatant underling, the poisoner stood idle through that entire encounter. Perhaps it was a mistake to invest in a specialist this early? I don't really have a job for her. I could have made her carry some loot, but sadly, the rats don't drop anything. What am I supposed to do with you? I ask her, not expecting a reply. Is there even anything you can do? Now would be a pretty good time for you to show off, you know. I chuckle as I shake my head. I'm glad no one is around to see this. I'm actually going so stir-crazy I'm attempting to talk to A. My thoughts are interrupted as the poisoner starts moving towards the fallen level 5 rat beside me. She kneels down beside it and starts pushing it around. I move in closer, trying to see what she is up to. The poisoner reaches for the cut-off rat tail, lifting it up in front of her eyes. Squinting at the limb, she conjures a tiny metal knife and cuts off the tip of the tail, handing it over to me. Dumbfounded by her sudden actions, I inspect the piece of rat tail in her hands. Tip of a sewer rat's tail, common alchemical ingredient. What the hell? I blurt out. You can harvest crafting ingredients? I exclaim in a shocked manner. The research I did on the poisoner said nothing of this. How is that possible? I frown as I try to comprehend what I just witnessed. This seems like such a simple thing as well. Could it be that no one has discovered this yet? Or perhaps someone has, but they have neglected to tell anyone? That could make sense. It doesn't look like it's an automated feature since the poisoner didn't do anything until I asked. Could it be some sort of hidden feature? Any alchemist should be able to harvest ingredients, so why not? It should be one of the basic skills in any profession. It should be obvious. Perhaps it is too obvious. Who brings their poisoner along on a grinding session anyway? I wonder how far this feature extends. Can she harvest any ingredient, or just alchemical ingredients? Can she then harvest any alchemical ingredient or only those usable in poisons? That might be a feature as well, since I doubt every monster I kill will have the potential for producing ingredients I need. Perhaps I stumbled upon it by just pure luck. Regardless, I can use this. This might be the tiny tip on the scales I need that will decide my future development path. Probably not, but one can always dream. First of all, though, I need to obtain those skill points. We sit around for a good 15 minutes and wait for the status effects to run out and for my underlings to naturally regenerate their hit points. It's a slow process and takes far longer than it should, but that's the downside of playing as a summoner class with no access to healing. My underlings may be strong, but they would be next to useless in a drawn-out battle. When they are finally done regenerating, and my poisoner is done collecting the remaining 2 tail tips, we resume our walk down the tunnel. We take extra care to avoid rushing into another close encounter, so I have my cut purse activate his stealth ability and walk on ahead. It shifts our formation, but with a forward scout, I no longer need both of my hoodlums to stay up front. We don't have to walk for more than 50 meters or so until my cut purse turns around and heads back. Halting our advance, I wait for my cut purse to catch up to us. How many enemies are there? I ask him. While the underling doesn't really speak, I learned they can use basic sign language rather well. He holds up a single finger. 1 enemy, that's good. What level is it? I ask. The cut purse raises both his hands, showing me 6 fingers. Damn, that's a tough enemy. I frown. Luckily, it's only one of them, but the level difference might be too high for me to make a quick kill. The level difference actually matters quite much in this game, as the mobs, skill levels don't work quite like the skill levels of players. I suppose adding individual status windows were either too taxing on the game system, or it was too difficult to balance. So the developers added a feature where the skills are exponentially more powerful on mobs compared to their opponent's level. I don't have the exact numbers in my head, but what my level 3 underlings might consider a tough fight versus 2 level 5 enemies might just be impossible versus the same mob that is just 1 level higher. A level 6 enemy has 3 levels on them after all, even if my underlings are well geared. Personally, I'd rather avoid getting close to the enemy in this fight. Since I haven't invested a single point into endurance, my character is super frail. I only have 50 health points after all. That could be enough for me to get one-hitted if the mob uses a powerful ability. Therefore, I decide to hand my crossbow over to my spotter. I'm a fairly useless shot since I don't have any skill points invested into it, and my spotter has a compatibility with all ranged weapons. He should be able to make far better use of it than I. With our preparations completed, I order my underlings to advance at a cautious pace. I put my spotter up front, intending for him to initiate the combat with a surprise hit with the powerful crossbow. After a few steps, a small creature comes into view. "That's not a rat," I mutter, squinting my eyes. "Is that a slime?" Up ahead in the tunnel is a small green gelatinous blob the size of a beach ball. There's a thin transparent film that protects a body consisting almost entirely of a green liquid. It looks like a cartoon warning label of what toxins should look like. When it moves, the entire body jiggles the same way jelly does when you poke it with a spoon. The only noticeable anomaly is a solid black sphere moving around inside its body. The slime core. I inspect the creature. Lesser Slime 6, HP. Ouch, that's a tough one. I have fought slimes before. They are tough foes to fight, as their entire body is acidic, meaning just making contact with it will cause your health points to plummet. They are also prone to launching themselves short distances, attempting to pin their prey to the ground while slowly dissolving their bodies by drowning them in acid. This means that fighting one of these things is incredibly dangerous for any melee-oriented player. The slimes have 3 weaknesses, though. While their bodies are immune to physical damage, their core is the real weakness. It functions as the only organ in their bodies, which is what allows the entire blob of acid to move as one. It's solid, so shattering it will cause the creature to die. It's also weak to magic, or any alchemical reagents that can alter the composition of the acidic fluid that makes up its body. Unless it's using a leap ability, the slime is also pathetically slow, which means that concentrated ranged fire is my only bet to safely take them down. That's exactly what I'm going to do, but it is going to take a long time, especially since I only have 1 unit capable of inflicting ranged damage, and the slime has a veritable mountain of health points to sustain it for a long time. It's a battle of attrition. Either my spotter manages to wear the slime down, or the slime forces us into a corner or catches a stray underling unprepared with a leap. Luckily, I learned how to effectively hunt slimes when I was grinding monsters deep inside the Talshaug forest when I was playing as a necromancer. The best trick is to surround the slime, having my minions alternate between drawing the monster's aggro, allowing my ranged minions to safely shave off its health points from a relatively safe position. My spotter takes aim and shoots a bolt at the slime. The bolt flies true, penetrating deep into the gelatinous body, impacting the core within. Jiggling in surprise, the slime starts gliding towards us. "Go around it," I order my veteran hoodlum and cutpurse. They immediately react, splitting up to either side of the tunnel. The cutpurse takes the lead as he rushes off to the side, hugging the rightmost wall. Sensing his approach, the slime retracts its body, shaking for half a second before it bursts forward, launching itself towards the running cutpurse. Expecting the attack, the rogue dives forward, using his evasion skill to narrowly dodge the slime's body. The slime crashes into the wall, splattering acid in every direction. The cutpurse gets a few drops on his arm and thigh, and I can see him wince from the pain. The acid isn't enough to do any major damage, but it should still hurt. With the slime occupied on one side of the tunnel, the hoodlum effortlessly slips past by the leftmost wall. With the slime successfully surrounded on both sides, the battle of attrition can truly begin. The spotter loosens another bolt, once more shaking the slime's core. This process continues for a while. My spotter fires bolts whenever he can, each and every time shaving off a few health points from the slow slime. He does miss a few times, but it only postpones the inevitable. The slime keeps trying to close the distance towards the spotter, but every time it moves too far, either my cutpurse or my hoodlum steps closer, tricking the slime to try and leap backwards. There are a few close calls, but my underlings are capable of gauging the correct distance rather quickly and can safely backstep whenever the slime is about to leap. It takes about 15 minutes or so, but the slime's core is eventually shattered, causing the slime to shudder once before it deflates into a puddle of smoking acid. This causes the familiar combat notification to appear, showing the massive experience gain I receive for killing such a high-level creature. You have slain Lesser Slime 6, gain 75 experience. As soon as the slime dies, my poisoner moves forward, quickly conjuring a glass vial from God's nowhere and starts scooping up the liquid acid. With the vial almost filled, she turns around and hands it over to me. Vial of weak slime acid, common alchemical ingredient. Nice, another ingredient. I grin as I rub my hands together. Who would have thought farming mobs in a sewer with an NPC poisoner would produce this many ingredients? I'm starting to think these next few hours are going to be quite lucrative. Chapter 20, Paragon of Efficiency. Chapter 20, Paragon of Efficiency. I spend nearly 13 hours grinding mobs until I finally receive the notification I have been waiting for. Congratulations! You have reached level 5. You have gained 3 free attribute points and 1 skill point. It wasn't easy, but the road going forward should be less strenuous. I killed 7 more lesser slimes and 12 packs of sewer rats ranging from level 4 to 5, netting me a whole bunch of extra crafting materials. The only reason it went this fast is because I don't have to share the experience with any other players, and the mobs are far higher level than me. I won't be able to keep this up forever as the level differences will matter more at the higher levels, but for these early levels, it's a godsend. All in all, I'm pretty happy about it. The experience I gained lessened greatly after hitting level 4, but I still managed to keep a good pace leveling up. I've managed to find a good rhythm to my grinding. It was tough before I reached level 4, but as soon as my dwarven hoodlum reached level 3, pinning down the rats became much easier. The mobs also turned gradually weaker the stronger I become, and I really picked up the pace near the end. Killing the monsters should be a breeze from here on out, and I think I can easily reach level 6 by tomorrow if I keep this up. That's not a bad haul at all considering it's only been 2 days. I also managed to finally settle down on a character development path. Earlier, I was far too ambitious when it came to my capabilities. Using my charisma, luck, dexterity, and intelligence attributes to their full potential seems great on paper, but it isn't practically viable. The limiting factor is skill points. I don't have the capacity to level skills in both my Thief Lord class, illusion magic, archery, and trap making at the same time. It's just not possible at this stage. I'll just end up with a couple of half-arsed skills from each discipline, and the results would become suboptimal. What I need is to cut down on one of these paths. I thought long and hard on it, and I've decided to scrap archery. When I break it down, I realize I shouldn't under any circumstance be active in a combat scenario, especially against other players. I need to play to my strengths. It's the best option I have since I can still get some value out of my dexterity attribute by making traps. Ah yes, traps. I wasn't really planning on investing much in crafting skills, but I can really start seeing the value. There's a long-known strategy to fighting monsters in role-playing games which is called kiting. To do this, one has to aggro a bunch of enemies and have them chase you. If I can somehow bait them to walk into a trap, then I will have a large advantage. I probably won't use it against regular mobs, but it should be perfect against players as they are known to bullrush against any possibility they have of gaining loot or exp. This is why I decided to start investing in crafting skills as soon as I reached level 4. I pull up the Trap Maker skill tree. Trap making. One of the first practical engineering skills mankind learned was to create efficient ways to hunt animals. Trap making is a dangerous path to tread, and it requires a steady hand and a lot of luck. Available skills. Trigger mechanism reduces the effectiveness of perception checks to spot the trap by 5 luck plus skill level. Release mechanism increases the damage dealt by the trap's payload by dexterity plus 2% skill level. Framework creates the framework of the trap, makes it more difficult to dismantle the trap by 5 dexterity plus skill level. Disarm trap ability to disarm traps. Chance of success, 7 dexterity plus 3 luck plus skill level. Chance to recover parts, 2 luck plus 5 skill level. It's not a lot of skills, but crafters were never supposed to be one-trick ponies anyway. There are plenty of other skills for crafters to choose from, and crafters were never supposed to level too quickly. Trap maker is also more of a lesser crafting profession, one that crafters usually pick up as a secondary or tertiary profession, a bit like wood carving or scribing. The 4 skills in the list are the core skills of trap making. For my level 4 skill point, I decided to select Disarm Trap. It's not really a vital skill to have at all, but considering traps are littered all over these sewers, it's a great way to level up the profession while simultaneously scavenging for parts. So far, I've found and dismantled 6 low-level traps, but I haven't managed to salvage any parts yet. I don't worry about it, though. With my luck stat, it will end up as a treasure trove in due time. Now, though, I've managed to reach level 5 and I have yet another skill point to spend, I'm actually a little torn. While I did decide to commit to learning all the trap maker skills, I also shouldn't neglect my class skills. At the moment, I haven't selected a single buffing skill at all. None. I should probably get at least one of them, training it up as I go. As it stands, I'm pretty useless in a fight, and if I keep putting all my skill points into Trap Maker until level 7, then I might not be able to efficiently grind monsters or perform jobs in the near future. Gritting my teeth, I try to make up my mind. It's not an easy call, but I need to get at least one offensive skill. I've already narrowed my choices down to 4 different options, and I bring them up in front of me. Fight dirty, gain attack damage equal to luck plus 5 skill level for 1 minute plus 1 second per skill level. Cooldown, 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Fight smart increases evasion by 2 luck plus 2 skill level for 1 minute plus 1 second per skill level. Cooldown, 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Cheap Shot gives underlings a damage bonus to their first attack in a fight equal to luck plus skill level for 5 minutes plus 5 seconds per skill level, or until the first attack has been made. Cooldown, 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Gang Up gain increased damage when fighting 3-1 by 5 luck plus 5 skill level. They are all great skills, each offering a different benefit. I have already decided which skill to get though, and it's the one with the most gain per skill level. Yep, it's Cheap Shot. I wasn't initially intending to start off with this skill since it's not overly helpful when grinding monsters. What it is useful for though, is allowing me to quickly assassinate players or NPCs if I'm on a job. A quick and efficient kill before they know what hit them is instrumental if I want to succeed. It's a slight gamble, but it's not like I won't be able to get the other skills later. It's just more skill level efficient to choose it sooner rather than later. With my new skill selected, I've come upon yet another crossroads, choosing where to allocate my 6 newest attribute points. Initially, I've been trying to even out my charisma and luck score to prepare for the future, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Most of my class skills require a high luck stat, but since I've decided to focus on getting trap maker skills for the foreseeable future, dumping points into luck seems like a waste. Therefore, using my attribute points to gain an extra underling to train should be the smartest option. It would make grinding monsters far more efficient. Without further ado, I put all 6 of my attribute points into charisma, watching it rise to 36. The only thing to do now is head back to the tavern and recruit one. During my grinding session down here, I actually managed to find 2 new exits to the sewers. One of them ended up inside an abandoned warehouse, while the other ended up deep inside the shanty town to the west. The warehouse should be close to the tavern I visited earlier, so that's where I'm heading. Luckily, it's not far, so I reach it without encountering any more mobs. I climb out of the hatch and soon find myself in a poorly lit room. Looking around, the warehouse has been mostly stripped of all its belongings. There are a few piles of torn rags in a corner which I assume belong to some squatters that have long since abandoned this place. Several of the windows are broken, and the door has been unhinged. It could be a nice place to rest, but not in this neighborhood. The chance of waking up with your throat slit by some punk is a bit high. It's a pretty neat spot for an exit to the sewers, though. I wouldn't have found it if I didn't come from down below. When I look around, it's actually superbly hidden. I only need to move a few boxes to completely hide it, and I'm certain it's easy to place something heavy on top of it to bar entry from below. It's a nice choke point, and I need to remember this if I ever find myself in a pinch. I'm about to have a better look around when there's movement at the warehouse's door. Spinning around, my heart almost threatens to burst from my chest as I lay my eyes upon a poorly dressed dwarf. "For fuck's sake, I told you to stop sneaking up on me like that." I groan as my beggar casually walks towards me. Reaching me, he grunts once before a blue window appears. "Your agent, Dwarf Beggar 5, has uncovered 2 secrets. Running on fumes. Job type heist, difficulty medium, deadline 14 days, rewards 250 experience unknown. A local novice alchemist has recently set up his laboratory in the neighborhood. Most think it's because the rent is cheap, but a local informant revealed that the alchemist in question has been brewing concoctions that have been deemed unsafe by the authorities. The alchemist never leaves his home, but due to the repugnant smells, his neighbors should have vacated the area. Do you wish to accept this job? Burglarizing bard. Job type heist, difficulty hard, deadline 5 days, rewards 400 experience unknown. The local Bard's College has trained many well-known adventurers and performers. Their charismatic displays are only rivaled by the lords themselves. Rumors on the street claim that the Bard's College has commissioned several pieces of armor for their newly recruited apprentices. The guild is frequented by strong adventurers, but their college's doors are always open to visitors. Do you wish to accept this job? Not bad, I mutter as I read through the 2 jobs. Something really strikes me, though. Both of these jobs seem to be tailored to my general needs. I felt like my necromancer missions were similar, but this confirms it. The first quest, running on fumes, seems to be a job directly tied to the acquisition of my poisoner. Similar to the first job I received, I noticed the job descriptions directly points to what the loot is going to be. A widow's grief told me about the jewelry Sergeant Davins bought for his wife, and I ended up with 2 high-quality rings and a necklace for my troubles. If that is any indication of what I can gain, then the running on fumes job will allow me to steal the basic ingredients and equipment required for my poisoner to perform her job. I'm certain it's no coincidence how that job just happened to appear now. It's convenient. Game logic convenient. No matter, though, I'm not going to complain that the golden goose turns her eyes in my direction. The second job seems to also be related to what I need. For a level 5 character, I'm actually still reasonably undergeared. I haven't been able to scrounge up a lot of money, and unlike regular players, I don't even have access to a fraction of the number of quests they can perform to quickly and efficiently strengthen their equipment. Since bards and thief lords are both characters who heavily rely on equipment that boosts charisma, it's reasonable to assume we compete for the same type of gear. If I want enchanted armor with boosts to charisma and don't have the same options to group up and raid dungeons the traditional way, then what better way to acquire this gear than to steal the stuff from a bard? Anyway, good thing this is a game, so nothing is stopping me from accepting both of these jobs. A small part of me is also grateful that the 2 jobs don't appear to be as morally dubious as robbing the widow was. It may still be a game, but certain things still leave me with a sour taste in my throat. Normally, I wouldn't even bat an eyelid at these sorts of jobs, but I'm still a little shaken after what I'm doing to Anna. I still can't help but feel it's a little wrong, you know. I shake my head, trying to clear my mind. I really need to stop thinking about it. It's just a game, and I don't even know Anna. Why should it matter if I break her trust? It's actually Anna's own fault when you think about it. She shouldn't be this loose-lipped with her guild's secrets around a stranger she just met and didn't even bother to perform a proper perception check against. This should really just be a valuable lesson for her. Who knows? Maybe this will prevent her from entering some stranger's van in the future or something. Gritting my teeth, I try to soothe my mind with a few more convenient lies before I get back to scanning through the job descriptions. If I have time to worry about my self-conscience, then I have time to worry about leveling up enough so that I won't need to trick Anna anymore. As I see it, both of the jobs should be viable options. I don't feel like the deadlines put much pressure on me, and I will most likely perform both jobs within a short time frame anyway. So my real question is, which one of these do I choose? Both of them have great merits. Running on fumes would make sure my newest acquisition, the poisoner, could start producing poisons and potions at once. The burglarizing bard, however, offers me better equipment that most likely will give me a significant boost to my charisma attribute, which will undoubtedly allow me to recruit more underlings to level up as quickly as possible. A part of me leans towards getting the equipment job first, mostly because the deadline is the shortest, and it would give me the most significant short-term boost to my abilities. However, my brain tells me I should start leveling my poisoner first. This is because the Bard mission has a higher difficulty rating, and I probably need every edge I can get to make sure the job is successful. To be safe, I should therefore definitely go for the easier job, since I don't really have a second chance to rectify myself if I fuck up the Bard job. Gritting my teeth, I have to go with my mind on this one. I need to think long-term and taking unnecessary risks because I see a shortcut is what made me fail as a necromancer in the first place. I need to play safer and smarter if I am to succeed as a villain. With my mind made up, I decide to first take care of the essentials. No matter the job, I still need to recruit a new underling. Considering my battles down below, I realize I am in severe need of more combat personnel. Even with 4 capable underlings, I still struggle to end fights with minimal damage. The main reason grinding took so long down there was because I had to spend a large amount of time between each fight just to have my underlings regenerate their health points. Sometimes not having a healer in the group sucks. Scratch that, not having a healer always sucks. To keep the balance of my party intact, I need to consider which type of underling I need. Since I already have 2 hoodlums, then I believe I should be good on that front for the time being. Having 1 additional hoodlum would be great for subduing a pack of rats more efficiently, but it doesn't help me much when I lack the potential for dishing out some damage. Another cut purse would probably give me a great boost to surrounding and finishing off regular mobs and players quickly, but I can't help but worry about my lack of ranged utility. The slowest and most grueling of the mobs I grind are definitely the slimes, and trying to kill them off with only 1 capable underling is too slow of a process. Slimes aren't the only enemies I can only deal with at range, and the sheer utility they offer cannot be ignored either. I also have to think about the fact that I now have access to 2 upgraded ranged weaponry, and my spotter is currently wielding them both. Being the paragon of efficiency that I am, my sense of logic heavily favors recruiting another spotter. Which is exactly what I do. Chapter 21, Stench. Chapter 21, Stench. When I received my new spotter, I was actually surprised that it was a male halfling of all things. With the negative boost to agility and the obvious challenges with the short height, I didn't expect the race to be viable candidates to take up the role of rogues or archers. I actually feared I had a bad roll, and my underling would somehow have reduced stats. After pulling up his character sheets and comparing it to my elven spotter, I can't really notice any differences. I probably should have read up on this earlier, but it doesn't seem like NPC races have the same racial restrictions that players seem to have. It's an odd thing for the developers to add to the game, and I could see a ton of people complaining about how this affects their immersion or whatever, but I for one welcome the possibility. If the game was always trying to min-maxing even their NPCs, then I would probably quickly grow bored of seeing nothing but elven archers, dwarven warriors, or dark elf rogues wherever I go. Having a wide selection of races performing any task feels a bit more lively in my eyes. I sometimes wonder why they even bothered adding the racial differences for us normal players at all, but I suppose it's because that's what gamers prefer and are most familiar with. We are an odd bunch, us gamers. The spotter arrives much like the others, dressed in filthy rags and with a suspicious glare at everyone around him. I sometimes wonder if the game developers even know what subtlety even means. If a single regular player ever witnessed the event, I'd be officially screwed. There is no way I could ever pull off this stunt in a tavern visited by players, or God forbid, anywhere in the market district. Regardless, here he is, and I have a heist to prepare for. I would love to just head off to do the job at once, but I need to be pragmatic about this. Since the halfling spawned in as a level 1 underling, I need to at least have him reach level 2 so I can equip him with a better weapon. Luckily, killing a pack of level 5 rats is enough to level up the much weaker underling in a spectacular fashion. Therefore, my underlings and I are already back in the abandoned warehouse and climbing back down into the sewers. 15 minutes later, my underlings are tending to their wounds while I have my elven spotter hand the crossbow over to the halfling. I spent some time considering which one of my underlings should have what weapon, but I decided that it just makes way more sense for the smaller guy to have the crossbow. Even though it doesn't make any real difference, it just feels more natural. The alchemist's laboratory isn't too far away from the tavern, but that's not too surprising considering the majority of the actually intact buildings in the district reside in this general area. The district is rather big, and the majority of shops, establishments, and trainers are all in need of proper housing to serve their function. So, naturally, everything ended up clustered together in the northern part of the district. It's convenient, and every player loves convenience when it comes to performing tedious tasks like selling loot or gaining new recipes or quests. The alchemist's shop is a bit off the wandered streets, so my underlings and I need to navigate between a small cluster of shacks to make our way towards his location. It doesn't take long for us to find the general location of where his shop is supposed to be, and to my dismay, I soon realize I wouldn't even need specific descriptions of which house is his. The entire neighborhood reeks of some repugnant smell that reminds me of rotten eggs and a dead cat. If this is what I am to expect from my poisoner in the future, then I might actually want to consider replacing her in due time. I've mentioned it before, but I can't stand bad smells. It's the main reason I dislike staying down in the sewers, as well as why I didn't recruit a single zombie minion when I played as a necromancer. I do what I gotta do, though, but this is definitely a valid reason for me to try and finish this job post-haste. We begin by scouting out the neighborhood. The job description didn't lie, as there are very few passers-by in the area. Actually, I don't think I've even seen a beggar or a street urchin for the past 10 minutes. People avoid this place like the plague. I can't say I blame them, but really though, is this just to lower the job difficulty? I hope so, but still. It's ranked medium difficulty, so there has to be some challenge. The alchemist's laboratory is a 2-story building surrounded by a series of loosely spaced shacks that offer good maneuverability around it, with several nooks and crannies to hide in. It has a slanted roof and windows reinforced by thick wooden bars with shutters on them. There's no way I could even get a peek inside without breaking something. I could try and force my way through them, but it would make a hell of a lot of noise. There are 2 doors, one at the front and one at the back. I sneak up and have a better look at them, and they look quite sturdy. I suppose we could try and pick the lock, but I am loath to try it. According to the job description, the alchemist should be home. If we make any loud noises, the job could go to hell before we even know it. Analyzing the situation, I try to pin down what my main challenges are in this job. First of all, I already know the alchemist should be home, therefore, he is a liability. I don't know if he is combat capable or in some way be able to call for reinforcements, but I shouldn't take a gamble on it either way. Hell, for all I know, he might actually have hired a few bodyguards in there. That possibility pretty much puts my plan of forcing our way in there using pure brawn into the garbage bin, which means I should try and do this sneaky-like. I went over his entire building, and it seems to be well fortified. No doubt to try and keep people like me the hell out of his home. There are only 2 ways in, which also means there are also only 2 ways out. I only have a single cut purse, so in a best-case scenario, I can only pick a single lock. Considering how fortified this structure is, though, there is no guarantee the owner hasn't bolted the door shut from the other side. Well, I assume they do. Why wouldn't they? It's common knowledge that when you live in a really shady neighborhood, you'll get all your shit stolen if you leave your door open. Considering where I now live in real life, I have pretty much adopted this way of life myself. So the question is, how do I get in without the alchemist raising the alarm? I take another walk around the building, trying to see if I can spot something that will jog my mind. I'm starting to see why this mission is ranked medium difficulty. This place is locked up tight. Perhaps I should stash the majority of my underlings by the back door while I try to forcefully break in the front and hope the alchemist panics and tries to escape out the back. It's not a clean tactic, but it's the only thing I got. I am about to divide up my underlings when a knocking sound cuts through the air. Confused, I turn my head and notice the knocking comes from the front of the building. Crouching, I do my best to try and sneak around a neighboring shack, getting a good look at what the commotion is about. Peeking around the corner, I spot a shabby-looking elf knocking at the front door forcefully. Is that a beggar? What is he doing? I frown as I stare at the man. A short moment later, the door opens, and a human man wearing a leather apron and glasses appears in the doorway. Taking a moment to size up the homeless elf, he grunts. "You're late. Do you have the sample?" The elf smiles weakly. "Yes, sir. I do, sir. Right here, sir." He extends a frail arm covered by scabs. I'm too far away to spot what it is exactly, but I think it's a small object covered in a piece of cloth. "Took you long enough?" He sneers at the elf, grabbing the item and carefully inspecting it. "If you want to get paid in the future, then you'd better be on time." He glares at the elf, moving to close his door. "I'm sorry, sir." The beggar reaches out and grabs the doorknob. "Could I have the money?" He gazes at the alchemist, a look of hunger in his eyes. Snorting, the alchemist reaches his hand into a pocket and pulls out a silver coin. "Take it, you worm. Tell your friends not to delay on the next delivery. I'm working on some sensitive samples, and I won't tolerate it if a bunch of rats like you ruins it." He wrinkles his nose in disdain. "Now, begone," he says before he slams the door shut, followed by a loud thumping noise of a heavy object slamming into something. "Shit," I mutter. Did he just bar the door shut? I frown. That seriously messes up my plan to kick the door in. That encounter gave me an idea, though. If he expects regular deliveries, then why can't I masquerade as one of his contacts? The door has no peephole, so I don't see how he'd know it's not one of his delivery boys. Could there be some other sign, though? Like a special knock or something? It should be if he has half a brain, or maybe I'm just making this more complicated than it is. What happens if I knock on the door when he doesn't expect anyone to arrive? How will he react if I do something wrong? Questions race through my mind. A part of me just wants to say, fuck it, and try knocking on the door. It's just a game, how complicated could it be? Then again, wouldn't that be far too simple? When I think back on it, the jobs seem to have some hidden triggers to make the jobs more convoluted and difficult. I still shudder at the thought of Davin's widow returning home early on my last job. Deciding to act on the side of caution, I decide to wait for a new beggar to arrive. In the meantime, I need to come up with the most ideal spread of my units. Even though I will try and force my way through the front door, I should still have the back door covered. Since the front door is where the action is going down, then that's where I need to focus my efforts. Therefore, I bring my original 3 underlings with me over to the front, while sending the low-level hoodlum, spotter, and the poisoner to the back. I have my spotters take up scouting positions, while my hoodlums find hidden locations as close to the doors as they can. For my own part, I slither into a small back alley across the street alongside my cut purse. We find a nearby wooden crate and move it in front of us so we won't be as easily spotted. I'm not particularly happy about sitting still and wait for a long time with no guarantee of any gains, but I suppose I need to adapt to that mindset if I ever want to succeed. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind spending a long time grinding monsters for minimal gains, but I need to have that little gain. The carrot, if you will. As the minutes drag on, I get more and more antsy. I assume another homeless person will show up eventually, but I don't know if that will be 5 minutes from now or 5 hours. It's also starting to get late in the evening, so I should consider putting my status back to appear as online soon. Anna is a weird girl, but she's good fun to talk to. Even though I don't really have to, I find it refreshing to have someone to have a conversation with every now and then when I'm in game. God knows that I need it. Spending 3 months in the middle of a forest grinding monsters was really starting to affect my psyche. I'm not designed to be antisocial for such long periods. I think it takes about 20 minutes until I notice some movement from down the street. Craning my neck around the crate, I spot another homeless person, a gnome this time, walking towards the alchemist's shop. The gnome walks with a small limp, and I notice a small object in his hand covered by a handkerchief. Stepping up to the door, the gnome raises his fist and knocks on the door in a practiced pattern. Knock, 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 asterisk, asterisk, knock, knock, knock. So it was a pattern, I mutter, mentally patting myself on the back for not acting rashly earlier. It takes a short moment, but there's a small shuffling noise from the other side of the door. When it eventually opens, the alchemist once more appears. "You're late. Did you bring the sample?" he grunts. A déjà vu moment. Before the beggar can respond, I spring into action. From my hidden location, I immediately start casting Calm, targeting the alchemist. It only takes half a second, but a small translucent mist shoots from my hand towards the alchemist. The small mist surrounds his head, gathering around his eyes. "Wah," the alchemist mumbles, swaying on his feet. "Move," I hiss at my underlings, watching them run towards the enemy. "Cheap shot," I shout, activating my newest skill. The gnome turns around in surprise and opens his mouth to start screaming. Before he can utter a single tone, though, the cutpurse pierces his throat with a quick stab. The skill-enhanced blade causes massive damage to the poor beggar, and I can literally watch how the beggar's health points are draining away. Wide-eyed, the beggar desperately tries to breathe, but a small trickle of blood is all that leaves his mouth. He tries to turn around and flee, but it's already too late. The cutpurse has a firm grip on his dagger, which is still embedded in his throat, restraining the gnome's movements. Behind them, the alchemist is still swaying back and forth, seemingly drunk from my spell. He doesn't even react when my hoodlum charges in from the side, tackling him through the door. I see the pair slam into the doorframe before they fall back into the building. It only takes a few seconds, but I'm soon greeted by a couple of windows. "You have slain Gnome Beggar 1, no experience gain. You have slain Human Alchemist Theodore the Alchemist 5, gain 25 experience. Com has leveled up to Novice 4. Yes, I cheer at the success. That went much better than I dare hope for. I was really worried I wouldn't be able to reach the alchemist before he became alert and managed to slam the door shut, but my choice in specializing in illusion magic paid off big time. From my earlier experience, I noticed that my Calm spell has some sort of narcotic effect on NPCs if I cast it while they are unaware of me. Since the spell lowers his perception of the infamy levels of anyone around him, he couldn't perceive my hoodlum as a threat until it was far too late. My illusion magic is perfect for this job, and it went off without a hitch. "Grab the body and pull it inside," I order my cutpurse while I point at the dead beggar. I run over and help by grabbing the arm of the beggar, and together we pull the body into the shop, closing the door behind us. Turning around, I'm almost knocked off my feet by the intense smell slamming against my face. "Holy shit!" I curse as I immediately pinch my nose. The smell is 10 times worse inside. How the hell could he even work under these conditions? With a firm grip on my nose, I take a look around the room. It's a dimly lit living room that seems to have been turned into a storage room of some kind. There are boxes stashed everywhere. On top of the table, the chairs, and there's even a crate chucked into the fireplace. Some stairs are leading up to the second floor, and I can see the kitchen that seems to have been refurbished into a makeshift laboratory at the back. I can't hear any movements inside the house, so I don't think there is anyone else here. That is good. So far, the job has gone flawlessly, and I don't think the difficulty rating would account for there also being armed guards inside the house. To make sure, though, I have my cutpurse sneak upstairs with orders of scouting out the place, while I bring the hoodlum with me to the kitchen to open up the back door, allowing for the rest of my underlings to enter. As I enter the kitchen, I have to swallow a mouthful of bile that threatens to escape my stomach. The smell seems to intensify the closer I get to the lab. "I hate this part," I mutter as I stumble towards the back door. Opening it, I quickly step aside as my dwarven hoodlum and poisoner steps into the house. I let my spotters stay outside and keep a watch for anyone approaching the building. It's a better use of their time, as the small house can only accommodate a certain amount of people at a time. "You two start looting the lab for anything you need," I point at my poisoner and dwarf. While you join me in the living room to look through all the crates. I tell my other hoodlum as I quickly exit the kitchen. Normally, I would stay in the kitchen myself since that's where the most valuable equipment and items should be, but I seriously can't stand the smell. It's like the game doesn't want me to grab anything. I haven't heard a single noise from upstairs yet, so I assume that means the entire house is clear. I'm not certain if there are more unknown variables to this job, but I should assume I only have 20 minutes of looting until another beggar appears. While killing another one of them shouldn't be a problem for me, I'd rather not murder half of the homeless population in the district during a single job. I don't know what, but I have no doubt there would be some sort of divine retribution for it if I did. Besides, 20 minutes should be plenty. What can go wrong? Chapter 22, Motherlode. Chapter 22, Motherlode. As it turns out, nothing went wrong. We rummaged through the crates as fast as we could. It didn't go too quickly, considering I had to keep one of my hands on my nose at all times, but we still made good time. The crates mostly contained raw alchemical ingredients and glass vials in large quantities, and I pocketed everything I could as quickly as I could. I also went over to the two corpses and pilfered through their belongings. The beggar didn't have anything, but Theodore's body had several items of note that I gleefully store away. There will always be time to check them out in detail later. We looted the building at a decent pace. By the time the 20 minutes were up and someone started knocking on the door, my underlings and I were already well on our way to disappear out the back. I'm currently running on a high from the great success, and by the time we arrive back at the warehouse I've been using as an impromptu base, the confirmation of the completion of my heist appears. The job, running on fumes, is successful. A knife in the dark, a real thief lord doesn't mind collateral damage. You decided to murder the alchemist and one of his errand boys. While you did find an efficient way to complete your task, it might not be without repercussions. Nevertheless, the job was a success and you may reap the full rewards. May you prosper, thief lord. Rewards: 250 experience, 4 pieces of equipment, 374 crafting reagents, 5 miscellaneous items, 8 gold, 5 silver, 6 copper. I grin. That's not a bad haul. If every job goes as well as this job, then my troubles would be over. I'm really starting to get a hang of this thief lord business, even if the game system gave me a subtle and ominous warning in my job completion notification. What's up with that, anyway? Meh, whatever floats the game developer's boat, I suppose. On another note, I really enjoy how I can combine both my illusion magic and the destructive potential of the thief lord class in a single fight. Imagine what I can do when I reach level 20. The potential for kicking ass is enormous. Life is good, and it's only getting better. How do I know? Well, because I still haven't looked through my loot. Gathering my underlings around me, I tell them to hand over everything they carry. My eyes widen when I read through the list of acquired items. Novice Alchemy Kit, Uncommon, requires Alchemy Contraband. Scholar's Glasses, Uncommon, +3 Perception, requires Level 4, Contraband. Crafter's Leather Apron, Uncommon, 10% skill acquisition in crafting skills, 5% physical resistance +3 endurance, requires Level 3, Contraband. Crafter's Leather Apron Set, Common, 10% physical resistance, 10% boost to crafting speed and effect, requires NPC, Contraband. Painting Novelty Item, 41, Contraband. Recipe Weak Health Potion, Common Alchemy Recipe, Contraband. Recipe Weak Paralyzing Poison, Uncommon Alchemy Recipe, Contraband. Recipe Weak Blight Poison, Common Alchemy Recipe, Contraband. Recipe Weak Damage Poison, Common Alchemy Recipe, Contraband. 104X Simple Glass Vial, Common Alchemical Ingredient. 23X Shadow's Bane, Uncommon Alchemical Ingredient. 32X Moon Lily Petal, Uncommon Alchemical Ingredient. 85X Rose Thorn, Common Alchemical Ingredient. 76X Gillyroot, Common Alchemical Ingredient. 54X Dried Imp's Blood, Common Alchemical Ingredient. That's the mother lode if I ever saw one. The sheer amount of items and crafting reagents I just received are staggering. The crafting ingredients aren't even marked as contraband, which in reality means I can sell it to other players for full price. It's a virtual gold mine for me to perform these types of jobs. I think these ingredients are worth close to 30 gold on their own. If the game can supply me with more heists like this, my monetary problems would be solved right here and now. Who said crime never pays? I chuckle whilst grinning like a madman. Everything here is usable. The best items I received were from the dead body of Theodore. Being a named monster, he dropped both the majority of the coin, as well as the glasses and the apron that is equipable by me. I didn't really expect there to be both a set for me and the poisoner, but who am I to complain? Hell, it's about time I gained a few gear pieces that I can wear, even though I don't particularly need any perception as of yet. The 3 points of endurance from the apron is going to be a big help, though since it nearly doubles my health pool on its own. I should really pay more attention to my health points. I'm far too frail. Which is why I need some new and better equipment. It's not really because I need more protection, but I need to increase my attributes. In role-playing games, equipment is everything. No matter how high level you are, the majority of your attributes will always come from your weapons and armor. Currently, I have less than half my item slots filled with usable gear. It's a disgrace, really. It's just a waste of both potential and attributes. I need to fill them fast, which is why my next big priority is to prepare for and complete the burglarizing bard job. And to do that, I need to maximize my chances, which means that I need to put my poisoner to work while simultaneously try and grind up the experience of my underlings. If I am to cover all my bases on this job, then I need to bring my A game. That means I need an ample supply of poison and for my underlings to be in top shape. I also require to strike at the correct time. Since the job description clearly stated that the Bard's College is frequented by players, then I need to find a window of opportunity where there is the least amount of chance of running into any of them. The natural time for this should be during the night when there is nothing else to do but grind monsters or get drunk in a tavern since all the merchants and quest givers are asleep. Since that's still a few hours off, I figure I should spend the time wisely. First of all, I'm handing over the crafter's item set, the recipes, and the alchemy kit to my poisoner. She needs a safe place to work. I consider letting her work here in the warehouse, but I quickly dismiss the idea. She might be able to work uninterrupted, but I fear she would be at risk from criminal NPCs or a wandering player. Since I can't bring her with me down into the sewers and I can't spare any underlings to protect her, I'm left with only one option. Renting a room for her in the tavern. The trip over to the tavern is uneventful. I seriously underestimated how few players bother visiting this district. I don't think I've actually met any of them yet. No wonder no one discovered there are perfectly good monsters to battle right beneath our feet. They can't find them if they won't even bother looking. I'm sure the Dark Pegasus Guild knows about it, but none of their players should be beneath level 20 anyway, which means these monsters are far beneath them. I wonder if the monsters scale to a higher level in the other districts. I should ask Anna whenever I get the chance. I glance at the in-game watch. 11 p.m. That should be a good time for good old Ryan to go to bed, shouldn't it? Opening my friends list, I change my status to appear as online. After only 5 seconds, the all-too-familiar ringing tone appears in my mind. Annel Windrider writes, "Hey Ryan, how's it going? Already back on." Whoa, that was fast. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Hello Anna, I'm fine, thank you for asking. I hope all is well with you." Annel Windrider writes, "Yeah, it's been a rough day. My sister has been throwing a fit over the fact that we couldn't find the Thief Lord last night. I kept telling her there is no escape for any villains, but she is certain the Thief Lord managed to slip our grasp somehow." I frown. They are still looking for me? Why? I don't get what the problem is. Sure, thief lords and villains in general can be really annoying to deal with, but it's not like we are that big of a nuisance to a city this size. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "That sounds rough. Are the thief lords really that bad, though? They are only players like the rest of us. From what I read, they can't even work in groups." Annel Windrider writes, "That's what I tried to tell her. Man, I mean, come on, it's just a lousy villain. They are fairly easy to deal with anyway, which reminds me, You need to check out the video of my party killing one of the highest level villains in the game, a level 38 necromancer. You won't believe it. The guy was a total noob. I'll forward the link to the video. It's gone super viral over the last day. Everyone has seen it, giggles asterisk. My eye twitches. All right, now I feel slightly less bad about lying to her. Gritting my teeth, I make a damn good effort not to transfer any of my bitterness along with my next message. Reinorn Stabberton writes, I've already seen it. Great job, tell your party that they have my congratulations. It puzzles me, though. If villains are this easy to deal with, why do your guild have such a grudge against them? If you don't mind me asking, that is. Annel Windrider writes, haha, I don't mind. I don't really. They're just players. My sister keeps ranting over how bad they are all the time, though. Especially thief lords. It's getting a bit stale, in my opinion. Reinorn Stabberton writes, especially thief lords? Why? Annel Windrider writes, oh, I don't know. It's more like villains in general, but she sort of has an extra hard-on for thief lords. I usually just tune her out when she starts blabbering. Something about them having some sort of top-notch concealment skill, yada yada. She's really mad at them and keeps calling them the greatest threat to her economic future or whatever. In my opinion, she needs to loosen up a bit. It's just a game. Reinorn Stabberton writes, it sounds a bit drastic. I don't see how they are that much of a threat, though. Annel Windrider writes, well, they're not really. They will be if they get a high enough level, though. Theoretically, if the Thief Lord gains a high enough level compared to the regular players, they will be next to impossible to discover without being caught in the act. Like all villains, they can do some real damage to player property without needing to worry about the drop in renown that normal players do. There aren't a lot of players willing to risk months of grinding up to a high enough level and attempt a one-time suicide mission like that. Reinorn Stabberton writes, so the Thief Lords are basically James Bond type of villains. Annel Windrider writes, James who? Oh. Reinorn Stabberton writes, never mind, old guy stuff. Annel Windrider writes, haha, right, whatever winkaface asterisk. Anyway, I'll be back in town in a few hours. Want to meet up? My entire party and I will be at the Prancing Leprechaun at 4 am. Want to meet us? Drinks are on Brian, grin. Oh shit, I can't do that. From what I remember, that ranger guy, Paul, had a pretty high perception attribute. If I meet them, I'd be fucked. There is only one thing to do, initiate evasion maneuvers. Reinorn Stabberton writes, I'll see if I can make it. I managed to get a few quests for my Trap Maker class last night that might take me a while. I'd really like to try and finish them before morning. Annel Windrider writes, what? Boo, powderface asterisk. You can quest later, it's not like they are going anywhere. Aren't you like level 2 or something? Are you sure you can't come? Reinorn Stabberton writes, sorry Anna, rain check. Annel Windrider writes, yeah, sure, we can hang later, I gotta go now. Paul is being a real stickler about this dungeon we're in. Talk to you later, Ryan. Well, I'll be damned. I had no idea Thief Lords could have that sort of impact late game. Why haven't I read anything about it? Do the large guilds really fear the Thief Lords to the extent where they think we are some sort of super spies? Sure, I get it. If I was a guild leader in charge of a potentially very lucrative organization, I'd be pretty wary of anyone who could effortlessly fuck things up for me or my income. It seems a little excessive, though. Perhaps they fear the Thief Lords are actually agents from rival guilds. Corporate espionage and sabotaging might be illegal in the real world, but in this game, everything is theoretically allowed here. The impact of Thief Lords or villains in this game can be huge, both as political pawns or just for downright griefing. I finally understand why the Dark Pegasus Guild is so adamant about wiping out every single villain that takes a step inside the city. Shit, this is actually really bad. Earlier, I had just considered villains to be a nuisance to the Dark Pegasus Guild. If this is correct, then it's even more important now than ever not to raise any suspicions about my existence. How the hell can I do that, though? At one point or another, I will need to up my game. I can't keep grinding monsters in the sewers or perform these jobs forever. There isn't enough late-game content in this city for that, I think. No, at some point I will run out of monsters or jobs around my own level. I would need to branch out in some way. And as soon as I do, I'll gain the attention of so many pissed-off players that they'll likely tear the city down brick by brick just to try and get to me. Can I really stand up to over 1,000 players? No fucking way. Come to think of it, what is my end game here? Sure, I know what my personal goal is, but what is the end game for my class? There isn't any information about it online, and there isn't a single player who has reached a high enough level to find out yet. So what could it be? Hunting players? Toppling kingdoms? It could be anything. It just wouldn't make sense if there wasn't any endgame content for villains. I shake my head. I can think about this stuff later. Insinuating and guesswork aren't going to get me anywhere, at least not when I'm just a measly low-level scrub. I need to focus on the here and now and figure out the other stuff later. Finally reaching the tavern, I briefly enter it to check if the coast is clear. Seeing that no players are present, I quickly usher my poisoner in and have her wait for me by the stairs. I walk up to the tavern keeper, who is busy refilling a keg. "Good evening, my good sir. I would like to rent a room." The tavern keeper looks surprisingly similar to that old bastard Joe back in the noob zone, right down to the same angry scowl on his face. The angry old tavern keeper glares at me before his gaze wanders over to the poisoner to the side, taking her measure by sight. "I'm sure you could find a prettier woman to warm your bed tonight, traveler," he snorts while shaking his head. "Anyway, who am I to judge? That will be 1 gold coin per night, 5 silvers if it's just for the hour." I frown. What in the... I look over towards my dark elf craftswoman. My eyes meet with hers, her large bloodshot eyes smiling maniacally back at me. She flashes me a wide smile, showing a set of crooked yellow teeth. I shiver. Oh dear God. "It's not like that, really, just no." I wince, trying to erase the image from my mind. "I'd like to rent it for the night, and please don't ever mention anything like that to me again." The tavern keeper snorts. "It's your coin, traveler. Do you need anything else?" "No," I mutter, furrowing my brows. "Actually, yes, there is. You wouldn't happen to know if there are any weapons and armor shops nearby, do you?" "There's a few down by the docks, just a few blocks down. If you want any recommendations, then my cousin Sigurd offers the best prices on this side of the bay. Tell him Sigvard sent you. He'll sort you out," he says, returning his attention to the half-empty keg. "Anything else?" "No, that will be all. Here for your troubles." I smile as I put a copper coin on the counter. The old man raises an eyebrow. "Pleasure is all mine, kid. Come back any time." I smile. "I sure will." I suppose there is no harm in doing a little shopping before the next job. I smile while rubbing my hands together. Things are really starting to come together. Chapter 23, Improvisation. Chapter 23, Improvisation. Safely stashing the poisoner in the room, I dump all the ingredients in my possession in the room's built-in storage container. Combined with the items I picked up while grinding in the sewers, I'm certain the poisoner will have her hands full for the foreseeable future. Luckily, I have the ingredients to make most of the recipes we collected from the alchemist job. Trying to decide which potion or poison I need, I open up my poisoner's crafting recipes. Recipe: Weak Health Potion. Common alchemy recipe. Restores 30 health points over 10 seconds after consumption. Requires 1x glass vial, 1x rose thorn, 1x gillyroot. Recipe: Weak Paralyzing Poison. Uncommon alchemy recipe. Paralyses target for 1 second, applied to weapons. Requires 1x glass vial, 1x tip of a sewer rat's tail, 1x moon lily petal, 1x rose thorn. Recipe: Weak Blight Poison. Common alchemy recipe. Deals 2 poison damage per second over 15 seconds, applied to weapons. Requires 1x glass vial, 1x dried imp's blood, 1x gillyroot. Recipe: Weak Damage Poison. Deals 20 poison damage on strike, applied to weapons. Requires 1x glass vial, 1x Shadow's Bane, 1x Death Bell. These are all great options. My eye is instantly drawn towards the paralyzing poison. 1 second may not sound like a lot, but in the middle of a combat, that's a huge deal. 1 second is enough to completely overpower any enemy and swarm them with numbers, and superior numbers are sort of my thing. The downside to it, though, is that I don't have a lot of the required ingredients. The weak blight poison also isn't a bad option. I have plenty of the ingredients required to make it, and it's the poison that deals the most amount of damage. The downside is that it is damage over time, which means it's not optimal to end fights quickly. At least the majority of my fights lasts for at least a minute anyway. I'm sure the benefits will be great in the long run. What I really want to create, though, is the weak damage poison. It's exactly the type of poison I need to quickly eliminate targets. It would be perfect for me if it hadn't been because I don't have any death bells. It's a pity, but I'm sure I can get some at a store somewhere. How hard could it be? Even though my poisoner is supposed to be a specialist in poisons and nothing else, she is still able to create other types of potions like a health potion. Because let's be honest, any person who even slightly dabbles with alchemy should know how to create the most basic of potions. She may not be able to create high-grade enhancement or buffing potions later down the road, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make to be able to dish out more damage. The Thief Lord was never designed to fight extended fights against boss monsters anyway. Quick and easy kills are what we are all about. Anyway, as I can make use of most of these poisons, I decide to have my poisoner make paralyzing poisons and blight poisons at a 1-to-2 ratio. Paralyzing poisons may be the most beneficial to me, but since I have a limited amount of ingredients for it, I should use them sparingly. The blight poison, however, seems like the perfect fit to use more callously. The ingredients are plentiful, and the boost to finishing off enemies is always welcome. With that done, I leave my poisoner to do her thing while I head out. I make sure to securely lock the door before I make my way out of the tavern and out east towards the ocean side of the district. Since I don't need any underlings to protect me while I'm out shopping, I decide to leave them hanging back at the warehouse. They should be reasonably safe there, and it should be easier for me to stay out of sight of other players if I'm alone. Playing as a villain has really made me paranoid as I am constantly trying to be aware of my surroundings. Constantly looking over my shoulder and worrying about every player I meet is starting to wear on me. I didn't have to be this cautious when I was a necromancer, so I fear being this jumpy for an extended amount of time can have some nasty consequences for my mentality if it keeps up. I can't wait to gain a few more levels under my belt so that I can put more faith in my incognito skill. Luckily, the ocean side of the district isn't far, and there's a wide street cutting straight through the district from east to west. Even though it's the main street, it doesn't see too much traffic. There are mainly NPCs inhabiting the district, with only the occasional player strolling past, most likely doing some sort of social quest or crafting-related stuff. Among these people, I'm just one among many, and I don't think I even receive a sideways glance from anyone I meet. This suits me perfectly fine, and it makes moving around easier. The ocean side of the district is much more densely populated by both NPCs and players. It's the wealthier part of the district, and this is where the majority of the quest givers and shops are located. The streets are marginally broader and much cleaner than the rest of the district. The selection of shops is much wider than what I could find in the Noob district. After walking around for a little while, I managed to locate 3 different shops that sell weapons and armor. With only a little over 10 gold to my name, I need to find the shop that offers the best deal. And for a thief lord, that means I need to figure out if any of the shopkeepers are part of the Silver Saints. Gear is really expensive, and since I'm a criminal anyway, it's much more economically viable for me to purchase contraband. With the sort of discounts I received last time I shopped at one of their establishments, I ended up with quite a lot of powerful gear at very affordable prices. I haven't learned much about the Silver Saints yet. From what I can tell, they are some sort of network of fences for the city's underworld. I don't know how far their influence spreads, but they have been good to me so far. The only way I have of locating them is that the members all seem to have a silver tooth. One would believe that would make it ridiculously easy to find them, but I don't have a lot of luck in that regard. Who would have known that making people show their teeth is so ridiculously hard? Like, seriously. You can't just walk up to someone and ask if they can show you their teeth. The best sort of results you'll get by doing that is getting chased out of their establishments. Do you also know how unusual it is for some people to actually show their teeth while doing something as simple as just talking? It's tough, really. I went into one store and spent 10 minutes trying to tell jokes just to make the store clerk smile. Even then, I made little progress. I don't know if the NPCs are coded this way or if I'm just a really unfunny person, but this is turning out to be the hardest thing I've done all week. Eventually, after much trial and error, I found a fairly simple and efficient way of getting them to grin wide enough for me to get a good look at their teeth. Like most things in life, the solution is money. Offering the merchants a single silver coin to answer some random or bogus question I have about the neighborhood is enough to make even the greediest of scumbags to showcase their yellowed teeth. I admit, it's not the smoothest way to handle the problem, but it's certainly efficient. I went through 3 different shops before I managed to find a salesman with a silver tooth. To my sorry dismay, the shopkeeper appeared to be another dwarf, this one named Ulf. While that certainly is not coincidental in any sort of way, the similarities with Alf, the dwarven fence/highway robber back in the Noob district, doesn't end there. Nope. The 2 bastards are both just as grumpy as the other. Their store names are even almost exactly the same. Just exchange the name at the front, and no one would ever know if it's Ulf's or Alf's weapons and armor they stepped into. Hell, I even asked the sour little bugger, and he confirmed he has a few brothers in the same business around town. That's some pretty lazy story writing done on the developer's side right there. Really. That matter aside, I'm starting to think a requirement to join the Silver Saints is to have the grumpiest sort of attitude possible, coupled with a greedy disposition towards fleecing me for all I'm worth. How they manage to do any business like this is beyond me. Or for that matter, how do they avoid players griefing them just for the inconvenience of their attitudes? Gamers have done far worse for less reasons. I'm sure there are some players out there who wouldn't mind taking a hit to their renown in exchange for beating some manners into an NPC. My meeting with Ulf progresses much like my meeting with Alf. As soon as I flashed the silver token, he closed down the shop and brought forth the goods. I don't have enough money to fully equip all my underlings, but I have enough to buy another heavy leather armor set for the dwarven hoodlum and a better shortsword. Iron shortsword, uncommon. 1415 slashing damage, 2 strength, 2 agility, requires level 5, contraband. The weapon is too high level for my dwarven hoodlum to use, but it's perfect for my high-level hoodlum. That guy has been my most valuable underling so far, and he is due for an upgrade. The dwarf can use his old shortsword in the meantime. The entire transaction sets me back 7 gold and 3 silvers, but I reckon it is more than worth it. Playing as a thief lord doesn't come cheap, but at least the rewards I get from the jobs more than makes up for it. Leaving the store with the customary slammed door behind me, I am about to start my trek back towards the warehouse when I spot a couple of familiar figures down the road. What the hell are those 2 doing here? I mutter as I pick up my pace to get closer. Seriously, Greg, I am this close to killing the merchants around here, Kevin, the human paladin, whines. Why do you care? It's not even your money, the dwarf sighs while shaking his head. I can't believe out of all the players in the city, I ran into these 2 again. What are the odds? It's not about the money, it's the principle of the matter, Kevin grumbles, raising his arms in the air in a frustrated manner. There's no way all this stuff is worth 80 gold, it's just level 4 gear. Greg sighs. I don't understand why you care. The guild was happy to sponsor it for us. You are the only one who seems to think it matters. Can't you be happy that we are probably the best geared level 4 players in the entire game at the moment? This stuff will allow us to reach level 10 within the week. Kevin just grunts. You wouldn't understand, but I must admit, though, we do look pretty sweet in this gear. Well, even I have to say they look good. The pair are wearing matching chainmail armor, full-plate helmets, dazzling jewelry, and wielding spiked steel maces. They also wear matching silk-spun capes with what I assume is the Dark Pegasus Guild logo on the back. The defense value on those items must be through the roof. I actually feel a little envious. Damn straight we do, the dwarf grins, pulling out a steel kite shield. So how about you stop moping around about someone else's money and go grind in the secret zone? Kevin guffaws. Hell yeah, with this gear we'll kick the living shit out of anything in our path. We probably won't even need a healer. The human man grins, taking a few practice swings with his 2-handed mace. Greg snorts, says the man who ran away screaming when things got rough with the thief lord. Hey, that wasn't my fault. That fight was unwinnable. It was safer to retreat so we could fight another day. Fight another day? What the hell, man? We don't gain any death penalties from dying until level 10. If we had at least taken one of her minions down, we would have at least gained some exp. Kevin frowns. Dying hurts, man. More than taking a hit to your pride? I swear, the look on Arya's face when she briefed us on the recording I sent her. You're lucky you received the guild invite before she saw it. Greg snorts, shaking his head. Yeah, well, that's in the past now. Kevin smiles. We're the heroes of the guild, now let's go kill ourselves some rats. He laughs jovially as he starts strutting down the street. Left behind, Greg sighs. More like the jokes of the guild. He shakes his head once more before he follows Kevin. I stand a few meters away, waiting for the pair to disappear from sight. Sonofa, they're heading into the sewers. That spells trouble for me. If we end up sharing a grind zone, then at one point or another we will run into each other. I can't have that. If anyone discovers me, especially those two, my cover will be blown. So far, I've been leveling up far faster than I ever did with my necromancer. The main reason for this being the higher-level monsters and the sheer density of them in the sewers alone. If I have to start looking over my shoulder every time I go down there, I'm going to drive myself nuts. If they both spend their time grinding this area for a week, then that's a week I'll lose myself. I can't sustain my experience needs on jobs alone. With only one beggar, I'll receive only 1 to 2 job offers per day. With the meager exp rewards, it will take me almost 4 days to gain a single level. That's not enough. I either need to invest in more beggars, or I need to find a new grind zone. And grind zones don't exactly grow on trees in this city. I need to start exploring fast. Either that, or I need to find a way to eliminate Greg and Kevin, and that's easier said than done. From what Anna told me, the Dark Pegasus Guild is already on high alert. If any of their members suffer from assassinations by a bunch of low-level criminal NPCs in the sewers, where they aren't even supposed to be, they will surely know something is wrong. Shit, I don't have any choice. Before it's too late, I quickly run down the path the 2 paladins left earlier. My heart starts racing as I can't afford to let them out of my sight. I run down the main street, keeping my eyes peeled at any and all alleys I pass. They could be anywhere by now, but hopefully they haven't gone far. The path they chose to go leads southwest into a densely populated area. The streets soon narrow, and I can spot more NPCs hanging around than usual. I haven't been to this part of the district yet, so I don't know if there are any entrances to the sewers. I press forward and try to quicken my pace. The neighborhood is starting to look a lot shadier, and more than once I spot NPCs with elevated infamy levels. I curse myself for leaving all my underlings behind, so I quickly try and sprint past them all before I can draw any sort of aggro. I'm about to give up when I spot the 2 familiar players down the street. Setting my eyes on them, I shout. Hey guys, wait up. Chapter 24, Oath Binding. Chapter 24, Oath Binding. Who the hell are you? Kevin says, squinting his eyes. Winded from my run, I stop and gasp for breath. Sorry, the name's Ryan. I smile, extending my hand. Frowning, Kevin eyes my hand but doesn't meet my greeting. Hey, do we know you? He eyes me suspiciously. No, I just heard you guys talking earlier and I had a few questions. I smile at the 2. I was wondering where you were heading. I'm fairly new to this game, you see, and I was hoping for a few tips to gain some experience fast. Sorry, we don't have any, Kevin says, so just foo. What my companion here is trying to say, Greg cuts in, elbowing Kevin in his side, is that we are rather busy. If you want to gain some experience, I recommend you head north out of town and grind wolves in the forest like everyone else, or head into the residential district and do a few social quests. There aren't any mobs here, I ask them, raising an eyebrow. No, so beat it, Kevin says. So what are you guys doing here? I ask. Guild business, so fuck off. He takes a step forward, raising his 2-handed mace threateningly. Kevin, for fuck's sake, shut up, Greg winces. Listen, kid, we're members of the Dark Pegasus Guild, and we've been sent here to tend to some sensitive guild matters and don't have time for this. If you head back the way you came, there are a few good taverns that offer some easy social quests by the docks. Guild business? I feign ignorance. Listen, I know you probably don't want some random person partying up with you, but I overheard you guys talking earlier. You said you were going to grind in some secret zone. I just wondered where it was. I've been looking all over the place for somewhere to gain levels that aren't infested by other players. I'm sure the place is big enough for the three of us. At my words, Greg's face reddens with embarrassment. Kevin, on the other hand, turns to his friend with a smug grin plastered on his face. "Oh, you heard that, did you?" Kevin smiles, not taking his eyes off Greg, who has the shame to keep his eyes on the ground. "Tell me, Greg, who among us is the one to repeatedly tell the other to keep his mouth shut, Who is it that keeps causing trouble for us?" "Not now, Kev. Fuck Ryan, was it? I don't know what you heard, but..." "I think you know exactly what I heard." Greg clicks his tongue. "Okay, shit, can you keep this between us? I'll make it worth your while." I cross my arms, raising an eyebrow. I'm listening. There's a secret grinding zone beneath us in the sewers. Mobs ranging in packs of 1 to 3, ranging from level 4 to 9. Most people don't know about it, and the guild would like to keep it that way. If they found out that you heard about it from us, then we might lose our places in the guild. We are on thin enough ice as it is. How about this? We let you join our party and we help you reach level 9, and we'll call it even? Greg asks hopefully. Listen, I neither want nor need to party up with you guys. Let's just say that you owe me a small favor and show me where the entrance is. I can find my own party to explore the place. Okay. No, Greg shouts. You can't tell anyone, period. We'll pay you to keep quiet. How much? Pay me? I chuckle. I don't think so. A couple of gold coins won't help me reach level 9 within the week. Name your price, the dwarf insists. I laugh. Oh sure, how about 1,000 gold? I chuckle. The dwarf winces. We can do 300, how does that sound? Coos, what the hell, that's our entire stipend. If Arya finds out we spent it on this, Kevin hisses. Shut the fuck up, Kevin, Greg shouts. If she finds out we let slip one of the closest guarded secrets of the guild, she'll shovel so much shit down our throats, your kids' will taste it. Greg snaps back. Now do we have a deal? I just stand there gaping. 300 gold. For keeping some low-level sewers a secret. Are they fucking serious? Who the hell is this Arya person, and why are the sewers this important to her? Well, Greg asks impatiently. Oh, I mutter. Sorry, I really didn't expect. I clear my throat. If you throw in that small favor, I'll say we have a deal. Excellent, Greg says, exhaling in relief. Whoa, hold up here. How do we know he won't just take our money and go tell people anyway? Kevin says, scowling at me. Naturally, he'll agree to do an oath binding for it. Right, Greg says. Naturally, I smile. Oath binding is a neat feature that came with deep dive technology. Since our body and mind are nearly fully connected to a machine, a lot of features become available to us. The machine monitors everything, from your heartbeat to your brain activity. Because of this, the game has an easy way of telling whenever a body is lying. Since the feature of practically being constantly hooked up to a lie detector could lead to severe breaches of personal privacy, the feature to perform an oath binding is by law required for both parties to willingly accept to. Both parties must beforehand agree to the contract before they perform the binding, and both parties must first swear that the binding is under no circumstance coerced or influenced by any of them or a third party in a manner outside the law. If any of those rules are not upheld, the oath binding effect won't activate. The oath bindings are lawfully binding, and the system will notify you as soon as the oath is breached. If we perform an oath binding, I will never be allowed to tell anyone, either inside or outside the game, of the existence of the sewers. If I ever told anyone outside of the game, the capsule would rat me out as soon as I hooked into the machine again. The feature of oath binding is a very severe type of contract, and it's commonly used by business owners in real life, as well as gamers in-game. It's so common that you actually have to learn about it in school, as well as be at least 18 years old to be allowed to make one. Excellent, I found a standard contract for secret keeping online. If you would just add your electronic signature to it, then we can be on our separate ways. Greg says, sending the contract to me through the in-game interface. Briefly skimming through the contract, I accept it. What I basically agree to is to never intentionally mention the existence of the sewers to anyone who doesn't already know about them. In exchange for this, I gain 300 in-game gold as well as a small favor from the pair. The contract will be considered void if the existence of the sewers ever becomes common knowledge. Wonderful, here's your gold. I'm sorry to say, but I hope we actually never meet again. I hope you understand. Greg frowns. Ha, now I understand. Thanks, but you won't get rid of me that easily. How am I ever going to get my favor if we never meet again? I grin. I'll add you to my friends list. Here. Dwarf Paladin Gregorius Ironguard has accepted your invitation to your friends list. Human Paladin Kenwin Smiteman has accepted your invitation to your friends list. All right, thanks guys, so where's the entrance? I smile. Greg sighs, follow us. The three of us walk down another block before we come upon an alley. Inside that alley, I see the customary metal hatch that leads down into the sewers below. Greg points at it. Okay, here you go, if that is all then. Yeah, I'm off. You'll hear from me at some point. I turn around to leave, waving at the pair. I don't bother listening to their replies as I start jogging down the alley and turn around the corner. I keep going for a few blocks until I come to a stop. Holy shit, I mutter, grinning from ear to ear. I didn't really know what to expect from this encounter, but I just gained a shit ton of gold. 300, that's a month worth of rent. I didn't really have a plan about what to do here. The only thing I really wanted was to have them add me to their friends list so I could monitor when they are offline or strike up some sort of friendship to have them tell me if they are ever out of town or off doing some dungeon somewhere. To come out of it with a month worth of rent and the fact that they owe me a favor, wow. Just wow. I can work with this. Running on endorphins alone, I make my way back towards the warehouse and my underlings. I briefly considered heading back and buying some more gear for both myself and my newest spotter, but I figure it's not necessary quite yet. My spotter will mostly just act like a lookout, and I don't see the point in buying new gear for him and me just to risk everything to steal gear that hopefully will replace the stuff I bought. If that's the case, then there wouldn't be a point doing the job in the first place. Sure, it would be cheaper and less risky to just buy the gear and drop the job instead, but I could really use the experience. Both in progress towards my next level and towards mastering my class and future jobs. I probably need to give my poisoner at least a few more hours to craft some more poisons for the job, so I decide to head into the sewers. I know it's a risk since both Greg and Kevin are down there, but at least I know their general location. Since they entered from the southeast area of the district, then it should be fairly safe for me to grind my way north and west for a few hours. This could also work out for me in the future. If they choose to enter through the sewer entrance closest to the district's shops, then it's reasonable to assume they will continue to grind in that general area. Why would they move further away from base camp after all? Humans are creatures of habit. The problem is that my warehouse is also rather close to the east, so I guess I need to either relocate further west or find a way to block off the entrance. It's not too big of an issue for me, but I'd rather the Duo or the Dark Pegasus Guild as a whole didn't know about this place. Reaching the warehouse, I command my underlings to start stacking boxes on top of the sewer entrance. I don't know if Greg or Kevin will come this way, or even manage to venture this far on their first day, but I'd rather be safe. The two are only level 4, and I doubt they'd make it for long down there if it hadn't been because their gear is seriously overpowered. Smacking those critters around should be a breeze for them, even at their levels. Hell, I'm not even sure if I could take them down easily anymore. Nevertheless, I'm burning daylight and should probably start grinding. My goal is to try and gain enough experience to level up after I complete the bard's job. I'm not sure I can do it in 3 hours, but I'm willing to try. Killing the slimes should be far quicker with 2 spotters at least. It takes about 15 minutes to head to the western sewer entrance I found earlier. I brought my entire crew, and we proceed to wreak havoc on the poor critters in the sewers. Reaching level 5 and getting some new gear and armor for my underlings really helps speed things along. I keep spamming my calm spell, as well as my cheap shot skill as often as I can, leveling both of the skills up once each during the 3-hour excursion. Our exp gains from the monsters down here may have diminished, but we can slaughter them far quicker, and we require far less time between each fight to rest and recuperate. Come to think about it, I haven't really kept track of the development of my skills. I bring up my status window and peruse my meager amount of combat-related skills. Class skills. Mentor increases underling experience gains by 5% skill level. Current skill level. Novice 4 Doppelganger instantaneously switch position with an underling. Range. 1 meter plus 2 skill level. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Current skill level. Novice 6 Cheap Shot gives underlings a damage bonus to their first attack in a fight equal to luck plus skill level for 5 minutes plus 5 seconds per skill level, or until the first attack has been made. Cooldown 20 minutes, 5 seconds per skill level. Current skill level, Novice 2. Illusion Magic. Calm Illusion Mind Spell. Soothes the target NPC's mind. Decreases the infamy tier of all friendly targets by 1. Chance of success, int plus 2 asterisk skill level target perception. Duration, 5 int plus 2 skill level seconds. Cost, 100 mana 5 skill level. Current skill level, Novice 5. Chameleon cloaks your body in a static illusion, greatly reducing your visibility when immobile. Effectiveness, 15 int plus 2 asterisk skill level enemies perception. Cost, 100 mana 5 skill level. Current skill level, Novice 5. My skills have been growing nicely over these last few days. The skills do level quicker while I'm at the novice level, similar to how my character grows quicker the lower level I am. It's going to be tedious on the higher levels when the leveling halts to a crawl, but so far, it's nice to see progress. Every skill level does count, and each and every one of them could help save my life at some point. After going at it for a while, I realize I should actually have got myself a new weapon. Even though I don't plan on using it, just having one equipped is enough to increase my attributes by leaps and bounds. I wonder if I made the correct decision to hold off on buying temporary gear before the job. If I had gotten the correct types of armor, I might have been able to spawn an extra underling before the job. I'm sure I'll be fine, but it still makes me a little antsy. Also, it makes me slightly worried to carry all this cash around. If I die, then I lose everything. I should definitely consider stashing it all inside the tavern alongside my poisoner, just in case. We're about to leave the sewers when we suddenly come upon the second trap of the evening. Happy I'll get another chance at trying to level up my trap maker skills, I drop to my knees and examine the trap. To my surprise, this time the trigger mechanism of the trap is a pressure plate and not a tripwire like all the other traps I've disabled. Concerned this trap is of a higher level than the previous ones, I inspect it carefully. Disarming traps in this game is like a minigame. The first part is to try and locate all the components involved in the trap and then dismantle them in a set pattern. The pattern varies, but there are subtle hints as to where one should start. All traps have 3 general components to them. The main part is always the trigger mechanism, which is what sets off the trap. This is usually a tripwire or a pressure plate at the lower levels, but like everything else in life, it turns more complex the more one dabbles in the subject. The second part of the trap is, of course, the release mechanism. Every trap serves a function, and that function is usually to deliver death and mayhem to whichever witless fool who triggers the trap. The release mechanism is what actually causes the trap's payload to be set off, be it the launch of a crossbow bolt or the drop of a glass jar filled with poison gas. The third and final part is the trap's framework. A trap can't function with only a trigger and release mechanism. It also needs a skeleton to keep the entire thing together. The framework is the part of the trap that makes it tough to dismantle it, as it is designed to hinder tampering and make certain the traps are sturdy enough to weather use. This trap seems to have upped its challenge, though. I first start by thoroughly examining the pressure plate. It's made up of a very thin layer of burnt wood, which makes it tough to spot in the ambient lighting. The pressure plate rests upon a small metal wire that connects to a small metal loop near the rightmost wall of the sewer. The loop is connected to a small wooden box containing a small metal contraption inside it. I can only imagine this is the framework that connects the trigger and release mechanism. There's a thin thread extending out from the metal box up along the wall, being connected to another, bigger wooden box near the corner of the roof. Examining this box closer, I notice that it contains a small glass vial filled with a green liquid, and there's a hole in the box angled towards the middle of the tunnel where the pressure plate is. My educated guess is that this is some sort of crude acid-based trap, a far stretch away from the simple flail or spear traps I've encountered earlier. To correctly disable this trap and have a chance of recovering any components, I usually have to start by dismantling the framework first. The small metal box that functions as the connector between the trigger and release mechanism usually contains a safeguard against tampering with the trap. If I cut the wrong cord, it might result in the trap triggering itself without me even touching the pressure plate. My hunch is correct as I spot a small gear inside the box that is connected to a weight mechanism. If it loses pressure from either the metal stick or the thread connecting to the other parts, it would cause the trap to trigger. Another option would be to try and cut the thread connecting the framework and the release mechanism first, but without maintaining constant pressure on the thread, that also would result in failure. Luckily, these low-level traps aren't so hard to dismantle. Bringing forth a thin metal tool with a flattened end, I insert it into the framework, trying to jam the gear from accidentally shifting the weighting mechanism around. When I'm confident that the trap's safeguard has been neutralized, I proceed to carefully dislodge the poison vial from the wooden release mechanism. Keeping my hands steady, I manage to carefully tilt the vial out of its socket without breaking the brittle glass. With the payload removed from the trap, I continue to carefully remove each and every part of the trap at a slow pace. After another minute, I'm greeted by an unexpected prompt. Congratulations, you have managed to successfully dismantle a weak acid pressure trap. You have managed to salvage the complete trap, weak acid pressure trap, uncommon, 8 burn damage per second for 8 seconds, requires level 5. The trap has been added to your inventory. Disarm trap has leveled up to Novice 2. Success. Chapter 25, The Merry Dwarf. Chapter 25, The Merry Dwarf. Darkness descends as I make my final preparations for the bard job. My anticipation is running high as I gather all my underlings around me in the warehouse. I'm really nervous about this job, more so than the others. Don't get me wrong, the heist back in the noob zone was probably the most frightening thing I've ever experienced, but this feels different somehow. One thing is when a job suddenly goes down the drain, but when I know well in advance the potential clusterfuck I'm about to stick my dick into, it turns infinitely worse for my poor nerves. It's gotten so bad I've actually gone over my preparations thrice over. I brought all hands on deck for this one, even my beggar. I can't help but worry something will go wrong. One thing is messing up a job with a bunch of NPCs, but it's a whole different scenario when my objective might be chocked full of actual players. One single slip-up is all it takes to crush my dream. Remind me again why I'm doing this. Think about your blood pressure, Ryan. You can never be too young to have a heart attack. I throw a few punches at the air, trying to rid myself of the building adrenaline. Even though this job is a bad idea, I just know I'm gonna do it anyway. If I can't even pull off this simple heist, then I shouldn't even bother aiming for the top. There are no rewards without risk in games. Worst comes to show, I just wasted another 2 days. Stealing my resolve, I go over my preparations one final time. My poisoner has outdone herself. She managed to create 12 poisons for the job, 4 weak paralyzing poisons and 8 weak blight poisons. Hopefully I won't need them, but I'd rather have them than not. During my last excursion in the sewers, I also managed to level my latest addition, the Spotter, to level 3. My dwarven hoodlum also reached level 4, boosting my combat potential by leaps and bounds. I should be ready for just about anything by now. After stashing the majority of my loot back at the tavern along with my poisoner, we decide to head out. The Bard's College is located to the northeast near the dock, bordering on the harbor district. It's naturally the nicer part of the district, where all the NPCs who can rub 2 pieces of gold between their fingers usually hang around. I'm not a fan of crowds, but luckily for me, it makes it easier to blend in. Hide a tree in a forest and all that. The Bard's College is a large wooden structure, towering above most nearby buildings. I think it's the only 4-story building in the vicinity, and its tiled roof can be seen from all the way north to the craftsman's district. The college actually looks a bit more like a tavern than a school, but that's not really too weird considering the bottom 2 floors are just a giant bar surrounding a large stage at the center of the building. It's actually more accurate to say it's more like a theater than a bar. Or perhaps a saloon, like in the old Wild West. The bottom 2 floors are open to the public, and it seems to be the local watering hole for both NPCs and players alike. There are 4 major entrances to the building, and there aren't even any guards near the doors. Getting in shouldn't be a problem for me, but with all these people around, my underlings might not fare so well. My objective should be on the top 2 floors of the building where the guild conducts the majority of their business. The evening should be prime time for bards to hang around in the bar downstairs, so I don't expect there to be too much traffic on the upper floors. I should be ready for anything, though, and most of all, not rush things and do something stupid. I'm good at doing stupid shit. I stash my underlings in a nearby alley while I decide to do a little bit of scouting. I start by taking a long walk around the building, trying to locate any possible entrances or opportunities to infiltrate the college. Disappointingly enough, the college is such a large building, it takes up an entire city block. It's so large, it's surrounded by streets on all sides, which means there are no neighboring houses I can use to scale the building. Also, due to all the traffic, I can't literally scale the building without being spotted. Not that I would have done that given the option, my agility attribute being what it is. The building has 4 large double doors on either side of the building. There's a lot of activity around these doors, and they all lead into the bar area on the bottom floors. There are a few alternative entrances on the corners of the western and northern parts of the building that don't seem to be open to the public. I assume these entrances are for the use of guild personnel, but I can't be sure where they lead to. For all I know, they might lead directly to a guard's office or the kitchen. I don't think I should chance it. I spend a good hour trying to stake out the 2 entrances, hoping to see if anyone exits the doors. Unluckily enough, I don't see anyone and the doors remain shut. By the laws of gaming logic, the doors should see regular use to determine their purpose. Similar to how the hobos showed up at the alchemist's hut to deliver their packages like clockwork. So what are my options here? I'm not particularly fond of the area. It's far too open, leaving no space for my underlings to make a stealthy entrance. The western back entrance is probably my best bet, considering there is far less traffic from this side of town, as well as the entrance being on the shadowy side of the building. It doesn't help much, but it might help a little. I also don't like the amount of people hanging around. If I manage to get upstairs, then a single mistake would be enough to alert the crowd below. There are next to no information available about what I can expect going forward, and it doesn't seem like there is any information to gain from loitering out here. I need to get eyes inside, and I don't think any of my underlings can do it. Well, maybe the beggar could slip in easily. It wouldn't help much, though, considering the guy is mute. No, the only one who can do it is me. It's risky with all these people in here, but as long as I don't draw any attention then, I doubt anyone would bother looking too closely at me. People relaxing should, in theory, be too lazy to bother inspecting everyone they run across. Neither should there be many people with a high enough perception score walking around. This is still an area primarily frequented by low-level players, none of them likely to pierce my disguise. It's a stupid risk, yes, and not one I can dare do again in the future. I've only played for 2 days, and I don't necessarily risk everything if I have to reroll my character now. I'm getting awfully close to the point of no return, though, and for all I know, I might already have passed it. Now is the time to take a chance to get ahead of the curve. The rewards are just too good, and I like my odds of success better to risk a peek inside rather than blindly storm one of the side doors. Preparing myself mentally, I step up to the building. Night has truly descended by now, and I can hear the sound of about 100 people raising a ruckus within. Laughter, cheers, and music fill the air, and the mood is infecting every passerby on the street. I'm of half a mind to go in and just join them for a moment, but I need to stay true to my cause. I can try drinking when it's safer. There's a sign above the entrance. The prancing leprechaun. Why does that sound so familiar? I shrug. I pass a couple of drunk female gnomes as I make my way through a set of large double doors. One of them offers me a lap dance in exchange for a beer, but I kindly decline. Gnomes look a bit too much like human children in my eyes. Having one grind on my lap would just feel wrong on far too many levels. I push my way further inside, ignoring the gnome who snorts and calls me a faggot. I can't help but chuckle at her insult. It's hard to get insulted by tiny people after all. The insides of the bottom floors of the college are breathtaking. It's a huge bar that stretches over 2 floors, with a large stage taking up the center of the room. There are hundreds of round oaken tables located everywhere, and hundreds of players and NPCs of mixed races are spread among them. The sight is breathtaking, and just what one would expect from a medieval fantasy game. I stand there gaping until someone bumps into me from behind. "Oi, watch it, shorty. What are you doing just standing round air for?" a burly voice shouts. Slightly disoriented, I turn to face the voice. I come face to face with a bearded dwarf in full plate armor, with a large kite shield strapped to his back and an axe secured at his waist. He eyes me skeptically as I notice his full red beard twitches slightly. "Sorry, my bad, it's my first time here. The scenery sort of blew me away a little bit." I tell the dwarf. "Who is this guy calling shorty anyway? We're the same damn height." The dwarf guffaws. "I hear ye, lad, it could happen to the best of us." My brows furrow. What's wrong with this guy? That's the shittiest attempt at a Scottish accent I've ever heard. The guy is clearly French. He sounds just like that guy Mark from Anna's party. He actually also looks like that guy. "My name's Mark, lad. What's yours?" "What? Fuck, this is the bar Anna invited me to, isn't it?" My body tenses. Shit. What are the odds? I can't let her see me. Not with that Paul guy hanging around. I need to get out of here pronto. What do I even tell this guy? Just call me Reinorn." Mark hesitates for a moment. "All right, lad, I respect your right for privacy. Ye hardly know me after all. How about ye let me buy you a drink so we can get to know one another, eh?" He grins. "Geez, what a friendly guy. Sorry, but I'm just passing through. I have this quest, you see." "Quest? Nonsense. There's always time for good ale, lad. The quest isn't going anywhere, ye know." He chuckles while putting an arm around my shoulder. "Relax and take a breather. I want to see if ye little halflings can hold your liquor." He guffaws while pulling me towards the bar. I struggle against his hold on me, my strength sorely lacking against his steel grip. "I really don't have time," I say. "Wah, ye lookin' for a girl or something? I can introduce ye to a friend of mine. The lass is a wee bit sulky because some lad stood her up." He smirks. "You're gonna love me party. They're an all right bunch. Our cleric is a wee lil bitch, but that's what one should look for in a lass, innit?" He roars with laughter. What the hell? How do I get rid of this guy? I appreciate the offer, but I'm not really looking for a woman. How about a lad then? Daniel is our assassin. He's a nice fellow, single to boot." He winks at me. "Wait, what? No, I didn't mean," I blurt, my face reddening. "There ain't anyone judging you here, lad." He smiles. I facepalm, gently rubbing my temples. "I'm not looking for company, all right? I just want to finish my quest. It's got a timer on it, and if I don't complete it within the hour, I might lose my apprenticeship with the Trap Makers Guild." I snap at him with a bit more aggression than necessary. "Timer, why didn't ye say so? What are ye standing around air for? Get on with it then. Come back afterwards and we'll share a pint." He shoos me off, laughing with not a care in the world. "I might," I lie, slithering out of his grip. I deftly maneuver my way through the crowd, leaving the merry dwarf behind. That was way too close. What the hell is up with this city anyway? Is it really this small? I keep running into the same people everywhere I go. Is someone fucking with me, or am I just really unlucky? Either option would certainly explain a lot. That's it, I promise to invest more points into my luck attribute next chance I get. I don't care if it doesn't really affect the threads of fate. This is getting ridiculous. I push my way through to the opposite side of the building. Making sure no one of Anna's party is nearby, I finally start my reconnaissance in earnest. I've already been here too long. Time is of the essence after all. The northern part of the building is a dining area with an attached kitchen. NPCs are streaming in and out of a room at the back, carrying dishes and trays filled with delicious food. If my sense of direction is up to date, then it's reasonable for me to assume the northern personnel entrance is attached to the kitchen storage room or the like. That means breaking through from that direction would be ludicrous, considering that the amount of NPCs that enter the kitchen is enormous. I'd be spotted for sure if I attempted something. Unless I rub my chin. Unless there is potential here. With the amount of NPCs heading in and out, there is no guarantee they are all that familiar with one another. If I can somehow steal a disguise, I might be able to outfit some of my underlings and sneak in that way. NPCs don't react to the infamy levels as regular players do, and there should be a way to trick the system with the proper items. I sincerely doubt there are any players back there. That might actually work. But how can I be certain? My first obstacle would be to acquire the disguises, and I don't have the foggiest idea of where to get them. I might be able to procure something from a tailor's shop, but those are all closed for the night. I could try and use the finer clothes I looted from the Davins' household, but I don't think those would qualify as servant attire. I don't even think I can completely rule out the possibility of a few players trying to level their cooking skills in the kitchen. I like the idea, but I don't like the risk. Shaking my head, I move my attention to the western part of the building. Unlike the southern and eastern side of the building, the western side contains the necessary facilities for such an establishment, like toilets, a coat room, and a wide set of stairs going up to the floors above. I try to find the possible location of the personnel entrance, but I come up short. It should be somewhere behind the coat room, but I don't see any doors from the inside attached to where the entrance should be. I guess that it leads to a back room, hopefully with stairs leading upwards. If I am to attempt my heist, that should be my best bet for making my entry. I take a deep breath. This is going to be tough, real tough. I'm basically going in blind on this one. A voice at the back of my mind tells me to back away while I still can. Not every job is supposed to be doable. It's ranked hard difficulty after all. Who knows what might go wrong? For all I know, the leader of the Dark Pegasus Guild could be up there listening to some gnome playing blues music on a flute. Maybe this job is supposed to be impossible to perform, just to teach the thief lord when to call it quits. I exhale slowly. I guess I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. There is no doubt in my mind I could sit here for hours coming up with reasons for why this is a bad idea, but when it all comes down to it, I'm a gamer for the excitement and adventure. I might be stupid enough to attempt a suicide mission, but I'm not stupid enough to put myself in a position where I will lose no matter what. No risk, no reward. I should probably try to come up with a plan B? Maybe. I'll have to see what I'm up against first. My preparations should be all done except for one last thing, the most crucial part of this endeavor. With my mind made up, I walk up to counter. Climbing onto a stool, I hail the bartender. "Give me a dwarven fire whiskey and make it double," I mutter, rubbing my temples. Hopefully it will be enough to get me through this job. It certainly won't make the experience any worse. Chapter 26, Tough Choices. Chapter 26, Tough Choices. I exhale slowly as I gently rub my chin. The only thing I need now is a window of opportunity. My underlings and I are currently hiding in an alley to the west of the college. There's still a whole lot of traffic outside, so I need to find a way to get at least some of us up to and inside the building. A feat that is by no means simple. It's a good thing that the entrance is somewhat secluded in the shadows of the building, but there is still a bit too many pedestrians walking around for my liking. We could head up there in full force, but I dismiss that as a dumb idea. Even the dullest of players would notice a bunch of criminals casually straddling through the streets. Not only is it far away, but I can probably assume the door is locked. Therefore, my first order of business should be to find a way to get my cut purse over there without drawing any attention. That part shouldn't be too difficult, since his stealth levels are adequate, and even high-level players should have some difficulty piercing his veil over long distances. The problem with this is that he can't stay stealthed while picking the lock. He needs a distraction, and that's a tall order to provide without alerting anyone that there are criminals about. I believe my best option would be to use the time-tested tactic of body blocking. To pull that off, I need to have a small crowd of people casually and strategically stand between any observers and the object of interest. The object of interest obviously being the cut purse who is up to no good. Naturally, body blocking with a bunch of criminals would serve against its purpose, so I need to adjust the tactics slightly. To do this to the best effect, I pull out the 2 items I picked up during the heist from the widow job. Embroidered formal dress set. Uncommon. Per level gain +2 charisma. Disguise hides class and reduces infamy level to 0. Requires female NPC. Contraband. Embroidered formal suit set. Uncommon. Per level gain +2 charisma. Disguise hides class and reduces infamy level to 0. Requires male NPC, contraband. These items are perfect for my underlings to perform covert ops like this. While under the effect of the disguise, my underlings should be hidden from any prying eyes as long as they don't pry too hard. It's a pity I only have 2 of the items, so I need to carefully choose which of my underlings I want to bring along. The cut purse has a decent stealth ability, so I can rule him out of needing a disguise. My high-level hoodlum should always be part of any scheme I perform, not only because he is the perfect bodyguard, but also because he brings a lot of utility to the table. That brings me to the last disguise. Since it's female only, I can only use it on a female underling. Since the only female underling I have is the dwarven hoodlum, aside from my poisoner, of course, I pretty much have a full crew for this heist. I briefly considered bringing a spotter, but from my experience down in the sewers, they don't really excel in close-quarter combat. They can be useful, sure, but they don't offer much flexibility in a straight-up brawl. Handing out the disguises, I receive their armor in return, which I store in my inventory. I consider grabbing their weapons as well, since NPCs in finer garments usually don't wield them, but it's not worth it. If something does happen, then I prefer they have at least some means of defending themselves, or better yet, me. Completing their changes of clothes, I halt to admire their new appearances. The human hoodlum stands straight with a dignified posture. His dark red velvet garments are fit for a merchant of good standing. The female dwarf looks lavish in her dark blue dress that stretches to her knees. I might have actually called her a beauty if it hadn't been because she retains her angry scowl from earlier. It's a good thing the game's items automatically adjust their size to whoever is wearing them, as I doubt Mrs. Davin's human figure can be compared to the short and compact dwarven hoodlum. I know a few women back in the real world who would kill for this feature. All ready to go, we head over towards the mouth of the alley overlooking the street in front of the college. Even though I have a plan, I need to find the correct moment to start the heist. Looking over the street, I spot a few people who loiter around the personnel entrance. Attempting to inspect them from afar, I spot a few high-level players standing reasonably close. It goes without saying that I would be pretty stupid to try and sneak in with players who can look through our disguises standing nearby, so I wait for them to move on. A few minutes later, the group heads into the bar. The streets aren't completely deserted yet, but all the players I can see are level 10 or below. It's showtime. I have the cut purse activate his stealth ability while I surround myself with my 2 hoodlums and the beggar. We depart the alley and move as a group over towards the personnel entrance. My nerves are running on high gear as my eyes dart back and forth, trying to get a complete overview of every person on the street. As we reach the door, I release a small breath as my cut purse starts picking the lock. The rest of us form a loose circle among us, attempting to block as much line of sight towards the cut purse as we can. I can't help but shift my eyes all around me, nervous as I am. After a short moment, a small party of low-level adventurers arrives from the southwest. The 4 of us move slightly in their direction, taking up position in their direct line of sight towards my cut purse. My heart is threatening to escape through my throat as I watch the adventurers close in on us, completely lost in their own discussion. My muscles don't ease up until the adventurers safely pass us, entering the bar. "How long?" I hiss at the cut purse through clenched teeth. The cut purse gives me a deadpanned look for a fraction of a moment until he resumes his silent task. His lockpicking takes a long time. Far too long. After we stand out here for about 3 minutes, deftly moving from side to side to keep the line of sight impaired, I'm about to call the heist off when a soft, clicking sound echoes behind me. Turning around, I spot the cut purse opening the door before he slips through. "About fucking time," I mutter, ordering my hoodlums to hurry inside. I leave my beggar outside to keep more eyes on the door before I sneak in myself. I find myself in a short hallway with a single set of stairs leading upwards to my side. There's a single oil lamp on the wall, illuminating the small area. The hallway is pretty narrow, so all my underlings are already halfway up the stairs to leave room for me. It's not a great staircase for fighting, seeing as the staircase is only wide enough to accommodate roughly 1.5 person. 2 people could pass each other, but they would have to squeeze past. It's not an optimal place for my underlings to fight, so I have my cut purse scout ahead while the hoodlums trail him from a safe distance. Left alone at the bottom of the stairs, I pull out the acid trap I looted earlier in the day. I don't know if it's just because I'm paranoid or if it's because I think traps are freaking awesome, but I've been hoping for a chance to place one of these since I decided to pick up the profession. Traps are pretty efficient, but they are purely defensive by nature. It's virtually impossible to attack someone using traps, but they are good to slow down pursuers. I don't really have to, but I would feel much safer knowing I have a fallback plan before I go deeper inside this building. Looking around, I decide to place the trap above the door. It's a natural choke point, and the door will distract the pursuer from the threat of the trap. It's also easier for me to predict where the enemy will set foot, as their options are severely limited. I place the release mechanism above the door and gently insert the vial of acid. I place the pressure plate below the bottom step of the stairs and hide the framework alongside the wall. Observing my work, I'm not quite satisfied. The trap is placed in an efficient location, but the simplicity of the trap makes it far too easy to spot. Scratching my head, I decide to snuff out the oil lamp on the wall, intending to cover the trap with darkness. I'm only somewhat successful, but I'll take it. It certainly could be worse. Luckily, because of game logic, placing traps only takes a fraction of the time it would take in real life to deploy traps. If I really put my mind to it, I'm certain I could set the trap in less than 15 seconds. I'm not saying I have a street magician's level of dexterity, but you know. Content with my work, I focus on the task at hand. I move up the stairs and find my two hoodlums peeking around a corner. Joining them, I look down a dark corridor lightly illuminated by a few sparsely spread lanterns. My cut purse isn't back yet, so I assume he didn't run into any trouble. If he did, then all hell would probably have broken loose by now. The concept of burglary can be pretty simple sometimes. We make our way down the hallway, peeking into the rooms spaced out on either side of the corridor. It appears the majority of the rooms on this floor are made up of classrooms. The rooms are mostly barren, with only a few chairs and tables in each of them. I guess it's supposed to be like this in a medieval school for musicians, where the only things the students need are their own instruments and natural talent. I don't bother checking most of the rooms as it's pretty clear it would be a waste of time. I only notice something out of the ordinary when I peek into the 7th classroom. I almost overlook it, but there's an object in the back corner of the room, covered by a sheet. With my interest piqued, I sneak into the room and take a closer look. As I unravel the object, my eyes light up in joy. Dented spruce loot. Uncommon, 2/4 blunt damage plus 4 charisma plus 2 dexterity, requires level 6, contraband. It's a guitar, a goddamn medieval guitar. I grin as I let my hands caress the smooth wooden limb, gently tucking on the strings with my thumb and index finger. It's a real beauty. Man, I should have impersonated a bard. I would have looked so good walking down the street playing on the lute. Bards are tough to play. They are horrible in straight-up combat, but they are also highly valued party members due to their powerful buffs and supporting capabilities. It doesn't hurt that a skilled bard is also nice to have around when you need to pass time during long-distance travel. If it hadn't been because I try to keep a low profile, I might have done that actually. Well, if it hadn't been because 9 out of 10 thief lords masquerade as bards, I might. I digress. It would paint a more sensible picture to see a bard walking down the street with a lute strapped to his back rather than a trap maker doing the same, wouldn't it? I have to say, though, I love how much bards and thief lords have in common gear-wise. We are both reliant on charisma, as well as being 2 of the 5 purely support classes in the game. The weapon is actually perfect for me, and it's going to look nice and shiny in my hands as soon as I level up. We head further down the hallway and peek inside a few more classrooms. We don't come upon any more usable items, but it doesn't take long until we find the first signs of life. My cut purse has been scouting ahead diligently, and he located a small office on the other side of the floor, next to the stairs leading up to the 4th floor. I'm actually surprised I haven't run into anyone yet, but I suppose the game is tweaking the job parameters a little bit. Sneaking ahead, I notice the light from an open door stretching out into the hallway from an office at the end of the hall. I can spot the staircase on the other side, and I don't think I can reach it without passing the open door. There are a couple of voices coming from inside the room. I can't make out what they are saying from all the way over here, but their voices sound calm. Perfect. That means they don't expect company. I lead my little thief squad forwards, tiptoeing carefully across the squeaky floorboards. We're not completely silent, but I believe we're quiet enough for the voices not to hear anything. Coming up on the room, I lean in closer, trying to get a quick peek inside the room. There are two men inside, one halfling and an elf. The halfling is sitting by a desk facing the door, but he seems occupied writing something on a parchment. The elf is standing to his right, organizing a bookshelf. Good. It doesn't look like anyone is watching the door. I inspect the two. Halfling Secretary 4, HP 9090. High Elf Secretary 4, HP 9090. My mind is torn on what to do here. From how I see it, I have two options. I could try and sneak past the two, heading upstairs without looking back, or I could try and quietly murder the two. The former option should be the easier one, but it also carries a risk to leave loose ends along my only escape path. Who is to say the two won't eventually leave the room, either heading downstairs and triggering my trap, or go upstairs and run into my underlings and me while we are in the middle of delicate burglary stuff. The latter option should therefore be safer, but neither this one can be considered optimal. They are only level 4 after all. Killing them would make it easier to proceed, but I also run the risk of them calling the alarm, which would put a quick and efficient end to my heist before I even manage to properly start it. Sure, I managed to at least get a nice weapon out of it, but that's not why I came here. I frown as I consider my options. My brain tells me to sneak past and focus on the main objective, which is the armor that should be located somewhere further ahead, while my gut tells me to attempt the assassination to make sure I don't leave any loose ends. Either option is tough, and there isn't any right answer. So far, both of my previous jobs ended up in me mindlessly murdering all my targets. Mrs. Davins, Greg and Kevin, Theodore the Alchemist, and the Nameless Beggar. By this account alone, I can hardly call myself a master thief. I'm more like a thug than a thief at this point. I know I'm supposed to be the villain here, but do I really have to choose the most villainous option I'm presented with every time? Hell, it doesn't really matter what I do. This is still a game, and I have hundreds of thousands of digital lives on my conscience as it is. 2 more is nothing to me. There's just something about this fucked up scenario, though. I don't really mind killing NPCs as they are just a few lines of computer code, but I still want to enjoy playing the game. I've never played a game that feels as realistic as this game does, and I usually look upon myself as a virtuous kind of guy, opting to play as the good guy rather than not. I'm not averse to playing the bad guy, and I'll slaughter a whole town of innocent NPCs as long as I can benefit from it, but something just sits wrong with me murdering every innocent being I come across just for the coin in their pockets. I'll definitely benefit from it, but it's still a weird feeling. Personally, I'd rather just slaughter heaps and droves of mindless monsters if I'm given the option. Alas, this is the hand I've been dealt, and I will see it through no matter what. My goal is not to be the digital Virgin Mary, but the strongest player. How I get there is of little relevance, but I'm not narrow-minded enough to not enjoy my way to the top. Still, I should try to be rational here. The choice is tougher than I thought. Chapter 27, Rinse and Repeat. Chapter 27, Rinse and Repeat. I've decided to go with my mind on this one, or maybe it's my fledgling conscience. It doesn't matter. Sneaking past the office isn't a bad option. I will probably come back on my way down and murder them if the loot upstairs isn't satisfactory. I doubt the 2 NPCs have anything of worth anyway. Getting past the office should be fairly easy. The 2 NPCs aren't looking at the door and the hallway is still dark for the most part. Still, there are 4 of us, and one of us has hardly any points invested in agility. You know which one. Anyway, there is no reason to waste time. The sooner we get past, the better. My cutpurse goes first, easily slipping past the doorway without making a sound. Obviously, I expect nothing less from my rogue. He is the one with the highest level of stealth ability after all. Next up is yours truly. Unlike my cutpurse, my agility is severely lacking and my stealth skills are pretty much non-existent. Still, it should be possible. The NPCs are at least 2 meters inside the room and not looking this way. Anyone could sneak past. It still makes me nervous, though. The hallway is still mostly dark, and it's only a short distance to cross. I move over towards the back wall where the light is dimmest. Hugging the back wall, I slowly inch myself forwards, trying my utmost to stay as quiet as possible. Having watched a whole lot of ninja-related movies in my past, I focus my eyes on the floorboards, trying to locate a support beam beneath to muffle my steps. I take a careful step forward, aiming my foot on top of the edge of a plank, right on top of where I can see the nails have been hammered in. I rest my foot on top of it, trying to get a feel for the pressure. Not hearing anything, I lean forwards, increasing the pressure on my front foot. And then a loud wooden creaking noise echoes through the hallway. Fuck! An electric jolt travels down my spine. With only a slight moment of hesitation, I cast Chameleon on myself, watching how the shimmering illusion takes hold over my still body. "Who's out there?" a voice asks from inside the room. Shifting my eyes, I watch from the corner of my eye as the high elf is making his way towards the door. Shit. My cut purse and I should be able to stay well hidden, but my two hoodlums won't fare as well. There is just no time for them to hide, and they will be spotted for sure if they start running. Crap. My mind races as I try to come up with a plan. Do I have to fight? The high elf doesn't give me a lot of time to think as he soon sticks his head out of the door, staring straight at my two hoodlums. "Who are you? This area is closed off for visitors," he says, his brows furrowing. My two hoodlums, still dressed in their finest garbs, stare back at the high elf. They don't make any noise, and they rest their hands on the pommel of their weapons. "I asked you a question. If you don't answer, I will fetch the guards and have you escorted the dungeons," the elf says sternly, albeit his body seems tense. He seems far more hesitant, and he carefully takes a step backwards. "This is your final warning." I grit my teeth, damn it. There is only one option left. I activate cheap shot and signal for my cut purse to strike. My cut purse dashes forwards, blade in hand. He sinks his skill-enhanced blade into the back of the startled high elf, and I watch as his body goes rigid, the effect of the paralyzing potion taking effect. As soon as my cut purse started to move, my hoodlums drew their short swords and lunge at the frozen secretary. While this is all going on, I break my chameleon spell and dash towards the office door. The other secretary has gotten up from his seat and has pulled out a small knife from somewhere. As the halfling spots me, his eyes go wide. He is about to open his mouth to scream, but I am prepared for this. "Calm," I hiss, pointing at the halfling. A glimmering mist shoots from my outstretched arm, enveloping the halfling's head. It only takes a fraction of a moment, but the translucent mist congregates around his eyes as the spell takes hold. The halfling's tense shoulders lower themselves, and his hand holding the knife rests against his side. The halfling looks at me, slightly confused. Hello there," he mutters, slightly slurring his words. "Can I help you with something? Can I offer you some tea, perhaps?" He smiles weakly at me. "You have slain High Elf Secretary 4. Gain 25 experience. Chameleon has leveled up to Novice 5. I stare back at the kindred halfling, my solemn eyes meeting his calm and relaxed gaze. The illusion spell seems more like a drug than anything else. This feels really weird, uncomfortably so. "Yes, that would be nice," I say, as my underlings slip into the room behind me. "Splendid," the halfling pipes up, a small grin spreading across his lips. "Anything for your friends?" "No thanks, they're fine," I say with a grim look on my face, already realizing what will happen next. "Okie dokie then, one moment." He smiles as he turns around and steps up to a small table with a kettle on it, starting to pour steaming water into 2 prepared cups. I sigh, raising my hand to rub my temple. This feels wrong on so many levels. "Do it," I mutter. My underlings lightly brush against my arm as they pass me, moving towards the sedated halfling. I close my eyes before the first strike, but my ears catch the sound of metal piercing flesh. The halfling whimpers, but a knife to his throat quickly silences him. My underlings mercilessly stab the halfling until he stops twitching. "You have slain Halfling Secretary 4. Gain 25 experience." I stare at the body as it slumps to the ground. A small amount of bile threatens to escape my lips as I feel my stomach twist. I feel like shit. That felt way too real. Drugging the halfling, even if he was an NPC, and order my underlings to slit his throat like that? It's a little overwhelming. A small part of me struggles to separate the experience from real life, and it makes me nauseous. I don't know if it's because of the adrenaline, the situation, my personality, or a mix between the three, but I know at some basic level that I don't want to do that again. The game is far too realistic for this shit, and it does too good of a job to trick my mind to react as if this were real. The way that NPC looked at me. A shiver runs down my spine. Snap out of it, Ryan. It's just the game messing with you. The game is designed to behave like this, and that halfling was created to be killed. It's a game. It will always be a game, and you know it. If you don't like it, then look away next time. Hell, write a support ticket to a game admin and complain about the game trying to turn you into a sociopath or some shit if it makes you feel better. So suck it up and start looting. You don't have time to hang around here all night. I smile while shaking my head. I'm being silly, aren't I? My morals haven't been bugging me while playing games before, so why does it start now? Sure, I've never played a full immersion game before, and it feels infinitely more realistic than anything I've ever tried, but still. I know it's fake. I didn't feel any regret when I played as my necromancer. Why not? Is it because I was mostly slaying monsters in a forest, or is it because I wasn't so up close and personal as I am now? Maybe this is all because I've hardly talked to anyone for 3 months straight, and I'm just really stressed out. Whatever it is, I need to get my shit together. This feels real, but it's not that real. The graphics aren't completely lifelike, and the sensual stimulation from my body and surroundings are still limited. This is probably just mental exhaustion. I should take a day off and do something else. Perhaps go out in the real world and grab a beer with one of my old friends, or just spend the day reading a book or something. I've been meaning to finish reading Fantasy Royale at some point. I'll think about it tomorrow. Right now, I have a few corpses to loot. I order my underlings to start searching the room. Since my plan to sneak past went to shit anyway, I might as well make the best of it. It's funny, really, how the solution to my problems always ends up with me butchering everyone. History repeats itself. I should probably work on that. Looking around, I notice that this office, unlike the classrooms, is filled with furniture and other thingamajigs. It's a nice change of pace, and it fills me with anticipation. There just has to be something of value around here. I can feel it. While my underlings are busy rummaging through the room, I decide to do the easy job of pilfering through the pockets of the 2 secretaries. It's not because I'm lazy or anything, but my life motto has always been, never do anything today if you can get someone else to do it tomorrow. Silver letter opener, uncommon, 1315 piercing damage, 4 agility, requires level 5. 4 gold, 4 silver, 6 copper. They didn't have the biggest haul I've come across, but I'm not complaining. The silver letter opener is an interesting item, as it's both a tool and a weapon. I'm not really sure what the hell I'm supposed to use it for, but it's actually an upgrade for my cut purse. It feels weird equipping him with a letter opener, but beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Getting back on my feet, I take a glance around the room to see if my underlings can find anything. My cut purse is busy looting the office desk at the center of the room. It's not a lot of stuff on it, but he is currently picking the lock of a drawer. My female hoodlum is busy pilfering through a bookcase, while my high-level hoodlum is checking out a cabinet by the door. Letting them keep on with their tasks, I walk closer to the door, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. My spotters have been busy tracking potential enemies outside while we have been inside. I have spotted a couple of red outlines of players walking by outside through the corner of my eye for the last 15 minutes, and luckily, none of them have decided to investigate the entrance as of yet. Not that they have any reason to. One by one, my 3 underlings walk up to me, handing over the loot they found. My eye catches a thick leather-bound book the cut purse seems to have picked up from the locked drawer. Basic skill book, Charisma. Rare. Increases a charisma-based skill to Novice 10. Requires unlocked charisma skill between Novice 1 and Novice 9, level 5. Painting novelty item, 3 contraband. 6 cold coins, 2 silver, 9 copper. I prevent myself from bursting out in laughter. A skill book. Those are ridiculously rare. I can't believe my luck. Don't let the title fool you. Even if it's a basic skill book, they are nothing to sneeze at. In this game, powerful skills can be even more valuable than higher levels. The amount of benefits a leveled-up skill can provide is staggering. The way the skill system functions in this game is different from its predecessors. Skills cannot be learned from a trainer, and you can't find items to unlock the skills for you. Everything you learn, you do it with skill points which you get from leveling up. Since every skill your class can learn is available either from the start, or until you have increased your proficiency within their field to the correct levels, it's all about leveling up what you've got and prioritize the skills and abilities most useful to your playstyle. There are thousands of skills to learn out there, and you only have access to a very finite amount of skill points. The key to progress is thus to level up your core skills in tandem with your levels, since your strength can only really be measured in your skills' power. That's where skill books come into play. Leveling your skills at higher levels is a slow and grueling grind. You can spend days using a skill to attack your enemies without seeing much return. Skill books are kind of a cheat this way, as they give an instantaneous experience boost to any selected skill. The amount isn't negligible either, as even a basic skill book can boost a skill from level 1 to 10. That's over a week worth of grinding, possibly more, and is why skill books are highly coveted and worth a small fortune on the player market. Hell, I think I can sell this sucker for about 50 gold, easy. But should I do it, though? As a thief lord, the majority of my skills are based on the luck attribute rather than charisma. In fact, I only have a single-level able skill that is boosted by charisma, and I haven't even unlocked it yet. It will no doubt come in handy for me at one point in the future, but it won't help me today, or in the next few weeks at least. Should I sell it? I probably should. I really need the money. I open up my class skill list, looking over the skill in question. Incite crowd causes NPCs to actively distract and obstruct enemies for 1 charisma seconds plus 1 seconds per skill level. Cooldown 60 minutes, 15 seconds per skill level. It's a nice skill, and it will no doubt help me immensely at some point. It's an escape-based skill, and God knows I need as many of those as I can muster. The problem is, though, I didn't really plan on learning it for at least a dozen levels or so. As good as it is, I just have way too many better options available at the moment. Saving such a valuable item for the future just feels inefficient. I can use the gold it's worth now. Fuck it. I'll save it for now. I'll call it my rainy day fund and only sell it if I'm really strapped for cash. I really need to stop rushing my decisions so much. It's not like I'm that desperate for money at this very moment. I should let 1 week from now Ryan handle that problem. Let that sucker handle it. With the loot all gathered up, I prepare to continue the heist. First of all, I hand the armor back to my hoodlums, exchanging them for the disguises. No matter how efficient the disguises are, they just don't provide the raw combat boost required for these quick encounters. I'm already deep behind enemy lines. There is no need to put on disguises at this point. Storing the disguises safely within my bag, my underlings and I head back into the hallway. Like earlier, I send my cut purse ahead to scout, while my hoodlums keep a safe distance behind. The 4th floor of the college is where the bards conduct their guild business. We pass a few offices which contain only a couple of furniture and no loot. We also pass what I assume is a dormitory for students or the faculty members, but we don't explore it fully as it's occupied by quite a number of people. For once, it's not even a little tempting to kill them to see what sort of loot they can provide. I'm greedy and opportunistic, not suicidal. We sneak further down the hallway, passing even more empty offices. We don't find anything of value at all, and I start to doubt I'm even in the right place until we've nearly made our way around the entire floor. Just when my thoughts started to tempt fate, I come upon a well-lit corridor up ahead. Slowing down, I order my cut purse to scout ahead. I watch as my cut purse fade into the darkness and almost glide alongside the shadows of the corridor. I'm actually impressed. If it hadn't been because I knew he was there, I bet he could easily sneak up on me. And I'm not just saying this because my perception attribute is abysmal. I'm sure he could give even a perception spexed player a run for their money. A few moments later, the cut purse returns. He holds up 2 fingers while slightly shaking his head. Damn. Since my underlings are all mute, I had to teach them a way to communicate with me. The solution I came up with is a very simplified system of signs and gestures. My underlings are sort of dumb, and there is a limit to the amount of information I can have them gather this way. Anyway, the 2 fingers he holds up means that there are 2 enemies, while the shake of the head means that it's a bad idea to mess with them. Crap. Why are they there? Are they guards, players, or wandering NPCs? Are they guarding the loot I'm here for? I'm certainly running out of options, seeing as I have already scouted out the majority of the floor. Damn, even though they are tough opponents, there must be a way to beat them. There always is. I just need more information. Information my mute underlings are unable to provide at the moment. I sigh. I'll try not and do something reckless again. Chapter 28, Out of Time. Chapter 28, Out of Time. Looking down the corridor is easier said than done. I already learned from my failed attempt at sneaking past the 2 secretaries that my stealth skill is embarrassing. It's so bad, it's ridiculous to even consider trying to sneak up on a couple of enemies that outlevel me. So, how am I doing this? Really carefully, really slowly, and from as far away as humanly possible. That's how. I just need a plan. The 4th floor layout is pretty similar to the 3rd floor. The entire floor plan is shaped like a square, or maybe a bit more like a horseshoe that is connected at the ends, with only a wall separating the 2 staircases, is a more apt description. The entire thing positively radiates the developer's intention of creating a layout that forces the player to follow a linear path towards their objective. I'm not too impressed with the lack of imagination. Perhaps they had the B-team work on the Thief Lord class jobs. No matter. It's a little simpler and predictable this way. I don't think my fragile nerves can handle any more surprises today. The stairs I entered from is on one end of the building, and there's a main hallway stretching all around the building. The 2 high-level threats are in a well-lit side corridor almost at the very end of the floor, a corridor I should be able to bypass by cutting through a few offices. Like the classrooms below, the offices are connected with doors between them, as well as doors leading into the hallway. If I go through those, then I should be able to find a door opening up to the lit corridor to get a peek at what I'm up against. It's a little reckless, but I believe it's worth the risk. I decide to head forwards along with my cut purse. We make our way into a nearby office and slowly inch our way through it and the connecting office. The going is slow, as I don't want to alert whoever is in the corridor. The 3rd office we get to should be the one with a door adjacent to the corridor with the 2 enemies. I find a good position overlooking the door at the opposite side of the room, trying to get the angle just right and activate Chameleon. As the illusion takes hold, I direct my eyes at the door. As planned, my cut purse sneaks up to the door and very carefully puts his hand on the door handle. With practiced ease, he carefully puts pressure on the handle, and the door shifts slightly. He doesn't fully open the door, just enough to allow me to get a slight peek into the corridor beyond. Peeling my eyes, I only get to see a fraction of the corridor, but luckily enough, I get my eyes on one of the enemies. He's a human man, decked out in full chainmail armor draped over leather. He has a metal cap on his head and a mean-looking longsword strapped to his belt. I inspect the man. Human guard 20, HP. My jaw drops. What the oh no, hell fucking no, are they serious about this? Level 20. Do they expect me to? No. The princess is in a way different castle, continent even. There is no way I'm going through that, just no. My cut purse carefully shuts the door, and we both make our way back the way we came. Whatever you say, there is just no way that is the correct way to go. Not in a million years. If the job wanted me to fight a couple of level 20 guards, then the job rating would be way higher than just hard. Why the hell are there level 20 guards here anyway? Are they supposed to be a trap for me in case I was foolish enough to walk ahead without scouting first? Ludicrous. It makes no sense. I doubt it even has anything to do with my job. This job should be within my level range, and even though it's marked as difficult, there is no way they would add in something that made this job unbeatable. Whatever it is I'm after, it can't be behind what those 2 are guarding. Fighting the 2 of them off is impossible. I bet they have some killer loot, though. Nope, not worth it. Perhaps they are there for some other higher-level quest I have yet to unlock. One thing is for certain, though, I'm not fighting them. Even if I was promised a barrel full of gold at the other end, attempting something like that is stupidly reckless. even for me. No matter, even if there are two unbeatable enemies ahead, there has to be a way for me to complete this job. The loot I'm looking for must be somewhere else. So far, I've pretty much scouted out the majority of the floor. Besides the dormitory and the suspiciously well-guarded corridor up ahead, there is only one part of the building I have yet to fully explore. The very end of the hallway, a little past the corridor where the guards are. Thanks to the passage between the offices, I should be able to sneak past the two guards without alerting them. I just need to go slowly, very slowly. The four of us once again make our way through the offices, taking extra care while walking through the office closest to the guards. My heart threatens to burst from my chest due to all the stress, but we manage to make our way through without a hitch. By the time we reach the fourth office, I'm just about ready to order a new set of underwear. We should be safe now, though. Unless, of course, there are more of those guards up ahead. If there is, then I swear I will quit playing this game out of protest. Okay, I won't, but I would become really upset. I'm not taking any chances, and my cut purse takes the lead to scout the remaining few rooms up ahead. Luckily, there isn't much left, and our little ragtag band of low-level scum soon find ourselves at the end of the hallway. There is only a single room we haven't checked yet, and I like my chances. Unlike the classroom and office doors, this door is the only one that is locked. Locked is good. Locked means they don't want anyone's grubby mitts on whatever is inside. Grinning like a teenager who finally talked his sweetheart into giving up her virginity, I order my cut purse to start picking the lock. The door is old, and there are several cracks in it, allowing me to catch a small glimpse of the dark room on the other side. Even though the door isn't as sturdy as the entrance door, I know from experience that lockpicking is still a disappointingly lengthy process. Of course, I could try breaking through it, but the two guards aren't that far away, and I really don't want them to know I'm here. With nothing better to do, I start looking around, trying to find something to amuse me. There's a large window at the very end of the hallway, right next to the door. Looking through it, I find it conveniently located nearly directly above the entrance I used to enter the building. The streets are void of people, and I direct my eyes towards the alleyway on the opposite side of the street where my spotters are keeping diligent watch. I start smiling again. It seems like this heist will really go without a hitch after all. A clicking sound behind me signals that my cut purse is successful, and I restrain myself from pushing past him to check up on the contents of the room. The room appears to be a dark storage room, with several wooden crates stacked to the ceiling. I squint to get a better overview of things, but the room is inconveniently located, and there isn't much moonlight hitting this side of the building. Looking harder, I spot an unlit oil lamp along one of the walls, as well as a particularly eye-catching wooden chest, with a metal frame and the Bard College's sigil painted on the lid resting at the center of the room. Jackpot! The four of us push into the room, and I immediately make my way towards the alluring chest, wanting the honor of claiming the most valuable loot myself. Someone turn on the light and lock the door. I don't want to miss this. I tell none of my underlings in particular while I rub my hands together in anticipation and grin like a madman. I'm a sucker for good loot. It would be a shame to look through this stuff in complete darkness. As the lamp flickers on, I carefully open the lid, only restraining myself enough to make sure there aren't any traps attached to it. I'm not sure if I could live down the shame if the heist got ruined because I triggered a trap prematurely out of greed. Just in front of the finishing line, no less. After I'm satisfied there are no traps attached to the chest, I fling the lid open, allowing my greedy eyes to take in the loot inside. Feathered cap, uncommon. 15% physical resistance plus 3 charisma plus 1 wisdom, requires level 6, contraband. Embroidered leather pauldrons, uncommon. 15% physical resistance plus 2 endurance plus 2 charisma, requires level 6, contraband. Embroidered leather chest, uncommon. 20% physical resistance plus 4 endurance plus 3 charisma, requires level 6, contraband. Embroidered leather greaves, uncommon. 20% physical resistance plus 4 endurance plus 2 charisma, requires level 6, contraband. Embroidered leather gloves, uncommon. 15% physical resistance plus 3 dexterity plus 1 charisma, requires level 6, contraband. Embroidered leather boots, uncommon. 15% physical resistance plus 5% movement speed plus 2 agility plus 1 charisma requires level 6. Contraband. Did I say that I found the mother lode earlier? Oh, I was so very wrong, the items in this chest. I probably would have given up my left nut for these items with hardly any hesitation at all just a few days ago. To get these items for free. Did I accidentally misread halfling and in reality I selected to play as a leprechaun? Who the fuck cares? I'm rich, baby, or whatever the equivalent is for a fashionista. Oh man, I'm gonna look dashing as soon as I turn level 6. The rewards for these heists are through the roof. These items are probably worth nearly 100 gold on the auction house, easy. Well, they would be if they weren't marked as contraband, but I don't care. Thief lords sure have it good. Other classes would need to farm for weeks for these kinds of digs, and probably outlevel the gear itself in the process. They may not be worth much if I sell them, but why would I do that? With these kinds of stats, I can literally recruit a small army of underlings to do my dirty work for me. This is way better than the missions I got on my necromancer. If I start farming now, I'll probably hit level 15 in a week and a half. It's insane. All hail the broken game mechanics. In my days, I don't even notice my underlings methodically scouring through the rest of the crates in the room until the cut purse pokes me in the shoulder. Huh, what? I grunt, disgruntled that he pulled me out of my reverie. The cut purse glares at me, raising a finger and putting it on his lips. Huh, that sign means, oh fuck. Alarmed, I swivel my head around, looking towards the closed door. The bright light from the oil lamp illuminates the room, giving me a good view of all the crates and the cracked door. What is he? I squint, sitting deathly still. It's faint, but I can hear the sound of footsteps approaching from outside. Who the hell could that? Oh shit, my eyes go wide. Don't tell me those high-level guards are patrols? Fuck, I need to turn off that light now. I jump to my feet and take a few steps towards the lamp on the wall. I get halfway across the room until a gruff voice sounds from outside. Geez, that limpdick forgot to turn off the lights again. I swear, that idiot will burn us all to death one of these days. Oh no, what the hell do I do now? Is this because I insisted on turning the lights on? Why the fuck did I do that? Worst fucking thief ever, if only I. Shut up, Ryan. I give myself a mental slap. You don't have time for this. You need to get the fuck out of here right this instant. Staying completely still, I put my brain into high gear as I listen to the approaching guard. His leather boots are causing the wooden floorboards to squeak, and his chainmail armor rustles with every step he takes. I'm out of time. I quickly make a mental calculation of what resources I have at my disposal. It's not much, but luckily, Cheap Shot is off cooldown as it has been a little over 20 minutes since my last scuffle. I also have 3 paralyzing poisons and a handful of blight poisons. Could I maybe kill the guard? Level 20 is high, but could it be doable? 3 seconds of paralyzing probably aren't enough, but could that buy my hoodlums the time they need to tackle the guard? Maybe spam casting my calm spell would help to incapacitate him. Would that be enough, though? Do I have another option? I could probably try to hide, but where? Even though there are a lot of crates in here, there is just no way and no room for me to hide 4 people. Could I block the door? Pretend he has the wrong key or something to make him go away and then hide in a nearby office? How stupid can you get, Ryan? You need to fight him or at the very least push past him. Now shut up and act. You're out of time. Chapter 29, When Hell Breaks Loose. Chapter 29, When Hell Breaks Loose. The guard is getting closer. Too close. With a hiss, I order underlings to apply their poisons. The paralyzing poison for the cut purse and the blight poisons for the hoodlums. With a short and pointless prayer, I steady my breath. Here goes nothing. By the time the guard touches the door handle, my underlings are already charging towards him. As the door swings open, the surprised guard is met by my cut purse lunging at his throat, his blade tipped in poison and boosted by my skill. The guard reacts quickly, but not quickly enough. He throws his head to the side, avoiding a direct hit by the blade. He isn't quick enough, though, and the dagger slices deep into the side of his neck. The guard goes rigid as his body slams backwards into the wall. 1 second. My hoodlums throw themselves at the guard, intent on tackling him to the ground. Just a moment too late, the guard regains control over his body and sweeps a gauntleted hand to the side, shoving the 2 hoodlums back. With this slight reprieve, the guard reaches for the sword at his waist. With the sword halfway out of its scabbard, the cut-purse lunges at the guard once more, the paralyzing poison already reapplied to his trusty letter opener. The guard sees him coming, but with no weapon in hand, he moves his free hand to deflect the strike from hitting anything vital. His hand hits the cut-purse's wrist, redirecting the slash away from his torso. The cut-purse compensates and manages to barely shift his strike downwards, slicing into the guard's exposed leg. The blade doesn't cut deep, but it's enough for the poison to take effect. One more second. During this short scuffle, I finally make my move. I raise my hand, allowing the thin magical mist to gather around my hands before I launch it towards the unsuspecting guard. The spell hits him square in the face, causing the guard to blink twice in confusion. My heart is about to leap in joy when the guard shakes his head, cutting short the sedated effects of my calm spell. Oh no! My hoodlums lunge at the guard, knocking him backwards. I don't know if it's because of his high level or my terrible luck, but he doesn't fall over. Instead, he once more slams into the wall, his knees buckling slightly. The paralyzing effect disappears soon after, and the guard once more sweeps his gauntleted fist around, forcing my two hoodlums back once more. My eyes move to the guard's health bar, and my stomach drops when I can hardly see the sliver of health he's lost so far. This isn't working. The guard steadies his balance by grabbing hold of the window sill, his eyes glaring murder at my three underlings. "You filthy rats! I'll gut you like the horsens you are!" He growls while reaching for his sword once more. Oh fuck, what do I do now? We stand no chance. I'm out of options. I need to run. How do I slow him down? If only I could trip him or some. My thoughts are halted as I spot an opening. Could this work? Oh fuck it, there's no time. Grab him, I yell as I start charging towards the guard. His eyes move over towards me, the sneer on his face intensifying. Before he manages to spit out a reply, all three of my underlings lunge at the guard simultaneously. He raises his hand to do another sweep, but he can't stop all of us. The two hoodlums who charged straight at him takes the full force of the sweep and are knocked to the side. The cut-purse dove low, slicing his blade in a wide arc, aiming for the guard's lightly armored feet. Perfect, the cut-purse once more cuts a shallow gash across the exposed thigh of the guard, and he once more goes rigid. The hoodlums aren't there to tackle him, but that job falls to me. Only half a second after the stun hits, my full force strikes the guard in his chest. My shoulder connects, and my abysmal strength attribute is working overtime to compensate for his high level. Thankfully, the game is trying to imitate reality, so physics is on my side. No matter if my strength is lower, it isn't easy to stop a kinetic force moving at a quick pace when you aren't ready to brace for it. The guard is knocked backwards, and his body slams into the window behind him. Unable to support his weight, the glass immediately shatters, and the guard tumbles through the window. The glass scatters everywhere as the guard drops from sight. The few seconds he's out of sight feel like an eternity until the sound of the guard hitting the pavement below jolts my brain back into action in a revulsing way. I don't know what I'd expect. It sounds just like if someone dropped a sack of potato on the ground. There's no crunchy sound of bones snapping or brains being splattered across the ground. Just a muffled sort of thump. It's nauseating and it causes my stomach to roil. Human Guard 20 takes 5607 falling damage. Human Guard 20 dies, gain 1600 experience. Congratulations, you have reached level 6. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. You have gained 6 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Cheap Shot has leveled up to Novice 3. The notifications roll in and I have to shake my head to bring me out of my stupor. Holy shit, I can't believe that worked, I mutter, making my way over towards the window and peer out. Down below, I see the dead guard lying in a small pool of blood, my beggar standing idly near him, poking the corpse with his bare foot. What are you standing around for? Loot him, I shout. The beggar, startled by my shout, immediately complies and starts looting the body. I would love to berate him further, but I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell nobody heard that glass break. If they didn't, the corpse lying conspicuously in the middle of the street certainly would do the trick. This would be the time to do what thieves do best. Hightail it the fuck out of here. I round up my underlings, and we start moving down the hallway at a quick pace. Just when we round the first corner, my eyes go wide as I immediately swerve right to dodge a sword threatening to decapitate me where I stand. Who the hell are you for? Where's Mercer? The second guard sneers as he raises his sword to strike again. I jump back, narrowly dodging the blade. Shit, I forgot about him. I raise my hands defensively. Oi, how about you calm down and we talk about it? I say as I jump back further. Oh, we'll talk all right, the guard says while stepping forwards, but I only need one of ye little shits alive for talking. He feigns another swing and instead lunges forward, striking towards me. Surprised by his quick move, I try to dodge to the side, but I fail to completely evade the blow. The tip of his sword cuts a deep gash into my shoulder. You take 43 piercing damage from human guard, 20. I grit my teeth as the damage ticks in. 43 damage. From that glancing blow, that's over half my health. There's just no way I'll survive a direct hit from that guy. Now what did you little shits do to Mercer? There's no way weaklings like you could hurt him. Where is he? The guard shouts as he tries for another lunge. I'm prepared this time and deftly throw myself to my side. Overextended, the guard is unable to react to my high-level hoodlum who throws himself at the guard from the side. Caught off balance, the guard is unable to stay on his feet and the pair is knocked to the ground. Now, without hesitation, I start sprinting down the hallway, not even bothering looking behind me. I can sense my cutpurse and my remaining hoodlum running beside me. There's just no way we can beat the guard. Our only chance is to run and pray he won't catch up. Your underling, human hoodlum, 7, has been slain by a guard, 20. We run as if hellhounds are on our trail. With the high level of this guard, he might as well be one for all we care. We're sprinting down the hallway, all caution is thrown out the window. We pass the second corner, rapidly approaching the dormitory. To my dismay, the room seems to have been aroused, and a young human bard is poking her head through the nearby door. Without slowing down, I start casting Calm. It takes a bit longer than usual due to my running, but the magical mist soon leaves my hand and pacifies the young bard. Sedated, she hardly even registers the 3 sprinting bandits passing her with due haste. As we are about to pass the third and final corner, I finally dare to glance over my shoulder. I'm struck by horror as I see the high-level guard hot on our trails, his much higher agility attribute giving him a severe increase to his movement speed. Fuck, we're not going to make it at this pace. My mind races as I try to come up with a solution. My options are limited, but I know from an instinctual level what I need to do, what I swore I wouldn't want to do again. I need to sacrifice my underlings. Slow him down at all cost, I hiss at the cutpurse, receiving a sharp nod in return. It pains me to do this, but it's the only way. The cutpurse halts in his tracks and sidesteps into the shadows, activating his stealth. I watch from the corner of my eye how his presence fades from view, and I chant a small prayer for at least a modicum of success. We soon reach the stairs, and I leap down it, jumping down 3 steps at a time. My balance wavers, but through sheer force of will and reliance on my desperation and fledgling luck, I manage to prevent myself from falling. As I reach the midway point, a short yelp of pain erupts from the hallway above, and I pray my cutpurse was successful. I think he was because 2 seconds later I'm greeted by another system prompt. Your underling, human cutpurse 7, has been slain by human guard 20. We reach the bottom of the stairs, and I don't even offer a single glance at the dead secretary in the hallway, effortlessly jumping past the small pool of blood and keep going. Killing them was probably the best choice in the end after all. We continue down the hallway and pass another corner. I can hear the sounds of the guard rapidly descending the stairway behind us. I don't think we bought enough time, but I still have another underling to sacrifice. When we're halfway down the hallway, some bells are ringing from high above. An alarm of some sort. Shit, I'm running out of time. If the patrons from downstairs start to stir, I will have no chance in hell of making it out of here with my life and cover intact. Sure enough, a local system-wide alert further increases my pressure. Alert, the Bard's College has put out a local event quest. Apprehend or kill the thief before he or she leaves the area. Reward, 15 gold coins, major reputation increase with the Bard's College. Villains cannot accept event quests. Alert, you are the target of an event quest, generating appropriate subquest compatible with the Thief Lord class. Oh crap, this can't be good. Escape from the bards. Job type none, difficulty Deadline none. Rewards 100 experience. You have been caught red-handed and an alarm has been sounded. Run, you fool. You cannot decline this quest. I don't think I have time to even gulp in fear before a massive roar erupts from the floors below. Oh, shit. So this is what it feels like when all hell breaks loose. We keep sprinting, leaving no time to loiter over the complete and utter shitstorm that is about to descend upon me. I have no time to worry about the players downstairs when I have a much more immediate threat directly behind me. I keep sprinting, trying intently to increase my speed, which is already pushed way past its limits. Passing the final corner, I can figuratively feel the guard breathing down my neck. I don't know what makes me do it, but I dive forwards, going into a roll. My hunch is correct, as I hear the sound of metal striking the wooden wall only centimeters behind me. As an act of desperation, my final hoodlum throws herself at the guard, trying desperately to keep him away from me. It works somewhat, as the guard is still committed to his wide swing and is now off balance. The hoodlum charges into his chest, knocking the breath out of him. "Oof, you damn rats are so fucking persistent. Die!" he shouts, spittle flying everywhere. He slashes downwards, burying his sword deep into the hoodlum's shoulder. Your underling, dwarf hoodlum, 7, has been slain by a guard, 20. I don't have time to watch my final bodyguard slump to the ground as I'm already up and running again. The dwarf bought me a little time with her last act of desperation, and I can only hope it's enough. I reach the stairs and jump down as fast as I can, one step more reckless than the next. Halfway down the stairs, something heavy impacts my back. I'm thrown forwards, flying down the remainder of the stairs. I twist in the air, just in time to watch the guard steadying his balance after delivering a hard kick before I slam into the ground, the air knocked out of my lungs. You take 22 falling damage from guard, 20. That's what you get for making me run, you little shit stain. The guard growls as he descends the stairs, now at a much slower pace after knocking me down. I haven't run this hard since basic training. He glares at me, and I really fucking hate running. Shit, I start crawling backwards towards the door. Listen, I'm sorry about that. Maybe we can work something out, I plead with the guard, my eyes darting from side to look for an opening to run. Fuck, and I was so close. A deal, he snorts. Oh hell no, I know what to do with you. He gives me a savage grin. I've decided that I was, unfortunately, unable to apprehend you after your theft, and due to your violent behavior, I was forced to put you down like the dog you are. It's a shame, really, but there is only so much a guard can do to protect the innocent. He snarls, glaring at me with malevolent eyes. I continue to scoot backwards, and my hand soon finds the edge of the poison trap I laid down earlier. It lies there in the darkness, unable to perform its function. What good is a trap that traps the trap layer in with the beast? Can I somehow leap across it and hope for the guard to step on it? No, this weak trap would probably only be a nuisance to such a high-level guard. I'm thoroughly fucked, aren't I? Unless... Hope rises in my chest as I remember my trump card. The exit is so close, only half a meter away. I need to piss him off. I snort. Well, if that's the case, then you would probably like to know that your friend Mercer is dead. This causes the guard to pause. You lie, he growls, his face turning into a mean scowl. Am I though? Then how do you explain how we got past him? Shut up, he bellows. You probably tricked him somehow, locked him in a room when he wasn't looking. I laugh, sure, if you think one of these flimsy doors could hold him. His eye twitches. You can't have killed him, I don't believe you, he sneers. Well, you will find out soon anyway. His brain is smeared all over the pavement outside, probably dripping into the sewers below where the rats feast on it. I smirk, further egging the guard on. I need him to be reckless. Shut your filthy mouth, you piece of shit, he roars as he lunges towards me, sword aimed for me throat. I sigh, I'm sorry about this, I mutter, doppelganger. The room blurs for a second until I find myself outside, breathing in the stale evening air. I move my head to the side, looking at the entrance door just in time for the notification to appear, followed by a painful shriek as the acid trap is no doubt triggered. Your underling, dwarf beggar 5, has been slain by a guard 20. I wince at the thought of how callously I sacrificed yet another one of my underlings. It's the best option I had, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. I'm soon broken out of my trance as I notice scores of players exiting the tavern from both sides of the street. That means it's time to get the hell out of here. I quickly scamper to my feet and dart towards the alleyway where my two spotters wait for me. We quickly escape further into the city, leaving the sounds of rattled players and the screams of a really pissed-off guard behind. Chapter 30, Sisters. Chapter 30, Sisters. The candlelight flickers as Arya sits by the window, scowling at the city of Drenaries as the morning sun rises from the west. She is unaccustomed to the experience of watching the sunrise from this direction, but a lot of things feel different these days. She has spent so much time logged in that the game starts to feel as real life to her sometimes, which actually scares her a little. If one looks closely, the game is nothing like reality. So, why does she feel so at ease here? Her musings are interrupted as someone knocks on her office door. "Enter," she says, not taking her eyes away from the window. Benjamin sticks his head through the door. "Excuse me, madam, your sister is here to see you." She sighs. "Did she tell you why she is here?" "Yes," she said, and I quote, "Tell my sis I'm here to brighten up her day." Arya's brows furrow. "Of course she is," she mutters. "I might as well get it over with." Benjamin nods before he retreats out of her office. She purses her lips. It's not like Arya dislikes her younger sister. In reality, she is quite fond of her. It's just that she can sometimes be quite the handful. Completely oblivious to Arya's need to get important matters settled before she tries to talk her into something completely ridiculous or unnecessary. All in the name of having some fun. While her life might be infinitely easier and more effective without Anna pestering her on a daily basis, she couldn't imagine being without her. Their relationship may seem strained to some, but that's just how their dysfunctional relationship works. There is no other way to describe it than them just being family. It's not supposed to be easy. It's all good in some indescribable sort of way. "Sister," a voice shouts before the door slams open, revealing Anna on the other side. "Long time no see. What have you been up to?" She grins while walking towards her desk, finding the most comfortable of her chairs before promptly dropping herself into it, raising her feet and placing them brazenly on Arya's fine oaken desk. Arya doesn't react, just waiting for Anna to get settled. "It's only been 2 days. You know what I've been up to." "Really, how could I know that? We settled that thief lord business yesterday morning. What else has happened?" Anna asks cheerfully. Arya frowns. "I've been dealing with the aftermath. We need to be certain the thief lord didn't escape into the city proper. I won't rest until we find signs of her." "Sister, please," Anna sighs. "Loosen up a little. There's just no way she could have gotten out." "You don't know that?" Arya snaps at her sister. Anna gives her older sister a stern look. Arya flinches as Anna reminds her of their mother for a fraction of a moment, the only person in the world who could give Arya pause. "Listen, you hired what was it, 5, 10 architects to comb the entire peninsula, completely analyzing and breaking down every single aspect of the district. You've even had a whole team of analysts run countless simulations on how a villain could escape, and the only reasonable way they found was to bribe one of your guards, or if they somehow stumbled upon the sewers. And even then, a second grate will seal it off within the month. You're still making it, I presume." Arya sighs. "Of course." "Then there you have it. If your team didn't find a way, why would anyone else? Besides, it's just a single low-level thief lord. She couldn't possibly be a major threat to the guild. There are thousands of us, for Christ's sake. Even if she did get past us, she is bound to get killed at one point or another. You have the respawn point covered, don't you?" "Yeah." "Then stop worrying about it. Low-level villains are the least of your concerns. The city is huge, and enemy villains can enter from anywhere, not just the noob district," Anna says while massaging her temples. "If one figures out a way past, then more will follow. Trouble always multiplies itself." Arya frowns, glaring back at her sister, finally realizing she is supposed to be the stern one. "Now, enough about this. I won't have my baby sister scold me." Anna snickers. "That's better. That's the sister we all love to dread and fear." Fear is good, it keeps people in line. Anna snorts. What are you, a gangster, please? How about being a little encouraging once in a while? She chuckles. What? I'm encouraging? Arya gasps in mock outrage. Just 2 hours ago, I encouraged Steele's team to gain 3 levels by the end of the weekend if they wanted to stay in the guild. Right, encouragement. I forgot who I was talking to. Anna grins, sticking her tongue out. The two sisters burst into laughter. Arya needed this. A chance to lower her shoulders and blow off some steam. Only her baby sister can have this effect on her, and that's why she loves her. In all seriousness, though, Anna says after a short pause, if you really worry about this, then why don't you have Shadowbane deal with the problem? Arya tenses for a moment. Anna, don't talk so casually about them. That information is top secret, she admonishes her sister. Anna raises her hands defensively. Yeah, I know, sis. I didn't tell anyone, not even Brian. Good, now. Arya leans over towards her desk, grabbing a small silver key from her inventory and unlocking the bottom drawer. I've already sent word, and they are keeping an eye out. They're already busy leveling up as it is, and I'm disinclined to take up too much of their valuable time with this matter. The most important thing is not to draw any attention yet. Well, that solves the problem, doesn't it? There's no way a fledgling thief lord can hide from Shadowbane, is there? Anna smiles, leaning further back in her chair. Arya grunts, still not quite satisfied. She has spent too much time on this matter as it is. She hates to admit it, but her sister does have a point. There is no way a thief lord can hide from Shadowbane for long, and even then, it's impossible to beat them. She sighs, maybe it's time to lay the matter to rest. For now, at least, she looks over at her sister. I suppose it does. Thanks, Anna. I really needed to hear that. Ah, no worries, sis. That's why I'm here, isn't it? To occasionally pull that giant stick out of your Lonnet. Anna raises her hands defensively once more. Sorry, force of habit. I've been partying up with Rachel and Mark for too long. She grins, winking at her sister. Arya frowns. Was there anything you needed? What, who, me? Anna smiles sheepishly. Can't a girl just visit her favorite sister without having a hidden agenda? She can, but you don't. What is it? Did you run out of gold again? I swear. I gave you 50 gold just 3 days ago. What did you do? Gamble it away at the prancing leprechaun again? Well, some of it. Anna's cheeks redden. But not all of it. I actually invested the rest in a promising young, old craftsman. I think he will become a promising ally in the near future. A promising crafter, Arya raises an eyebrow. Good crafters are always in high demand, as most skilled players will always be drawn towards the combat classes. Tell me about him. What level is he, and which profession did he choose? Anna perks up. Well, his name's Ryan. He's 52 years old and a really good guy. He, seems very intelligent and well-spoken. I'm sure you would like him. Arya tries to hold back a sigh. Of course, her sister picked up another stray. What's that? The third one this month alone? I'm sure I would. I know, right? I know what you may be thinking, but Ryan isn't like the last guy I told you about. He seems to be a pretty genuine guy. Oh, you should have seen Brian's face when... Arya clears her throat loudly. Anna seems flustered and her cheeks redden. Yeah, sorry, I went a little overboard there. So, I think he's level 3 by now, but that will probably change shortly. He's a halfling trap maker, and he seems very focused on leveling up his craft whenever he is online. It's a pity he is only a night player, though, she sighs. Arya deflates, a level 3 trap maker. Has she gone mad? Anna, she sighs, how much did you give him? She purses her lips. Only a little over 20 gold to get him started. I was hoping to give him some more after he's leveled up a bit. Arya winces. 20 gold? What on earth would a level 3 trap maker do with 20 gold? She sighs once more. Anna, how much do you know about this Ryan? How long have you known him? Only a few days. I met him in the tavern in the noob zone, only a few hours before you started that whole purge business. We've been talking a few times since then, though. Just the other day, we chatted for around an hour about how Paul and the guys beat that necromancer. Anna, Arya rubs her temples, trying her best not to sound condescending. That guy probably scammed you. Anna's face turns into a frown. Seriously, this again? Would you please just stop it? Not everyone you meet is out to trick you. Anna, listen. There are tons of guys like that out there willing to do anything to get ahead. Just think about it for a moment. He's a halfling trap maker. Why would he do that? The main attribute for trap making is dexterity, not charisma or luck. Also, you only met him once. In a tavern, no less. I bet he just walked right up to you and made up some sad, sippy story of how he can't afford to enjoy the game on his meager paycheck, and then casually mentioned that he needs some funds. Does that sound about right? What? No, Anna snorts. First of all, I came over to him. He didn't have a sad story at all. He was just a regular nice guy. Also, I was the one who offered the gold to him. He actually refused to take it at first. He even promised to pay me back when he starts producing usable traps. Arya just shakes her head. An empty promise. If he is only a night player, as you say, then he will never be able to catch up in levels to a full-time player like you. Anything he makes would be worthless. Not that trap makers are in high demand either. The profession is utterly useless in the grand scheme of things. Oh, for crying out loud, Arya, not everything in life is about efficiency. Everything has its use in some way. You are just too pig-headed to think outside of the box. Ryan is my friend and I want to help him. Why, in your eyes, is that such a terrible thing? Anna glares at her sister. Arya is taken aback at first, flabbergasted by the sudden aggressiveness of her usually timid younger sister. What has gotten into her? Grimacing, Arya pinches the bridge of her nose. She needs to tread carefully around this matter. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just don't want anyone to hurt my little sister. You know I only have your best interests at heart, don't you? Anna, still red-faced, untenses her shoulders and sags back into her chair. She exhales slowly, smiling weakly at her sister. Yeah, I know, sis. I'm sorry, too. I just wish you didn't always have such a negative view of other people all the time. Ryan is a good person. I'm sure you will like him once you get to know him. Arya smiles. Perhaps I should meet the guy. He must be quite the charmer if he managed to grab hold of your heart after only a single date. She winks. Anna's face immediately reddens. No, it's not like that. We're just friends. Besides, we didn't really have time to talk much, and Brian was there. Oh, I thought you said you've talked for days, she smirks. Well, yeah. I keep inviting him to join me and my team for a few drinks every evening, but he is always busy with this or that. I'm sure he has time tonight, though. Arya's eye twitches, but she quickly straightens her face before Anna sees it. This guy sounds way too suspicious. She has to tread carefully here, though, unless she reignites Anna's temper. Then you should invite him for a drink when he logs on this evening. Arya smiles at her sister. But promise me to be careful, though, little sister. A lot of the con men usually blow you off until you forget about them or until they need something from you, she says slowly, trying not to sound accusatory. Anna eyes her skeptically and is about to retort before Arya quickly continues, trying desperately to avoid another argument. I don't mean it like that. It's probably nothing. Just don't give him any more money until you are sure he's legit. Anna's jaw clenches. Lay off it, Arya, she says coldly. Arya pinches the bridge of her nose. I will, I promise. I just don't want the incident with Chad to repeat itself. Why would it? Ryan's a friend. You know dating much older men is your thing, not mine. Anna gives her sister a stiff smile that never seems to reach her eyes. I appreciate what you're doing, sis, but I've told you to stay out of middling in my personal life. I know it was you who had his arm broken. He deserved every... That doesn't matter. Anna cuts her sister off. You had to right to spy on him without my knowledge. I told you what would happen if I ever caught you doing anything like that again, did I? Anna says coldly. Arya sighs. Yeah, I promise. Just promise me to be careful around Ryan until you know him better. Anna stares at her sister with a blank expression for a few seconds. I'm not stupid, Arya. I know, baby sis, I know. The two-sister lapses into silence for a moment, the mood completely broken. This really wasn't how Arya hoped it would turn out. She knows she can be a bit overprotective about her baby sister, but she's just that, her baby sister. She'd trash her business in a heartbeat if that was what it would take to protect her. Honor is all she has, the only thing making her smile these days. Arya is brought out of her stupor when Anna suddenly jumps to her feet. "I need to get a drink," she mutters as she walks toward the door. Halfway there, she glances across her shoulder. "If you're wrong about Ryan, I want you to promise me to never question my friends again." "I promise," Arya mutters, but it's too late. Anna has already left. Arya slumps into her seat. "Sister," she mutters, staring dumbfounded at the door. Why does it need to be like this? Over what? A guy who scammed her out of a measly €20. She really shouldn't have made an issue over this, but she can't help herself. People get scammed all the time. If anything, this is a good lesson for her naive little sister. The problem, however, is what his end goal is. If it's just €20, that's fine. If he hurts her little sister, though. A knock on her door breaks her out of her somber thoughts. When she doesn't answer, the door opens and Benjamin enters the room. "Madam, are you all right?" he asks, concern in his voice. Yes, thank you. We just had a small argument, a really silly one, really." Benjamin raises an eyebrow. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Arya, still lost deep in thought, shakes her head lightly. "No, I don't think," she mutters, trailing on into silence. No, she won't let some bastard hurt her sister. Not again. "Wait, there is one thing." She straightens, determination returning to her mind. "I want you to contact Brian and figure out who this Ryan character is. I want you to find out who he is, where he lives, what he does for a living, and if he is currently romantically involved with anyone. Oh, and also check if he has a police record. I want you to find out everything you can, and I want that report yesterday," she says coldly. Benjamin feels a shiver crawl down his spine. He gives a short nod. "Do you also want him followed in game?" Arya thinks it over for a second. "No, hold off on that. The risk of Anna finding out about it is too high. Just get me the information for now." He gives another short nod. "It will be done, madam." Chapter 31, Army of Thieves. Chapter 31, Army of Thieves. I really needed that break. That heist really took the oomph out of me. My nerves are completely shot, and I just need to spend a few hours not looking over my shoulder. The best way to do that is to go for a run and grab something extra greasy to eat, coupled with an ice-cold beer and the 58th season of The Simpsons. The best season they created, in my honest opinion. In the end, though, I have to return to Ascendance Unlimited. It's probably not good for my psyche, but I'll survive. I always do. Logging back into the game, I find myself back at the room I rented in the shanty town. Looking around, I find my underlings just where I left them. My poisoner is hard at work, and I'm pleased to see that she has managed to craft a decent batch of poisons for my underlings. They really came in handy during the heist, and I doubt I'd have a flying chance in hell of killing the guard without it. My two spotters are standing idly by in the corner, covering the door. I went against my better judgment and brought them up to my room, mainly because I needed a break more than I needed to be cautious earlier. I don't regret the decision, but it will probably not become a common occurrence. There is just too much riding on my discretion. A lot of things happened this morning, and I'm finally ready to go over the results. First of all, I bring up the notifications I discarded earlier. The job, burglarizing Bard, is successful. For untold acts of heroism or accomplishments of significance, bards have been there to record it. There are few songs about thief lords, but your ballad is one filled with violence and blood. You secured your objective, but at great cost. Your notoriety will surely rise with the sun this day. Rewards: 400 experience, 8 pieces of equipment, 1 consumable, 1 miscellaneous items, 6 gold, 2 silver, 9 copper. The event subquest: Escape from the Bards, is successful. There are many opinions on which quality is most suited for a thief lord. There is no absolute answer, but most agree you need a good pair of boots. There will be many trials ahead, thief lord. Prepare well. Rewards: 100 experience. Okay, is it just me, or does the system messages get more ominous sounding the more jobs I complete? If I didn't know any better, I'd say the system doesn't like my approach to things. I have to object, though, since the majority of the events were out of my control, but still. Shouldn't I get some points for at least attempting stealth? It's not my fault the system and my karmic luck throws me a curveball every time. The system is rigged, and the system should know better. One thing the system got right, though, is the cost of the job. I managed to get out with some pretty sweet gear and an invaluable skill book, but I lost a lot of items. Everything my 3 underlings looted in the storage room was lost upon their deaths, and whatever the beggar managed to lift off the dead guard is probably lining some lucky player's pocket right now. That's not the worst that could happen, though. The worst part is that I lost all the gear my underlings were wearing. It's over 20 gold worth of equipment, and that stings. Deeply. In the end, though, I still came out ahead, so it's not like I will cry myself to sleep anytime soon. Anyway, I'm back in the game now, and the job was a Pyrrhic success. That means it's time for me to partake in the spoils. After killing the guard, the huge experience gain I received was staggering. It's unbelievably lucrative, actually. The way the experience gain works in this game is based on 2 things: the level discrepancy between the 2 opposing sides and the sheer number of people involved in the takedown. The majority of the experience I gained can be written off as the guard being 15 levels higher than me. That's 4 times the level I had. There's no wonder my gains were astronomical. The other factor is the number of people in the party. That's where being a villain shines the most. This game is inherently a group-oriented game, which means for most fights you need the cooperation of other players to win. If you share a kill, you will then also have to share the rewards. So when I'm playing as a thief lord, my underlings are considered to be an extension of myself. This means the game system recognizes me as a solo player. That means I get the whole pool of experience and loot for myself, which is why I have the potential for leveling faster than other classes by grinding alone, as well as getting huge material gains for killing things. If it hadn't been because of the huge demerits of dying and a severe lack of healing options, there would probably be villains running all over the place. After killing the guard, I gained enough experience to reach level 7. Coupled with the rewards for finishing the job and the subquest, I'm already over halfway on my way to reach level 8. That's not what excites me the most, though. Nope. What I've really been waiting for is equipping my new stuff. I open up my inventory and start equipping all of my newly acquired gear, taking a moment to appreciate each piece as I put them on. The pieces of armor look good, almost a bit too good. The leather is light brown, and the exotic oils give it an extra shine to it. The stitchings are made with fine golden thread, and the patterns are embroidered to look like a piece of art rather than have practicality in mind. It doesn't help that my hat has a gigantic feather sticking out of it, reminiscent of an ostrich. Unlike the majority of the gear low-level players where these are all expertly crafted items, they are all made with style and showmanship in mind. These are definitely pieces made for a bard, which makes it kind of awkward for a thief lord to wear, since, I don't want any attention drawn towards me. The wooden loot I wield is the cherry on top, completing the image of me being a low-level bard. What? Yeah, I look suspicious as hell, don't I? Who the hell would believe a trap maker would spend this kind of money on gear that doesn't really give any benefits to my profession? Sure, some people could think I'm an eccentric rich kid who only cares about looks, but that would only draw the interest of even more parties. Stupid rich people are prime targets for scams, jealousy, and other means of exploitation, after all. I bring up my status, checking the stat gains. Status name: Rhinorn Stabberton class, Thief Lord Trap Maker race, Halfling level 7 health, 150 mana, 460 experience, 698 1300 renown, NA. Attributes: strength, 5-10%, endurance, 15 plus 10, agility, 6 plus 2-10%, dexterity, 21 plus 6 plus 13/75%, perception, 5, intelligence, 46, plus 54/75%, wisdom, 6 plus 1, charisma, 54 27 plus 22 plus 10%, luck, 13 plus 2 plus 10%, unassigned attribute points, 6. Equipment: weapon, dented spruce loot. Uncommon, 2/4 blunt damage plus 4 charisma plus 2 dexterity, requires level 6. Contraband asterisk offhand, NA helmet feathered cap. Uncommon, 15% physical resistance plus 3 charisma plus 1 wisdom, requires level 6. Contraband asterisk neck amber necklace, rare, plus 4 charisma, requires level 3. Contraband asterisk shoulder embroidered leather pauldrons. Uncommon. 15% physical resistance plus 2 endurance plus 2 charisma, requires level 6. Contraband asterisk chest, embroidered leather chest, uncommon, 20% physical resistance plus 4 endurance plus 3 charisma, requires level 6. Contraband asterisk hands, embroidered leather gloves, uncommon, 15% physical resistance plus 3 dexterity plus 1 charisma, requires level 6. Contraband asterisk ring 1, engraved silver ring. Uncommon plus 2 charisma, requires level 3. Contraband asterisk ring 2, dealer's signet, rare, plus 2 luck plus 1 dexterity, requires level 3. Contraband asterisk legs, embroidered leather greaves, uncommon, 20% physical resistance plus 4 endurance plus 2 charisma, requires level 6. Contraband asterisk feet, embroidered leather boots, uncommon. 15% physical resistance plus 5% movement speed plus 2 agility plus 1 charisma, requires level 6. Contraband asterisk special, villain's mask, class unique, soulbound. While wearing, conceals your name but reveals your true class upon death. Traits plus thief lord basic abilities, plus class skills, plus general combat skills, plus general social skills, plus lesser magic schools, plus profession, plus unassigned skill points, 2. Wow, those numbers, just wow. I don't care how suspicious I look anymore. These stats are insane for my level. There is no way I can just discard this gear when I look upon these bonuses. I had a feeling this would happen at one point or another. Luckily, there is a solution. I just hoped I could postpone it for as long as possible, as doing it right now might become a death sentence. Before I chose to play as a fake trap maker, I looked up tons of ways to help conceal myself better. One idea sprang to mind by complete coincidence. This game, like countless games before it, offers the possibility of getting cosmetic upgrades to their gear. This upgrade means that people can change the look of the gear they are wearing into something that looks different, without actually changing the gear and losing all their valuable stats. This is a feature often used in the past since most gear, good as they may be, sometimes look horrendous, truly and utterly disgusting in some cases. The solution to this problem is offering a way to pay for cosmetic changes to your gear. This doesn't really improve the efficiency of your gear, but you can change the look of it into something that's a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. Or, in my case, something that doesn't look quite so bardish. Sure, I could go around and tell everyone I used a cosmetic upgrade to my shitty gear, but since a complete overhaul costs 30 gold coins, most people would just consider it a waste of money this early in the game. For me, though, this might truly boost my alias as a trap maker if I only change my gear to look like common crafter's gear. This way, I could look far more inconspicuous while still retaining all the gear value from the Bard's set. The downside to the cosmetic upgrades, though, is that they really only work in safe zones, and I need to enter a specialized shop to get the changes made. The problem here is the cosmetics shop is located in the Market District, which is commonly known as Player Central Station. Heading in there without my perception defenses up is incredibly risky, but it's not completely impossible. It's a big risk to take, but it will be worth it in the end. All of Drenaries is considered a safe zone, which means the disguise will always be active, and I have no intention of leaving the city in the foreseeable future. It's totally worth it. Before all that, though, I should perform my favorite activity. Yup, you guessed it. It's time to recruit a whole army of underlings. With a charisma attribute at 54, I can recruit 3 new underlings. Even more if I decide to allocate any of my 6 unassigned attribute points into charisma. I was planning on assigning all my new points into luck to prepare for the future, but it actually would be kind of silly not to allocate a single point into charisma, as I only need 1 more point to recruit another underling. That's a given. It's really tempting to just throw the remaining 5 in there as well. I don't have a lot of skills that benefit from luck yet, and I do plan on spending my latest skill points and the next one into getting all the Trap Maker sub-skills. It will therefore still be a while until I can pick up any more luck-based skills. I don't need much luck yet, but I suppose I need to keep my future development path in mind. The luck stat is hard to increase outside of level-ups, as there isn't much gear out there that grants the luck attribute. If I overinvest into charisma now, I might suffer for it later. Therefore, I decide to put a single point into charisma, raising it to 55 and the remaining 5 into luck. Grinning like the beautiful bastard I am, I head downstairs into the tavern proper. I take extra care to make sure the tavern is void of players, and I soon find myself sitting in my favorite corner booth. My first order of business is to revive my previous fallen comrades at arms. Gold for blood. The life of a villain is strife with violence. Many will perish, be it your friend or foe. Life is precious. But like everything in life, it has a price. You may pay for the blood with gold. Tier 1 underlings costs 5 copper per underling human hoodlum, 7 fighter human cutpurse, 7 rogue dwarf hoodlum, 7 ranged dwarf beggar, 5 agent. After a short moment, my 4 fallen underlings step into the tavern, good as new. They are decked out in the basic level 1 gear, but other than that, they look good as new. Or bad as new, however you want to look at it. As much fun as it would be to catch up with my mute underlings, I'm already perusing the recruitment tab before they even have time to sit down. Recruit underling. You have entered a tavern located in a naval city. You will be able to recruit underlings to bolster your ranks. Please select one of the following underling types. Recruit a fighter type, underling recruit a rogue type, underling recruit a ranged type, underling recruit an agent type, underling recruit a specialist type underling. Make your choice, Thief Lord. Excellent, I've done a little thinking about what I need next, and there are several factors to consider. I get to recruit 4 new underlings, and now that I've got to know the quirks of my class, I think I've come up with the best development path going forward. First of all, I can never have enough troops. My class is based around swarming my enemies with high numbers, striking quickly and efficiently before they have time to react. More hands also increase the rate I can grind experience, since more underlings don't mean that I personally get any less experience. Therefore, more fighters, rogues, and ranged units are an absolute priority. I also have to consider my supporting units, though. The beggar is a valuable addition to my repertoire, and he works both with gathering intel, as well as being an efficient pawn during heists, whether it is through distractions or emergency escapes. As we know, the beggar can uncover a single heist per day, 2 under special circumstances like with the alchemist job. Now that I have more underlings at my disposal, I'm fairly certain I can manage to perform 2 heists per day. Not only is the loot great, but the experience makes it well worth it. I can't disregard the assistance of specialists, but I already have a poisoner, and the remaining specialists just aren't that vital to my operations as of yet. This is why I've decided to recruit another cutpurse, a beggar, and 2 more hoodlums. Confirming my choice, I sit around idly, waiting for my underlings to start appearing. Shortly after, my 4 fresh underlings enter through the tavern door. My 2 hoodlums walk at the front, and I'm surprised to see they look almost identical. They are both half-breeds where one part is human and the other seems to be of orcish heritage. They are powerfully built men, with a sickly greenish tint to their skin and a small set of fangs protruding from their lower lips. Other than that, they look like a couple of regular humans, albeit a pair who suffers from a severe case of steroid abuse. Following the half-orc twins, my cutpurse worms her way through the room. Being a gnome, I hardly notice her behind the 2 hulking brutes. The gnome looks like any other gnome, really. Her skinny body is surprisingly reminiscent of a human child's, and her head seems to be just a few sizes too large for the petite body. Her hair is of vibrant purple color, and her large orange eyes shine with ferocity, unlike the regular merry-go-lucky attitude of her kin. The final underling to arrive is the human beggar at the back, trailing carefully after her 3 more intimidating colleagues. She has dirty blonde hair, cut short with a strip of cloth tying her hair into a miniature ponytail. She walks with her shoulders dropped, showing off a posture that tells of her being subdued and frail. I know her looks are most likely a lie, though, as I know you can't be weak to survive in our line of work. With my newest underlings gathered around me, it's starting to feel a little crowded in here. Therefore, I send the majority of them back up into the room and have my beggars head out to dig up a few new heists. I only let my highest-level hoodlum and cutpurse stay with me. I should head out and get to work myself, but I have one final thing to do before I proceed. Something I've been looking forward to since I started playing as a thief lord. Oh yeah, it's happening. It's time to get a lieutenant. Chapter 32, Cobra. Chapter 32, Cobra. I rub my hands together, having looked forward to this moment for a very long time. For the sake of my fleeting memory, I bring up the Thief Lord's basic ability pertinent to this upgrade. Promote Lieutenant, upgrade an underling to a lieutenant. You may upgrade 1 lieutenant per 50 charisma. There it is, it's finally time. It took a while, but I have finally passed the 50 charisma requirement to activate it. The ability is powerful, and it's definitely a juicy power boost. I would actually say it's one of the most crucial abilities to have when playing as a Thief Lord. I waste no time in activating the skill. Upgrade an underling into a lieutenant. Lieutenants are considered the elites of a Thief Lord's underlings. Lieutenants are capable underlings, able to lead a team of underlings on jobs in the name of their leader. Their position demands a certain level of power, and their stats gain a 50% boost. Choose your candidate carefully, Thief Lord. The benefits of having a lieutenant is huge. Not only do they get a massive power boost by becoming an elite mob, but they also gain the highly coveted ability to lead the rest of my underlings, which means they can perform jobs without the need of me being nearby. Obviously, this isn't without faults, as the underlings cannot benefit from my planning or skills. They may fail some jobs, and losses are sometimes inevitable, but the gains outweigh the risks. I will probably still have to come along on jobs that have hard difficulty, but performing easy jobs should be a breeze for them as long as their equipment and levels are up to date. The real question I have to ask myself here, though, is which underling should I upgrade? It's a tough call, but I have narrowed my decision down to 2 potential candidates: the high-level hoodlum and the cutpurse. Both characters have great merits, and my choice should mostly depend on my game style. The most powerful choice would be to upgrade the cutpurse, as a boost to his stealth, damage, and lockpicking could make any job easier. It seems like the most obvious choice, and it gives me the most versatility going forward. The only thing holding me back is the potential powerhouse my hoodlum can be. There is no reason to deny it, but in my opinion, my hoodlum has been the linchpin of the majority of my conflicts. It's not just that he can fight toe-to-toe with most enemies when combat is inevitable, but his grapple skill has been a key instrument in taking down enemies quickly and efficiently. The massive boost to his physical abilities will only strengthen this skill, and that's what draws my interest in promoting the hoodlum over the cutpurse. As I said, both choices have merits, and it's tough to decide. I think I'm going to go with my gut on this one, though. As strong as the cutpurse may be, I can't overlook the fact that the hoodlum is good to have when everything goes to shit. In my experience, everything goes to shit at one point or another. Having a designated plan B not only soothes my mind, but it's also the most logical choice in the long run. I need to be protected at all costs. The hoodlum is the best option for that. With my mind made up, I select my hoodlum, watching as the system does its thing. You have promoted human hoodlum 7 into a lieutenant. Would you like to name your lieutenant? Warning, all choices are final. Smiling, I opt to select a name for my underling. I spent a fair time during my off time thinking up a suitable name, and let me tell you this: naming stuff is one of the hardest things you can ever do. I don't envy the parents of multiple children. Their struggle must have been real. Selecting a fitting name isn't easy, but I think I've come up with something suitable. Since I'm a thief lord, which means I'm basically the master of thieves and assassins, it's only fitting that my underlings live up to our style of life. We're sneaky little bastards, but we're also dangerous, especially with the addition of poison. There is also the fun and fitting saying I've always liked, which I find pretty ironic in this setting: if you want to kill a snake, then you have to chop off its head. Human Elite Hoodlum Cobra 7, Lieutenant, Fighter, HP 360-360, Infamy Tier 1. I whistle in satisfaction. That's one hell of a power boost. He will most surely come in handy in any future brawl. Nevertheless, even with all these boosts to his power, they pale in comparison to the one aspect of the promotion I have been looking forward to the most. Can you guess it? No? Well, it's the one thing that wasn't mentioned in the lieutenant description. It has been 3 months since my last opportunity to scratch this itch, and the moment has finally come. With one hell of a wide grin, I set my eyes on my new lieutenant. Welcome to the team, Cobra. My hoodlum, or should I say Cobra, meets my gaze. He stares at me intently, his eyes shining with intelligence. With a toothy grin, he guffaws. Glad to be here, boss. I snort, grinning from ear to ear. Finally, after all this time, I have someone to talk to. If I had been a little bit more sentimental, I might actually wipe a tear from the corner of my eye. These past 3 months have been really lonely. It's tough having no one to talk to. The human psyche was never meant to be antisocial for this long. Sure, Cobra isn't a real person, but with the upgrade to his artificial intelligence, he might as well be. Artificial intelligence has come a long way these past decades, and some may argue they should be considered individual sentient beings. I don't really get too caught up in the ethical debates about the matter, and frankly, I don't care. As long as I have someone to listen to my bitching and respond to my mad ravings, then I'm good. That's really all I can ask for, and it covers my basic needs. If I need to talk to someone made of flesh and blood, then I can always call my dad or write a short message to Anna. Or scratch that last one, that girl is crazy. The underling in front of me is slightly different from the level 7 hoodlum I knew from just moments ago. Earlier, he was just a regular plain-looking human, strong but otherwise nondescript. Now, though, his character seems to have a lot more life in him. He has curly brown hair, green eyes, a week-old beard, and a small scar across his nose. His teeth are all there, but their once pristine color has faded into a yellow-brownish color. I wouldn't call him handsome, but he certainly looks more real. I know I'm pretty boss, but you don't have to stare so much. All the ladies will get the wrong idea. He grins, sipping from a mug of ale he conjured from God knows where. Ah, right, my bad, I mutter, shaking me out of my musings. It's been too long since I've had a regular conversation partner, I almost forget I have to talk to them. Playing alone for 3 months must have made a number on my social skills. Cobra seems to be a cheerful kind of guy. He looks attentive, but he also has this easygoing attitude going for him that makes him appear like an overconfident prick. Don't get me wrong, those types of people can be incredibly interesting as long as they don't act the part. His voice is a little odd, though. It's a very rough voice, sounding a little bit like a chain smoker. It doesn't seem to give him any issues, though. Bad boys are supposed to be a little rough around the edges, aren't they? So what do you want me to do, boss? Mug an old woman, stab someone, I'm up for anything, just give the word. He smiles for a moment until he pauses. Raising an eyebrow, he gives me a skeptical look. Except, you know, that. That? I stare at him. What is he on about? What the hell is that? Does he mean Cobra interrupts my rambling thoughts as he stretches into an exaggerated yawn, drawing my attention. When his arms drop, his right hand moves down his torso, coming to rest over his crotch. I blink twice in confusion until the realization hits me. Oh, I pinch the bridge of my nose. He's that sort. Dude, what the fuck? Even if I swung that way, which I do, I assure you, there isn't enough dwarven fire whiskey in the world that would even make me consider that option. He winks at me. You're lost, boss. I snort. This guy has the worst humor. I think I need some time to get used to this guy. I should probably set some time aside later to talk some more to him. Sometime I'm not so busy. Just shut up. We've got work to do. Sure thing, boss. I would offer to lead the way, but you know, I don't want you staring at my ass. He chuckles. Ha ha, very funny. I bet you're just saying that so that you can get a good look at mine. He bursts into laughter. If I ever wanted to look at a flat ass, I'd just holler at your sister. Oh, really, Mr. Funny Guy? Just for that comment, you're bunking with the poisoner tonight. The blood quickly drains from Cobra's face. Please do. I grin while giving him a wink of my own. His humor is terrible, but so is mine. Two can play this game, and the only difference between the two of us is that I'm better at it. I think the two of us will get along splendidly. Anyway, I can't loiter around here all day. As funny as tearing Cobra a new one is, it won't bring me closer to my dream. We need to get to work, and I need to check a few things out. What I really want Cobra to do is head down into the sewers to start training up my freshest recruits. It's a good idea, but it doesn't really work together with my plan to go visit the vanity store and get the cosmetic upgrade. The problem with this is twofold. First of all, I have to enter an area populated by the majority of the city's player population. That means I can't bring any backup, and I need to stay as under the radar as possible. The second part is that I can't under any circumstance draw any attention, which means I need to temporarily take off the armor I earned earlier. This isn't the worst thing in the world that could happen, but taking it off would reduce my charisma attribute well below the required level to support all my underlings. This means I can't use at least 4 of my underlings for the duration of my trip, and that includes my lieutenant. Luckily for me, the game doesn't automatically dismiss my underlings when I can't support their required charisma levels, but it does cause the affected underlings to stop following my orders. They wouldn't take hostile action against me, but they wouldn't make any effort to support me either. If I can't sustain the required charisma levels, then they would just sit around doing nothing. I experimented with this feature earlier when I was playing as my necromancer, and it works suspiciously fluidly. I want to prepare as well as I can for this endeavor, though. The first thing I do is to stash my extra underlings inside my room upstairs. Next, I take off all my useful armor, storing it into the jewelry box container I looted during my first heist. This way, I can at least save my 10 most precious items safely if I end up dying and have to recreate my character. Otherwise, everything that I own will automatically disappear a short time after my character is deleted. It's a harsh feature, but it's necessary so that I can't just reroll a new character and easily regain all my lost items in a rented room if something goes wrong. The game insists on an element of risk after all. As soon as my most precious items are off, my underlings start losing their focus. Their obedient and attentive gazes sort of fade away, and the underlings just slump down into a corner, lazing about. Cobra and the 2 half-orcs actually start up a game of dice, none of them bothering to acknowledge my presence. It feels kind of weird, but that's how the game works, I guess. Besides, this is only temporary. I'll be back in an hour, hopefully, and everything will be back to normal by then. Before I leave, I decide to take back my poisoner's apron. While I still have my own apron from earlier, hers is part of an item set. This means they cover several item slots, which actually makes it cheaper for me to use as a template for the cosmetic upgrade. I have to save money where I can after all. With my business taken care of, I put on my crappy starter equipment and head outside. I take a short moment to hide the jewelry box inside the nearby warehouse before I turn my nose north towards the market district. I take my time making my way north. I stay off the main road, keeping to the alleyways wherever I can. I don't meet many players until I reach the market district, and I actually had to utilize my calm spell a few times on my way when I accidentally ran into a pair of hostile hoodlums. All in all, the trip was rather uneventful. The market district is a perfectly circular district which slopes downwards from the edges towards the center. It sort of looks like a giant funnel, really. The game's inbuilt Wikipedia says it's because the town was built on an old open-pit quarry, but that hardly matters. The site below me is truly mesmerizing. The district is artistically built, with 6 main roads leading from the edges of the district that converges at the center. The center of the district is where the most important buildings are located, which is mainly the guild bank, the auction house, and the money exchange office. My chances of reaching those buildings without getting spotted are less than 0, so I quickly discard the idea. The remainder of the market district is made up of a set of sub-districts, or quarters if you may. The arms and armor quarter is to the northwest, the alchemical and enchanter quarter to the northeast, the general stores to the southwest, while the southeast is where the majority of the taverns and miscellaneous shops that don't fit into any of the other quarters are located. There is also a bunch of other utility buildings scattered all over, including NPC housing and lodging, so there is plenty to see and do around here. This district may be the smallest of all the districts, but that doesn't mean you can see it all in under an hour. The vanity store I'm looking for is situated in the southeastern corner, so I luckily don't have to travel far. The bad part is that this quarter is the most player-dense area in the entire district. Since this is the quarter with all the taverns, this is naturally where all the players go to leave their characters overnight. Or is it overday? Meh, I suppose it doesn't matter. While most players usually don't log in or off around noon, it's still a steady stream of players walking everywhere. My best bet is to quickly locate the shop, enter it, then leave while crossing my fingers and hope that no one casually throws and inspect my way. I start my trip to the quarter. I take my time, walking from alleyway to alleyway, making certain to scan the streets for any high-level players as I go. It takes a long time, but I really can't be careful enough when it comes to this sort of task. It takes me a good 20 minutes to move 300 meters, which is slower than it would take to inch my way forward by the strength of my pinky finger. It works, though, and I soon find myself in the vicinity of the store I'm looking for. Unfortunately, that's also the moment I run into trouble. A duo of high-level rangers are walking my way, the guild logo of the Dark Pegasus Guild attached to their name tags. The pair seems to be extra vigilant when it comes to checking all the nearby players, and I doubt they do it just for the heck of it. They must be a guild patrol. Alarmed, I slip further into a nearby alleyway, crouching behind a few conveniently located crates at the far end. Activating Chameleon, I decide to try and wait out the storm from safety. Lady Luck shines upon me as the dude was skirting around their duties, not taking sufficient care to thoroughly investigate every nook and cranny they come across. I can relate to the sentiment, but their sloppy work ethic is what ultimately prevents them from catching me. If this is the quality I can expect from future patrols, then I don't think I will have too much to fear from walking around in public when I've leveled up a bit. I deactivate my skill and prepare to leave when I catch something from the corner of my eye. There, in a shadowy corner of the street, is a familiar-looking metal hatch in the middle of the cobbled street. Is that a sewer entrance? Chapter 33, Gold Drain. Chapter 33, Gold Drain. It seems like Lady Luck is finally shining down on me. I already knew the sewer system would also stretch beneath the other city districts, but to so quickly come across an entrance. It's amazing. I wonder if I should sneak a peek into the sewers to see what types of enemies are down there. Obviously, I would do it just to gain some tactical information, of course, and not just to satiate my curiosity. On the other side, I should probably just keep my head down and head over to the vanity store before more players log on after finishing school or work. The smart thing to do is get the cosmetic upgrades as soon as I can, but curiosity sometimes gets the better of me. It would be nice to see what I would be up against by the time I have to branch out and away from the shanty town, and it wouldn't hurt to know what is down there in case something bad happens later and I need a way to retreat. Yeah, that sounds like a plausible reason. Climbing down into the sewers, I'm met by an intense stench, far worse than the sewers back in the shanty town. Instinctively pinching my nose shut, I'm of half a mind to climb back up and never come back when the sound of a roaring waterfall reaches my ears. My interest once more piqued, I inch my way down the corridor, being extra careful to keep an eye out for any traps. I don't know what level this zone is, but I feel like I can't be too careful when it comes to this place. The corridor is rather short, and I don't walk for more than 50 meters until the corridor tilts and opens up into a large cavern. Peeking around the corner, my jaw drops as I look out over a gigantic cistern, located directly beneath the market district. The cavern is nearly 300 meters across, and I can't even see the bottom from where I stand. The walls are made up of perfectly chiseled blocks of stone, and there are large alcoves located high up and along the dark walls. 6 evenly spaced rivers of raw sewage enter from the edges of the cavern, disposing their filth deep into the depths below. The sight is beautiful, in a disgusting and unsanitized sort of way. It's so mesmerizing, I even forget to hold my nose shut while I stare at the beauty of it all. The stench eventually grabs hold of my attention, and I turn to leave when I notice a few of the natives only a short distance away. It's a group of bipedal creatures, hunched over with thick brown fur. They are wielding an assortment of rusted weapons and armor, and they have small beady red eyes that scan their surroundings attentively. I inspect the closest creature. Ratman Scout 21, HP. What? Yeah, I'm out of here. Turning around, I sprint back down the corridor. This place is way above what I can handle at the moment, but I'm glad that I at least know what's down here. Practically leaping out of the sewers, I take a moment to make sure the hatch is properly sealed behind me. I don't know if it's possible, but I'd rather not risk any of those ratmen following me up here. Those little buggers looked like they could actually climb a ladder. The remainder of the trip is rather uneventful. The sewer entrance was only 2 blocks away from the vanity store, and the store itself is in a rather secluded corner of the district. Since most people don't have the coin to spend on frivolous things like cosmetic upgrades as of yet, the store is completely void of people. Actually buying the cosmetic upgrades isn't that hard, but it certainly puts a dent in my wallet. Fully customizing your gear usually costs roughly 30 gold, but seeing as I use an item kit as a template, I managed to circumvent the majority of the costs. The kit's appearances aren't flashy, so I can't say I really get a bang for my buck, but it more than serves its purpose. The set is considered a single item, as it covers both my chest, leg, and feet slot all for the price of one. That leaves me with only needing to customize the head, shoulders, and gloves slot. Therefore, instead of spending 30 coins on the upgrade, I can get away with paying only 15 gold coins. It's not the highest amount of money, but I'd really prefer it if I didn't have to waste it on frivolous things like this. Finding items to replace the helmet and glove slot are easy, considering I already have the spectacles and knuckle dusters from earlier. I didn't have a cosmetic template for the shoulder slot, but I could replace it with a general shop-owned template for a small extra fee. I ended up choosing the cheapest option, so the extra cost was negligible. Still, that's money I'd rather spend on rent. A fun thing that comes to mind is that with this purchase, I have actually spent more money than I have earned so far. That is, of course, if I don't count the 300 gold bribe I received from Greg and Kevin, bless their souls. I really lucked out on that one, and I'll be certain to spend another great slump of their donation on better gear for my underlings. Yeah, that's going to cost me an arm and a leg. Finishing up my transactions, I look over my character. I actually look pretty decent, all considering. The only trouble I run into is that I can't get a cosmetic upgrade to a weapon that differs too much from the original. It would be weird if my loot suddenly looked like a dagger after all. It's not ideal, but I can always play it off by saying I need the dexterity bonus for my craft, and that the charisma helps with buying and selling wares. It's not an unreasonable claim, and most crafters just equip whichever weapon gives them the greatest stats anyway. I'd still prefer it if I found something else, though, like a gilded dagger or a dueling sword, but I'd hate to give up on the attribute points regardless. Finally looking like a regular crafter schmuck, I start the long trek back towards the shanty town. The return trip goes a little faster, mostly because I have already mapped out the best route to take. Returning to the shanty town, I decide to not immediately head back to the tavern. As much as I'd love to get my underlings moving, it would be a waste to send them off without proper gear. I really hate this part of the plan, but as easy money comes, easy money goes. I head southeast until I come upon the shanty town's version of a market square. I quickly located Ulf's weaponsnarmer, heading inside to greet the grumpy silver-toothed fence. The sour dwarf quickly closes down shop upon seeing me, followed by digging up a few crates filled with stolen weapons and armor. Perusing through his wares, I momentarily consider spending one of my precious skill points on a haggling skill, but I dismiss the idea. I will definitely pick one up later when I don't have this many other priorities, though. Losing the majority of my underlings earlier put me at a severe disadvantage. Not only did I lose gear that was worth over 20 gold, I now have to rebuy said items, as well as equipping 4 more underlings. My inner hoarding demon shoots curses my way, but it's a necessary expense. I end up buying armor for every single one of my combat underlings, as well as new weapons for the 2 highest-level hoodlums. Luckily, the dagger I swapped out earlier when I found the letter opener is still in my possession, so I don't bother buying a new weapon for my highest-level cutpurse quite yet. Browsing through Ulf's wares, I pick out the following items. 4x heavy leather armor set. Common plus 30% physical resistance per level gain. Strength, endurance plus 1 agility plus 0.5 dexterity. Requires NPC fighter classification. Contraband. 2x shadowed leather armor set. Common plus 25% physical resistance per level gain. Agility plus 1 perception plus 1 dexterity, constitution, strength. Requires NPC rogue classification, contraband. Light leather armor set. Common. Plus 20% physical resistance per level gain, plus 15 dexterity plus 1 agility plus 1 perception, constitution, strength. Requires NPC ranged classification, contraband. 2x thick shortsword. Common. 1922 slashing damage plus 4 strength plus 2 dexterity. Requires level 7, contraband. The transaction cost me a staggering 40 gold coins, 8 silver, and 5 copper. It almost feels like throwing gold down a drain, but it is worth it. At least Ulf was a decent enough bloke to knock off a 1 gold discount for buying wares in bulk. My dad would probably slap me silly if he knew I just spent over 40 euros on buying clothes for a couple of computer programs, though. Any normal player would probably shake their heads at my frivolous spending, but the bonuses I get from the equipment is just too valuable. The amount of gold I just spent is huge, but it's not as bad as it looks. The problem with equipping gear in role-playing games is that the higher your level rises, so does your need for more powerful equipment. While this is true for me, it's not the case for my underlings. Being NPCs, they are bound by a different set of rules. Instead of equipping singular items as a player would, the NPCs use scalable item sets. This means they can use the same set of gear at level 1 as they can at level 100. This alleviates the need for me to spend endless amounts of money on equipping my underlings every few levels without going bankrupt. I'm not quite as lucky when it comes to weapons, though, but luckily for me, there are plenty of common-grade weapons dropped by humanoid monsters and enemies throughout the world. They may be the worst weapons of the lot, but it sure beats buying new ones all the time. Storing the loot in my inventory, I bid the scowling dwarf goodbye and head out. It's been a fruitful day of shopping, and I think I've done everything I can to prepare my underlings for the struggles ahead. I make good time heading back towards the tavern, only taking a slight detour to pick up all my stuff from the container I hid in the warehouse. With my charisma attribute back at 55, I head into the tavern and resume command over my loitering underlings. As I hand out the new gear to my underlings, Cobra walks up to me. "I'm glad you're back, boss. Was getting a little crowded in here." He grunts in his raspy voice. "I like the new digs. Proper gear for a good stabbing, I reckon." He grins with pleasure, taking a few practice swings with his new short sword. "I'm glad you think so. You'll be using it soon. We're heading down into the sewers to grind some experience for the new recruits." "Ah, excellent. Nothing beats a good old ass-kicking to train the fresh meat." He grins maniacally. "Almost as fun as taking a fresh young wench for a spin, that is." He laughs, slapping his belly as he inhales sharply. I scratch my head. This new guy is kind of odd. I like that he is cheerful, but I didn't expect him to have this much personality. Sure, it's nice that I finally have someone to talk to and all, but I wasn't really expecting to talk to the poor man's version of a frat boy. Do I like this? I'm not sure. If he keeps this up, though, I might start to think I was better off when he was a mute. Maybe he'll grow on me. Maybe, hopefully. Who am I kidding? Of course he will. Our crusade through the sewers is actually kind of dull. There is a hell of a lot of us, and we hardly fit into the narrow corridors down here. These corridors were designed to support a party of 5, maybe 6 players, and that would be stretching it. There are 9 of us now, and it doesn't leave us much elbow room to walk around. I've pretty much given up on being of any help during this grind, and I've reduced myself to walk solemnly at the back, spamming my skills and spells as often as the timers and my mana permits, only to occasionally walk to the front to disarm any traps if we come across any. My underlings certainly don't need any help fighting the monsters down here. With Cobra being an elite underling as well as being supported by several of my high-level underlings with top-notch gear, the fights are ridiculously easy. Not only are the monsters ranging from level 4 to 6, but my underlings are so numerous and vastly overpowered, it isn't even a challenge. This is completely different from when I played as a necromancer where I didn't have the option of equipping all my skeletons with this kind of gear. Thief lords sure have it good, don't they? Normally, being this overpowered wouldn't bother me, but the going is too slow. We may slay heaps and bounds more monsters now than we have ever done before, but the gains are abysmal. Not only do they provide next to no experience points when they die, but they also have reduced item drop rates the lower levels they are. This is dreadfully inefficient, and I might have to go look for some better hunting grounds soon. The only positive gain from this little excursion, though, is that it's a perfect leveling ground for my low-level underlings. After a good 7 hours of grinding, my spotters have reached level 6 and 5, and my 3 freshest underlings just pushed into level 4. The loot I've gained is hardly worth mentioning, so I guess it's time for me to call it quits. It wasn't very fun, and with the reduced experience gains, there is hardly a point to keep grinding down here. The most important thing is that all my underlings can at least participate in combat, without being a complete liability. No, if I am to get anywhere, I need to change my hunting ground. Due to a little scouting around the district, I figured out that the shanty town sewers spawn monsters ranging from level 4 to 9. Naturally, one would think that I still have plenty of level-appropriate monsters to slay, but there is a slight problem. The appropriately leveled monsters are all at the eastern parts of the sewers. Normally, this wouldn't be much of an issue for me, but it takes me dangerously close to the areas where Greg and Kevin are currently grinding. I could risk it and go down there to grind, but a single slip-up could mean the end of my character. If the Dark Pegasus Guild figures out that there is a thief lord loose in the city, one that has also discovered the secret leveling zone in the sewers, then I'd be royally screwed to such an extent. I wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell of ever recovering from the blow. That's why I need to figure out where the leveling zone from level 10 to 20 is located. I already know the market district houses level 20+ monsters, so that should narrow down where I can find the appropriately leveled monsters. Luckily, the number of districts in the city are in the single digits, and since these games usually follow a linear pattern of progression, it's reasonable to predict where the next zone is supposed to be. While the noob district to the southwest holds monsters ranging from level 1 to 3, and the shanty town has monsters from level 3 to 9, the next leveling zone must be in one of the 3 nearby districts. Since I already know the market district to the north has monsters in the level 20 range, that leaves the harbor district to the northeast, or the residential district to the northwest. Going by sheer gaming logic, it's reasonable to assume the appropriate leveling zone is by the harbor. The harbor shares a border with the majority of the shanty town and is thus much more easily accessible. Also, since the residential district is so ludicrously huge, I can safely assume the sewers under that district should contain monsters spanning over a much wider range than level 10 to 20. This is just pure speculation, but gaming logic is almost always applied to these sorts of scenarios, and all the warning signs point towards the harbor. So what am I wasting time around here for? Let's see what the harbor district has to offer. Chapter 34, Dogpile. Chapter 34, Dogpile. Well, it seems like my speculations were on point. Our little group spent a short while scouring through the back alleys of the harbor district until we finally came upon an entrance to the sewers. I could have tried to make my way over there below ground, but I'd rather save time by going there directly. It's not like there are a lot of players walking around as of yet, and I do have a sizable enough force to scout the area and help me look for an entrance. The combination of my cut purses and spotters work especially well together in this endeavor. Slipping into the sewers, our little army spreads out in a defensive formation. My hoodlums take point, supported by my cut purses on the flanks and the spotters behind. I'm walking safely between the spotters, making sure to keep the wall of hoodlums safely between me and whatever horror is down here. The highest level cut purse has already scouted out the place and confirmed that there are monsters within our level range ahead. I just don't know what yet, since our sign language isn't that sophisticated. The first thing we come across is actually not monsters, but a trap. My trap disarm skill has gained a few levels during my earlier grinding sessions, and I'm highly anticipating the jump in proficiency and difficulty in this higher level zone. Approaching the trap my underlings pointed out to me, I crouched to get a better look. This trap has a tripwire trigger mechanism, similar to the trigger mechanisms of the lower level traps. The sophistication is a little higher on this one, though. Unlike the basic traps from earlier, this tripwire is made up of two individual wires, entwined to look like a single thread. The end of the tripwire is safely attached to one side of the corridor and stretches across to the other side, where a small wooden box is snugly hidden in the shadows. There is a third wire connected to the box that joins the two prior wires, which leads further down into the corridor. That's probably the framework. Safely stepping past the trigger mechanism, I follow the triple thread back from the framework along the wall. The thread tilts slightly upwards, and after a few meters, I find the wires attached to a contraption fixed to the roof. The contraption holds an old wooden crossbow, armed and aimed further back down the corridor towards the tripwire. This is definitely the release mechanism. Having identified the three parts of the trap, it's time for me to properly analyze the contraption and figure out a way to dismantle it. This trap, in particular, would be simple to just trigger prematurely, but that would also mean I would have next to zero chance of salvaging any parts or gain any skill exp. I'm particularly eyeing the crossbow, as it looks far more valuable than the rest of the materials used. After looking for a short while, I identify the major hurdle of the trap. The two wires entwined in the trigger mechanism actually serve different functions. One of them is strung tightly, while the other is hanging a little loose. Examining the release mechanism, I notice a two-way pressure lever that will trigger the trap if the wires are either cut or pulled. That means I have to be much more careful. The third wire connected to the framework seems to be a second failsafe in case I attempt to tamper with the wire. This wire is connected to yet another pressure lever, and I need to figure out which way to properly dismantle it. I therefore start by tracing the third wire back to the release mechanism. After taking a few seconds to closely examine the crossbow, I find the wire connected to a small pin lodged between the releasing point and the crossbow string. If it's somehow removed, the crossbow will automatically fire. My first order of business is, therefore, to secure the linchpin in place, making sure it can't be moved by the change of pressure. I do this by pulling out a small string of my own and tie it around the base of the linchpin while squeezing it tightly between my thumb and index finger. After tying the string tight, I'm now confident the linchpin won't move while I dismantle the safeguards in the trap's framework. Taking care not to rustle the framework's wire, I pull out a small scissor and cut it. I hold my breath while doing this, as just a slightly too powerful tug might accidentally trigger the main trigger mechanism, as the framework wire is still attached to the two main wires. Exhaling in relief as nothing seems to happen, I work my way over towards securing the trigger mechanism. The best way to do this is to apply an anchor next to the two-way pressure lever, making the two wires superfluous. The pressure lever can only be moved in two different directions, so I need to jam it on one side. I decide to insert a small stick between the backside of the lever, anchoring it between the lever and the hard back panel of the mechanism. This makes certain the trigger mechanism won't snap out of alignment if I cut the two-way wire, as there is an opposing force keeping the lever from pulling back when the tightly tied string isn't there to keep it in place. My success is final when the system prompt arrives. Congratulations, you have managed to successfully dismantle a shoddy bolt wire trap. You have managed to salvage a part of the trap. Old crossbow, uncommon, 2830 to piercing damage plus 4 dexterity plus 2 perception, requires level 8, has been added to your inventory. Disarm trap has leveled up to novice 4. I grin with satisfaction. The whole procedure only lasts for 5 minutes, but that's enough to cause the sweat to pour from my body and my heart to race. This is probably one of the trickiest singular acts I've done so far in the game, and it was well worth it. Nothing beats the rush of overcoming a challenging obstacle. That's why I'm a gamer. The crossbow I gained is a huge upgrade for one of my spotters. At least it will be as soon as we manage to level up. It might be in a day or two, but I'm not in that much of a hurry. Well, I am, but you know what I mean. Regardless, I'll take any benefit I can get. With the crossbow safely stored in my inventory, we fall back into formation. The cut purses return to scouting while I keep casting and recasting my chameleon spell as soon as my mana regenerates. It doesn't regenerate fast due to my low wisdom attribute, but I have to make do with what I've got. We head on for a short while until our group comes to a halt. Looking ahead, I notice my high-level cutpurse sneaking back towards us. He holds up 2 fingers while nodding. Good. That means there are 2 enemies we should be able to handle. That's a good sign, which means my zone analysis from earlier was spot on. With a wave, I order my hoodlums to take point while the rest of us spread out as much as we can, limited as space may be. It doesn't take long until the 2 enemies come within sight. Human Zombie 10, HP 240-240. Dwarf Zombie 11, HP 260-260. Undead, there are undead down here. I smile. Undead are my favorite type of opponent, mostly because they always have glaring weaknesses and few surprises. There is hardly anything more cliché than zombies in a game, and these guys don't disappoint in that regard. Speaking from experience, I used to be a necromancer after all. These guys are ridiculously slow-moving while also dealing little damage. It doesn't matter if they wield low-level weapons. If they can't use the speed, that might just as well be bricks in their hands, albeit some very sharp bricks in some cases. Zombies are pretty weak, even for undead standards. Their strengths lie with high resistance to slashing damage and moderate defense against the other physical types of damage, while being weak against magic and blows to the head. Since they are so slow, it's also easy to gang up on them and beat them to a pulp without them having much of a chance to fight back. They are really up against a bad opponent for this. This will be easy. Grinning, I address my underlings. Get them, boys, cheap shot. Cobra guffaws, taking point while charging towards the 2 zombies and cackling menacingly. Come get me, you little buggers. My lieutenant charges forwards, throwing his entire body weight against the zombie dwarf. Being the naturally strongest of the 2 zombies, the dwarf is still unable to stand up to the might of my powered-up hoodlum. The pair slams into the ground, the rusty iron hammer flying from the zombie's grip as it tries to bite and claw at Cobra. It gets in a few good jabs, and I spot a few small gashes appear on Cobra's chin and wrist. You biting little bastard, Cobra roars, while simultaneously stabbing the zombie in the gut. I'll make you regret ever deciding to come back to life, you snot-sucking little dirtbag. Their shouts and mortal combat fades from view as the rest of my underlings charge forward to surround the remaining zombie. My dwarven hoodlum takes point and is currently dodging the slow blows from the zombie's rusted short sword. The level difference is noticeable as my hoodlum struggles, but she doesn't fight alone. The zombie already has a bolt and a throwing knife embedded in its torso, while its Achilles heel has been cut by my cutpurse. The 2 hoodlum half-orcs have taken up a flanking position, but they are hesitating to attack as they might not survive a single swipe from the much stronger zombie. No matter how I look at it, this isn't an easy fight. We may be slowly whittling down the enemy, but due to the level difference, my underlings still take a fair amount of damage. Cobra is faring worst, but luckily, he is also the underling with the largest health pool. Due to the nature of his fight, it's difficult for the rest of my underlings to pitch in as limbs are flying everywhere. You approach that battle only at your own risk. Cobra isn't entirely on his own, though, as the low-level cutpurse decided to help him out. She isn't making too much of a difference, but she at least managed to get a few shallow gashes into the dwarven zombie's face. If anything, she'll probably gain a whole lot of experience from this fight. Standing at the back, I can't help but feel a little useless. I wish I had a few more skills to help out, but the situation is what it is. If this large army of underlings can't even manage this much on their own, then I have bigger problems to worry about than a lack of skills. The battle rages on for a short while, and the progress is slowly but steadily turning in my favor. Despite being at a much lower level, Cobra is winning the fight against his opponent. He is technically still the weaker opponent, but his grapple skill keeps him in an advantageous position, and with its slower movements, the undead is just unable to dish out any real damage except for the occasional scratch and bite. It doesn't help that the low-level cutpurse is dealing more and more damage after repeatedly striking the same places on its face, stacking up extra damage due to repeatedly striking an ever-growing weak spot. The other fight is going much better. The dwarven hoodlum is battered and bruised but still kicking. She dances around the slow zombie's swings while dishing out a few small stabs of her own. The main difference in this fight, though, is that the majority of my underlings are involved, and they are quickly bringing its health low. The goings are slow, but everything abruptly escalates when the cut purse completely severs the majority of tendons in the human zombie's left foot, causing the zombie to lose balance. Seeing this, the dwarven hoodlum charges into its chest, bringing them both to the ground. To prevent the fight to turn into a copy of Cobra's fight, the two half-orcs each grapple an arm each, keeping them pinned. Lying on its back at the bottom of the dog pile, the human zombie can only smack its teeth together while waiting for the cut purse's dagger to hack into its brain. The human zombie dies shortly after, and the hoodlums immediately move to help out Cobra, repeating their successful tactic of throwing themselves at the enemy. With 4 hoodlums pinning the dwarven zombie to the ground, the second fight goes pretty much the exact same way as the first, with the zombie dying for the second, and hopefully last time of its existence. You have slain human zombie, 10, gain 75 experience. You have slain dwarf zombie, 11, gain 90 experience. Phew. That fight was tough, but unlike most of our much tougher fights earlier, this went far smoother. The biggest difference is obviously Cobra, who managed to tank the strongest monster while my underlings dealt with the weak one. I'm lucky to have him, and I don't regret upgrading the hoodlum 1 second. I doubt an upgraded cut purse would be nearly as effective. The enemies were at a much higher level, and even if this was a clean win, we still took a lot of damage. I decide to bring up my combat underlings stats. Human Elite Hoodlum Cobra 7, Lieutenant, Fighter, HP 14360, Infamy Tier 1. Human Cutpurse 7, Underling, Rogue, HP 113-155, Infamy Tier 1. Wood Elf Spotter 6, Underling, Ranged, HP 121-20, Infamy Tier 1. Dwarf Hoodlum 7, Underling, Fighter, HP 102-240, Infamy Tier 1. Halfling Spotter 6, Underling, Rogue, HP 110-110, Infamy Tier 1. Half-Orc Hoodlum 5, Underling, Fighter, HP 147-200, Infamy Tier 1. Half-Orc Hoodlum 5, Underling, Fighter, HP 167-200, Infamy Tier 1. Gnome Cutpurse 5, Underling, Rogue, HP 92-125, Infamy Tier 1. That fight went really well. Almost all my low-level underlings leveled up. Combined with their ridiculously low levels, as well as my experience-enhancing skill, the underlings are practically shooting up in level. This is obviously how it should be, and I just wish it was just as easy for me. Even my latest additions have nearly caught up to the rest of us. It's slightly frightening, really, but I don't mind. It would be weird if I were stuck with a long string of low-level underlings for the rest of the game. I can't really complain about progress, though, can I? Besides, we are still weak. Very weak. Their levels don't count for much if I can't properly equip them. This is the real reason I am so happy to run into zombies down here. Since they are humanoid creatures wielding weapons, they are also able to drop said weapons, which is perfect for a thief lord like me. Don't get me wrong, though. Farming weapons from humanoid creatures isn't as cracked up as it sounds. While they do indeed drop weapons, they are far from what you would call a good catch. The way the economy and looting works in this game is that you rarely get surprised, and you always get items relevant to your class and skill paths. Random mobs like these rarely drop weapons better than common quality, and those weapons will always have an equipment level of roughly 5 levels lower than the monster that dropped it. For example, if a level 10 humanoid drops a weapon, then it will almost always be a common grade level 5 weapon. Weapons like this will always be considered to be trash items to a regular player, and you will very rarely see a player equip a weapon if it drops. Players will usually always have an uncommon grade weapon or better, usually at a level matching their own. Those weapons only drop from elite mobs, quest mobs, or dungeon bosses, but they can also be sold by vendors in cities or crafted by a blacksmith. Regular players usually just sell these trash weapons for spare coins. That's regular players, though. For a player like me who has an ever-growing army of underlings, this option is perfect. Having the best equipment for my underlings at all times is unrealistic, and getting these types of weapons is nothing short of an economic miracle. After all my skeletons back when I played as a necromancer wielded weapons I looted off of a tribe of hobgoblins I found deep inside the forest. I gotta make do with what I've got and all that. Looting the bodies, I'm happy to notice we lucked out this time. Rusty Iron Shortsword. Common 12-14 slashing damage, +1 strength, +1 agility. Requires level 5. Zombie Brains. Common alchemical ingredient. Not a bad haul, and perfect timing. My lowest level underlings just hit level 5 after that last fight, making them eligible to equip the sword. I hand it over to one of the half-orc twins. This is pretty great. If I keep this up, then I'll hit level 8 in no time. I'm getting pretty close. I estimate 3 or 4 more zombies should do it. We should be able to do that within an hour or so if all goes well. Too bad my underlings regenerate their health so darn slow, though. I shrug, can't help it. I'm still more effective than a full party of players by now anyways. Idling around, I start pacing. I'm usually a very patient man, but I get really antsy when I get this close to a level up. Not only will I gain another level, but I will finally have enough skill points to start producing traps of my own. I can't wait to see what utility I can bring to the table. I'm going to have one hell of a fun night ahead of me. What? Oh, right, it's evening. It's about time for good old Ryan to log back on, isn't it? I open up my menu and access my friends list. After I switch my status to appear online, it only takes a few seconds for a message to appear. Annel Windrider writes, "Ryan, we need to meet." That sounds ominous. Reinorn Stabberton writes, "Oh, hello, Anna, is something the matter?" The reply ticks in almost immediately. Annel Windrider writes, "Now." A shiver crawls down my spine. Oh, buggers, that doesn't sound good. Chapter 35, Trade Secret. Chapter 35, Trade Secret. Oh, this is bad. This is so very bad. I stand in front of a small player-run restaurant near the docks, trying to weigh my options. If I had half a brain, I would just delete Anna from my friends list and get the hell away from here. Why the hell should I risk my identity for absolutely no gain? What the hell is wrong with you, Ryan? Turns out there's a lot wrong with me, more things than I could possibly list. There is absolutely no reason for me to walk in there, but I'm still going to. Why? Because I'm a sentimental moron, that's why. I sigh. Anna seemed really upset earlier, and she said she needed someone to talk to. I don't know why she wrote to me who hardly knows her, but some people are weird that way. It's really none of my business, but I'd feel pretty rotten if I just turned her away. At least after everything she has done for me, unwittingly or not. I owe her, and I don't think I could live with my conscience if I refused to repay a favor. There's a difference between being an asshole in the game and outside of it. It's an invisible line I'm not comfortable crossing. I just hope it's nothing serious or something I did. Oh God, what if it was something I did? Breathe, Ryan, breathe. It's probably got nothing to do with me. I don't think I've done anything to her at all, apart from the obvious. But how would she manage to figure out who I am when we've had so little interaction? Impossible. I'm certain she can't know. Even if she miraculously figured out I'm a thief lord, it's better that I see the dagger coming towards my back now rather than in a week's time when I've lost even more precious gamma time. At least now I had the chance to stash my valuables in a container for me to pick back up if I have to reroll my character. No, I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything at all, really. Although, that is sometimes exactly what I did wrong in the first place. Arg, I'm way out of my comfort zone here. I'm not that good with other people's emotions. They are volatile and random, not following any logical train of thought. Apparently, there is a pattern and a social system to interpret these situations, but someone forgot to give me a manual. I've ruined relationships in the past because of my ineptitude to interpret emotions, and I don't think I will do any better for a complete stranger. Hopefully, just sitting quietly and listen is enough. I start pacing around. I don't know why I'm getting so worked up over this. I don't know her. I could just run away if it gets too bad. She'll get over it. She probably just had a fight with Brian or something and needs to blow off some steam. And since they are both in the same party, she might not have anyone else to confide in than a stranger. I don't know how many friends she has, but being a full-time player who is among the high rankers, I doubt she has time to meet too many people. That's probably it. I should just head in there, sit in a quiet corner and listen for half an hour before I hurry out of there. Preferably before someone sees something they shouldn't. Who bothers to inspect someone trying to eat dinner after all? That would be rude. This will be fine. It better be fine. With a final, heartfelt sigh, I step out of the alleyway I'm hiding in and towards the restaurant. It's a pretty ordinary-looking building near a populated street in the Harbor District. The place is run by a couple of players, so I can imagine they didn't want to spend too much real-life money on starting a restaurant they weren't sure would work out. Starting a new business is a scary aspect for any person, especially if they aren't that rich to begin with. I step through the wooden door and soon find myself in a large open room, similar to most taverns. There are a couple of booths lining the walls, and there are several wooden tables covered by red and white checkered cloths and candles spread out around the floor. There isn't a bar counter within sight, and I can spot a waitress enter and leave through a door at the back. The tables themselves aren't overly impressive, but the atmosphere is surprisingly cozy considering the few decorations they have. The place feels like an Italian restaurant, perfect for young couples going on their first date. I can see why people like coming here. This isn't a date, is it? Ryan, over here. A voice breaks me out of my thoughts. Turning towards the direction of the sound, I spot Anna sitting in a booth at the far back corner of the restaurant, facing me. She waves me over. Waving back, I head over towards her, while thanking whatever God is watching that she chose to sit in such a secluded spot. Arriving at the booth, I slide into a seat, making sure to use the walls of the booth to block my sight towards the majority of the restaurant. Well, perhaps it would be more apt to say I'm blocking people's line of sight of me, as I don't really care who is in here as long as they don't have a high perception score and a curious personality. Hey Ryan, I'm glad you could make it. She smiles weakly at me before muttering, I knew she was wrong. Hello Anna, I'm sorry I took so long. I'm still not used to navigating this city. May I ask who was wrong? She blushes. Oh, never mind that, it's no one, just my stupid sister. We had an argument, nothing big, really. Oh, thank God, it has nothing to do with me. I lower my shoulders. I'm sorry to hear that. Is everything okay? Yeah, no, I don't know, she mutters, slumping back in her seat. She sighs. I may have gotten a little madder than I should have. She is just so stuck up. In her eyes, everything and everyone is a threat and cannot be trusted. She is just so fucking stubborn. It's just too much sometimes, you know. I shift uncomfortably in my seat. Crap. I really hoped I didn't need to do any of the talking. I try to think about something to say, but I just end up nodding solemnly. Waiting for an answer that never comes, Anna shakes her head. I suppose we don't know each other well enough to talk like this, do we? She says, her eyes dropping. Oh, wrong answer. My face slackens as I try to come up with something better to say. What would be fitting here? Empathy? Understanding? Shit. I don't know. I know from experience that I should never give advice under these circumstances. I wonder what would my father say in this situation? What did he tell me when my sister and I fought? Taking a deep breath, I look Anna in her eyes. I'm sorry, Anna. I may not know much about you or your relationship with your sister, but I know this. Siblings argue. That doesn't mean they don't love each other. Anna looks sad but smiles weakly. I suppose you are right about that. We rarely argue, but it's not the first time. Perhaps I overreacted. I shrug in response. She snorts. Maybe I did. It's not that I don't understand why she is the way she is, though. I know she means well, but sometimes she forgets to take other people's feelings into consideration. She tries to be so incredibly tough, you know, like she has built this impenetrable shield all around her. But really, she is actually quite the softy on the inside, she says, shaking her head. That's siblings for you. I shrug, a smile crossing my lips. She chuckles. Ha, look at me getting all emotional and stuff, she chuckles as she wipes a tear. I'm really killing the mood here, aren't I? Shit, let's talk about something else, she perks up. Let me go grab a few beers, my treat, she smiles while slipping out of her seat. I release a deep breath. That went well, surprisingly so. Perhaps I'll get out of here without a problem after all. I shouldn't keep doing this, though. I feel awful just leading her on like this. Some things are just too shitty to do, even if we are in a role-playing game. The anonymity of the net doesn't justify being an asshole. I should just figure out a way to break off contact with Anna. It's the right thing to do. She quickly returns with a couple of mugs of ale, her customary easygoing smile back on her lips. So tell me, Ryan, what have you been up to these last few days? Made any progress on that trap you owe me? She grins. I smile. Not yet, I'm afraid. It takes some time leveling up these skills, and it's very time-consuming to talk a trainer into helping me improve my designs. I'm making some progress, though, so it's not all that bad. I'm trying to up my dexterity score mostly. Haha, I hear you. I was wondering why you arrived with a loot strapped to your back. What is its stats like? Just +2 to dexterity. The charisma is also pretty good to have when interacting with merchants. I picked up a pretty good trading skill. Oh, it sounds like you aren't the fresh noob I met only a few days ago. My little trap maker is growing up. She wipes a fake tear. He has already reached level, she frowns. How did you manage to reach level 7? I freeze, oh fuck. I completely forgot about that. It's very uncommon for a new solo player to reach this high in just a matter of days, especially if they are only night players. At best, I should only be level 3 by now. Maybe 4 if I were stretching it, but level 7, shit. I'm glad I headed directly here instead of leveling up again. Now what do I tell her? Certainly not the truth. It's a trade secret, I say, trying my very best to make my smile look as cheeky as possible. Oh, bullshit, she says loudly, giving me an unamused smile. I let you get away with that line of crap when you told me you killed off Pug back in the noob district. You aren't getting away from this one as easily. Spill it. Well, I mutter, it just sort of happened by accident. Accident? How do you gain 4 levels just by an accident? My mind is racing, trying to come up with a solution. I can't tell her the truth, though. I don't think me suddenly revealing I'm a thief lord is going to make my situation any better. I certainly can't tell her that I gained 2 whole levels just by killing a level 20 guard by pushing him out a window. That would probably just raise more questions than it answers. Wait a moment, why couldn't that work? Maybe if I modify the story just a tiny bit. You might not believe me, but I killed 2 level 20 monsters by just sheer luck, I say, shrugging. 2 level 20? How the hell did you do that? You were like, what, level 2 a few days ago? She gapes, looking at me as if I'm crazy. I'm slightly impressed that she seems to take me seriously, though. Yeah, I was exploring down in the sewers below the market district. Have you been there? I ask, gauging her reaction. When she just stares at me skeptically, I continue. Well, there is this large and deep cistern down there and a bunch of level 20 ratmen. I didn't see them at first, and when I went to take a better look at the large cistern, I noticed 2 of them charging at me. Needless to say, but I panicked pretty heavily. Since I carry trap-making items in my inventory at all times, I reached into my bag and threw a vial of some acid I bought from an alchemist at them. Turns out, I didn't reach for the vial of acid, but a vial of highly flammable oil. And since I'm not adept with throwing objects at all, the vial flew short and shattered on the stone directly in front of the 2 ratmen. No fucking way, Anna mutters, staring at me. Yeah, way. I nod my head sagely, pausing for dramatic effect. Her jaw is still hanging open. I take a moment to clear my throat. Don't tell me that the oil, she starts, but I cut her off. Yup, believe it or not, but that's really what happened. It may sound unbelievable, but it happened. The oil is very slippery, and it caused the lead ratman to lose his balance. As the other ratman crashed into him, the 2 of them slipped and fell into the cistern below. Since the oil was thrown by me, then it seems like I got the credit for the kills, as well as the huge experience gain that came with it. I shrug helplessly. Anna's jaw drops to the floor. How is that possible? Holy shit, that's amazing. You need to show me how you did that. That could be huge for my own grinding, she nearly shouts. I shake my head. Sorry, but I don't think I can. I tried to reproduce the scenario a few times afterwards, but it turns out I just got really lucky somehow. She visibly deflates. Really? That sucks. It sounds like you found an exploitable glitch and the game's internal artificial intelligence patched it on the spot. It sounds amazing, though. She sighs while resting her head on the table. Oh man, I wish I could have found a glitch like that, she mutters. Yes, I was pretty fortunate. Anna raises her head, grabbing her mug tightly. She is about to take a swig when her eyes drift to the side. Her easygoing smile immediately drops, and she frowns at whatever it is she sees. I lean around the corner, trying to figure out what drew her attention. A couple of players just entered the restaurant. I recognize Brian, the tall human Templar. I don't know the woman he is with, though. A level 15 arcanist of all things. She's a petite woman wearing a tight-fitting dark blue dress that enhances her beauty, but it's tailored with practicality in mind rather than procrastination. It looks like something a noblewoman or a female politician would wear in this world. I'm momentarily mesmerized by her long blonde hair that is draped along her back, giving her an aura of beauty that can only be rivaled by Anna. Come to think of it, her character looks an awful lot like Anna. The pair takes a look around the room, and their gazes soon fall upon Anna and me. I hear Anna groaning by my side. I turn around, looking at Anna questioningly. Before I can ask her who that is, the two people have already reached our table. "Hello, Anna. I thought I'd take you up on your offer earlier," the well-dressed beauty says. Anna's frown intensifies. She stares at the beautiful woman in front of her, and they lock eyes for a moment. The tension is unnaturally high, and I try to get eye contact with Brian to find out what's going on, but the Templar has taken a careful step backwards, directing his gaze away from mine. Eventually, the awkward stalemate is broken when Anna decides to speak. "Sister, what? Oh boy." Chapter 36, Leverage. Chapter 36, Leverage. "How did you find me?" Anna asks her sister pointedly, her eyes firmly locked on Brian. I can feel the chilly aura she is emitting from all the way over here. I kinda feel bad for the guy. Nobody likes to be at the receiving end of an annoyed woman. At least he has the shame to look away. Arya holds up her arms. "I'm not interfering, I promise. I know better than that. I just asked Brian where you were, and I was hoping I could share an ale with you guys." I start. "Yes, you do know better," Anna says slowly. Her moment of skepticism lingers for a moment before her strained face starts to ease up. "Fine, take a seat." She gestures for the empty seat next to me. I awkwardly clear my throat. It seems like you girls have a lot to talk about, so if you don't mind," I say, trying to slither past Arya. "No, Ryan, please stay. This also concerns you," Anna says. "Excuse me, what?" "Yes, I would also like to have a word," Arya says curtly, sitting down next to me. Oh crap, oh no, I feel my heart race. I slump back into my seat, the air leaving my lungs. I don't know what this is about, but it can't be good. I don't have to be an extrovert to know that staying here is a bad idea. Nothing good has ever come of me being part of someone else's argument. I throw a pleading look towards Brian, but the backstabbing bastard has already moved for the door. What the hell, not cool. I take a deep breath. You girls have me at a loss. Why would you wish to talk to me? "I'm sorry, Ryan. My sister is a bit overprotective at times and have this nasty habit of embarrassing me in public whenever she gets a chance." Anna crosses her arms, raising an eyebrow towards her sister. "It's one of the perks of being an older sister," Arya says while meeting Anna's raised eyebrow with her own. This stare-down goes on for a couple of incredibly awkward seconds before the two sisters suddenly starts to giggle. Something is seriously wrong with these two people. "Looks like you still have a sense of humor, sis," Anna chuckles. "I was afraid staying around gamers for this long would turn you into a nagging old crone." "Oh, sorry, I meant more like a nagging old crone," she winks. "Cheeky brat," Arya smiles, shaking her head lightly. "My humor is reserved for those who deserve it." "Oh, how fancy and exclusive. I should bottle it up and sell it on Amazon for €1,000,000. She snorts. "You're selling it too cheaply, baby sister. You were always terrible with economy." She shakes her head in mock disappointment. Anna shivers. You're right. Those skills would be too much for me to handle. It would literally zap the life out of me. What if I ended up looking like an office clerk, or God forbids, like my older sister?" She gapes in shock. "Cheeky brat, I obviously didn't punch you enough when we grew up," Arya smiles. The pair bursts into another round of laughter. Arya eventually waves the waitress over, ordering another round of ale for all three of us as well as some light snacks. After another round of banter and laughter, A round I was once again left completely out of for the record. The two starts to relax more. I've missed this, Anna says. Hanging out with you, it's been far too long. It has, Arya says, nodding solemnly. I'm almost sure they've forgotten I'm even here. Not that I'm complaining. I would really like to get out of here soon, though. So Ryan, Arya suddenly says, I'm sorry to say, but I don't know that much about you. Anna has been pretty scant on the details. Oh, here we go, Anna mutters. How about I leave you two alone for a second so you can get to know each other, yeah? Anna gets up with a smile on her face. Is she seriously leaving me alone with her sister, for reals? I would like that very much, Arya says, giving me a piercing stare. Anna chuckles. Careful, Ryan, she's single and she bites. Arya snorts. Oh, shush, I'm not half as bad as she says. She says with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, a smile that Anna somehow manages to miss. A shiver crawls down my spine. Here we go. I steel my resolve as I brace for whatever Arya is going to throw at me. I know deep inside of me that she doesn't know that I'm a villain. If she did, then I probably would have been waiting for the respawn timer just about now. This reminds me of the time my ex's father made the customary, "You hurt her, I hurt you" threat when I took her out on our first date. I gotta say, I never thought I would hear one of those again in my lifetime. As Anna leaves, Arya moves over and takes her seat. She gives me a calculating glare before she makes a show out of opening a system window containing a set of notes which she promptly starts to read out loud. Ryan Daniels, Caucasian male, 28 years old, 2 relatives, a father and a sister. The family moved to the United Kingdom after they rejoined the European Union for the second time in 2103. Currently living in a suburban neighborhood outside of Newcastle, England. Previously employed as a low-level office clerk at a transport company. Current occupation, full-time player of Ascendance Unlimited. Long-time gamer, but no noteworthy accomplishes as to this date. Arya states coldly, "Am I missing something?" How the hell do you know all that? Answer the question, Mr. Daniels. Fuck you. Who the hell does she think she is? How does she know all this? Did she have me investigated? Why the hell would she do that? Not to mention how I don't know her. Hell, I don't even know her damn sister. What's wrong with these two? Leave me the hell alone. You lied to my sister, Mr. Daniels, Arya says menacingly. I have a right to know what your intentions are. Intentions? I don't have any goddamned intentions. This is all her. She came up and started talking to me. I just wanted to be left alone. I blurt, my face reddening from anger. So you are saying you just randomly managed to strike up a conversation with one of the most noteworthy individuals in all of Dreneries? And if you wanted to be left alone, then why did you come to meet her at this restaurant? This hardly appears to be the actions of someone who just wants to be left alone. So please, Mr. Daniels, we both know this is highly unlikely. Do not insult my intelligence. I don't give a shit about what you think. I'm leaving. I sneer, starting to get up. Sit down, Mr. Daniels. I'm not done with you yet. Do I look like I care? Arya clenches her jaw. I can make your time in Dreneries very uncomfortable for you, Mr. Daniels. I snort loudly. I don't have time for this crap. I turn on my heel and start stomping towards the door. I can make it worth your while, Arya says coldly. I hesitate for a moment, glancing across my shoulder. This infuriating woman is really getting on my nerve. Does she think I'm stupid? That's the most obvious-sounding trap I've ever heard. Are you kidding me? What the hell is wrong with you? I'll give you 100 gold to hear me out. I gulp seriously. 100 gold just to listen to her. Those could really come in hand. No, I can't. I grit my teeth. My instincts are screaming at me to let this one go. Nothing good can come of me accepting her money, not to mention the moral implications. Taking her money this way is no better than scamming someone in real life. I know I'm in the wrong here, and I would feel really shitty if I did this to Anna. I've been a terrible friend, and it wouldn't sit well with me to exploit someone's real feelings for a couple of euros, no matter how much I need them. Fuck it. You can take your gold and shove it, I say through gritted teeth, my conscience winning out over my greed. Arya raises an eyebrow. Oh, so you're not in it for the money? I gotta say, I'm impressed. I still want to talk to you, though. It's about Anna. What about her? I snap back. I would prefer it if we could have this conversation a little more discreet. I glare at the woman as my thoughts start to race. Arya really pisses me off, but if this could lead to me dropping my relationship with Anna and clear my conscience, I should probably take it. I won't just let her roll over me like that, though. Fine, I say, making my way over towards the table. But before we talk, I would like to know how you figured out my personal information. You do know hacking this stuff is illegal, right? Arya snorts. I'm very aware of what is legal or not, Mr. Daniels. I also know how to use the law to my advantage. She gives me a condescending look. But I'll humor you. May I ask, how familiar are you with the laws from 2063 regarding tax evasion? I might have skimmed through them. She snorts. Right, well, as you then know, the EU Parliament voted to allow people to track their bank transfers. If you had truly known what this meant, then you probably wouldn't have allowed the bank account you have tied to your gaming account to accept all incoming transfers without authorization. What I did was send a microtransaction to the account tied to your gamer ID, which then allowed me to track my own transfer to an account tied to your name. I hardly need to explain how I managed to find the rest of the information from there, do I? She smirks. What the actual what? I sigh. You really are insane. Why would you even okay? Forget it. I'm not going to argue. I'll delete Anna from my friends list and disappear. Neither of you will hear from me again. Happy. It's not that simple, Mr. Daniels. I sigh, seriously. Then what the hell do you want from me? You have put me in a really awkward situation. You see, Mr. Daniels, my sister has grown quite fond of you for some reason that eludes me. Regardless, there is nothing I care more about than her well-being. You are currently threatening our relationship, and I can't have that. She doesn't want me to protect her, so if you just abruptly cut your connection with her after talking to me, then she knows it's because of something I said or did. This would be a less than ideal situation for both of us, I assure you. So if you are half the man she thinks you are, or at least twice the man I think you are, then you will stay as her friend for a month before you confess that you lied to her, then keep your distance. Do this, and I will compensate you for your troubles. That's incredibly petty of you. I give her a deadpan stare. What sort of teenage drama bullshit is that? Really, you want me to pretend to be her friend? No way, this isn't worth it. I'll just confess to her right now and get it over with. This shit is just getting weird. You are both fucking weird. Name your price, Arya says, unflinching. As I said earlier, I have none. How about a sponsored guild membership as a crafter? What really? That offer is insane. If I had been a regular player, I would probably immediately accept it. Really. A sponsored guild membership in one of the most powerful and well-funded guilds in the game? Who wouldn't say yes to that? Sponsorship means they pay for the game upkeep as well as a regular salary for playing the game. My life would be set with that deal, even if I would be forced to be a full-time crafter. This is the first time I think I'm regretting playing as a thief lord. Although, if I wasn't, then I doubt I would have even met Anna in the first place, or have lied to her, thus drawing the attention of this she-shark in front of me. No, thank you. I don't want anything to do with you or your damn guild. You're crazy, and I would just come to regret having any affiliation with you. I say evenly, trying really hard to keep my composure. Her eye twitches. I don't think you know what you are turning down, she starts. Being paid to be a slave? Forever in debt to a psychotic woman. I do. There are more important things in life than money. I say, nearly biting my tongue in half as I keep my face from wincing. She sneers. Then you are forcing my hand. If you don't do as I say, then I'll put out a bounty on your head. You won't be able to play this game at all without the constant threat of 1,000 players killing you on sight. I snort, really? She is resorting to petty threats now. I glare at the woman. Do you know what? Go ahead. I've had it with your shit. If you want to threaten me, then you shouldn't do it from such a disadvantageous position. You have no leverage. Killing me? Why the hell should I care? In case you didn't know this, I'm a crafter. I basically stay in the city all the time. Perhaps you forgot that all of Drenaries is a safe zone, which means other players can't kill me in here. The only chance you have of killing me is to hire NPCs. And let me tell you this. Even with your deep coffers, that particular avenue would be more expensive than it would be worth after a day or two. Besides, why would I even care if I die? It's just a minor inconvenience to me. If things get too rough, I can just delete and remake my character under a different name. It's not like I can't stand to lose 3 days of progress. I glare at Arya, my bluffing powers working overtime. Her face is crimson, and I can see a vein pulsing on her forehead. She takes a moment to collect herself, not dropping the murderous glint in her eyes. Then what do you want? Money. As I said, I don't want anything from you. I'm just going to tell Anna and get this shit over with. 5,000 gold, she states calmly. I wince, holy crap, that's a lot of gold. Is she serious right now? That could cover my expenses for over half a year. Is she really this loaded? To be able to callously throw this kind of money around, I should definitely say yes. Fuck the consequences and my morality. Turning down that kind of money is idiotic. But what would the consequences be? I need to cut my connections with Arya now and not later. If I accept this bribe, then I will be forever tied to her. Also, accepting this kind of money based on a lie would be a complete scumbag move. Who the hell does that shit? Accepting the money from Greg and Kevin was one thing. That money wasn't even theirs to begin with. Taking this woman's money, though, for such an odd reason, it doesn't sit well with me. I may be a villain, but this is crossing a line. I don't want any money, I say through gritted teeth. Arya seethes with rage. Everyone has a price, and so do you. I know that you can't afford to play this game and pay for your living expenses after the end of the month. That doesn't matter, I halt, frowning. What did she just say? How do you know that? Her eyes go wide. You hacked my accounts, didn't you? I ask, glaring at the woman. That's not publicly available information. She hesitates, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. She fucked up. She actually fucked up. I got her now. Listen, I know you broke the law. Don't even try to tell me anything different. What you may not know is that I have been recording this entire conversation. Sure, it probably wouldn't hold up in court or anything, and I probably won't even bother pursuing any legal action against you. Just know this. From here on out, I don't want to either see nor hear from you again. If you or your guild try to fuck with me again, I'll release the footage to the media and let them decide what to do with it. Just so you know, Arya, you aren't the only one who did some background research here. I know who you are and how connected you are. Having this sort of information out there, true or not, would be devastating for your career and future business prospects. So let me tell you this one final time. Stay the hell out of my way, I say, leaning back and crossing my arms. Arya sits completely still, fuming. She knows she got outplayed and she is doing the smart thing and stays quiet. She doesn't know that I am bluffing. I would never actually make good on those threats. She doesn't need to know that, though. She sits still for a moment, staring daggers at me. I just sit there, unflinching. I know I won. After a short time of exchanging sparkling hatred, Arya's shoulders drop. Closing her eyes and releasing a deep sigh, I notice a tear welling in the corner of her eye. Wait, what? All right, Ryan, you win. I know when I'm beat, she mutters, refusing to meet my eyes. I'll back off, just please don't come between me and my sister, she pleads. I don't know what I will do without her. I sit there paralyzed. What just happened? How did she? Why? My jaw drops as I stare at the suddenly vulnerable woman in front of me. I can feel my anger fading as the adrenaline is slowly draining from my system. My mind draws a complete blank as I watch the sobbing mess of a woman in front of me. Her tear-stricken eyes meet mine. Are you all right? I ask hesitantly after a few seconds of silence. Why, yeah, she mutters, finally breaking eye contact. I'm sorry, it's just that my sister means so much to me. Can you please just do this for me? Shit, I really don't know what to say here. Curse my social ineptitude. I take a deep breath. Listen, Arya, I really don't want to be the bad guy.